Our protagonist's name is Giani Shan. He could speak from the moment he was born. He was loved dearly by everyone in his clan, even in his mother's womb. All his meridians were already cleared, but no one knew that he was actually the sword god. One strike of his sword could destroy the heavens and exterminate lightning. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help Blizz survive, okay? The two top experts in the world were fighting so hard that even heaven and earth couldn't withstand it. Mountains split in two, and magma boiled and surged violently. A terrifying battle was raging fiercely. Powerful shock waves rippled out from their strikes, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to shatter. Booming sounds rang out ceaselessly. One of them took a hit from his opponent and slammed hard in the mountain face. The other gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. The two of them collided, creating a deafening noise that shook the sky and caused the ground to crack. The mountain was on the verge of collapsing. The two experts continued their battle without pause. They attacked, moving from one place to another. Each of them took a heavy blow from the other. Blood sprayed uncontrollably from their mouths. Clang! The two of them began to separate. Each stood on a cliff facing their opponent. Dugu Chiobai clutched the wound on his arm. He spoke in pain. Sword God, you are indeed qualified to fight me for the title of #1 in the world. But it's a pity you are still too soft-hearted. Opposite him, the sword god cursed inwardly. Damn it, I lost by one move. What a pity. I won't have the chance to explore the way of the sword anymore. Just as he finished that thought, his grip on the sword loosened, and it began to fall. He stood frozen in place. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His body began to tense up. Magic power gradually surged around him. His eyes filled with terror as he looked up. With an angry tone, he shouted loudly from the sword scripture. Break first, establish later. Use the spirit to control the sword. Use the soul to break the realm. As he spoke, a massive, ethereal sword appeared in the sky. Gradually, its form became clearer and more distinct. It was surrounded by countless mysterious black lightning bolts. Currents of magic began to wrap around the blade. The sword soared into the air. The sword god swung his hand to the side, and the light surrounding the sword shot rapidly toward Dugu Chiobai. The whistling sound of sharp blades cutting through the air rang out incessantly. Dugu Chiobai's eyes popped out in shock when he saw the scene. His mouth hung wide open, revealing a look of fear. Boom! The sword slammed straight into where Dugu Chiobai was standing. The surrounding rocks crumbled continuously. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Dugu Chiobai never expected what was happening in front of him. He exclaimed in astonishment. Breaking through at the brink of death? How is this possible? His face showed clear anger. Countless streams of purple magic bound his limbs. The sword created a massive wound on the body of the old man, Dugu Chiobai. The rocky mountain also began to slide and collapse. Rocks fell down to the depths below in great numbers. The sword god was also in free fall. He had a weary look on his face, looking straight up, thinking to himself, the sky. His expression changed. At that moment, the sky above was covered by dark clouds, blocking out the light. A massive boulder hurtled towards him, covering the very center of the dark clouds. The boulder kept coming closer. Its size kept increasing. The scene before the sword god's eyes turned pitch black. Only the echoing sound of lightning remained around him. Oh, could it be that I didn't die? The sword god thought in shock. Just then, a voice rang out from the outside. Young master. Hearing those words, his eyes flickered open. Time to eat. A beautiful girl with orange hair was standing in front of the sword god. Hey, put those dangling things away. You shameless woman. The sword god shouted in an annoyed tone. Hearing those words, the girl became panicked and shocked. She screamed loudly, Master, madam, the young master can speak. The orange-haired girl became terrified. She immediately ran outside as fast as she could. Hearing that, the sword god spoke in confusion. Young master? He began to examine his own body and then exclaimed in shock. Why have I turned into a baby? Was she calling me just now? I only remember dueling with that old man Dugu. In the end, we both died. Then the sky changed. The sky changed. No way. Could it be that I've transmigrated? The sword god exclaimed in astonishment. He looked at the scenery around him and said, Where is this place? The decoration style is very strange. Is this a foreign country? Although that old man Dugu was killed by me, but his remnants still remain. I must quickly return to the sect. As the sword god spoke, he climbed out with his tiny hands and body. Outside, a voice immediately echoed. Xiangtian is only 6 months old. How could he possibly know how to speak? Weren't you breastfeeding him? The door to the room where the sword god was staying was thrown open. A master appeared, followed by many people. Seeing them, the sword god lowered his voice and said, "Hey, take me back to Heaven's Sword Mountain immediately." Hearing those words, the master froze in place. His mouth opened wide in shock. He immediately rushed over to pick up the baby. With a face full of joy, he spoke up, "Xiangtian really knows how to speak. Huh, my Chanyang clan finally has a son of heaven. The clan has hope for revival." Hearing those words, the two servants behind burst into laughter, revealing clear happiness. A man said, "Congratulations, master." Speaking at 6 months old, is the young master truly the son of heaven mentioned in legends? At this moment, the sword god had become Xiangtian. Chanyangba hugged his son tightly in his arms. He rubbed his face against Xiangtian's cheek. Seeing this, the sword god thought in confusion, "Hey, I don't care about any clan. Right now, I just want to return to Heaven's Sword Mountain." Later on, I learned this place is called the Tian Yuan continent. It is a different world. Just like that, I became the young master of the Chanyang clan. I stayed using the identity of the young master. Everyone around was crowding in, wanting to hug Xiangtian's body and constantly rubbing their cheeks against him. He showed a clear look of being forced. I will remember the memories of my past life. On one hand, secretly investigating how to return to Heaven's Sword Mountain. On the other hand, cultivating the violet azure sword art. In a flash, 3 years passed. The Saint Force test of the Chanyang clan began. I believe that after 3 years of cultivation, I will definitely amaze everyone. Xiangtian's face became smug. He smiled with overflowing confidence. Behind him, some enthusiastic people kept cheering for the young master before them. Xiangtian thought to himself, "With my strength, won't I scare these idiots to death?" Uncle Da beside him spoke up, "Young master, you just need to press your hand on the stone tablet." Hearing that, Xiangtian exclaimed, "Ha!" His hand began to gently touch the stone slab in front of him. An X-shaped light appeared on the stone tablet. Seeing this, everyone around turned their eyes toward it. Xiangtian spoke in confusion, What does this symbol mean? Does it mean the same as the letter X?" Hearing those words, the white-haired old man stammered, His eyes avoided the gaze of the young master in front of him. Then, Uncle Da spoke up, "After the test, the young master cannot cultivate Saint Force." Hearing those words, everyone around was shocked. Not believing what they had just heard, everyone's face turned to astonishment. The old man continued, "In common terms, he is a cripple." Hearing those words, Xiangtian's face filled with shock. His face was covered in sweat. He whispered to himself, "What?" The crowd of commoners outside kept shouting loudly, "We will support the young master forever. The young master is definitely the chosen one." An old man nearby was crying, thinking to himself, "Finally, I witnessed young master Xiangtian becoming the chosen one, leading the manor." A sound rang out. "Test complete. Young master Xiangtian has no Saint Force." The old man and everyone around panicked upon hearing that. They exclaimed, "What?" People around also started gossiping. "Is there a mistake? Huh? The young master cannot cultivate Saint Force." The master of the Chanyang clan heard this and immediately stood up. He was shocked by what he had just heard. Chanyangba stood up and spoke. "Uncleve, you say Xiangtian cannot cultivate Saint Force." The fourth madam of the Chanyang clan, Bai Yintian, worriedly called out. Xiangtian, the third madam of the Chanyang clan, Yu Fengyan, sat watching with a face extremely smug. At this moment, Xiangtian asked, "I'm a cripple. Stop joking, Uncle Da. Surely this stone is broken." This old man will check one more time. His tone showed disbelief at the unfolding events. Hearing the young master say that, Uncle Da replied, "Eye of insight." Just as he finished speaking, his eyes glowed with a blue light. Chanyang Ba stood below, gazing intently at the two of them. The magic at the corner of his eyes slowly faded away. Seeing this, Xiangtian scratched his head and asked, "So is it done? You're not looking anymore?" He turned towards Chanyang Ba, clasped his hands, bowed down, and said, "Master, this old servant has checked carefully. There's not a trace of Saint Force in the young master's body." Indeed, he cannot cultivate. Hearing the news, Changyang Ba's face darkened. He exclaimed with a choked tone. Standing right next to him, Bai Yuntian worriedly exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Yu Fengyan, seeing the situation before her, held her cheeks with both hands. Her tone was smug and sarcastic. Oh my, a genius who enjoys so many cultivation resources from the manor every month. How can he be a piece of trash? She stood up, walked towards the master, and shouted loudly to everyone below. Did you hear that? Your young master is no longer a genius. Why haven't you packed up yet? What a loss of face. Xiangtian was a bit angry. His hand clenched into a fist. He thought to himself, I have been cultivating the violet azure sword art all these years. I have achieved some success. Why does my body have no saint force? The spiritual energy here is denser than in my original world. Logically, cultivation should have yielded more results. Where's the problem? Could it be because... A thought flashed through his mind. His eyes became more determined. The first stage of the violet azure sword art is body refining. I absorbed all the saint force into my body to temper it. Is that why my body has no saint force? Xiangtian seemed to understand the situation. He exclaimed, so that's it. Yu Fengyan walked up to Changyang Ba, flashed a bright smile, and said, Master, since Xiangtian is trash, then the future of the Changyang clan naturally must rely on our heir. Hearing her say that, he said, Say no more, I understand. Bai Yuntian's eyes became worried. She glanced at her husband. Changyang Ba was somewhat unwilling and spoke unpleasantly. From today onwards, the cultivation resources originally distributed to Xiangtian will all be transferred to heir. The fourth madam's allowance will also be reduced by half. Xiangtian felt resentful in his heart. Seeing that I am trash. His attitude changed immediately. Truly realistic. Changyang Ba frowned and glanced sideways at his son. The boy also looked straight into his eyes without fear. Changyang Ba waved his hand. That's all for today. Dismissed. As Yu Fengyan passed by Yuntian, she mocked. Oops, fourth sister. Raising a tâche son. Must be hard on you. The old butler approached Xiangtian and comforted him. Young master, don't blame the master for being realistic. After all, he has to shoulder the entire clan. Hearing those words, the boy replied softly. I know, I understand. Xiangtian thought to himself. He has his reasons. I have my thoughts. This kind of clan. If I don't stay, so be it. He walked over to where his mother was sitting. Bai Yuntian was sitting alone and lonely at this moment. Xiangtian knelt at her feet. His voice sounded sad as he spoke. Mother, your son is incompetent. Bai Yuntian's face fell, then she spoke up. So what if you can't cultivate? Then she smiled happily and said to him, My Xiangtian's natural talents in other areas won't be inferior to others. You will still stand out. Biuntian Ftodiantian. Xiangtian, don't be afraid. Mother is here. I won't let others bully you. He replied with a yes. Truly my good son. While she was speaking, Xiangtian thought, Mother is still the best to me. Xiangtian turned around and held Bai Yuntian's hands. Then he exclaimed, Mother, rest assured. Then he said firmly, I absolutely will not let you down. And in his heart, he thought, Consider it for my mother's sake. Later, I will make those who look down on us shut their mouths. Hearing her son say that, Bai Yuntian happily replied, Of course I believe in you. Xiangtian used a sharp, determined gaze and spoke up. I will use my strength to make the petty factions in this manor pay the price. At night, in a library of the Changyang Manor, Sword God, 7 years old, sitting reading a book with a tall stack of books beside him. The Sword God tiredly closed a red book in his hand. This is the last one. I've read all the thousands of books in the library. He stood up and channeled his chi. Excited to try. I've learned all the moves in the library, fusing them with the violet azure sword. Let's see how the power is. The Sword God created a 5-colored sphere in his right hand. Using all his strength, he struck a palm towards the wall between 2 bookshelves. The remnant of the move created shockwaves that were white wisps of smoke. He slowly withdrew his hand. A little magic power still lingered on his hand and the wall, not strong enough to imprint a whole handprint on the stone wall. The Sword God smiled happily, eyes squinting, and said with delight, After the body refining 3 years ago, I no longer need to infuse saint force into my physical body. Cultivation has indeed progressed very quickly. At Bai Yuntian's residence, The sword god stood outside the door watching the sunrise and muttered, "It's almost dawn. I should go greet mother. I can't let her discover that I'm secretly cultivating." The sword god sat at the table in Bai Yuntian's room. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Bai Yuntian picked up a slice of cucumber that had been neatly cut on a plate. She spoke gently, instructing Xiangtian. "You must remember." Bai Yuntian used both hands to apply the cucumber to her face. Smiling, she said, "No matter how hard the circumstances, you must become a good man." The sword god also had a few slices of cucumber applied to him by Bai Yuntian. He said miserably, "Mother, I am sorry. If it weren't because I am a cripple, then you wouldn't have to suffer like this." Bai Yuntian smiled, eyes crinkling. She said, "What silly words are you saying? Things are very good right now," Bai Yuntian said cheerfully. "Although we have cold tea and plain rice every day. But we are healthy, and eating cucumbers is both delicious and slimming. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone?" The sword god patted his cheeks and listened intently to his mother. "Biuntian recalled. I heard that Euphonian recently bought some high-value skincare products, but there was a problem." Her whole face swelled up. Hearing that, the sword god laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "Haha, serves her right." Suddenly, Bai Yuntian clapped her hands together. She exclaimed, "I almost forgot." This made the boy eating cucumber pay attention. Bai Yuntian handed her son a piece of paper and said, "Xiangtian, these are the exercises that need to be completed today." The sword god had just returned from reading books and was extremely tired. Now, adding a pile of homework from Bai Yuntian, he could only sigh. "Haze." The sword god wanted to sweat. "Mother, can I just read books? These exercises are very annoying." Saying that, but the sword god thought, "I just need to read the books to remember the content clearly. I really don't need to do homework." Bai Yuntian applied cucumbers while listening to the sword god complain. Bai Yuntian said with a face full of concern, "Xiangtian, you cannot cultivate Saint Force. In the future, if you want to become a talented person, you can only rely on studying. Mother only wants what's best for you." The sword god suddenly had a reckless thought. "Should I tell mother that actually I can cultivate Saint Force now?" Bai Yuntian was still pondering something. Bai Yuntian was determined to the point of steaming from her nose. If you could cultivate Saint Force, the requirements mother sets for you would increase manifold. The sword god could imagine that scene. Bai Yuntian bringing a stack of homework, while the sword god looked like he was about to faint and die. The sword god imagined Bai Yuntian's demon-like appearance. His face drained of blood. Demon Bai Yuntian said, "Xiangtian, you can cultivate Saint Force? Then all homework will be doubled. Recite until dawn." The sword god quickly retreated and bid farewell. "All right, mother. I will go to the library to read now." Biuntian replied hippily. "Go ahead. Remember to do your homework. Mother will check tomorrow." The sword god replied, "Yes." The sword god calculated as he walked. The elementary level has nothing left to read now. I don't want to do homework. Where should I go to kill time now? Suddenly, a scent wafted to the sword god's nose. The sword god noticed it a bit. This scent." The sword god looked towards the kitchen, where the scent was coming from. He said excitedly, "It's the radish cake that mother likes to eat." Without hesitation, the little boy ran straight there, shouting loudly as he ran, "I'll get a few radish cakes for mother. She will definitely be very happy." The radish cakes were arranged eye-catchingly on a plate with a flower and some leaves, emitting a heart-moving fragrance. The sword god smiled and reached out to take the plate of radish cakes placed on the table. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the plate, causing the sword god to miss. The person spoke in a mocking tone. "Yo, isn't this the young master?" The one holding the plate was Chio Air, who worked in the kitchen. He laughed, looking down on the sword god. "The young master of the Chanyang clan. Come into the kitchen to steal food. If word gets out, it really won't sound good, huh?" This guy's sarcasm made the others turn around to look. The sword god's face became unhappy. "Chio Air, as the young master of the Chanyang clan, you dare to speak such disrespectful words. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" The sword god was also very tired. These servants were blind as bats. Chio Air not only didn't repent, but also got bolder. "I'm the third madam's person. The fourth madam basically can't control me, let alone a useless kid like you." Indeed, the sword god was extremely small compared to Chio Air. The sword god still patiently said again, "Give me the radish cakes." Chio Air revealed a wicked expression. Giggling. I remember now. The fourth madam likes to eat radish cakes, right? The young master is quite filial too. The other servants also joined in. If it weren't for this useless kid dragging her down, then the fourth madam, as a saint master, how could she not even be able to eat radish cakes? If it weren't for the second master's benevolence, he would have kicked you mother and son out long ago. The mocking words about by Yun Tian behind her back made the sword god's face darken. The sword god's eyes revealed killing intent. He solemnly repeated, "Give me the radish cakes." Xiao went even further. He dropped the radish cakes onto the ground. Still smiling, "Oops. Slipped my hand." The plate shattered into pieces. Pieces of cake scattered and fell to the ground. This truly poked the limit of the sword god's endurance. "You bastards." The sword god clenched his hand into a fist, accumulating magic power into his hand. The sword god struck Xiao with a palm, making him spit blood to the astonishment of the other servants. They only saw the sword god with powerful magic power, and Xiao was beaten until his mouth bled. Unconscious, Xiao rolled onto the ground. The sword god then looked for the people behind him and listed their crimes. "You rely on the third madam's backing. For the past 2 years, you have done many bad things behind the master's back." His words made those people somewhat afraid. The sword god turned his head back. His eyes seemed to emit deadly rays, threatening. "Today I came here to settle the score with you." Xiao took a punch straight to the face. Blood from his mouth and nose splattered everywhere. If his nose isn't broken after this hit, I'll be impressed. Xinjiang Xianxian knocked Ki flying. Xiao was beaten until his face was crooked. One has to admit the power of this punch was truly terrifying. Xiao whole body slammed into the wall with a thud. Xiao was beaten to the point of being nearly paralyzed. Panting, sitting with his back against the wall. But also because of the collision, the plates on the shelf were affected. A stack of plates fell straight onto Xiao face one by one. Xiao was caught off guard and couldn't dodge. An ear-piercing scream and the sound of crashing plates made the faces of the other servants turn pale. Xiao fell unconscious and slumped right there, while Chanyang Shantian stood proudly. Chanyang Shantian spoke in a cold voice. "Over the years, you secretly embezzled the silver taels I gave to my mother, using that money to eat, drink, and play around. Did you think I didn't know?" Those people immediately felt guilty and dared not look straight at him. Avoiding his gaze, Chanyang Shantian turned and left. As he left, he didn't forget to warn them. "From now on, if this happens again, I definitely won't spare you. Do you hear me?" After speaking, Chanyang Shantian didn't stay for a second longer. Just walked away. Those people clumsily said, "Yes, yes," as if they meant it. "Yes, yes." Just as Chanyang Shantian stepped out the door, those people started gossiping. "Is that the useless young master? Huh?" Yet with one palm, he knocked down a soldier with third-layer power. A distance away from the kitchen, Chanyang Shantian's mood improved significantly. "After teaching those servants a lesson, my spirit feels much more comfortable. Indeed, teaching bad people a lesson is good for health." Suddenly, Chanyang Shantian was distracted by a noise nearby. The third young master of the Chanyang Manor, Chanyang Ku, was training very hard with a wooden weapon. Chanyang Ku was very enthusiastic. Then Chanyang Ku swung the wooden axe to the left. Brain splitter. Then he jumped up full of spirit and swung the axe to the right. Ghost Slayer, finally ending with a 360-degree spin, digging his ear. Bonus move, an extremely special masterpiece. Chanyang Shantian grimaced until his mouth was crooked. Yu Fingyin's fat son was acting foolishly again. This is called martial arts training. Quickly, Chanyang Shantian turned around. Seeing him is trouble. Better take another path. But Chanyang had accidentally seen Chanyang Shantian. Truly, you can't run from the sun. Tianyang Kiskiviko Vondith. Isn't that the little useless one? Immediately, Chanyang Ku smiled wickedly. Close the door. I must bully him a bit. Chanyang Ku immediately pretended to be friendly, sweetly calling Chanyang Shantian, "Little brother, come here. Third brother will give you candy." Chanyang Shantian's face darkened. He said coldly, "Eat candy? Do you think I'm a 6 or 7-year-old child?" Chanyang Ku scratched his head questioningly. "Aren't you?" Note about Chanyang Shantian. Current real age, 7 years old. Chanyang Shantian had to accept the truth. Fine. Without needing the other's consent, Chanyang Ku dragged and pulled Chanyang Shantian as if they were very close. "Little brother, Practice martial arts with third brother, okay? Don't worry, third brother will definitely go easy on you. Changyang Xiangtian was extremely annoyed but didn't bother to speak. Yu Fengyan and Changyang had bullied his mother and him many times over the years. Why not take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? Changyang Xiangtian smiled wickedly. Changyang Xiangtian smiled and agreed, though his face was distorted. All right, third brother, you must go easy on me. Changyang Ku, seeing Changyang Xiangtian's strange expression and tone, was a bit wary. The little useless one seems a bit off today. Could he have some scheme? But then he ignored it. A guy who can't cultivate power. What do I have to fear? My power is at the 4th layer already. Changyang Ku then said, over here. Changyang Xiangtian pretended to be innocent and followed. Windsword weapons, genuine goods. Extremely abundant, neatly arranged in a corner. And there were defensive shields too. Changyang Ku said spiritedly, little brother, pick your favorite weapon. Changyang Xiangtian casually broke off a thin twig. Then confidently refused Changyang Ku. No need, third brother. I'll use this to fight you. Changyang Ku watched Changyang Xiangtian test the twig and couldn't help but feel smug. Twig, this little useless one has brain problems. Truly asking for death. Changyang Ku spoke up to remind him, thinking he was showing concern, but actually the opposite. Little brother, be careful. Third brother is starting the attack. A second later, Changyang Ku charged forward enthusiastically, using all his strength to swing the axe. Then shouted loudly, take this. Changyang Xiangtian smirked in disdain. He gently dodged it without wasting any effort. Changyang Ku gaped in shock. Seizing the chance, Changyang Xiangtian launched a move. Only a small twig in his hand as a weapon. Changyang Ku couldn't even dodge. The twig stopped right next to Changyang Ku's neck. Changyang Ku was stunned. What? Changyang Xiangtian happily tapped the twig a few times on Changyang Ku's shoulder and declared, third brother, you lost. Changyang Ku gritted his teeth in unwillingness. How was that possible? The match had clearly decided the winner and loser. Changyang Xiangtian won, and naturally, Changyang Ku lost. Changyang Ku swatted the twig away. Still stubborn, he said, doesn't count. You cheated. I didn't lose. Changyang Xiangtian twirled the twig. Arrogantly said, third brother. I don't know where I cheated. Changyang Ku was tongue-tied, unable to speak. His face also twisted. This. Then Changyang Ku shouted childishly. Anyway, just now didn't count. Let's fight again. Changyang Xiangtian happily spun around back to his position. No problem. Let's do it again. Changyang Ku was furious. So young, but already has this bad habit. I underestimated the enemy just now, letting him seize the opportunity. I just need to focus. The little useless one is definitely not my opponent. But even if I underestimated him, the little useless one couldn't possibly win against me. Changyang Xiangtian teased. Third brother, if you don't attack, I'll attack first. Changyang Ku stared at the twig in Changyang Xiangtian's hand. Could it be that twig has a problem? Then Changyang Ku softened his voice and said, little brother, can you let me see your twig? Changyang Xiangtian lightly tossed the twig up. Helplessly said, what's worth seeing about a twig? Suddenly, Tianyang Kiskiviko smiled maliciously. Changyang Ku swung his axe and knocked the twig away. Haha, little useless one. Without this twig, let's see how you beat me. Changyang Xiangtian's face darkened. Starting to play dirty? Changyang Xiangtian's eyes flashed with a glint of light. Heart and mind connected. The sword broke free from the seal on the mountain. Using the spirit to control the sword, Changyang Xiangtian channeled his power to summon it. Changyang Ku knew nothing, so he mocked. Knowing you lost, so you close your eyes to accept your fate. Changyang Ku aggressively swung his axe. The future master of the Changyang clan is me. Go to hell, little useless one. Changyang Xiangtian calmly waved his hand. Suddenly, a burst of power shot out, and that burst of power headed straight for Changyang Ku. Changyang Ku stared wide-eyed at the power rushing towards him. That burst of power knocked Changyang Ku down. The twig stabbed straight into the ground, while Changyang Ku clutched his face, staring blankly. Changyang Ku's cheek had a large cut. Blood flowed down. Changyang Ku looked at the blood on his hand in fear. Blood. Changyang Ku whimpered and threatened. Little useless one, you hit me. I'm telling mother. Changyang Xiangtian turned into a cold demon, cracking his knuckles. Still dare to call me little useless one? Next time I'll kill you. Chanyangku screamed and cried in fear, running away to call his mother. Mom, save me. Chanyang Xiangtian watched and accepted it. Looks like I can't hide it anymore this time. But Chanyang Xiangtian still skipped carefree. Doesn't matter. At most, I'll just be punished. In this situation, Chanyang Xiangtian only hoped. Just hope it doesn't implicate Mother. A mysterious person came and pulled the twig out, muttering, "Finally couldn't hold back and revealed your true strength, huh?" The mysterious person watched Chanyang Xiangtian leave. Looks like there will be changes in the manor soon. A little while later, Yu Fengyan, face swollen from allergies due to eating beauty products, cried streams of tears while hugging Chanyangku, whining and accusing to Chanyangba. Master, you must seek justice for Ko'er. If Ko'er hadn't been lucky, he would have been killed by Xiangtian. Ko'er also resentfully accused to Chanyangba. Master, the young master is unruly. He beat this lowly servant for no reason. Master must punish the young master. Chanyangba cleared his throat and questioned. Xiangtian clearly cannot cultivate power. How could he successively injure a soldier and Ko'er? Yu Fengyan stretched her neck and whined, fabricating lies. Because you always spoil Xiangtian. He definitely used despicable means to harm Ko'er. Ko'er is the future master. Master must seek justice for us mother and son. Chanyangba spoke steadily. The Chanyang clan has always valued benevolence and generosity. If it truly was Xiangtian attacking without cause, I will definitely punish him severely. Then Chanyangba called out loudly, "Someone, call Xiangtian here for me. If it turns out he really plotted to harm his own brother, punish him according to family law." Ko'er was overjoyed. "Yes, sir." Yu Fengyan was smug. "Humph, Biuntian. This time I will definitely kick you and your son out on the street." At Chanyangba's residence, an event was taking place that required him to resolve it quickly before things got complicated. Chanyangba turned away, hands behind his back, and said coldly, "I will give you justice in this matter." On this side, the second madam, with a bruised face, was crying and begging him. "Master, you must seek justice for us." Xiangtian's mother, Bai Yuntian, spoke up, surprising the master. "No need to look for Xiangtian anymore," she calmly explained. "Regarding the misunderstanding that happened earlier, Master, today's matter has nothing to do with Xiangtian. It was all me acting in the shadows." Chanyangba was slightly shocked by what Bai Yuntian admitted and asked again. "Injuring Ko'er and Ko'er wasn't Xiangtian but you?" Madame Yuntian's expression fell, and she spoke her heart. "Xiangtian has no way to cultivate saint force. I was worried he would be bullied, so I've been secretly watching and protecting him." She pointed at the deceitful mother and son of the second madam's house and hurriedly accused them to the master. "Today I saw Ko'er and Ko'er bullying Xiangtian. In a moment of anger, I took action to teach them a lesson." Everyone's face was filled with shock and tension due to Yuntian's sudden revelation. The second madam and her son started their act, screaming and complaining about their injustices. Ko'er is kind-hearted inside, and old Ko'er also knows his place. Why would they bully Xiangtian? On the side, Chanyangku also learned from his mother and denied his actions. "I didn't bully Xiangtian," while Ko'er, with a bruised face, cried and claimed innocence. This lowly servant is so wrongly accused. The madam continued her act and turned to accuse Yuntian. Clearly, fourth sister wants to protect Xiangtian, so she intentionally took all the blame. Not letting these people cause more trouble, Yuntian immediately retorted, "Xiangtian cannot cultivate saint force. Everyone in the manor knows this. How could he injure Ko'er and Ko'er?" Faced with Yuntian's sharp logic, these people were tongue-tied and hesitant. Suddenly, she knelt down at Chanyangba's feet, begging insistently, "Master, I did everything. It has nothing to do with Xiangtian. I am willing to accept the punishment." Chanyangba was astonished by Yuntian's action and exclaimed, "This is..." Chanyangba didn't want to make things difficult for Yuntian and understood her feelings, so he gently reminded her, "Yuntian, since you have admitted it, your punishment is confinement for 1 month to reflect." Yuntian calmly accepted the given punishment. "No problem." The second madam was dissatisfied with the punishment result and excessively demanded the master to reconsider. "Master, but Ko'er almost died. How can you let her off so easily?" Changyangku immediately supported his mother's acting and cried out in sync. Oh, my head hurts so much. Am I going to die? In her head, she thought, no, I can't let them get off so easily. She shamelessly turned to blame Yuntian's actions. Ku Er's life and death are related to the clan's destiny. Why haven't you expelled this poisonous woman from the family yet? Bai Yuntian saw this person wanting to cause trouble, so she angrily brought out a treasure to punish this shameless mother and son. Is that so? How about this? As long as I can cure Ku Er's injuries, we can write this off, right? The second madam stuck out her tongue to provoke, while her hands shielded Changyangku, objecting firmly. No, who knows if you want to fake curing him just to find an excuse to hurt Ku Er. Changyangba looked at the two of them going back and forth, helpless and silent, but the argument showed no sign of stopping. Then Yuntian provoked. Clearly you just want an opportunity to bully his mother and son. The second madam stretched her neck to refute, saying that means you hit people first. Yuntian loudly retorted to that stubborn person. Your son is a brat. Shouldn't he be beaten? The madam wasn't backing down either and clawed back. Your son is the brat. Faced with the master's exhaustion and defeat, he ignored the two arguing and turned away without noticing when. Then escaped from this mess of trouble. At the poetic lake in the manor, Xiangtian was sitting idly alone. The boy sat bored, picking his nose, talking to himself. It's been so long. Why haven't they come to find me? Did Changyangku and his mother not go to complain? Xiangtian frowned in annoyance, resting his chin on his hand. I don't know where mother went either. Sitting like this is so boring, Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared from nowhere, rushing towards where Xiangtian was sitting lost in thought. Sensing something wrong, Xiangtian turned around to see something sharp heading towards him. He reacted in time and jumped up, shocked to see a sword piercing the spot where he sat. A tall figure with a mysterious mask stood in a battle stance, challenging Xiangtian. You dare to hurt the third young master. You must die. Xiangtian didn't flinch, facing the assassin directly. Did you phone Yin send you? The person didn't hide anymore and rushed to take Xiangtian's life. Correct. The third madam has tolerated you for a long time. He leaped into the air, intending to plunge the sword down on Xiangtian with surprise and force. While below, Xiangtian took a defensive stance with a fragile wooden twig. He easily dodged the strike from the stranger and used light footwork to fly up. The man didn't beat around the bush anymore and unleashed his Saint Force to suppress Xiangtian. A loud explosion occurred next to the boy's hand because he missed the target. Xiangtian calmly analyzed the opponent and grasped his moves. This person has 4th layer Saint Force. I can handle him. Putting all his Saint Force into his small wooden twig, Xiangtian threw it straight at the masked man, shouting, Take this! Then a sharp light headed straight for the man. The man found it ridiculous and mocked Xiangtian. You want to hurt me with a twig? At this moment, a blue Saint Force emitted from the boy with terrifying energy, and Xiangtian smirked confidently. Who said a twig can't hurt people? He launched a decisive attack at the attacker. Suddenly, a terrifying power rushed towards the masked man's head, striking down unexpectedly. The man couldn't react in time, only widening his eyes as he took the full hit. The force pierced down, splitting the mask in half amazingly. And behind that mask was none other than Changyangba, who had acted brilliantly. Xiangtian trembled in fear, about to raise his hand to explain. Father! Changyangba faced his son and sternly called his name. Xiangtian. But it turned out he was overjoyed to the point of tears, crying upon witnessing the hidden power Xiangtian had concealed for so long. You really can use Saint Force. That day was a beautiful day. Xiangtian stood before Changyangba and declared clearly, correct. Saint Force. I could use it long ago. I injured third brother in Xiao. Beat me or punish me as you wish. Just don't implicate my mother. Changyangba worriedly held Xiangtian's shoulders. Xiangya, you can cultivate. Why didn't you tell father? That way, you two wouldn't be in trouble. Xiangtian showed visible annoyance. He brushed Changyangba's hands off him. With a murderous look, he said, Tell you? So what? Seeing that I was trash later? You abandoned me and paid no attention. The sword god hated it more the more he thought about it. Before, you thought I was a genius, so you gave me 100% favor. Xiangtian exposed the hypocritical face of the old man, claiming to be his father. Xiangtian looked at Changyangba with hatred. With soulless eyes, he said, Too. What exactly am I? A son or a tool? Chan Yongba hurriedly explained in the face of Xiang Tian's accusations. I have my own difficulties. I have to think for the clan. Xiang Tian poured out all his frustration from over the years, shouting at Chan Yongba. You have difficulties? Then what about us mother and son? How have mother and I lived these past years? Did you ask even a single sentence? You Fengyan bullied us. Did you manage that? If I really were trash, even if I died, I'm afraid you wouldn't even cast a glance. Chan Yongba humbled himself to plead with his son. Xiangya. Son, how can you say that? How could father treat you like that? Xiang Tian sighed wearily. Actually, it doesn't matter how you treat me. But don't touch my mother. Chan Yongba continued to explain. It's not what you think. I'm the head of a household. There are many things beyond my control. Xiang Tian turned his back to leave. Right. You are the head of a household. You have to think for everyone. But I only care about my mother. Beat me or blame me as you wish. Anyway, this family means nothing to me anymore. These words were like a thunderbolt to Chan Yongba's ears. Chan Yongba painfully called his son's name. Xiangya. Dugu Qiubai appeared from behind at some point, stopping Chan Yongba from chasing after Xiang Tian. He advised, Master, if you're wrong, admit it. It's actually not difficult. Seeing Dugu Qiubai, Chan Yongba trembled and cried. Uncleve. You saw everything? Dugu Qiubai and Chan Yongba walked and talked. Dugu nodded in agreement. To be honest, the young master could injure the third young master with just a twig, and almost injured someone else. His talent is truly extraordinary. Chan Yongba also agreed. I had to use the full strength of the fourth layer Saint Force to calm him down. Then Chan Yongba turned to blame Dugu. Why did you say Xiang Tian couldn't cultivate during the test? Why can he now? Dugu heard this and shared honestly without hiding. During the test back then, I noticed something was wrong. The young master is clearly the son of heaven. How could he not cultivate? So for the past few years, I have been secretly watching the young master. He secretly went to the library to cultivate Saint Force. Actually, I knew long ago. Chan Yongba was stunned by these words. Uncleve. You knew long ago? Why didn't you tell me? Dugu explained. I was observing the young master, and also observing you, master. Hearing that he was also being tested, Chan Yongba asked in confusion. Observing me? Dugu continued. If the master remained blind, I would have taken Xiang'er away, to a place where I could nurture him. Chan Yongba was furious and shouted at Uncle Da. The Chanyang clan hasn't treated you badly. How could you do such a thing? Dugu turned his back to Chan Yongba in resignation. Shaking his head, he said, Master, I am just a servant in the Chanyang clan. You didn't even care about your own son. Yet you blame an outsider like me? Chan Yongba was hit where it hurt and was tongue-tied, stammering this. Then Chan Yongba lowered his head with a remorseful face, admitting all his faults. It was my fault. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a father, causing a misunderstanding between father and son. Dugu gently explained, it's better late than never. By then, it will be too late. The young master is an emotional person. If the master treats him sincerely, he will definitely change his mind. Chan Yongba was overjoyed hearing this. His face lit up. Thank you, Dugu. I understand. Uncleve. At the library of the Chanyang Manor. Some read, some meditated. There were also those arguing loudly. Feng Yan's face was swollen and ugly, but her mouth wouldn't shut up. Threatening. The master went to punish Xiang Tian. You two are finished this time. Bai Yintian cursed back. You pighead. Stop exaggerating. If it doesn't work out, I'll take Xiang Tian back to my parents' home. It doesn't matter. Then Yintian giggled and mocked back. On the contrary, it's you. Do you dare go out looking like that? Feng Yin was furious at having her appearance insulted. I've gotten better these past few days. No need for you to worry. While they were arguing fiercely, Chan Yongba led little Xiang Tian in to introduce him, explaining conveniently. Yin Tian, Feng Yin, I have investigated clearly. The person was injured by Xiang Tian. Yin Tian felt a bit disappointed hearing this, worried for her son, intending to plead with the master. Feng Yin, seeing she was no longer at a disadvantage, pointed rudely. Master, you must punish Xiang Tian. But towards Feng Yan's attitude, Xiang Tian stuck out his tongue to tease her. Chan Yongba tapped Xiang Tian's head as a warning and stopped, mediating the war of words. Although it was wrong for Xiang Tian to hit people, but Ku'er and Xiu'er shouldn't have bullied people either. Therefore, this matter can be considered even. Don't pursue it anymore. Feng Yin was fuming upon hearing this. Shantian made a teasing face while apologizing to the third madam, just for show. Feng Yin shouted angrily. Is this the attitude of admitting a mistake? Feng Yin wanted to cry blood at Changyang Ba's indifferent attitude, complaining, how can we let this go? Master, Ku Air is our future hope. How can? Feng Yin was speaking when she was interrupted by Changyang Ba. Shut up. Chiu Air secretly made things difficult for Yin Tian and her son. This violated the family rules. I have expelled him from the manor. Then Changyang Ba patted Shantian's shoulder. Well done. From now on, anyone in the manor who dares to bully Yin Tian and her son will definitely be punished. Feng Yin felt like she was struck by lightning hearing the bad news, wanting to faint on the spot, while Yin Tian was completely the opposite. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Then Changyang Ba turned to speak to Shantian. How is it? Is handling it this way considered fair? Shantian shrugged. It's acceptable. Feng Yin cried in a corner with Changyang Ko, while Yin Tian happily clapped her hands in delight. Shantian quickly ran to Yin Tian, holding her hand and asking, Mother, you weren't bullied, were you? Yin Tian asked her son worriedly. Mother is fine. Your father didn't blame you? Hearing this, Shantian turned away, pretending to be sulky. No, he and I talked like two men. Yin Tian just sighed. This brat, talking like a little old man. Changyang Ba also wanted to reconcile the two sisters, so he spoke to Yin Tian first. You help treat Ku Air's injuries. Help treat Feng Yin a bit too. Yin Tian agreed with one condition. No problem, as long as you don't pursue Shantian. Feng Yin heard that the woman she hated would treat her and jumped up. We don't need her treatment. Changyang Ba couldn't stand it. He raised his voice to order. Feng Yin, don't cause trouble. Feng Yin could only pout. Yes, we listen to the master. Then Yin Tian cast a spell. Shantian watched his mother from afar, admiring her. Heaven and earth have a lot of special energy, conducted into the body through mother's hands. This is the true power of a saint master. Feng Yin was very happy to have her beautiful appearance restored, touching her beautiful face all over. Great! Restored. Yin Tian stood with her hands on her hips, proud of everyone's praise. Laughing hee-hee happily. Shantian saw how capable his mother was and became interested in that discipline. If I knew how to use and control this energy, my cultivation would definitely increase manifold. While he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly placed on Shantian's shoulder. It was Changyang Ba wanting to instruct him. Although I won't pursue this matter, but Shantian was wrong after all. Cannot go unpunished. Shantian heard this and was discouraged. Hey, you said it wasn't the same. Yin Tian saw her son about to be punished and asked loudly, so you still blame me and him? Only Feng Yin was smug, adding fuel to the fire. Master is wise. Shantian cultivated secretly before, without systematic order. Starting tomorrow, Shantian and Uncle Da will start cultivating in the secret passage behind a mountain, until he reaches the 8th layer of Saint Force. Everyone exclaimed, this is punishment. But Feng Yan's jaw dropped to her chin in frustration, while Yin Tian's eyes went wide with delight at her son's benefit. Changyang heard this and was also very jealous. Father, I want to be punished too. Shantian stroked his chin, evaluating. This punishment is okay. Having Uncle Da's guidance isn't bad. Changyang Ba suddenly remembered something. There's also this. Changyang Ba handed Shantian an envelope, instructing, wait until you reach the 8th layer of Saint Force. Then you can open this letter. At that time, your future will be changed. Changyang Ba spoke with eyes full of hope placed on the son before him. Shantian hesitated, not daring to take the envelope yet, turning on defense mode because he didn't know. What does this letter have to do with my future? In a flash, 7 years passed. At the pavilion, while drinking tea with Uncle Da. Changyang Ba wonder. How has Shantian's cultivation progressed recently? Has he been able to break through to the 8th layer of Saint Force yet? In recent years, the young master's speed of progress doesn't surprise me as much as at the beginning. Now, it's only the 7th layer of Saint Force. Holding the teacup in his hand, he spoke somberly, although showing this at 14 years old is enough to be called a genius. But this old man always feels. The young master seems not to be trying his best to cultivate. He sipped his tea as he spoke. Hearing that, Chang Yangba panicked. What do you mean by that? Uncle Da, do you have proof? Only seeing him slowly stroking his white beard. No, this old man just has a feeling. As long as the young master wants to, he can advance to the 8th layer of Saint Force at any time. Chang Yangba ponde, saying, if Xiangtian doesn't advance to the 8th layer of Saint Force on time, then we can only wait another year. At this moment, he looked down at the letter placed on the table. Meanwhile, at Bai Yuntian's residence, enjoying the warm sunshine, Bai Yuntian was applying cucumbers under an umbrella. She was informed by a servant. Fourth, madam, these are seasonal fruits and snacks that the master specially ordered to be brought to you and the young master. She lazily pointed at the table and replied, Xiangtian is cultivating. Just leave it here. I'll take it to him later. Hearing that, the servant bowed slightly, replied, Bai Yuntian lay enjoying herself, and said happily, Xiangtian, the treatment for the two of us is truly getting better and better. At this moment through the window, Xiangtian, looking 14 years old, was fully focused on cultivating. Only seeing him trying to suppress his discomfort, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, remembering the chaotic scene of the sect. Despite facing the destructive power of the enemy, the disciples were not afraid at all, fighting back fiercely. Dugu Chobai's subordinates kept mocking. Disdainfully, aha. Without Giani Shan as support, you trash are just fish bait for us to tear apart. The disciples of the Heaven Sword sect stood close together, setting up a defensive formation, determined not to give up. They believed, Brother Giani Shan will definitely return to avenge us. We'll fight to the death with you, Dugu clan bandits. But with overwhelming power, they quickly broke through, mocking. Giani Shan and the sect master perished together. He won't come back. Huh. Those people held swords and rushed quickly towards the disciples, shouting loudly, kill them all. A second later, fresh blood flowed in streams, covering the entire Heaven Sword Mountain in red. Witnessing that scene, Giani Shan inside Xiangtian's body was in pain, screaming, no, bastards, stop. Unable to contain his anger, he punched the ground hard. A stream of blue energy shot out, creating a loud noise, pulling him back to reality. Xiangtian realized at this moment. Turns out it was just a dream. Looking at his helpless face in the sword blade, he thought, all these years, you are truly tired. I know, you never experienced the warmth of a home in your previous life, and all of this now makes you unable to give it up. You haven't tried your best to become stronger. Instead, you have gotten used to the life of the Changyang manor. But you are not Changyang Xiangtian. You are Giani Shan. The people of the sect are still waiting for you to return. After speaking, his face became serious, hand gripping the sword tightly. He was determined, ceaselessly become stronger, find a way to return. Suddenly, a puff of blue smoke flashed by, leaving words on the large wall. Looking up at it, he said, I've advanced to the 8th layer of Saint Force. A moment later, at the villa, Chang Yangba said loudly with joy, Xiangtian, are you really at the 8th layer of Saint Force? Uncle Da beside him also chimed in. Wonderful. The young master indeed did not disappoint us. He rushed to the letter on the table. Can I open this letter now? I want to know how it relates to my future. Of course you can. Written on the letter were the words, admission notice. Seeing him confused, this is the admission notice for Cargath Academy, the most famous one in our Jessan Empire. Cargath Academy has trained countless top-tier experts, and only those who advance to the 8th layer of Saint Force before the age of 18 are qualified to attend. He patted Xiangtian's shoulder and continued, your talent is truly outstanding, and Cargath Academy is the most suitable. The future of the Changyang clan depends on you. Uncle Da also smiled and said, Cargath Academy starts in 3 days. The young master made it just in time. At this moment, Xiangtian replied, I understand. I won't let you down. I won't let you down. Bai Yuntian was worried, pointing at a large bag and instructing, Xiangtian, this is your first time away from home, without mother by your side. You must take good care of yourself. These are the things mother wrote down. When going out, you must pay attention. You must study hard. He smiled forcefully. Mother, I'm not a child anymore. I will take care of myself. At this moment, Yuntian smiled slyly, recounting, Euphonian heard you were going to the academy to study. She was so angry she fell ill. Son, you did very well. Xiangtian joked. Mother, You're laughing at someone else's pain. Seeing this, Uncle Da hurriedly reminded, Young master, it's getting late. You should set off. Sitting on the back of an eagle, he said, Father, Mother, I'm going. Chantang ba ziplit. Safe travels. At the same time, Yuntian also instructed, remember to write letters home. The eagle flapped its wings. Its mouth screeched loudly, causing leaves to rustle. Xiangtian raised his hand, excitedly shouting, Cargath Academy. Here I come. Amidst the clear sky, the male lead was riding a huge eagle soaring over a rocky gorge with ancient trees. The male lead was enjoying the feeling of flying that he hadn't experienced for a long time. It brought the male lead a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, Uncle Da appeared out of nowhere, telling a story about the male lead's big brother who was once sent to Cargath Academy but was scared stiff. Uncle Da's story surprised the male lead because he didn't remember having a big brother at Cargath Academy. The gentle old man, Uncle Da, just laughed haha because he had forgotten to tell him. According to Uncle Da's gentle narration, the male lead Chanyang Xiangtian's big brother, Chanyang Hu, was born to the first madam. The male lead's father married 3 wives, but the other 2 wives didn't get along. Chanyang Hu's mother angrily took her son, who had just been born not long ago, back to her parents' home. After that, she cut off relations with the Chanyang manor. The male lead was hearing all these things for the first time, so he had never heard of this big brother growing up. Xiangtian felt that his mother was formidable enough. Otherwise, she would have been oppressed by Yufengyan. The love and hate of a big clan also made the male lead sigh. Uncle Da felt that the male lead was very sensible. Perhaps not a child. In Uncle Da's story, the eldest young master reached the 8th layer of Saint Force at 17, came to the academy to study. If the male lead has trouble in the academy later, he can go find the eldest young master. Xiangtian was very grateful for Uncle Da's advice and then turned away. Then the big eagle took them to a certain place. Uncle Da turned to inform Xiangtian that the destination was right in front of them. The male lead seemed very interested in the scene before him. Below them was the extremely vast Cargath Academy with houses close together. Xiangtian landed on a courtyard in the distance where a large crowd was gathering. Xiangtian was a bit confused because with so many people in the academy, how could he find his big brother? Uncle Da laughed loudly and told the male lead not to worry because the eldest young master was very easy to find. Speak of the devil, and he appears. In the courtyard far away, a very loud voice called out, Chanyang Xiangtian. It turned out to be the male lead's big brother, Chanyang Hu. Chanyang Hu seemed to be a very likable and sociable person. He was smiling brightly when he saw his little brother, the male lead. That overly enthusiastic welcome made Xiangtian shy enough to want to go home. While old Uncle Da waved to welcome the special eldest young master he hadn't seen for many years. Xiangtian's big brother ran close to Uncle Da, the white-haired old man, and mentioned their father, saying he still missed him. Chanyang Hu just pouted, not wanting to mention their father because the relationship between Hu and his father was gone. Then Chanyang Hu asked about Xiangtian. Chanyang Hu's younger brother, after many years of separation, had grown this big. The male lead probably also had many words to say to his big brother. Then the 2 brothers put their arms around each other's shoulders and talked enthusiastically. Chanyang Hu told his younger brother that if anyone bullied him later, just call for big brother. Uncle Da had business to attend to with the principal. Chanyang Hu and Xiangtian went to tour the academy together. The male lead felt a bit of admiration for this big brother in his heart. Cargath Academy was vast with familiar architecture found in historical works. Chanyang Hu quickly pointed at the places they passed with excitement. Xiangtian's big brother grinned widely, introducing the academy somewhat sketchily to his little brother who still didn't understand anything. Xiangtian had just thought his big brother was a bit reliable, but now the male lead regretted that compliment. Chanyang Hu mentioned that the next day was the freshman martial arts competition. Chanyang Hu signed up for his younger brother so Xiangtian could integrate with others. The male lead was a bit hesitant about this proposal from big brother Chanyang Hu. Chanyang Hu thought Xiangtian must perform well because this was his qualification for registration. Xiangtian just thought in his heart, this big brother is a bit overly enthusiastic. The male lead had no interest and intended to quit this competition. Before the male lead could say anything, Chanyang Hu remembered he hadn't gotten the registration documents for Xiangtian, so he ran off and arranged to meet at the cafeteria for a meal. Xiangtian stood stunned like a statue, unable to react to this strange big brother. In the extremely magnificent and cozy cafeteria, Xiangtian was comfortably enjoying the delicious food in front of him. Suddenly, someone slammed his hand on the table, claiming the table in front of him was his and chasing Xiangtian away. That was a guy named Ka Di Liang. On either side were Ka Di Yun with long red hair and a scar by his mouth, and his seemingly arrogant younger sister, Ka Di Chioli. Xiangtian just glanced, thinking this table belonged to the academy. If they wanted to eat, sit down and eat together because this wasn't the table of the three of them. But those thick-faced people still raised their voices, showing an attitude of looking down on Xiangtian. Xiangtian was very tough, telling them to just stand there and wait. When he finished eating, he would yield. The two guys, Liang and Chioli, started threatening. "Do you know who my father is?" to Xiangtian. The guy named Yun had been silently observing all this time. Then he politely asked about Xiangtian's background. He mentioned the academy's rule strictly forbidding nobles from oppressing commoners, but the academy didn't manage struggles between nobles. Then his face suddenly turned gloomy, threatening Xiangtian that from now on, he wouldn't let the male lead survive in the academy. The students whispered. A student said, "It's the three siblings of the Kadi family." The student next to him said, "How did this freshman provoke them?" Xiangtian was eating and suddenly thought. Flaunting family background, speaking rudely. I saw this too much in my past life. Truly childish. Kadian said, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Kadi Chili said, "Dam brat." Playing dumb. "My big brother is talking to you." Kadi Liang was furious. He rushed up to hit Xiangtian. "Eat, eat, eat. I'll let you eat." Xiangtian stood up, and he easily dodged Ka Di Liang's punch. Xiangtian added a move to Ka Di Liang's neck, causing him to fall face first to the ground. Xiangtian said, aggressive and hot-tempered. "Unstable. Cultivation is not good. Kappa di yang shaute idangridi. You dare to mock me? Today I must kill you." Sudenlitie ta intervenet. "Stop fighting. I finished eating. This place is for you guys." Kadi Liang turned back and cursed. This is none of your business." Taita said gently, "Everyone is a classmate. Don't conflict." Kadi Liang was still hot-tempered. "Get lost. Don't you understand?" Saying that, Kadi Liang rushed to punch Taita and cursed. "You lowly commoner. Also worthy of talking to me." But the one in pain was Liang. Taita said loudly, "If you really want to hit, then hit me. My skin is thick. I'm not afraid of pain." Kadi Chili stood outside and said, "Oh my, this lowly commoner actively asked to be beaten. Second brother, you must teach him a lesson." Kadi Yun's eyes were sharp. "Bastard, you asked for this." Xiangtian shouted angrily at this moment. "Enough. If you have something, come at me. It has nothing to do with others." Kadi Liang immediately said, "Second brother, stop. The academy strictly forbids conflict between nobles and the poor." Another student saw from afar and exclaimed, "There seems to be a fight over there." The student next to him said, "It's Kadi Yun. Let's go quickly, don't get involved." Kadi Yun said to Xiangtian, "Yo, offending the Kadi family. Don't you want to stay in the academy anymore? After all, the academy won't interfere in conflicts between nobles. You also don't want to be beaten until your limbs are broken and kicked out of the academy, right?" Xiangtian said immediately, "Want to fight?" Someone came from somewhere and said, "I'd like to see who dares to touch my fourth brother." That person flew in and stomped the table broken with one foot. It was Chan Yonghu. He was startled. What kind of table breaks with one stomp? Xiangtian was embarrassed. "Big brother, can you change to a normal way of appearing?" Chan Yonghu declared boldly. "Kappa Diyun, want to fight? I'll play with you." He suddenly realized he was still holding something in his hand. He gave it to Xiangtian and said, "All right, fourth brother. These are the registration documents for the freshman martial arts competition." Xiangtian said, "Is this the time to manage registration?" Kappa Diyun wondered. Freshman martial arts competition. His eyes were full of cunning. "This kid is your fourth brother." Chan Yonghu immediately put his arm around Xiangtian and asked happily, "Does he look very much like me?" "Huh." Kappa Di Yang asked, "Who are you again?" Kappa Di Curia did. "Daring to touch our Kadi clan. Aren't you afraid of death?" Kadi Yin calculated in his head. This dog Chan Yang who cannot be provoked. No way to deal with this kid. Just have to think of another way. Kadi Yin then walked away. I'll remember today's matter. Let's go. Chan Yang who was smug. "How was it? Does Big Brother have a lot of face?" Xiangtian said. This matter is probably not that simple. The three Ka-di siblings reached the door. Kappa, the cutie asked. Who was the guy who just arrived? Kappa, the Yun replied. His name is Chan Yang Hu. He's a very difficult guy to provoke. Kappa, the Yang asked. Big brother, are we just gonna let this go? Kappa, the Yun replied. How can we let this go? He smiled cunningly. That kid also signed up for the freshman martial arts competition. We'll beat him to death in the match. Chan Yang Hu couldn't say anything either, daring to offend people of our Ka-di family. Musti, Xiangtian walked and said, Big brother is really something. Suddenly saying he has something to do. Leaving in a hurry, he recalled the image of big brother Chan Yang, who happily sang, Fourth brother, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. You walk around the school by yourself, okay? Xiangtian was sad. First 3 days here. Unfamiliar place. How to walk around. So sad because the person I relied on is gone. Xiangtian suddenly thought, if I say I don't have friends, that's not right either. He thought of Tai Ta. Get the loved happily. Xiangtian, I'm going back to the dormitory. We'll be friends from now on. If there's anything, just say it. Xiangtian smiled and said, that guy Tai Ta is still okay to hang out with. Xiangtian held the pile of lists helplessly. That boring freshman martial arts competition. No interest at all. Just cast a blank vote. Then he bounced around the school, just walking around the campus to see, expanding knowledge about the Empire's #1 academy. On the school campus, Xiangtian was hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on 2 classmates talking. The female friend said sadly, Senior. The male friend also choked up. Junior sister, Xiangtian said, in my past life in the sect. The junior brothers and sisters also hid in the bushes like this. Looks like no matter where, humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Suddenly, some masked people sneaked past. Xiangtian was suspicious. Suspicious appearance. If not villains, then thieves. Those guys were discussing business. The boss said, If it investigated, she will pass by here soon. You guys ambush well. Act like hooligans teasing her. And I will appear like a hero saving a beauty. His subordinate agreed. Boss, don't worry. We will act like it's real. Another guy said, to be able to help boss pursue a beauty, we are willing to jump into a sea of fire. The boss added, my goddess is a little lamb. You must be a bit gentle. Hear that? The accomplices said in unison. Understood. Xiangtian hid behind the tree thinking. Such a vulgar habit. Really not creative. The group started to act. Xiangtian climbed up the tree branch, using this old trick to deceive a girl. I can't pretend not to see. The moon is very beautiful tonight. Someone was approaching. The 2 classmates from earlier widened their eyes in surprise. Such a beautiful woman. Isn't she the freshman attracting a lot of attention? 3 masked men appeared. One said, hee hee, little girl, want to play with big brother? Another said, aren't you afraid of being lonely alone? Yu was scared. What are you planning to do? Don't come over. One guy approached Yu and said, what are you afraid of? Little sister, come on, let big brother touch a bit. Reaching out his hand, he was grabbed by Yu. She twisted his neck a full circle. The accomplices froze, speechless. One thought, what the hell is this? Said she was a little lamb. The guy next to him thought, this is called speaking the softest words. Fighting the most ruthlessly, right? Yu dusted off her hands. Although I don't like fighting, but I won't be polite to bad people. The boss had been beaten up by Xiangtian and dragged out by the collar. Hey, didn't expect a girl who looks weak, fragile, to fight so fiercely. The 2 accomplices cried out, Boss, save us. The boss took the opportunity to slip away. Xiangtian shouted loudly, who is your boss? Don't talk nonsense. Yu asked, you are their boss? Then I must teach you a lesson. Xiangtian hurriedly explained. Wait, miss. It's a misunderstanding. Yu immediately got angry. Bastard, take this. The 2 masked men now asked, who is that guy? Where is our boss? The other guy said, don't mind him. Not related to us. Why not take this chance to run away? Xiangtian smiled lightly. Fine then. Just right, I'm bored. Let me see your strength, Mississippi. After speaking, Xiangtian also launched a move. Just as Changyang Xiangtian and Yu were about to compete, someone appeared. Extremely angry. Hand using internal energy while speaking up. You too. Then cast a spell, making the 2 stand still. The person who just appeared shouted loudly at the two. Stop, right at that moment. Xiang Tian frowned, thinking to himself. Body is controlled, while the girl's eyes lit up, calling out. Teacher. The teacher stood, sternly lecturing. The academy has rules. Strictly forbids fighting without permission. Have you forgotten them all? The girl heard her teacher scold her and spoke up. Teacher, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The girl pointed at Xiang Tian behind her and added, but he is a bad person. Didn't you say? Absolutely do not spare bad people. The boy standing behind heard himself being called a bad person and was furious, but couldn't do anything. I said it was a misunderstanding. Just as he finished speaking, the teacher replied, I will resolve this matter. You continue cultivating. The girl replied, ignoring the boy who was extremely unaccepting behind her. Then the girl turned around and thrust her fist towards him. He couldn't move, extremely helpless, looking like children competing with each other. Then Yu stuck out her tongue and made a face at him, making him angry until his face turned black, cursing silently in his heart. Damn little girl. The girl didn't pay attention to him either, tossed her head, turned around, and walked away, leaving him standing there furious. Then Xiang Tian looked at the female teacher, standing looking at him with a serious face. He thought to himself, Lady, whatever it is, speak slowly. The situation is absolutely not like your disciple said. No need to explain. Because the teacher looked at him with a contemplative gaze, then she spoke up. You, the power in your body has a special point. Hearing that, the boy panicked a bit, thinking, no way, could it be? She saw that I transmigrated here. The female teacher bent down, looked into his eyes, and said, no need to panic. I have never been curious about other people's secrets. Even if you are. The kid from the Changyang clan. His eyes widened in worry. Could this lady know me? Because the teacher continued speaking. However, before that, you must prove you have value to live on. Otherwise, she spoke while reaching her hand out in front of his face. Then she gently touched the magic circle, looking at him with terrifying eyes. Immediately, a magic sphere appeared right next to his face, making him panic endlessly. The female teacher looked at him with murderous intent and continued the previous sentence. I will kill you myself. Xiang Tian heard that, and black lines appeared on his head, thinking to himself, is this woman crazy? Lady, we don't seem to have any grudge. Not letting him think more. She used her hand to channel internal energy, creating a sphere around him. Speaking up, kid from the Changyang clan. Remember my words. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared under his feet. He just thought, this is... Then his body sank down. That circle. The female teacher saw him like that and only said calmly, this time is just a greeting gift. Only his wide eyes remained. He thought greeting gift? Then he fell into a forest dyed in red. This is teleportation magic. While he was struggling, where is this place? A call came. Fourth brother, Changyang Hu, covered in wounds, clutching his stomach, asked him, why are you here? Seeing this, he called back, big brother. He ran over to support his big brother, asking what happened. How did you get injured so badly? Changyang Hu replied that he wanted to go to the back mountain to kill monsters and get a level 1 monster core to give to him, but accidentally alerted a level 3 monster and took a few hits. The guy took out the monster core he was holding and winked at him. I even thought I would die here. Didn't expect you to come. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. Just in time to give you the monster core. Saying that, he handed the monster core over to him. You are about to participate in the freshman martial arts competition. This energy core can help you increase your strength during battle. Xiang Tian clutched the monster core in his hand, a bit moved, asking Changyang Hu, big brother, you said you had business during the day. Was it to help me get the monster core? He smiled, glanced at him, and replied, I'm your big brother. I have no skills. I can only do these things for you. Then, trembling, he turned to walk away. Freshman martial arts competition. Fourth brother, you must perform well. He heard that and pursed his lips thinking, is this competition that important? Big brother got the monster core for me regardless of the danger to his life. Then, Changyang Hu suddenly sat down, startling him. Then the guy lay flat. Seeing this, he asked, big brother, what are you doing? Changyang Hu opened his eyes slightly and replied to him, fourth brother, I can only help you this far. Remember to bring my ashes back. He heard his brother's last words. His face went blank as he scratched his head. Big brother, let's stop messing around, okay? I just checked your wounds. They are all superficial wounds. Although serious. But you won't die. Hearing him reply like that, the guy shouted loudly. Not dying. Finished speaking. He coughed up blood abruptly, then laughed loudly again. I even thought I was done for. Huh. He saw that and laughed helplessly. Really? Stupid big brother. If not for me, afraid you would have died from blood loss, he said and tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve. Then Xiangtian approached, bandaged the wound on Changyang's stomach. The guy smiled and rubbed his head. He smiled and spoke up. The blood has temporarily stopped flowing. As long as you quickly return to the academy for treatment as soon as possible, you'll be fine, he replied. Fourth brother is so capable. No wonder Uncle Da praised you. At this moment, high above, the female teacher was observing. She thought to herself, caught up already? Her eyes became gloomy, but there's still a long way ahead. Little devil of the Chanyang clan. A few days later, at the freshman competition venue, people gathered in large numbers, buzzing with discussion. The freshman competition is about to start. Don't know which freshman will be the top this year. Go quickly, running out of seats now. At the competition arena, cheers rang out ceaselessly. Xiangtian looked around, eyes shining, excitedly exclaiming, worthy of Cargath Academy. A freshman competition can create such a big scene. While he was busy looking around, suddenly there was a shout. Chanyang Xiangtian, number 1. It turned out to be his big brother Chanyang who, waving a flag up there and shouting loudly, fourth brother, do your best. I bet my entire fortune on you winning. Making everyone burst into laughter. He was so embarrassed down there, he wanted to bury himself. Trembling, he gave a thumbs up towards there, thinking to himself, with a big brother like that, how can I not lose face? Just then, a voice rang out. Fellow students, an extremely elegant young master introduced himself. I am the vice principal of Cargath Academy by N. Today's martial arts competition will be directed by me. The vice principal smiled and spoke. The rewards this time are the same as previous years. Then listed the rewards one by one. First place receives a level 3 monster core. Second place receives a level 2 monster core. Third place receives a level 1 monster core. Any student who makes it into the top 50 can receive 1 purple coin. Monster cores and coins of different shapes and colors appeared following the introduction. The people below immediately buzzed. Getting into the top 50 can get a purple coin. 1 purple coin is enough for a normal person to live for 10 years. On this side, Kadi Chili heard those words and sneered. Poor people, never seen the world, so excited over 1 purple coin, truly pitiful. The guy next to her also spoke up in mockery. My daily pocket money is not less than 3 purple coins. At this moment, Bai In continued to explain the rules. According to the draw results for group division, a knockout match will begin. The rules are very simple. Weapons are not allowed. Killing is prohibited. Hope everyone can perform well. After that, Bayan waved his fan, now declaring, Bayan shouted excitedly. The competition begins. At that moment, fireworks were also fired. Everyone cheered ceaselessly. Xiangtian saw this and exclaimed, so exaggerated. At this moment, Kadi Chioli and the guy from earlier spoke up to mock him. Little kid, don't get eliminated too early. I still have to wait to personally deal with you. The girl also added, but looking at him like this, probably really won't have the chance to meet us. He heard that and only replied indifferently, yes, you guys are very ugly. Whatever you say is right. After speaking, he sighed and turned to walk away, making the two of them extremely angry. Damn it, you better not meet me in the end, or I will definitely kill you. A while later, after the first round, Xiangtian knocked out the first guy with 1 punch. Chanyang, who immediately cheered. Fourth brother is so good. The next few people were also knocked out by Ka Diliang. Commoner, Godi. In the end, Taita sat scratching his head, reaching out to the girl standing below him and speaking up. Are you okay? The girl just smiled and replied, haha, I lost. Directly thrown out by you. After that, entering the quarterfinals. Quarterfinal round 1. Shangyang Xiangtian versus Kappa Adikuli. The girl chilly smiled brightly and spoke up. To be able to enter the quarterfinals, consider yourself lucky. The two of them stepped onto the competition stage. Someone below shouted loudly, little sister, kill him. On this side, Chanyang, who was not outdone, Fourth brother, do your best. Up here, Xiangtian stood calmly picking his nose and exclaimed, truly enemies on a narrow road. At this moment, the girl quickly rushed forward. But your luck ends here. Xiangtian simply crossed his arms and dodged her first move. After that, he dodged a few more times, making the girl irritated. Let's see how long you can hide. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth thinking, without leaving the ground, he could dodge all my attacks, not letting Chili think long. He spoke up, my turn. Then, to her astonishment, he prepared to throw a punch forward. Chili gritted her teeth looking at that move. Fortunately, the girl managed to dodge in time. After that, he spoke seriously. I don't want to hit a woman. I concede. The girl heard that and panicked, thinking, could it be he is stronger than me? How is that possible? Her face darkened, gritting her teeth, thinking, no, I absolutely won't lose to him. Otherwise, where will my face be? Immediately, Chili kicked towards him, screaming, I haven't lost yet. He still stood firm, blocking that kick with one hand, angrily scolding, pig head. At this moment, a sharp needle appeared on the tip of the girl's shoe. That needle flew towards him, startling him. Just a little bit more and the needle would have pierced his eye. Kappa, the cutie left. I won. Chanyang Xiangtian lost his balance and was about to fall. Suddenly his eyes changed into something like a bagua, but different in that it was blue and white. A beam of light, like a purple-blue flame, shot towards his eye, but suddenly stopped. That beam of light flew back towards Xioli's eye, startling her. What? Kappa, the cutie then, fell backwards in pain. Xiangtian had returned to normal by now, forehead beaded with sweat, thinking, lucky that my violet azure sword art has reached minor success. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous just now. Everyone watching the match between the two wondered. Someone asked, what happened just now? Why did Kadi, Chioli, suddenly fall down? Too far away to see clearly. Seemed like something flew out from under Kadi, Chioli's shoe sole. At this moment, Bai-In hurriedly ran to the two of them. Bai-In saw Chili was fine and sighed in relief, saying, luckily, it's just ordinary poison needle. Won't cause death. Xiangtian said in boredom, this thing has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Bai-In announced, Kadi, Chioli violated the rules. Disqualified from the competition. Chanyang Xiangtian wins. After hearing the announcement, Xiangtian happily gave a thumbs up, posing very colorfully. While down there, Chanyang, who was happy to the point of tears, saying, fourth brother, I'm rich. On the other side, Kadi and his gang were visibly angry. At this moment, Bai-In came to praise. Chanyang Xiangtian, you're pretty good. Xiangtian was a bit startled when Bai-In praised him. He asked himself, is he praising me? Why do I feel like the vice principal has a scheme? The round had reached the next match. At this moment in the tunnel, two brothers were talking. The older brother spoke first. Second brother, this forbidden drug can increase your strength. Drink it. The younger brother, Kadi Liang, spoke up to answer. Big brother, don't you believe in my strength? Kappa, the Yun replied. I don't allow any accidents. Third sister failed. Embarrassing the family. You must win the first place. Only then can we keep the face of the Kadi family. Okay, big brother. I understand. Kappa, the Yang replied. At this moment outside the arena, the match between Passerby A and Xiangtian was being announced. Passerby A has lost consciousness. Chanyang Xiangtian wins. Xiangtian was celebrating wildly. Bai-In rubbed his head and praised. Indeed, formidable. Xiangtian. At this moment, it was Tai Ta competing with Liang. Xiangtian cheered. Duh. Do your best. Tai Ta smiled and replied. Hee, we brothers will meet in the final. Liang stepped onto the arena. His eyes were fierce, full of murderous intent, as if wanting to eat his opponent alive. Xiangtian saw that and thought, Kadi Liang's state isn't right. Tai Ta was still smiling and said, my strength is very great. I won't hold back when fighting. Prepare yourself mentally. Liang used a fierce voice to reply, cut the crap. You are basically not my opponent. Bai-In unknown Sith. Match begins. Tai Ta threw a punch towards Liang. Liang also threw a punch towards him. The two fists collided, creating a huge aura. Tai Ta was knocked back. He thought, unexpectedly, his strength is even greater than mine. Taking that chance, Liang rushed close to him. Liang punched him in the stomach and shouted loudly, I must cripple you. That punch made Tai Ta vomit blood. Tai was kicked painfully in the stomach, flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Kadi Liang raised his fist and said, "Go to die." Bai Yin immediately blocked Kadi Liang's fist with his fan. He shouted, "Stop!" Changyang Xiangtian also ran over and asked with concern, "Dia, duh, are you okay?" Kadi Liang's face turned red with anger as he said, "Vice Principal, dia, duh." Closed his eyes in pain. Blood still flowing from his mouth, he said to Xiangtian, "Xiangtian, I am sorry. I lost." Xiangtian gave a thumbs up. With a confident face, he comforted Tai Ta. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." At this moment, Tai Ta also felt reassured, smiled, and replied, "Okay." Xiangtian turned back to look at Kadi Liang with a cold face and asked, "Ready to die yet?" Kadi Liang, being held back by Bai Yin, boiled with rage even more, roaring at Xiangtian. "Changyang Xiangtian, I must kill you." Xiangtian turned to ask Bai Yin, "Vice Principal, can we start the duel now?" Changyang, who stood below the stand, screaming, "Vice Principal, Kadi Liang clearly used drugs. He cheated. Disqualify him." Bai Yin didn't answer Changyang, who but looked towards the opponent and said, "If you all agree." Changyang, who on this side, still raised his fist, screaming, "Disqualify! Disqualify!" Bai Yin spoke the final words with difficulty. "Then the duel begins now." Changyang, who couldn't believe the words Bai Yin uttered. He continuously hurled insults at Bai Yin. "Shady, the Vice Principal is covering for the Kadi family. This match is unfair. I want to see the Principal." Bai Yin being insulted like that felt like 10,000 arrows of guilt piercing straight into him. Not waiting for Changyang, who to say anything more, Bai Yin turned around and used his fan to knock him away, then shouted, "Too noisy. Fly far away and reflect on yourself." Although Changyang, who flew away, he still left his voice behind. "I will be back." Xiangtian looked at Bai Yin with some fear, thinking, Kadi Liang really used drugs. "Changyang Xiangtian, are you confident enough to fight under this condition?" Bai Yin seemed to guess his thoughts through his expression, so he glanced at him confidently. The scene on the stage was silent. No one spoke. Standing in a stalemate, Bai Yin prepared to step down the stairs. The wind swept past the clothes of the three people. Kadi Liang boiled with blood. His whole face turned red. Raising his fist, he said, "Because of you, I gave him my pride, turning into this appearance." Then he punched the ground and said, "Changyang Xiangtian, I must make you remember the consequences of offending the Kadi family." Xiangtian helplessly raised his hand to cover his face because rocks and dirt were smashed up by Liang, flying everywhere. Liang roared and rushed towards Xiangtian with angry eyes. Perhaps the drug he drank had exerted its effect to the extreme. Once again, Kadi Liang slammed both hands onto the ground. The ground around him cracked, creating a large, dazzling yellow vortex. Kadi Liang said, "My power is comparable to the 10th layer of Saint Force. What do you have to fight me with?" Xiangtian raised his hand to brush the dust off himself and replied, "You'll know very soon." Kadi Liang said, "Wait until I beat you until your teeth fall all over the ground." He jumped up while swinging his fist and continued, "See if you can still laugh." Kadi Liang flexed his arm muscles and threw a punch straight at Xiangtian, but he was easily dodged by him. Xiangtian gently raised a hand, preparing to counterattack. His hand gently touched Kadi Liang's elbow. Immediately, his fist shot back straight into his own face, while Xiangtian stepped back a bit after the hit. Kadi Liang flew far away. He plowed his face directly into the ground, legs pointing to the sky, lying on the ground in pain. His nose turned red like a tomato, but he still didn't understand why Xiangtian could easily knock him down with one move. Xiangtian stood under the tree canopy and spoke, "Just fighting you like this." Kadi Liang turned to look at Xiangtian, thinking, "Damn it." Kadi Liang suddenly raised his leg to kick Xiangtian, but he quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge. Xiangtian grabbed his leg, smiling triumphantly. Xiangtian grabbed Liang's leg, lifted it high, and said, "Dahe," making him struggle to support himself with both hands on the ground. Then he let go. Tiger crushes the crotch, causing Liang's legs to spread wide. He cried out in pain, "Oh, eh." Liang gritted his teeth in pain, tears flowing, resenting in his heart. This bastard dared to trap me. The people below watched and laughed mockingly. Someone said, "Ha, what is Kadi Liang doing? Performing circus acts?" Someone laughed until tears fell and replied, Ka Di Liang even knows how to do the splits, unexpected. While behind, someone was fuming with anger. That was Ka Di Liang's big brother. Kappa di un shaute dangridi. Second brother, what the hell are you doing? Be serious for me. Don't lose face for the family. Ka Di Yin stood up clutching his crotch, pointing at Xiangtian and accusing. Dare to not use witchcraft. Fight me fair and square. Xiangtian on this side was happily raising 2 hands, making a say hi. Then he closed his eyes, sighed, and said, Fina, then I will fight you seriously. Ka Di Liang used his power to make his body muscular and huge, bursting his shirt open, saying, Watch me beat you into a pig head. Xiangtian also used power to flex. His face gradually became darkened, but still very handsome. Liang saw Xiangtian showing signs of creating clones and was extremely surprised, also somewhat apprehensive. Liang was huge, but Xiangtian didn't show weakness. He threw a punch at Liang's giant body, throwing a punch at Liang's body, but it seemed he was unharmed. He sweated but also mocked Xiangtian. Speed is fast enough. But unfortunately, the fist technique is too powerless. So what if I let you hit me once? Xiangtian looked at him confidently, preparing another punch, saying, Who said it was one punch? Suddenly Liang's body felt extremely uncomfortable. Steam rose from his head. A punch landed on Liang's face, making him close his eyes tight in pain and grit his teeth. Another punch to the side of Liang's cheek made him bleed even more from his nose. Xiangtian continuously punched Liang's face. He was in pain with no chance to fight back. Xiangtian's face was sharp, hitting Liang so much that his hands looked like they were multiplying. Liang could only retreat and fall down. Liang's face on the ground was beaten swollen. The stone floor around him cracked. Xiangtian looked serious and said, You are not even worthy for me to use a sword. Then he held his face, helplessly lamenting. I'm a dignified sword god, yet here I am bullying a kid. If word gets out, it's really losing face. Bayan held the speaker and excitedly announced, Changyang Xiangtian wins, becoming the freshman king. Then he thought, Changyang Xiangtian is only 14 years old. Why does it feel like he has experienced 100 battles? Could this be a young man with an old soul? Bayan put his hand on his chin, thinking, After all, this year finally produced a freshman with enough strength. Changyang, who suddenly appeared on a hot air balloon. Seeing his brother win, he laughed loudly and shouted, Gadi Liang is ruined. Finally lost to my 4th brother. Losing face. Too much loss of face. Down here, Bai In and Xiangtian both looked up with annoyance and helplessness. Suddenly Changyang, whose hot air balloon deflated. He looked up, On the ground, Bai In and Xiangtian both threw hidden weapons. Both said together, Too noisy. A voice echoed from the hot air balloon. I will be back. Then both person and balloon flew away. Ka Di Yin boiled with rage. His whole body emitted fire, angrily saying, Changyang Xiangtian, I absolutely won't forgive you. While around were cheers for the winner. Ka Di Yin clenched his fists tightly, crushing the sturdy concrete wall, his face distorted with anger, gritting his teeth, hissing, Within 3 days, I will personally expel you from the academy. At the academy in the evening sunset, a wooden chest containing a glowing yellow stone. Beside it, a voice rang out, Student Xiangtian, congratulations on becoming this year's freshman king. Bayan smiled gently, spreading his arms, saying to Xiangtian, This is the reward for the freshman king. A level 3 monster core. After receiving the reward, you can go. Xiangtian quickly took the box and left coldly, leaving a sentence. Thank you, Vice Principal. Then I'll go back first. Bayan witnessed that attitude and was confused, waving his fan. He even went to the door and called after him. Xiangtian, you must continue to work hard in the future. I have high hopes for you. Xiangtian replied coldly. Yes. After the boy left, he closed the door. Bayan's face gradually became dangerous. He asked the person behind him, Principal, how do you feel about him? The principal was still holding a pipe in his hand. Laughing loudly, he replied, Outstanding strength. Mature mentality. Is he really only 14 years old? Bayan spoke up to ask, Does the academy need to provide resources to help him cultivate? Create a good relationship with him? He replied, Not needed for now. Xiangtian is so outstanding. Some people won't sit still. Bayan heard that and asked back, You mean them? The principal's face gradually became serious, saying, if he can survive the trial, it won't be too late for us to act then. Yahello respectfully replied, yes. Principal, I understand. At the same time, Xiang Tian was walking down the stairs when he noticed someone sitting leaning against the stone wall. He exclaimed in surprise, Big brother. Chanyang, who woke up from his sleep. Seeing Xiang Tian, he widened his eyes and asked, why did the vice principal call you to the study? What did he say? The boy held up the treasure chest. Didn't say anything, just gave me the reward. Xiang Tian smiled brightly. Happily suggested, Big brother, for me, risk your life to get the monster core. I'll give this level 3 monster core to you. Chanyang, who bluntly refused. This is your reward. You keep it. It's very beneficial for your cultivation. Xiang Tian heard that and mumbled. Big brother. He suddenly shouted. Xiang Tian, I'm your big brother. Listen to me. The boy smiled gently. Softly said, then I'll keep it. Chanyang, who grinned widely, putting his arm around Xiang Tian. That's the way. That's the way. Let's go. Big brother will treat you to a good meal. Congratulations on becoming the freshman king, making the boy laugh along. Two figures close together like shadows. Walking happily under the late afternoon sunset, Xiang Tian saw 2 long ribbons hanging across the tree trunk and asked shyly, Big brother, did you bring all these? Chanyang, who proudly affirmed, of course. Isn't it very impressive? You gave me a lot of face this time. Making Xiang Tian pause, alertly said, Big brother, something is wrong. Chanyang, who also started to notice. Looking around. Oh, why is there no one on the road? 3 people appeared out of nowhere in front of them. One of them was Chioli. She spoke up. Big brother, must teach them a lesson. Liang also chimed in. Big brother. Chanyang Xiang Tian learned witchcraft. Be careful. Kappa die Jungfrau. Saying, Chanyang Xiang Tian won against my second brother and third sister by despicable means. I must demand justice for the Kadi family. Chanyang, who challenged. Isn't it just losing and rushing to find face back? Kappa Diyun. Let the 2 of us fight. How about it? As he spoke, he reached out to block in front of Xiang Tian. Kadian heard that and glared, smirked and asked back. Fight with me. He started activating his power, simultaneously mocking Chanyang, who. You. Chanyang, who observed the energy around him and asked. You can condense a saint weapon? Xiang Tian thought to himself. Kadian's power is stronger than Big Brother. Kadian was furious. However, he still smirked, threatening Chanyang, who. Today I will cripple you brothers. Kick you out of the academy. Kadian held the sword in his hand, smiled slightly, and said, the future of the Kadi family, we convince people with virtue, will not attack an unarmed person. Here, take it. Saying that, he threw the sword to Chanyang, who amidst delighted laughter. Chanyang, who easily caught the sword and replied, so what if you advance to saint? I'm not afraid of you. He glanced at Chanyang Xiang Tian and instructed, 4th brother, I'll hold off Kadian. You find a chance to rush out. Chanyang Xiang Tian asked blankly, huh? Chanyang, who held the sword and bravely rushed forward. A massive power emitted around him, making Chanyang Xiang Tian gape in panic. Kadian also rushed up. He smiled and mocked, overestimating yourself. The 2 fought fiercely, swinging 2 swords at each other. Kadian smiled and used his sword to easily cut Chanyang, whose sword, to his surprise. Chanyang, who quickly dodged the slash, but his sword was cut in half. He gritted his teeth in anger, cursing silently, damn it. Chanyang, who held his hands tight and shouted loudly, don't look down on me. He shouted worriedly, 4th brother, go quickly. Kappa Diyun smiled viciously. A light began to appear around him. He smiled and asked, thinking like that can control me? A moment later, the light formed a sphere surrounding Kadian. It emitted a violent energy radiating outwards, pushing Chanyang away. He was heavily injured. Blood began to flow from his mouth. Kadian said smugly, that's why I said you overestimate yourself. Chanyang, who was hit straight in the stomach by Kadian's powerful energy, flinging him far away. Chanyang, who fell down in pain. Chanyang Xiang Tian hurriedly ran to support him. He called worriedly, Big brother. Chanyang, who gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Blood kept flowing from his mouth. He asked, 4th brother, why didn't you take the chance to rush out just now? Chanyang Xiang Tian replied immediately, Big brother, how could I leave you behind? His face darkened. Rage began to rise. Changyang Shantian said, "This bastard," striking so heavily. "I'm not done with him." Then he aggressively stepped forward. Changyang, who felt extremely worried. He trembled, trying to reach out to stop him. He struggled to call, "Fourth brother, don't go. You are not his opponent." Ka Di Liang walked up to Ka Di Yun, looking extremely excited and happy, saying, "Big brother, let me handle him." Ka Di Chuli also raised her hand excitedly, saying, "Big brother, let me handle him." Changyang Shantian clenched his fist tightly and walked silently forward. This time, Ka Di Yun decided to let Ka Di Liang step up to deal with him. Ka Di Liang bragged and threatened Changyang Shantian as soon as he entered the field. "Last time was my carelessness. This time," before he could finish, Changyang Shantian gave him a hit that made blood gush out of his nose. A large flame appeared from his hand, burning everything nearby. He said softly, "I'm in a bad mood. No interest in hearing your long-windedness." A disciple of Ka Di Yun, wearing a full black face mask, exclaimed in fear. One hit and Ka Di Liang flew. Changyang Shantian calmly walked close to Ka Di Yun and said, "I come to seek advice from you." He didn't say anything, but just opened his mouth to smile slightly. Ka Di Yun showed a disdainful attitude and asked, "Winning against my second brother indeed shows some ability. But Changyang, who with 10th layer Saint Force, wasn't even my opponent. An 8th layer Saint Force like you is worthy of fighting me." Ka Di Chuli stood behind, frantically urging her big brother. "Teach him a lesson he'll remember. Cripple him." Kappa Di Yun chuckled softly. A yellow light surrounded him again. He replied arrogantly, "Then I'll play with you a bit." "I know. It's educate you." Changyang Shantian frowned. He put his hands forward, ready to fight. He said boldly, "I'll accompany you to the end." Changyang Shantian closed his eyes. He lowered his hands. A powerful purple energy emitted from his body. When Changyang Shantian opened his eyes, they were red and filled with anger. Radiating pure killing intent. Changyang Shantian recalled past memories. In a battle, he once said that before absolute power, whatever witchcraft you use is useless. Ka Di Yun seemed not to have sensed his end yet. He still smiled smugly, holding out his sword in a fighting stance. He held the sword and rushed forward, saying, "Cunning tricks. Eat my sword." The two rushed into a fierce battle. Dust and smoke rose thickly. Fire also burned fiercely. With extremely fast speed, Changyang Shantian easily dodged Ka Di Yun's sword strike. The two passed each other. Changyang Shantian threw a punch. The punch was surrounded by a circle of energy. He prepared a punch forward. With a decisive and extremely powerful punch, Ka Di Yun took the full force of that punch. He gritted his teeth to endure and whispered, "A saint's body is hard as iron. Your attack basically does nothing," shouting loudly in anger. Then swinging the sword forward. Luckily, Changyang Shantian dodged in time. The sword strikes slashed continuously with rapid speed from Ka Di Yun, creating illusions that made Changyang Shantian look up. He worriedly thought, "Not effective?" At this moment, Changyang, who watching the fight from afar, was very worried about his junior brother. He continuously urged, "Fourth brother, go quickly. You are not his opponent." Ka Di Yun raised his sword and jumped high. He laughed delightfully and then said smugly, "Want to run?" Too late. At this moment, Changyang Shantian stood still with no reaction. He smiled slightly, then replied, "I admit the power of a saint is indeed formidable. But," Ka Di Yun was smug, shooting loudly, "D." He slashed the sword down without hesitation. Changyang Shantian managed to quickly dodge that sword strike, making him rejoice in vain. He executed a technique and continued. No matter how strong the body is, joint positions are always fragile. Changyang Shantian struck directly at Ka Di Yun's arm joint, making his eyes widen. Bewildered, asking what? That strike from Changyang Shantian caused Ka Di Yun's arm to be bent backward. He screamed in pain, "Ah, my arm! This is impossible. I am a saint." Changyang Shantian stood watching him in pain from a distance. He thought to himself, "This young master lives in luxury. Combat experience is clearly trash." Ka Di Chili saw this and ran over in panic, asking, "Big brother, are you okay?" "Your hand." But responding to her concern was a hit from Ka Di Yun himself. He shouted loudly, "Get lost." Then Ka Di Yun walked towards Changyang Shantian. He grabbed his collar, roaring fiercely, "I must kill you. I must kill you." Changyang Shantian appeared very calm. He asked, "Have you killed anyone?" This question made him stop and reply in surprise. "Yeah," holding tightly onto Ka-Di Yun's trembling hand. He warned, "Trust me, betting with your life will end miserably." Then firmly gave him two choices: get lost or die. Ka-Di Chili quickly turned and ran first. Kappa di yang paniktasking. "Oh, big brother." Ka-Di Yun was so terrified that he broke out in a sweat, limbs trembling. Before leaving, he stammered, You just wait." Changyang Xiangtian crossed his arms, calmly said, "So they ran away." Truly useless. Ka-Di Yun's disciples hurriedly ran away. They called, "Big brother, wait for us." Changyang, who stood looking at his junior brother with admiration. After everything was done, Changyang Xiangtian returned to his usual gentle appearance. He smiled and asked, "Big brother, am I awesome?" Changyang, who replied, "Fourth brother, are you really only 14? Looking really scary." Changyang Xiangtian put his hands on his face, acting cute, and replied, "What are you asking? I really am only 14. Will you take me out to play?" This expression made Changyang, who dropped his jaw in fear. He said, "Only a ghost would believe you. That face of yours." Expression. Standing from high above, Baiyun was watching their actions. Changyang Xiangtian kept calling Big Brother, while Changyang, who kept backing away in fear, replying, "Stay away from me." He laughed delightfully and asked, "Little devil Changyang Xiangtian is too funny. Don't you say?" The person with silver hair and a sexy figure sat with crossed arms and replied coldly, "No need to speak good words for him. His life and death are not for me to say." She sighed wearily and continued, "The person above might be watching him, making him." Baiyun replied, "This is fate." The sky gradually darkened. Below in the yard, Changyang Hu and Changyang Xiangtian were still chatting happily. On a beautiful early morning in the Tianyuan continent. At this time, Changyang Xiangtian was holding a pile of books. He looked at the pile of books and said wearily, "Big brother is really unreliable," saying something about having to go into seclusion, asking me to go to the library to help him return books. While walking, he suddenly felt a bit worried, remembering yesterday's incident with his big brother Changyang Hu. "Oh no," momentarily careless. Taught the cultivation method from my past life to big brother. Changyang Hu even asked him, "Fourth brother, the cultivation method you taught me is indeed miraculous. Where did you learn it?" The question sounded simple, but how could Xiangtian tell the truth? And at that time, he was too flustered, so he just made up an answer. "I learned in the clan's library." Changyang Hu heard that and believed it immediately without suspicion. "So that's it. I left the Changyang clan when I was young. No wonder I didn't know." As soon as the words were spoken, this big brother excitedly said, "With the help of this technique, I believe very soon I will advance to the saint level. I will go into seclusion to cultivate for these few days." Seeing this, Xiangtian was speechless. But in his heart, he thought, "What is this sudden enthusiasm?" End of flashback. Xiangtian was putting on a gloomy face because he was suddenly ordered around like this. Then he looked down at the stack of books in his hand and muttered. But it turned out the book he just saw was one with content not suitable for children under 18. Xiangtian asked himself, "Why does Cargath Academy's library have this kind of book?" I seem to understand why Big Brother found it inconvenient to return it. Here, he didn't think much more, said, and walked to the library gate. Seeing such a large library in front of him made Xiangtian unable to help but exclaim, "Is this the library of Cargath Academy?" Indeed, a large scale. Because he liked it so much, he ran straight inside, running and exclaiming about the scale of this place. "It's bigger than the Changyang clan's library. Surely there are more books too. Truly a good place for cultivation." Intending to go in to return the books and then conveniently cultivate, suddenly two people stood out to block Changyang Xiangtian's way. One of them spoke up, "Stop," making our boys stare blankly. They were two disciples of Cargath Academy just now. The big guy standing in front arrogantly ordered him, "Hand over the protection fee." Hearing that, Xiangtian asked in surprise, "Protection fee?" The guy pointed behind him and replied proudly, "Correct." Kadian dropped out and went home. Now, the library has returned to the management of our big brother Luo Jian. Xiangtian wondered. Kadian dropped out. The guy didn't bother answering the question anymore. Directly said, "Cut the crap. Why do you ask so much? Quickly hand over the protection fee." These words made our boy's face turn pale. Sweating profusely, At the same time, behind him, two figures were approaching. Then, that person quickly appeared. As soon as he spoke, he refuted the words of the guy demanding the protection fee. Talking nonsense. The library has clearly returned to the management of my big brother, Chung Mingxiang. Since when was it your turn to come here and collect protection fees? So these guys were divided into two factions. One side was Luo Jian subordinates. The remaining side was Chung Mingxiang's. Then another guy stepped forward and said, "Everyone is a classmate. Making money together. This classmate. Hand over 2 portions of protection fees." Changyang Xiangtian heard their nonsensical conversation and not only didn't hand over the money, but also put on an attitude and asked them, "Are you guys serious?" Suddenly, Luo Jian's subordinate rushed forward and knocked the pile of books from Xiangtian's hands, to his surprise. He fiercely said, "We are collecting protection fees. Cooperate a bit. Otherwise, I'll beat you." As soon as the words ended, the whole group clenched their fists, also putting on scary faces as if wanting to threaten the child in front of them, seeing they wanted to get physical. At this time, he could only sigh, thinking to himself, I wanted to be a humble person, but you guys won't give me this chance. Thought it and did it. Next was the scene of a chaotic fight. Saying it's a fight, but needless to say, that mediocre bunch couldn't touch a single hair of Xiangtian. Not unexpectedly. Too bad for that useless bunch. They forgot to check the calendar today and messed with the wrong person. These guys were good at bullying the weak with numbers. Once beaten, they became obedient immediately. Everyone knelt and bowed their heads before Xiangtian. Luo Jian's subordinate was crying miserably, saying, "Big brother, we were wrong. We had eyes but didn't see Mount Tai." Next to him, Chung Mingxiang's subordinate was equally miserable, tears streaming down, begging for mercy. "Big brother, we won't dare to do it again. Big brother, spare us." Xiangtian annoyedly ordered them. "Say where you went wrong." Luo Jian's subordinate hurriedly answered, lest he get a few more hits. "Big brother, we were wrong. We shouldn't have come to the library to collect protection fees." While they were talking, a woman suddenly walked over from somewhere. Coincidentally, just as Xiangtian was about to pick up his big brother's obscene book, that person walked up and stood right in front of him. The woman just now was none other than the girl Yu. Don't know what she will think seeing that book. Xiangtian looked up. Just one look, and he recognized who the opponent was immediately. Opened his mouth. "It's you." The girl Yu pouted. Said, "Teacher even said you weren't a bad person. So, these guys collecting protection fees are all your subordinates." Then she said again, "And you." At this point, our Xiangtian was doomed because you had picked up that book first, and angrily said, "You even read this kind of obscene, dirty book." Misunderstanding one thing was enough, but this was two at once, making his face turn completely red, quickly snatching the book back and awkwardly replying, "Why did you misunderstand again? Listen to me explain first." But not even bothering to listen to any explanation from the other side, Yu stood with her arms crossed. "If you show attitude, you lecherous, depraved bastard, I won't let you off." Even so, Xiangtian didn't give up, determined to explain to her, "You really misunderstood. This book isn't mine. They aren't my subordinates either." The more she listened, the angrier she got. "You still won't admit it?" Immediately after, the seemingly weak girl gave her friend a punch. She scolded loudly. "I heard them call you big brother with my own ears." Don't know if Xiangtian was scared, but right before his eyes, those subordinates from the two factions were scared pale. Next, they hurriedly ran away, daring not stay here anymore, and even boldly reminded the person they just called big brother. "Two big brothers is Xiangtian here. You wait. Someone will come to avenge us." Xiangtian saw that and turned to shout, calling them back. "Hey, you guys explain for me." At this point, even the protagonist, Yahello, couldn't save him. He thought to himself, "Damn it. Like this, I can't explain clearly anymore." Because of being misunderstood and having no way to explain, Xiangtian had no choice but to unleash his power. His whole body emitted a powerful spiritual energy. Even so, Yi remained very calm inside, not a bit surprised or afraid of this power. Opposite her, Xiangtian had reached out his hand towards the girl, looking domineering as if he would fight a life-and-death battle. She saw that and glared, thinking to herself, "Here it comes." Thought they would fight a fierce battle, but surprisingly, Xiangtian suddenly pointed behind her and exclaimed, "Vice Principal Bai." Immediately, Yu also turned around in surprise to look. Vice Principal Bai. Turns out all of this was just a trick Xiangtian played. As soon as he saw her fall for the trap, he ran away to escape, lest he get beaten up. You just now thought the Vice Principal really came, so she was tricked like that. But there was no one in front. She found it strange and turned to say, "This." Words not yet finished, the second problem appeared. That was Xiangtian had run away completely. Only then did she realize she had been tricked, fuming with anger. Yu angrily stomped her foot on the ground, causing it to crack in pieces, then screamed in frustration. "Bastard, let him escape again. Don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." Then she also turned and left. Before leaving, she said, "Oomph." Lost all mood to read. Whatever. Unaware that Xiangtian was hiding behind a nearby wall. He was sweating profusely from worry. Although the opponent had left, his expression didn't improve much. He thought to himself, escaped her. As a dignified sword god, quarreling with a little girl is unbecoming. But now, it turned out Xiangtian wasn't alone here. Don't know since when, but Vice Principal Bayan had appeared right behind him and spoke in an amused tone. "You hide pretty fast." Hearing this, Xiangtian immediately turned around and stared at the person behind. He was startled and asked, "Vice Principal Bai, when did you arrive?" Then Bai casually leaned his hand against the wall, smiling. "Since you pretended to call me, you acted very well." Xiangtian, being praised, replied with a trembling voice, "Sorry, Vice Principal Bai." Not stopping there, Bai asked again, "What is the relationship between you and that female student? Why hide from her?" Hearing that, he crossed his arms and replied, "No relationship at all. Just met twice. A little misunderstanding occurred. That's why I hid from her." Seeing this answer from his student, Bayan suddenly turned around and asked, "Xiangtian, do you believe in fate?" Xiangtian asked back in surprise. Bayan quickly explained, "Our institute has a total of 4 districts. Tens of thousands of students. You and she could meet. And misunderstandings occurred. This is fate." Our little boy heard these words and put on a face as if pondering many things. He replied, "That counts as fate?" Clearly the misunderstanding is getting deeper. But Vice Principal Bayan didn't bother explaining anything more and turned his back to leave directly. Walking and laughing, he said, You will understand later. I still have work. Going first." Then left Xiangtian bewildered behind, watching Bayan's retreating back. He didn't forget to wave goodbye to Xiangtian. At this moment, he spoke out the thoughts in his heart. What is the Vice Principal acting mysterious for? Truly hard to understand. But here, he didn't want to think much anymore, ignoring everything that just happened and continuing his original purpose for coming here. So he bent down to pick up the book and said to himself, "Whatever, still want to read books." Truly wanting a bit of peace isn't allowed, because suddenly a group of people approached Xiangtian from behind. The leader was Cheng Mingxiang's subordinate. Now he brought 500 brothers along. As soon as he saw Xiangtian, he pointed at him and shouted, "Brothers, it's him. Big brothers. It's him." The whole group flocked to demand a fight with him. Arrogantly said, "Just now was because we had few people, letting you take advantage. This time we must teach you some manners." Facing this situation, our Xiangtian could only sigh wearily, thinking in his head with boredom. "I just wanted to go to the library." Next were the miserable screams of a group of people. Needless to say what happened. Not taking too much time, before long, the group of students who were arrogantly demanding to teach someone a lesson had to kneel down before a boy who was only 14 years old, saying in unison, "Big brother." We were wrong. And Xiangtian didn't want to say much to that bunch. Just said, "You guys stay here and reflect. I'm going to return the books." Then turned and left. The whole group heard and obeyed instantly. They obediently replied, "Yes, big brother." Switching scenes to another place. At this time, there was a student of Cargath Academy. That person rushed while shouting, "Bad news." Then he went to a room and threw the door open, quickly reporting urgent news to the person inside. "Big brother Luo Jian. Our people were beaten at the library." Turns out this guy was also a subordinate of the person named Luo Jian. Just hearing this, Luo Jian dropped the heavy weight onto the floor, startling the subordinate. The person before us now is Luo Jian, a big guy with a scar on his face, holding a huge fiery weapon. Then he angrily asked the subordinate, "Who dare to touch my people?" Ending Luo Jian's part here. Next, let's go to another place together, although not a jungle. a fierce beast appeared here. There was even red blood on the floor. Although not understanding what happened to it, immediately after, the beast screamed in pain. 2 seconds later, it was torn apart by someone like a piece of paper. Who exactly has such terrifying power? Turns out this person is not unfamiliar at all. As soon as he appeared, he said, "Beating my Chung Mingxiang's people truly don't know life from death. Who else plants potatoes in this land?" Needless to say, this is the second big brother at the academy, named Chung Mingxiang. Changyang Xiangtian walked out of the library gate. He scratched his head and sighed. Finally returned the books. Next time I won't help big brother do this embarrassing thing again. Suddenly he realized something strange. Xiangtian looked at the crowd in front confusedly and asked himself, why are there so many people at the door all of a sudden? He immediately squeezed into the crowd, peeking behind the backs of the disciples who were also watching. Luo Jian spoke in a mocking tone. Chung Mingxiang, her Kadian dropped out, thinking of coming out to compete for boss. Chung Mingxiang laughed kaka and replied, Luo Jian, you know clearly, Kadian was never my opponent. I was just too lazy to compete with him. Changyang Xiangtian asked the disciple standing next to him, Hey classmate, what happened? He glanced at Xiangtian and replied, You don't know? Someone defeated Chung Mingxiang and Luo Jian's people. Changyang Xiangtian heard that and said in surprise, I know this. It was me. The disciple was still focused on watching the two argue and automatically spoke up. Knowing it, why ask me? But as soon as he finished speaking, he shouted in panic. You did it. Everyone around saw this and stared at Xiangtian. A disciple who had just been beaten with a swollen cheek immediately pointed at Xiangtian and tattled. Big brother, it's him. Luo Jian and Chung Mingxiang approached to look at the short Xiangtian standing in the middle of the crowd. Luo Jian frowned and spoke coldly. So it's you, kid, who injure my people? Heard your name is Changyang Xiangtian, this year's freshman king. While Chung Mingxiang, standing next to him, emitted killing intent, looking at Xiangtian with deep, unfathomable eyes, as if sensing the gaze of him. Xiangtian also glanced back and thought, this person's aura is truly dangerous. Murderous eyes. Luo Jian raised his voice in mockery at this moment. Stinkin' brat. Don't think being freshman king makes you great. Kneeling down to beg now is too late. The surrounding disciples also cheered in support of Luo Jian. Our boss Luo Jian is here. You're finished. Think you're tough. Can you beat so many of us? Changyang Xiangtian revealed a vicious look. He smiled contemptuously. You guys? He said sarcastically. Counted as many people? The image of himself in his past life gradually appeared. Hand holding a silver sword. White robe stained with blood. Standing alone, facing thousands of people. That day, the mages in round robes pointed at Changyang Xiangtian and roared. Jian Shan, today is your doomsday. I don't believe so many of us can't kill you. Xiangtian closed his eyes, putting one hand on his chest to cast a spell. Even if the whole world is the enemy, I alone will break it with one sword. He told himself, just a bunch of people. Xiangtian opened his eyes, channeling energy into his hand, preparing to strike. I don't even put you in my eyes. Before he could act, Tai jumped over Xiangtian and quickly stopped him. Wait. Xiangtian saw this and asked angrily. Dieta, what are you doing here? Dieta smiled briefly. Happily spoke up. Changyang Xiangtian is my, Tai's brother. Bullying you is bullying me. Want to fight? Count me in. Xiangtian frowned and reminded. Tai, this is between me and them. Don't get involved. Careful, you'll bring trouble on yourself. Tai crossed his arms and replied calmly. Xiangtian, do you think I'm a coward? Do you still consider me a friend? Luo Jian seemed unable to bear it anymore and shouted. Let's talk. Since you're here, get them all. As soon as the words ended, Luo Jian's junior brothers rushed forward. Chung Mingxiang beside him was not outdone. He also ordered his disciples to rush up. Changyang Xiangtian looked at people rushing from all sides. He said loudly, Dieta, we fight side by side. Tai naturally agreed without hesitation. The crowd surrounded Tai and Xiangtian. Even so, Tai was very excited. He put his hand out, preparing to throw a punch. Tai punched straight at them. Immediately after, Xiangtian suddenly smiled mysteriously. He glided past. One guy fell. Footsteps like flowing water and moving clouds. Another guy was taken down. Quickly, all of them were defeated. He gave one a palm strike straight to the head. Just that much was enough to send that guy flying. Taita punched one of them while excitedly saying, "Come on, haven't finished fighting yet." Cheng Mingxiang's face darkened with anger seeing this scene, glaring up to curse his subordinates. A bunch of trash. Cheng Mingxiang personally took action to attack the two. He clawed into the air, creating oppressive streams of power flying straight towards them. The two were hit by the internal force and had to step back a few steps to defend. Seeing this, Taita couldn't help but be terrified. He stammered in fear. Disaster. Facing this situation, Xiang Tian quickly used the Violet Azure Sword Art. Used Qi to control Qi. Immediately after, Sword Qi surrounded Xiang Tian's body like a tornado. He shot sword intent directly at them. The power was so oppressive that dirt and sand flew everywhere, creating a very chaotic scene. Taita exclaimed at Xiang Tian's power. "Whoa, Xiang Tian, you're so strong. If not for you, I'm afraid I would have been hit." Xiang Tian looked at his hand, trembling uncontrollably from overexertion. He seriously reflected. Indeed, the gap in strength cannot be compensated by tactics and experience. This guy is a high saint, 2 levels stronger than Ka Diyun. The strike just now, he only used 50% of his power. Cheng Mingxiang smiled demonically and exclaimed, "Your technique for neutralizing sword Qi is very interesting. I've never seen it before." Sounded like a request, but dropped a threat. "Tell me that method. I might not kill you." Xiang Tian frowned and asked, "In the academy, you threaten to kill people. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the academy?" Taita beside him also chimed in. "If the principal knows, he will definitely expel you." Hearing that, Cheng Mingxiang not only didn't care, but also emitted a pitch-black aura. Darkly asked, "Do you think I care?" Xiang Tian silently rushed forward. Seeing that, he extended his claws and shouted, "D!" Just as the two were about to fight, a terrifying power struck down from above to stop them. Bai En coldly said, "Stop, all of you," he said with visible annoyance. "The academy is not a place for you to act recklessly." Xiang Tian bowed politely. "Greetings, Vice Principal. Bai En Askedangridi. Fighting in public. Seriously violating academy rules. Do you have any decency left?" Luo Jian and Cheng Mingxiang were terrified and dared not make a sound. Bai En continued to be angry. He made a decision. "Since you are all so energetic, the Monster Core hunt in a month. You all better perform well for me. If you don't qualify, punished for multiple crimes. I definitely won't go easy." Xiang Tian was a bit curious. "Monster Core hunt?" Luo Jian spoke up. "Freshmen don't participate in the hunt. Vice Principal, you are clearly targeting us." He replied calmly. "Starting from this year, freshmen will also participate in the hunting competition. Those who don't pass will be directly eliminated." Bai En looked at Xiang Tian and smiled meaningfully, continuing, "Anyone must participate. No right to think or give up." Hearing that, Xiang Tian was visibly suspicious. He speculated silently. Forced to participate. There seems to be a conspiracy here. Elsewhere, on a certain mountain. Inside a dark cave. Inside were the principal and the vice principal chatting. Bai En asked him worriedly, "Principal, letting Changyang Xiang Tian participate in the Monster Core hunt, is there really no problem?" Hearing that, the principal said with some anger, "Those guys put pressure on the academy. What can I do?" Bai En frowned slightly and asked him, "Didn't expect the opponent to act so quickly. Do we need to remind that kid beforehand?" The principal ate a chess piece and replied, "No need. Consider it part of the test." Hearing that, Bai En asked curiously, "Principal, you mean?" The principal ate another rook. He explained gently, "Several candidates will participate in the Monster Core hunt. Let them rely on strength to speak." He ate another piece. The principal's expression became quite scary as he said, "Winner takes all. Only the winner is qualified to marry Princess Golan." He excitedly told Bai En, "Checkmate. I won." He stared blankly at his chessboard and couldn't help but be shocked. "Principal, did you just take a few extra steps while I wasn't paying attention?" The principal was like a child at this moment. He sulkily flipped the chess pieces away. "If you lose, admit it. No need to find objective reasons." Bai En was speechless seeing this. "Principal, you're always like this?" He suddenly asked curiously. "Right. How is Changyang Xiang Tian recently?" "Heard that after that day. His whereabouts are unknown." Bai En smiled and replied, He found a place to hide and cultivate in seclusion. This kid isn't old, but handles things extremely skillfully. The principal smiled excitedly and said, I have a feeling he will definitely achieve outstanding achievements in this hunt. Switching scenes to a certain cave. Inside, someone was seriously refining a spirit core. It was Shantian. He relied on this spirit core to cultivate, increasing strength for himself. Shantian's face was a bit uncomfortable. He exclaimed silently, combining the violet azure art with the cultivation method from the library. Cultivation speed indeed increased sharply. The powerful Saint Force in a level 3 monster core is enough for me to go directly from the 8th layer of Saint Force to Saint. Shantian quickly accelerated the absorption speed. Monster core absorption complete. Now try to condense the Saint weapon. Directly advance to Saint. Saint weapon. Condense. Shantian tried to focus his mind. Immediately after, tiny fragments began to condense into the shape of a sword. Enduring too much pressure made him feel pain. The Saint Force needed to condense the Saint weapon is too great. My Saint Force is running out. Suddenly, right at that moment, an explosion occurred. Shantian vomited blood. He looked at his nearly completed sword, sighing with some regret. Although I can't force the Saint Force to form a sword, the distance to Saint, I only have one last step left. Only by transferring divine intent into the Saint weapon and merging the spirit can one truly be considered advanced to Saint. Shantian was full of determination. Want to advance to Saint? I still need a large amount of Saint Force. This monster core hunt is the opportunity. Elsewhere, in a mansion, someone slammed his hand on the table in anger. It was Cheng Mingxiang, angry to the point of being distorted. Changyang Shantian is also worthy of being my opponent? Shouting orders to the two subordinates standing there. This monster core hunt. Eliminate all those eyesores. They immediately replied. Yes, young master. Cheng Mingxiang muttered angrily. Princess Gulan is mine. No one is qualified to compete with me. At an independent, dense forest surrounded by towering mountain ranges. Mist hovered. At this time, everyone was gathering at the teleportation gate waiting. Shantian looked worriedly at the teleportation gate. Why hasn't Big Brother come out of seclusion yet? Could it be he wants to miss this competition? Shantian's gaze suddenly focused on a direction. Beautiful and graceful Yu is approaching. The golden sunlight shone down, highlighting her eye-catching long platinum hair. The girl's eyes were slightly closed. Shantian recognized her at a glance. It's her. Shantian stared intently at Yu's figure, resting his chin in thought. Speaking of which, there have been misunderstandings with her several times, and I still don't know her name. Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Her emerald pupils glanced sideways. Then suddenly startled, eyes widening, Shantian saw Yu looking, smiled slightly, and raised his hand to wave. Hello. Yu was annoyed as soon as she saw Shantian, puffed her cheeks, and turned her face away. Shantian looked at this attitude and knew for sure Yu still misunderstood him. Haze. Still have to find a chance to explain clearly to her. Just then, two people stepped out of the teleportation gate. Bai-In walked with a masked man in black. As soon as he appeared, he went straight to the main point. The monster core hunt is about to begin. I came to briefly announce the rules. From outside to inside the forest. Divided into a total of 3 areas. Human, Earth, Heaven. The deeper you go, the stronger the monster abilities in the forest. The competition time is 3 days. Must hand over 5 monster cores to be considered passed. Withdrawing halfway and not handing over enough monster cores will be a failure. Any student who violates the rules, if the achievement does not meet the standard, will be severely punished. Bai-In said, and narrowed his eyes to warn the candidates not to cheat. Luo Jian spat out a sentence with disdain. Just 5 monster cores. Luo Jian's voice was not lowered at all. So Cheng Mingxiang naturally heard all. He looked at Luo Jian with dissatisfaction. Shantian closed his eyes helplessly. The vice principal is really long-winded. Bai-In continued to take out a belt about 4 inches long, continuing to explain the rules. Each of you will be distributed a space belt. After getting the monster core, store it inside. After the competition ends, half of the monster cores are handed to the academy. The rest belongs to that person. Shantian put on the space belt. The smile on his face was full of determination. This time I must get the monster cores. Prepare to charge towards Saint. Bai-In turned to face the students. Students who have not reached saint level can form groups in the two areas Earth and Human to hunt monsters. Students who are already saints step forward to the heaven area. The competition below. Bayan was about to announce the start of the competition when he was interrupted by a loud laugh. Ha ha ha! Everyone is here, great! Everyone looked up, only to see Chanyang, who's sitting on a hot air balloon flying over. On Chanyang, whose hot air balloon hung a large red silk banner, extremely eye-catching. Chanyang, who stood on the hot air balloon shouting, "Everyone pay attention!" Saint Chanyang, who appears shiningly. The crowd below looked speechlessly at the guy who liked to show off in the air. Xiangtian's face was green like a banana leaf. Big brother really likes to stand out. Chanyang, who indeed couldn't be smug for long. Something suddenly happened to the hot air balloon. It tilted and fell from high above, making Chanyang, who scream in fear. Yoa, out of control. Xiangtian looked with a dark face as the hot air balloon flipped several times in the air like a deflated ball. Chanyang, who in the hot air balloon, was scared enough to call for his parents. Stop! Can't stop! Help! The corners of everyone's mouths on the ground twitched. Bayan was frustrated. Hey! Resulting in being tormented by Chanyang, who liked this. The atmosphere is completely ruined. Bayan helplessly pointed his fan in a direction to signal everyone. Start the competition. Everyone do your best. Everyone quickly snapped out of their daze, setting off according to the instructions. Yes, Xiangtian scratched his head as he walked. Big brother is truly talented at ruining the atmosphere. Saying that, he also followed the disciples into the teleportation gate one by one. Cheng Mingxiang looked gloomily at Xiangtian's back, instructing the two men in black beside him. Watch Chanyang Xiangtian closely. After entering the forest, find a chance to deal with him. Speaking of which, Cheng Mingxiang's face revealed a clear, sinister look. Deal with him cleanly. Don't let him survive. The men in black immediately accepted the order. Understood. On the other side, Xiangtian still calmly walked into the teleportation gate with his hands behind his head, completely unaware that he was about to be assassinated. Xiangtian just stepped through the teleportation gate. In front of him appeared a lush green forest. Xiangtian used light footwork to jump from branch to branch skillfully. With his gliding speed, in just a moment, Xiangtian had traveled distance, then stopped on a tree branch, silently evaluating the surroundings. This forest is really big. So many students entered, yet not a single person is seen. Xiangtian's pupils suddenly contracted. Slightly surprised, Xiangtian's gaze fixed on the purple-horned beast under the tree. That beast had long brown fur, 2 purple horns on its head, each side divided into 3 branches. The corner of Xiangtian's mouth curled up slightly. It's a level 1 monster. Xiangtian quietly used true energy to condense a sword, intending to start with this level 1 monster. Carefully approaching, 1 hit must kill. Unexpectedly, when Xiangtian raised the sword intending to stab, suddenly heard a familiar scream. The level 1 monster under the tree was frightened by this ear-piercing scream and ran away before his eyes. By the time Xiangtian discovered from the tree, the distance between him and it had been pulled far apart. Xiangtian froze in place holding the sword, staring blankly as it left. Ran really fast. However, Xiangtian didn't chase after it, but turned towards the direction of the voice, looking worriedly into the forest ahead. That sound just now seemed to be Tai Ta. He's in danger. Xiangtian didn't think much. Immediately used light footwork to rush in that direction. The mist in this place is quite thick. Can't see clearly within a range of 10 meters. Vision is also limited a lot because of the sea of mist. A giant green python was coiling in the mist, sticking out its terrifying tongue, looking at Tai Ta, waving an axe in front of it. Help! Help! Xiangtian, sitting on a nearby branch, also saw that python. Level 2 monster. Isn't there only level 1 monsters in the human area forest? Tai Ta seemed unable to distinguish the python's position, still standing with his back to it screaming. Wah! The python opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs preparing to bite down. In that moment, hanging by a thread, Xiangtian managed to swing over in time, grab Tai Ta's shirt and drag him away. The python missed and bit itself. Tai Ta looked at the person who just saved his life with joy. Xiangtian dragged Tai Ta, flying away, looking at the python below in confusion. How did you get targeted by a level 2 monster? Tai Ta gritted his teeth, looking at the python crawling on the ground. It suddenly rushed out. Wanted to eat me. I slashed it with an axe. Result completely angered it. Xiangtian, why are you here? Xiangtian dropped Tai Ta onto a large branch nearby. Of course, to save you. Let's join hands to kill this guy. Tai Ta looked at the giant python below with some fear. But it's a level 2 monster. Just with us, can we do it? Xiangtian, on the other hand, didn't seem to think much of this giant python. He smiled and said it was no problem. As long as they worked together, it would be enough. Seeing the great serpent slithering toward them, Tai Ta tightened his grip on his axe. He turned to Xiangtian. All right, what's the plan? Xiangtian gave his instructions. You figure out a way to hold the great serpent down. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Tai Ta immediately sprang into action. He leaped down from the tree branch. Got it. With Xiangtian's assurance, Tai Ta felt a shot of adrenaline. He landed on the ground with a mighty thud. He grinned confidently, his eyes narrowed. All right, bring it on. I'll take you all. The snake flicked out its pitch-black tongue. It suddenly opened its mouth, which was several times larger than Tai Ta. Its 2 fangs were poised to strike. Tai Ta gritted his teeth and channeled his power. He raised his axe and shouted, "Take this!" With that, he swung his axe, sending the monster flying. The creature's entire body slammed into a nearby tree trunk. Xiangtian channeled his energy and leaped up. He swiftly descended upon the python's head. His sinister eyes, full of killing intent, flashed. The python was stripped of its flesh in a single blow. Its bones were covered in blood. Chanyang Xiangtian and Tai Ta walked on. Tai Ta used his axe to chop down the vines blocking their path, saying, Magicor, Magicor he. Suddenly, Xiangtian's eyes widened in surprise. A magic beast with 2 sharp claws appeared. Dian skoted dieta. To your right. Dieta startlet yellet. Oh, crap. He then swung his axe down on the magic beast. The beast fell, blood splattering everywhere. Tai Ta held up a gem-like object and said, Xiangtian, you're amazing. How did you know a magic beast would come from that side? Xiangtian replied, I guess my reactions are just pretty sharp. Tai Ta thought to himself, good thing it was a weak magic beast. Xiangtian smiled, thinking, back then, when I was on the verge of death, I was also on the brink of a breakthrough. My spiritual sense covered a 100-mile radius. Nothing could escape my perception. Unfortunately, my current strength is limited, so my spiritual sense can only be used in a small area. Otherwise, wouldn't hunting magic beasts be a piece of cake? With that, Xiangtian kicked the magic beast corpse. Tai Ta spoke up, Xiangtian, this is just a first-tier magic beast. It's no fun. Xiangtian replied, this is the human zone, so it makes sense that there are only first-tier magic beasts. But that giant python was a second-tier magic beast. If we team up and kill one more, we'll be set. Xiangtian put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and said, the origin of that second-tier magic beast is unclear. There might be some secret behind it. In the forest, birds were flying in the sky. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Tai Ta and Xiangtian heard the sound and turned to look. The sound grew closer. A werewolf appeared. Tai Ta looked at the werewolf and sighed. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It's a first-tier werewolf. Tai Ta grinned and said, first tier is first tier. My mom used to say, who cares if the bread is cheap and dark? As long as it fills you up, it's good. Xiangtian retorted, I read about this in a book in the library. This is a forest werewolf. They never fight alone. When you see one forest werewolf, it means you're already surrounded by a dozen of them. Tai Ta, we can finally have a satisfying slaughter. With that, Xiangtian smiled. Tai Ta grinned back and replied, yeah, a blue sky and green bushes. 2 people in black cloaks were talking. Damn it, how did Chanyang Xiangtian run so fast? Once he entered the forest, we lost sight of him. If the young master finds out we lost him, we're dead. A magic beast descended from above. The magic beast landed, kicking up a lot of smoke. Suddenly, a voice was heard. What's that? A voice echoed through the forest. Help! Bayan ran over and said, Headmaster, there's a problem. The secret forest has suddenly been covered by a barrier, isolating it from the outside world. The headmaster said, in surprise. What? A barrier covering half the forest. The headmaster and Bayan went to look at the barrier. Bayan spoke up. Right after the beast hunt competition started, the secret forest was sealed by this barrier. I've tried many methods, but I can't open it. The headmaster replied. This is the barrier that the first headmaster set up. Forget you. Even I can't break it in a short amount of time. Bai In touched the barrier and said, why would the formation set up by the first headmaster activate at this time? The headmaster replied, I don't know either. Perhaps the first headmaster's research back then was related to the secret forest. Unfortunately, he passed away unexpectedly, so whatever he was researching in the secret forest has become a mystery. Bai In said in surprise, what do we do now? A whole group of students is trapped in there, and those important figures are in there too. If something happens, the headmaster replied, but the students of our Zajiasi Academy, if I give it my all, I might be able to break the barrier within a day. Other than that, all we can do is pray. The headmaster stood before the barrier with a determined look, knelt, and clasped his hands. Bai In also stood before the barrier. He said, everyone, please be safe. The barrier enveloped the forest. Many werewolves howled. Xiang Tian and Tai Ta were still standing there. Tai Ta, holding his axe, grinned and said, let's each take half. See who finishes first. Xiang Tian, holding his sword, replied, no problem. Then they each ran in a different direction. One by one, the werewolves were cut down by sharp slashes of sword intent. Xiang Tian landed coolly on the ground. The ground around him was piled with werewolf corpses. Taita had a bright smile on his face. Taita leaped up and brought his axe down. With a single horizontal slash, Xiang Tian made the werewolf bleed. The werewolf fell, blood splattering. One werewolf tried to flee. Xiang Tian spoke with a helpless expression. Just running away like that? Taita, with a fearsome look, said, where do you think you're going? You have to. With that, Taita leaped up and brought his axe down. A deathly scream echoed through the forest. Taita then spoke up. Xiang Tian, we're so awesome. We actually took care of so many werewolves. Xiang Tian replied, there's something wrong with these werewolves. The book said that forest werewolves are all low-level first tier, but this pack is high-level first tier. Is that so? I didn't notice. The werewolves lay on the ground, covered in blood. Xiang Tian spoke up. They have the scent of human blood on them. The bloodstains are still fresh. It's clear they just fought with people. Could it be that someone around here was ambushed? Suddenly, a sound was heard. Many people lay dead in pools of blood. Tada spoke up. They're all dead? How could this be? Xiang Tian replied. The strength of those werewolves was beyond our expectations, but it should have been impossible for them to kill so many students. Taita then asked, Xiang Tian, how can you be so calm at a time like this? Are we really the same age? Xiang Tian replied, the strange things in this secret forest are just piling up. Huh? It seems someone is still alive. Xiang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. A girl was lying on the ground, still alive. The three of them sat around a fire. The girl was leaning against a tree trunk. She slowly opened her eyes. Tada spoke up. Hey, you're awake. The girl, with a terrified expression, said, where is this? I remember we were ambushed by werewolves, and then... That's right, my teammates. Where are my teammates? Xiang Tian replied. They're all dead. The girl said in surprise. How can that be? Right, where are those werewolves? We should find a place to hide. She spoke with a look of fear. Taita, roasting wolf meat, grinned and said, don't worry, they've all been taken care of. The meat is cooked. Want a bite? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Huh? How is that possible? Those werewolves. The girl still had a look of fear on her face. Taita grinned and said, Xiang Tian and I are pretty amazing. She looked at them with surprise in her eyes. The three of them sat around the fire, talking and roasting meat. Suddenly, a strange noise came from somewhere. The girl said in surprise, sounds like a big one. Xiang Tian replied, hurry up and finish eating. Let's go check it out. The girl, still with a surprised look, continued, are you guys really going? Just from the sound, you can tell that magic beast is powerful. We're going because it's powerful. Do you want to come with us? The girl continued, no, I want to get out of here. Is that so? Well, be careful then. Xiang Tian and Taita looked at the girl. The girl turned back to look at them and said, thank you for saving me. Goodbye. With that, she walked away. Now, only the two of them remained. Taita spoke up. She's that scared. Xiang Tian replied, there's something strange about that girl. With that, the two of them also stood up and walked away. Taita then asked, Xiang Tian, how can you be so calm at a time like this? Are we really the same age? Xiang Tian replied, It's normal for girls to be timid. What's there to be suspicious about? Xiang Tian replied. It's just a feeling. Never mind. Let's go hunt some magic beasts first. 3 ferocious magic beasts appeared, roaring. A noise came from within the forest. Xiang Tian spoke up. It's a second-rank magic beast, the fire pattern beast. The book says this one isn't very powerful. It just has high defensive capabilities. Yeah, Xiang Tian, you sure know a lot. He looked at the magic beast in front of them. Xiang Tian replied, it's all from reading in the library. Get ready to attack. Don't let it get away. Taita replied, right? Then the two of them leaped up. An axe came chopping down, followed by a sword slash. Now, Xiang Tian and Taita were on the magic beast's back. Taita spoke up. You call this somewhat high defense? It's extremely high, okay? We can't even scratch it. The magic beast's eyes glowed with red light. The beast roared in anger. Xiang Tian looked up and said, this is bad. We've angered it. The monster bared its sharp teeth and gathered its power to attack. It spat out a powerful beam of light, destroying everything in its path. Taita was holding up his axe. Changyang Xiang Tian grimaced and said, Taita, are you okay? Taita touched his head, which had somehow gone bald. He said, I'm fine. Then Taita shouted, where's my hair? I'm bald. He grimaced in anger. He bared his teeth and said, you bastard. I'm only 16. Taita held his axe and shouted, how did I go bald? The monster's mouth was still wide open. The surroundings were filled with countless black streams of light. Taita held his axe, and countless black streams of light appeared behind it. He let out a series of coughs. He held the axe and swung it forward, shouting, die. Green rays of light formed a circle and advanced toward the monster. Taita was using all his strength to hold open the mouth of the gigantic monster. Changyang Xiang Tian flew down and said, Taita, hang in there. I'm coming to help you. A brown-haired man chuckled and said, interesting. A few people came over and said, 2 freshmen daring to provoke a second-tier magic beast. They really don't know the meaning of death. Xiang Tian glanced at the person who had just spoken. The brown-haired man continued, how about I show some mercy and help them? A lackey next to him chimed in, big brother, these two seem to have some strength. Why don't we wait until both they and the fire pattern beast are injured? Wouldn't it be better for us to reap the rewards then? The brown-haired man laughed and said, brothers, remember this. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is a free, sincere piece of advice from your senior. Then the 3 of them sat there laughing, which made Changyang Xiang Tian a little angry. Xiang Tian said, Taita, let's enlighten these seniors a little. Let's show them why we dare to provoke a second-tier magic beast. Taita trembled with anger and said, I would never acknowledge scum like this as my seniors. Then he strained, shouldering the weight of the giant monster. Taita grimaced and thought, get up for me. Suddenly, the monster's fur turned purple. A beam of light shot out from its eyes. The monster charged forward. Then it slammed its paws on the ground, causing the earth to crack. Its 2 horns shattered. Taita fell to the ground and said, I'm exhausted. I can't move. The monster brought its sharp teeth toward Taita's body, letting out a series of growls. Red streams of light appeared around Changyang Xiang Tian. The monster opened its mouth, bared its teeth, and looked forward. An orange stream of light appeared in the monster's mouth. A white stream of light appeared in front of the monster. White, orange, and yellow rays of light appeared around Changyang Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian held his blade and aimed for the monster's eye. Changyang Xiang Tian held his blade and stabbed the monster's eye. He thought, if I can't break through the fire pattern beast's fur, then I'll attack its eyes. Xiang Tian said grimly, from a sword art, heaven-shattering sword. Purple smoke billowed from the monster's eye. It opened its mouth as wide as it could. The monster's face was contorted in extreme pain. It then crashed to the ground, cracking the earth and sending rocks flying. The brown-haired man and his companions were startled. A voice came from a figure sitting on a rocky outcrop. You were just saying, was the mantis? The brown-haired man stared forward, sweat beading on his face. Changyang Xiangtian smiled and asked, and who is the oriole? Xiangtian stood amidst the howling wind and rumbling thunder. All the magical beasts lay defeated on the ground. A man with brownish gold hair said, seniors, these are all the magic cores we've gathered. Please spare our lives. Taita picked up a glowing core and examined it. The brown-haired man laughed. Thank you, senior, for sparing us. He said fearfully, well then, we'll be on our way. Xiangtian, still on the outcrop, spoke up, wait. The brown-haired man looked up and asked, Senior, do you have any other instructions for us? Chanyang Xiangtian looked up and said, Your senior students. Countless rays of light appear before him, forming a sphere. Chanyang Xiangtian asked, Does this thing appear in every hunting competition? The brown-haired man asked, What is that? It wasn't here last year. Another man, this one with a green headband, spoke up. He said, This is the first time I've seen it. It looks like some kind of shield. Chanyang Xiangtian looked up, arms crossed, and asked, Wasn't here last year? Could this be a new trick from Vice Headmaster Bai? Xiangtian thought to himself, Something feels off. The brownish gold-haired man urged his companions, Let's go now. What are we waiting for? Taita, holding a handful of glowing cores, said, They're not much of a fight, but they sure are fast runners. He asked Xiangtian, Is there a problem with that shield? He replied, There are a lot of things that feel wrong about this competition. I have a bad feeling about this. Xiangtian said, But maybe I'm just overthinking it. After all, the competition hasn't been called off. That must mean everything is normal. Taita said, You're right. Continuing hunt for magic cores is what we should be doing. The sphere of light continued to hover in the sky. A large crater had formed in the cracked earth. A bloody creature lay on the ground. Yu appeared, wondering, since when did these magical beasts get so strong? Many students were sitting around, talking amongst themselves. If it weren't for student Yu stepping in, we probably all would have died here. These magical beasts are too powerful. We're no match for them at all. I want to withdraw from the competition. I want to go home. Yu smiled and said, Everyone, don't panic. Something has gone wrong with the hunting competition. The academy certainly won't stand by and do nothing. She said, As long as we hold on, the headmaster and the others will definitely come to rescue us. We have to survive. A man in a hat grinned menacingly and said, Yeah, let's fight for our lives. Another brown-haired man said, They're just a bunch of legless reptiles. Kill them. Yu held her sword behind her back. She smiled and said, Let's fight together, everyone. The shadow of a monster appeared above. The monster's face was ferocious. Yu flew up and cut down the monsters. She thought, sweating, as expected of a Class 2 magical beast. This is no easy fight. Yu stood on a rock, sword in hand. Before her stood a ferocious-looking monster. The monster advanced toward Yu on the rock. She thought, damn it. At this rate, I won't be able to hold on much longer. The monster continued to close in on Yu. She kept her sword ready, her expression cold as she faced the monster. Yu's face was etched with worry as she looked ahead. A rock was launched into the air. She thought, this is bad. The monster's body began to glow with a blue light. It opened its mouth wide, aiming for Yu. She grimaced at the monster, thinking, it's over. Chanyang Xiangtian's voice rang out, Violet Azure Sword Art. A loud shout followed. First stance, heaven-piercing sword. The monster was still charging forward. Yu looked in the direction of the voice, her face filled with surprise. At Xiangtian's feet lay the bloody corpse of a monster. Chanyang Xiangtian said, Glad I made it in time. Xiangtian smiled and asked, Mississippi, how do you plan to repay me for saving your life? Yu looked at Chanyang Xiangtian and said, Why are you here? Taita, gripping his axe, charged toward a monster, ready to land a few blows as he yelled. Watch this. He swung the massive axe with all his might, striking the large monster's body. The blow sent it flying several meters into the air, far off in the distance. Only then did Taita realize he had used a bit too much force. He muttered regretfully, Oh crap, I knocked it too far away. Now I can't get the magic core. Taita slung his great axe over his shoulder. Chanyang Xiangtian remained hovering in the air with his arms crossed, not yet descending, as he watched the fierce monsters surrounding everyone. Chanyang Xiangtian stared coldly at the pack of beasts. He spoke, his voice both comforting and like an announcement. Everyone, don't be afraid. We're here to help you. The people who had been struggling against the monsters just moments ago were now in an uproar, as if a dam had broken. A man in a black hat with a red trim said joyfully, Is that the freshman tournament champions, Changyang Xiangtian and Li Jun Taita? Others quickly realized the situation had eased somewhat. We're saved. Yu hadn't expected Xiang Tian to appear like this. She looked at him with eyes that weren't very sharp. It seemed Yu was having some trouble. Huh, Chanyang Xiang Tian, the freshman who showed such talent in the freshman tournament. Chanyang Xiang Tian looked smugly at Yu and asked her, were you so impressed by this master that you're speechless on the stage? Let's see what you have to say for yourself this time. Yu paid no mind to Chanyang Xiang Tian's ill intentions. She swayed a little, unsteady on her feet. Her breathing was ragged as she whispered to him, thank goodness. Suddenly, a trickle of red blood flowed from the corner of Yu's mouth. Her expectant, weary eyes made her look even more frail. Everyone here is counting on you. In truth, Yu's body had already reached its limit. It was clear that this battle was too much for a girl like her. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground. Chanyang Xiang Tian was worried. He rushed toward Yu. He shouted, hey, what's wrong with you? He gently caught Yu and realized something as soon as he held her. This is... Xiang Tian was a little surprised. Her pulse is so weak. She has very serious internal injuries. I can't believe she held on until now. Chanyang Xiang Tian suddenly turned around and asked the young man in the black cloak with the red trim from earlier, has she been fighting with such severe injuries all this time? The man, suddenly questioned like that, was a bit flustered. As he answered Xiang Tian, yes, that's right. Xiang Tian looked at the unconscious Yu in his arms. His eyes showed boundless compassion. She to save us, fought to hold back those giant snakes. She completely disregarded her own injuries to hold on. She could have just ignored us. But she said she wouldn't leave any friend behind. Xiang Tian suddenly smiled. This girl, she doesn't seem to show how weak she really is. Then Chanyang Xiang Tian quickly said to Li Jun Tai Ta, you get them out of here. I'll cover the rear. But Tai Ta crossed his arms. He turned his head away and pouted, rejecting Xiang Tian's idea. If they want to go, they can go. Tai Ta, will never abandon my brother. Chanyang Xiang Tian could only sigh helplessly at Tai Ta's stubborn righteousness. Xiang Tian instructed the remaining people and handed Yu over to them. All right then, Tai Ta and I will provide cover. You guys get her out of here quickly. They replied. Then we're counting on you. Chanyang Xiang Tian urged them on. Get her to a safe place for treatment quickly. When everyone had safely left according to his arrangements, Xiang Tian stood shoulder to shoulder with Tai Ta and said with a smile, the level of these magic beasts is not low. Tai Ta, it's still not too late to regret it. Tai Ta, beside him, slung his stone axe over his shoulder. He smiled as bright as a flower. What are you talking about? If you're scared, I'll protect you. No sooner said than done. Tai Ta charged forward to confront the giant snake monsters. He shouted to Chanyang Xiang Tian, let's go. Powerful attacks from the two of them chopped the giant monsters into several pieces. Tai Ta fought on the ground, eliminating them at the root, while Chanyang Xiang Tian flew high, easily taking their heads. A large monster coiled around a large rock, watching the monsters around it being eliminated one by one. Its eyes flashed with anger. It flicked its long tongue out, looking at Tai Ta and his companion. Only then did Chanyang Xiang Tian see it. He exclaimed, I was careless. The giant monster's entire body radiated a terrifying demonic power. It was at least 10 or 20 times larger than the two of them combined. I can't believe this reptile is almost to the third tier. Tai Ta said to Chanyang Xiang Tian, forget about me. Go. It's better for one to die than for both of us to die. But it seems Xiang Tian didn't think so. He rejected Tai Ta's good intentions. Don't be ridiculous. I would never abandon a friend and run away alone. Now, both Xiang Tian's body and the sword in his hand possessed an incredibly formidable power. Xiang Tian held it steadily in his hand. He looked straight at the giant monster and said, after a few rounds of fighting, I feel like my abilities have risen to another level. Xiang Tian was surprised. As expected, only by going through a life-and-death trial can one break through. Tai Ta looked at Xiang Tian. He just didn't know what to say. Xiang Tian, only now was Chanyang Xiang Tian truly unleashing his power. He gripped his sword. Life and death. Xiang Tian's already cold eyes became even sharper. He said to Tai Ta, bet it all on this sword. Chanyang Xiang Tian's eyes were sharp. He gripped the sword in his hand and rushed forward. His speed was too fast. So astonishingly fast that it was incomparable to anyone else. The dragon-headed, snake-bodied monster opened its mouth, baring its sharp fangs. They were stark white. It flicked its long tongue out. Its pupil-less eyes glinted with a dangerous yellow light. It wasn't just one. There were 3 of them at once. Their bodies were several hundred meters long. They were covered in scales as hard as rock. One had yellow eyes. One had a pair of red eyes. And another had white eyes, opening its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Xiang Tian whole. Quickly, all 3 monsters opened their mouths and rushed toward their prey. Xiang Tian skillfully leaped onto their long, slithering bodies and, with a kick, spun around and landed safely on the ground. He dodged their treacherous attack. Then, as swift as lightning, Changyang Xiang Tian used his blade to run around the bodies of the massive monsters. His speed was still just as astonishing. Wherever he slashed, blood immediately flowed non-stop. Taita stood still below, wearing a wolf's pelt on his body. He saw the head of one monster being severed from its neck. His mouth fell open in silent shock. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Zulfast. Changyang Xiang Tian became more serious. His cold gaze delivered slash after slash to the dozen or so monsters. He felt a sense of pride in his heart. Back then, I truly was the #1 swordsman in all 4 directions. Then Xiang Tian quickly flew around the bodies of the monsters, rendering them helpless except to fall down and meet their maker. Suddenly, from the mouth of the white-eyed monster, a white mist spread everywhere. Its eyes rolled back in their sockets. The monster forcefully spat the poison-filled mist from its mouth toward Changyang Xiang Tian. The poison spread across the surrounding rocks. But Xiang Tian had quickly dodged it. Now he was diving down from above with his sword to attack the monster in return. As he rushed toward it, he muttered, "From the azure sword art." A horizontal slash ran from the monster's body to the top of its head. Overwhelming power. Its body was split in 2, following the path of Changyang Xiang Tian and his sword. Xiang Tian landed safely on the ground, panting heavily. Behind him, the seemingly difficult-to-handle monsters had all been defeated by him, lying collapsed on the ground. Changyang Xiang Tian frowned. He spoke to himself with difficulty. "My strength is depleted." Immediately after, Xiang Tian fell backward onto the ground. Taita panicked and shouted his name. "Xiang Tian." Taita ran over quickly. Tears streamed down his face. He held Xiang Tian's body and shook it. The scene looked a bit comical. "Xiang Tian, what's wrong with you?" Xiang Tian was shaken so hard he felt like he was going to vomit blood. He gasped for breath and replied to Taita, "I'm about to die. Don't shake me. I'm Phoenix. It's just that my sacred power is completely exhausted. I'll be fine after a little rest." Only then did the 2 of them realize. After the battle, just now, green magic cores were piled up in a heap right behind them. And it wasn't just green, there were also purple and dazzling yellow ones. Changyang Xiang Tian exclaimed, "I can't believe our harvest this time is so great." Taita sat on the bodies of the monsters, holding the magic cores. He tossed them into the air. "Huh, we're rich. So many magic cores." Suddenly, something like a rocket shot up into the sky. But this thing was a bit special. It let out a few loud shouts. This caught the attention of both of them. Taita spoke up. The thing shot down and crashed into the rocks in front of the 2 of them. Because it fell from a great height, the crash made a very loud noise. Dust flew everywhere. That thing, I know. To be more precise, that person lay on the ground with arms and legs spread out, groaning. "Damn it, I got beaten again." Changyang Xiang Tian's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in surprise as he exclaimed, "Big brother." Immediately after, they heard a terrified scream from a distance. "Changyang who? You think you can run?" One of them laughed excitedly when he saw the harvest of Xiang Tian's group. "Big brother, the magic cores are here. We're rich." Luo Jian spoke up. "It seems both they and the snakes suffered heavy losses, leaving us with a great bargain." But Luo Jian quickly noticed Changyang Xiang Tian's group on the opposite rock, not far away. "It's them." Luo Jian became even more smug. "Huh, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I get to eliminate you brothers and pick up a pile of magic cores." Changyang Xiang Tian said to Taita, "Taita, you take care of big brother." Taita gave a thumbs up, indicating he had received the order. "You can do it." Changyang who, however, was quite worried and wanted to stop Xiang Tian. "Fourth brother, don't be rash. Luo Jian is a mid-tier saint. Xiang Tian seemed not to hear his big brother's advice. As he summoned his sword, he asked, "Eliminate us?" The immense power caused the ground beneath Xiang Tian's feet to crack. He slung the sword over his shoulder. He scoffed. "With just you?" Chanyang, who couldn't believe that his younger brother had become so powerful in such a short time. He asked Xiang Tian, "Fourth brother, you've reached the saint level?" Chanyang Xiang Tian was gathering his power into the sacred weapon in his hand. Chanyang, who was puzzled. "Fourth brother is a saint. Since when?" Taita quickly replied, "Just now." The sacred weapon in Chanyang Xiang Tian's hand was already cracking. Chanyang Xiang Tian was trying to maintain the sacred weapon, but it was no use. The sacred weapon in Chanyang Xiang Tian's hand completely vanished. Chanyang Xiang Tian looked down at his hand. "I just reached the saint level. Plus I exhausted too much power just now. Is my sacred power not enough to maintain my sacred weapon anymore?" Luo Jian's group jeered. "Huh, so it was just for show. For a second there, I thought you were some kind of genius. You look pretty impressive. Big brother, this is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let me take care of him for you." Luo Jian was summoning something. "Kid, let me show you." Luo Jian had summoned his sacred weapon. The massive sword was planted in the ground. Luo Jian said proudly, "What a real sacred weapon is." Chanyang, who shouted, "Fourth brother, I'll hold him off. You guys run." Taita placed a hand on Chanyang, whose shoulder. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to Xiang Tian." Chanyang Xiang Tian turned his head. "Big brother, don't worry. I can beat him even without a sacred weapon." He kicked a piece of wood up from the ground. He casually caught the piece of wood in his hand. Chanyang Xiang Tian said confidently, "This will be enough." Taita was puzzled. "Isn't that my axe handle?" Luo Jian said, "Kid, are you looking down on me?" Luo Jian quickly rushed toward Chanyang Xiang Tian with his greatsword, using a wooden stick to fight a sacred weapon. "Are you tired of living?" Chanyang, who shouted, "Fourth brother, be careful. Luo Jian's sacred power is wind attribute. He's very fast." Luo Jian moved around Chanyang Xiang Tian's group at an extremely fast speed. "So what if you're a saint? Can you even keep up with my speed?" Chanyang Hu and Taita were both surprised by Luo Jian's speed. "So fast." Luo Jian has the fastest movement technique among all the students. Once he starts moving, all you can do is wait to be hit. Chanyang Xiang Tian placed a hand under his chin. His face was full of confidence. "Fast, you say? If I were to secretly tell you that I can predict the future, who do you think would win?" Chanyang, who was puzzled. "Predict the future?" Chanyang Xiang Tian said. "Next, Luo Jian will thrust straight, then a horizontal sweep, then a vertical sweep, and then he'll be defeated by a single strike from me." Taita and Chanyang, who were confused by Chanyang Xiang Tian's words. "Can you be serious at a time like this?" "That's right, fourth brother. We're facing a high-tier saint. Our lives are on the line." Chanyang Xiang Tian rushed toward Luo Jian. Then watched closely. Luo Jian suddenly appeared from above and aimed his greatsword at Chanyang Xiang Tian. "Huh, where are you looking?" "I'm right beside you." Luo Jian thrust his sword straight at Chanyang Xiang Tian, but it was dodged. The sword plunged straight into the ground. Taita and Chanyang, who were surprised by Luo Jian's action. "He really did thrust straight." "No way," Chanyang Xiang Tian said. Horizontal sweep. Luo Jian immediately executed a horizontal sword sweep, but Chanyang Xiang Tian dodged it again. Taita and Chanyang, who were watching the fight. "He was right again. How did Xiang Tian do it? Could it be magic?" Luo Jian raised his sword behind him. He leaped up and prepared to execute a straight chop toward Chanyang Xiang Tian. Chanyang Xiang Tian jumped to the side and dodged Luo Jian's chop, and then a vertical chop. Taita and Chanyang, who were no longer surprised. Xiang Tian was right again. At this point, nothing Xiang Tian does will surprise me anymore. Chanyang Xiang Tian said. Finally, defeated by a single strike from me. Chanyang Xiang Tian thrust the wooden stick straight into Luo Jian's shoulder. The wooden stick pierced through Luo Jian's body. Luo Jian glanced behind him. "Why? My speed is clearly faster than yours. How could you dodge all of my attacks?" Taita and Chanyang, who said cheerfully, "Haha, surprised, aren't you? Xiang Tian can predict the future. He already knew what moves you were going to make." Luo Jian was puzzled. "You can predict the future?" Chanyang Xiang Tian replied. I was just kidding. Actually, I was baiting you into making those moves. Everything you did was what I wanted you to do. Luo Jian had collapsed to the ground with a wooden stick embedded in his shoulder. Chanyang Xiang Tian said, I deliberately left an opening to lure you into thrusting straight. After that, all of your attacks were within my calculations. Taita said, I don't get it, but I'm thoroughly impressed. Changyang, who also chimed in, that sounds even more unbelievable than predicting the future. Luo Jian recalled his master's advice. Jinner, you lack real combat experience. An experienced master can predict your moves. They can even manipulate your moves. Luo Jian glanced at Changyang Xiang Tian. How can he be an experienced master? He's clearly several years younger than me. Luo Jian gritted his teeth. Changyang Xiang Tian. Luo Jian said, in the end, what kind of monster are you? From a distance, someone was watching Changyang Xiang Tian's group. The mysterious person said, excellent. He is indeed the most perfect prey. In the forest, where the battle between Changyang Xiang Tian and Luo Jian had just taken place, Xiang Tian and his brothers were leaving. Taita said, Xiang Tian, you're amazing. Even Luo Jian was beaten into submission. Changyang, who laughed. Changyang, who recalled Luo Jian's words. Boss Xiang Tian, from now on, in the academy, we'll all listen to you. Let's see if Luo Jian dares to cause trouble for us again. Xiang Tian said, Luo Jian has paid the price. One must be magnanimous. Changyang, who agreed with Changyang Xiang Tian's words. Fourth brother is benevolent. In the future, you will surely become a great figure in the Gusin kingdom. Taida also agreed. That's right. Xiang Tian is too awesome. Xiang Tian looked up at the sky with a sad look in his eyes. Compared to that, what worries me more right now is, he wondered, we've already entered Area B. Why haven't we encountered any magic beasts yet? Taida also found it strange. That's right. Where are the magic beasts? Changyang, who looked around. Strange. The area for the hunting competition I participated in had a lot of magic beasts. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the treetops. Taita and Changyang Xiang Tian were hiding behind a tree, watching. Taita led Changyang Xiang Tian toward the red light. Xiang Tian, what is that? Look quickly. Changyang, who wondered, why is there? At the same time, a figure appeared behind him. The mysterious person quickly covered Changyang, whose mouth. The mysterious person gave a wicked smile and dragged Changyang, who backward. He was dragged into a nearby bush. He was trying to call for help. MMPH. Changyang Xiang Tian turned his head to look. He wondered, where's Big Brother? Taita replied, he was right behind us a moment ago. Big Brother suddenly stood up from the bush. I accidentally fell. I'm Fine. Taita said, you're so clumsy. Changyang Xiang Tian, however, was looking at him with a suspicious expression. He took the lead. Well then, let's continue searching for magic beasts around here. Taita and Changyang, who agreed. No problem. Changyang, who stayed behind. He watched the two of them walk ahead. He gave a terrifying smile. His entire body was emitting a black aura. It seemed his body had been taken over by something. Meanwhile, in another place, someone was searching for information in a pile of books. Not this one. Not this one. This isn't it either. The person placed a hand on a book. Finally found it. Bayan was reading the book on the table. The first generation headmaster sealed a fourth-tier magic beast deep within the secret forest. This magic beast is formless and shapeless. Truly unpredictable. He felt a sense of fear. That magic beast has the ability to possess and take over a body. The image of the magic beast appeared, looking terrifying. It was laughing hee. Somewhere else, a powerful barrier was appearing. So this barrier was set up to imprison this magic beast. The headmaster picked up the book and said, once this magic beast escapes its original seal, the barrier will appear and trap it deep in the forest. Bayan turned his head. That magic beast can possess others and steal their bodies. A truly vicious method. The headmaster closed the book. The safety of the students is the most important thing. We must rescue the students quickly. Bayan was worried. What if the magic beast possesses a student and uses the opportunity to escape? It will be difficult to catch it then. The headmaster replied, it can only possess those at the elementary saint level or below. After we destroy the barrier, gather all the students. Check them one by one. The headmaster held out his hand and performed a spell. Just use the excuse of checking the results of the hunting competition. Yu's master was puzzled. Do you have a better way? No. The two of them worked together to cast a spell to break the barrier. Yu's master said, then hurry up and help break the barrier. If anything happens to you will all be held responsible. Bai replied, Sai, this is the only way. The barrier was gradually being destroyed by the power of the three of them. In the forest, Chanyang Xiang Tian was resting by a fire. Chanyang Xiang Tian was sitting with his arms crossed, leaning his back against a tree trunk. Taida had long since fallen asleep. Something had just flown to where they were. The magic beast possessing Chanyang, whose body was sitting by the fire. A second-tier magic beast. The night demon eagle appeared right behind Chanyang Hu. Chanyang Hu turned his head and gave a terrifying smile. The magic beast felt uneasy. It was scared by Chanyang Hu's expression. The magic beast quickly fled from Chanyang Hu's gaze. Chanyang Hu stood up. He looked toward the magic beast. He turned his head back and gave a terrifying smile. Fourth brother. As if possessed by a demon, he looked at Chanyang Xiang Tian and called out repeatedly. Fourth brother. Fourth brother. Fourth brother. The sinister demon, with a terrifying smile, tiptoed closer to Xiang Tian. It reached out its hand, intending to grab the main character. Chanyang Hu's hand was right next to Chanyang Xiang Tian. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed his strange big brother's hand. Chanyang Hu felt very uneasy as Xiang Tian opened his eyes. You finally couldn't hold it in anymore, could you? Who are you? Why are you disguised as my big brother? He replied, You found out so soon? Where did I slip up? My performance was clearly very normal. The main character said, Your performance was too normal. Unfortunately, my big brother is not a normal person. Chanyang Hu was bewildered. Chanyang Hu gave a wicked smile. So that's how it is. As expected of the prey I've set my sights on. You're so clever. Possess you. Xiang Tian wondered. Possession. Chanyang Hu moved closer. Your body is mine now. Their gazes met, forming a connection. Both of them were thrown backward. Chanyang Hu slowly stood up. Did I fail? You're only an elementary saint. Why is your soul so strong? Chanyang Xiang Tian said, My soul has passed through life and death to get here. In a sense, I also obtained this body. With that, he walked over Chanyang Hu. He placed his hand on his face. No matter who you are, get out of my big brother's body. Chanyang Xiang Tian unleashed his ultimate technique. Purple Azure Sword Art. A sword strike went straight through Chanyang Hu's head. Heart-piercing demon. Chanyang Hu did a flip in the air and landed on one hand. He said, Your attack only damages the body I possess, not me, unless I voluntarily switch targets, or the person I possess dies. Otherwise, it can't be undone. I live a very carefree life. Come on, if you've got the guts, kill me. Chanyang Xiang Tian was advancing with lightning crackling around him. Are you sure? Chanyang Hu's arm suddenly moved on its own. Big Brother's was controlling his own body. Get out of my body, quickly. The magic beast was frightened. My control over this body has weakened. Impossible. Xiang Tian quickly leaped up. At that moment, the magic beast was still looking at its hand. He said, For my big brother's body. The main character quickly punched the magic beast straight in the face. Get out. The magic beast inside Chanyang Hu's body cried out in pain. The magic beast had been forced out of Chanyang Hu's body. How could you? Why can you hurt me? Chanyang Xiang Tian said, In this world, there may be few ways to deal with you, but in other worlds, there are many ways to deal with you. The magic beast was puzzled. What do you mean? Could it be that you're from another world? Chanyang Xiang Tian leaped toward the magic beast with his lightning-infused sword. Enough talk. A disaster like you cannot be allowed to remain in this world. He swung his sword twice at the monster, but it dodged. He powerfully pointed his finger at the magic beast. He shot a line of power that pierced through the magic beast's arm. The magic beast was in pain. Damn it. If I had known, I should have killed you in the forest back then. Chanyang Xiang Tian replied. Kill me in the forest? You saw me before? He recalled the time he met a girl. So that girl was also possessed by you? The magic beast said, I was originally planning to possess her, to disguise myself as a student and leave the secret forest. Unfortunately, I couldn't get out. Chanyang Xiang Tian looked at the barrier. So, this barrier was meant to deal with you? What exactly are you? The magic beast introduced itself. It doesn't matter if I tell you. My name is Mei Meow. I can possess others at will. Back then, an old man said I had done too many evil deeds, so he sealed me in this place. Mei Meow made a terrifying face. All these years, I've been trying to break the seal. To be free. I didn't expect that old man not only sealed me, but also created that barrier. Chanyang Xiang Tian was puzzled. How did you break the seal? Did someone help you? Mei Meow replied, You're very smart. That's right, someone did help me. She continued, At first, in order to break the seal, I subdued the demonic beasts in here, to make them my subordinates. The demonic beasts appeared one by one. Chanyang Xiang Tian said, The strength of the beasts in here has become so great. Is it related to you? You're telling me so much because you want to stall for time and wait for reinforcements? Mei Meow replied, That's right. You know so many secrets. How can I let you leave here alive? The magic beasts appeared one by one to confront Chanyang Xiang Tian. He remained very calm, even though he was surrounded by powerful demonic beasts. Mei Meow said, D. Chanyang, who was still in a drunken stupor. His mouth was open, snoring loudly. Drool was flowing out as a result. Suddenly, some force woke him up. Chanyang, who rubbed his eyes. He sat up, still yawning, dazed and confused. So sleepy. Fourth brother. I just dreamed that I was being followed by a girl. My body was taken over. Looking up, Chanyang, who quickly saw several giant monsters baring their teeth and glaring at him. He was shocked. But immediately, Chanyang, who sat cross-legged again. He stroked his beardless chin and muttered to himself, Am I still not awake? The scene before my eyes must not be real. I'll just lie down. No sooner said than done. So Chanyang, who lay down on his back, right where he had just woken up, making both the monsters and Chanyang Xiang Tian feel helpless and turn to stone. Chanyang Xiang Tian, while being wary of the beasts, shouted to wake Chanyang, who up. Big brother, stop messing around. Get up and fight the enemy. Chanyang, who was surprised. I'm not dreaming. Is this all real? The cat-headed, wolf-bodied monster that could walk on two legs watched them calling each other brother with its 3 eyes. Chanyang Xiang Tian pointed at it. He warned his big brother. He's the one behind everything. He's the one who possessed your body. Chanyang, who was surprised yet again. One would think Chanyang, who would say something profound, but instead, he widened his eyes and spouted some nonsense. My body was possessed by this ugly thing. Being possessed by this thing won't affect my good looks, will it? The giant monster fluffed up its ugly fur. It roared angrily, trying to intimidate Chanyang, who. You think I wanted to possess your body? You disgusting humans. The other beasts also became extremely angry because of this. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they opened their mouths wide, roaring at the two of them. The cat-headed, wolf-bodied monster growled. You people. A powerful demonic aura radiated from its body. It said angrily, You have completely infuriated me. It pointed at Chanyang Xiang Tian and Chanyang Hu. It quickly ordered the other monsters. Kill them. Kill them all. The monsters received the order and roared loudly. They charged toward where the two were standing. A giant elephant charged thunderously toward Li Juntai Ta, who was sleeping soundly with his arms and legs spread out. Chanyang Xiang Tian shouted, Dia, da. Wake up. Chanyang, who was no less loud, shouting, Dia, da. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore. But no matter how hard they tried, Li Juntai Ta couldn't hear them. He was still sound asleep, oblivious to the fact that the giant elephant was about to crush him with one step and turn him into a stepping stone. And just as the giant leg, as thick as a house pillar, came down, Li Juntai Ta immediately escaped a great disaster. A person with great fortune and a long life who wants to be at ease will get their wish. Because he was dragged away by his brothers Chanyang Xiang Tian and Chanyang Hu grabbed his 2 legs. The two of them desperately dragged Tai Ta behind them while running as fast as they could out of this place. Chanyang, who said to his younger brother, Chanyang Xiang Tian, Let's run. There are too many demonic beasts. The cat-headed, wolf-bodied monster, Mei Meow, shouted orders to the beasts. After them, don't let them escape. Ahead, Chanyang Hu and Xiang Tian had to run as fast as they could, while also dragging the hefty body of Li Juntai Ta. Right behind them, the beasts were chasing them closely. Suddenly, some wild vines on the forest floor wrapped around the arms and neck of the soundly sleeping Tai Ta. The two in front still didn't know what was happening and continued to drag Tai Ta, running for their lives. But no matter how hard they tried, the three of them didn't move an inch. Changyang, who was puzzled. Hey, why can't we pull brother Tai Ta anymore? As soon as he finished speaking, both of them lost their grip on Tai Ta. In their hands were only the shoes that Tai Ta was wearing. Holding the shoes in their hands, both of them were bewildered, utterly shocked. The two brothers, Changyang Xiang Tian, turned their heads. They saw Li Jun Tai Ta. He was immediately like an arrow shot from a taut bowstring. He shot straight forward with astonishing speed. Tai Ta flew in a straight line and, after a few short seconds, ran right into the cat-headed, wolf-bodied monster, Mei Miao, who was hovering in the air. Tai Ta, who was sound asleep, crashed head-on into Mei Miao, sending it flying several meters with him. Mei Miao's mouth was wide open, its eyes bulging, looking like it was in great pain. Oh no, he hit a sensitive spot. It crashed to the ground, pulling Tai Ta down on top of its stomach. Changyang Xiang Tian was speechless. He foolishly questioned his conscience. That works too. Changyang, who shared the same thought, though he didn't say it out loud. It could be like that. After the somersault just now, Tai Ta had woken up. He sat up abruptly, dazed and confused, muttering, "What happened? Was I sleepwalking?" Mei Miao, on the other hand, bared its teeth and opened its mouth, trembling from the pain it had to endure, caused by Tai Ta himself. Immediately, the monsters in the forest returned to their normal state. Mei Miao's bewitching spell no longer had any effect on them. It flowed out of their eyes one by one. Seeing the two people standing there, they turned tail and fled. Changyang, who was surprised. Why did all the demonic beasts run away? Changyang Xiang Tian replied. Mei Miao is unconscious. The demonic beasts have regained their senses. Of course they'll run for their lives. Mei Miao was extremely angry. It held its swollen head and cursed. Damn it, if I hadn't been hit in the head, how could I have ended up like this? Smugly, it stood up straight. It began the process of turning evil. As long as my body becomes ethereal. Changyang Xiang Tian, as swift as lightning, rushed toward Mei Miao. It was still posturing and causing trouble. No one will be able to hurt me. But it was immediately silenced by a slash from Changyang Xiang Tian's sword that cut across its body. Watching it slowly fall, Xiang Tian said, "Have you forgotten?" His eyes grew even colder. The purple azure sword art is your bane. Outside the secret forest, all the teachers were working together to destroy the barrier. Their terrifying powers merged. Thanks to the boundless energy from the teachers, the barrier gradually became thinner and cracked. Then it immediately shattered into many pieces before the headmaster's eyes. The old man with white hair and a beard. The headmaster urged, "The gate is open. Inform all teachers to enter the secret forest. Bring all the disciples out." The headmaster added, "Whether they are alive or dead." Beside him were the disciples, including Changyang Xiang Tian. Everyone received the order and quickly replied, "Yes." Once everyone was freed from that terrifying place and had set up small cloth tents outside the secret forest, they began to buzz with discussion. The demonic beasts in the forest are too scary. I saw several fellow students get killed with my own eyes. I thought I was going to die in there too. Luckily, I didn't encounter any. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been done for too. Yu glanced around everywhere. Secretively, her face clearly showed her impatience. It was unclear who she was looking for. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted. She tensed up, trying to carefully observe the places around her. Someone saw Yu use secretive actions and couldn't help but ask, "Yu, are you still looking for Changyang Xiang Tian?" A young lady, sitting with her knees drawn up on a crate outside the tent, covered her face and teased Yu, making her face turn red. She puffed out her cheeks and pretended to be angry. That's not like you. To actually take the initiative to look for a man. Yu quickly explained. What are you thinking? He risked his life to save us. Isn't it only proper to thank him? She saw it as a matter of course, something that not only she but anyone would do. The girl said to Yu, "The teacher said all the surviving students would gather here. Could it be that they?" Yu immediately looked toward the barrier of a secret forest that had just been destroyed. No way. Yu was a little worried, but then she thought of Changyang Xiang Tian's formidable strength that few could match and reassured herself. That guy is so special. He'll definitely be fine. Bayan was discussing matters with the bald headmaster in a small tent that everyone had set up. He was reporting the situation to the old man. Headmaster, we've searched the entire secret forest. We didn't find that magic beast. It must have possessed one of the students. The headmaster seemed to have anticipated this. As expected, the headmaster turned his head fiercely, wanting to apologize to all the disciples for letting the magic beast escape and leaving the injured students here. I am deeply ashamed. Bayan seemed a little ashamed. Headmaster, you still haven't recovered. How about you let me handle it? But the old man's mind was made up. The headmaster's eyes shone with fierce determination. I must eliminate that demonic beast. With that, the headmaster quickly ran out of the tent. He shouted a few commands for all the students. Prepare all the magic beast detection tools. If you find anything unusual, act immediately. Bayan lifted the tent flap and followed him out. He replied wearily, yes. All the students received the order and lined up in one place to listen to the headmaster's announcement. Everyone, place all the magic cores you've obtained on the table. I must check your achievements. Hearing this, everyone became fearful and started murmuring. Oh no, I couldn't even defeat a single magic beast. I have no achievements at all. The magic beasts were so strong. It's a miracle I wasn't killed. But they didn't know that someone was secretly watching them all from a distance with a small tube. Those students were still chattering. It wasn't easy, but I managed to defeat 2. Another person burst out laughing. I got 4. Big win. Huh. Following that was another person's cheerful voice. My team and I got 3. We passed. Suddenly, they heard someone next to them sneer. A bunch of trash. It's not that the magic beasts are strong. It's that you're weak. It was none other than Zheng Mingxiang. He puffed out his chest, showing off his achievements. Let me show you what a real gap looks like. Zheng Mingxiang threw all the magic cores he had onto the table. There were so many that each one clattered as it hit the table. Clatter! The person with spiky orange hair exclaimed. That's so many. The person next to him was no exception. Zheng Mingxiang, as expected of the young master of the Huayan sect. His strength is truly formidable. Hearing this, Zheng Mingxiang became even more enthusiastic and pointed at them, mocking, this is what you call strength. You guys are too weak. Yu, however, did not seem very pleased with his attitude. How rude. For the Huayan sect to have a young master like you is truly 3 generations of bad luck. The girl next to her sighed and said, but Zheng Mingxiang is really strong. I'm afraid no one can surpass him. We can only let him be arrogant. But in this world, anything can happen. A voice came from right behind them. Zheng Mingxiang, you dare to show off with such a meager achievement? Yu immediately turned her head and recognized the voice. This voice. It's him. It was indeed the 3 of them. Chanyang Xiang Tian and his companions. They appeared like gods descending from the heavens. Chanyang, who, carrying an unconscious girl on his back, burst out laughing. Haha, the feeling of being the center of attention for tens of thousands of people is truly exhilarating. Xiang Tian was helpless against this brother of his. If we hadn't gone looking for the treasure you mentioned, we wouldn't have missed the time and only just appeared now. Chanyang, whose eyes widened as he said, I thought there would be a treasure in that seal. Who knew there was nothing at all? Li Jun Taita took a bite of the delicious meat from the leg in his hand and chuckled. But the treasure hunt game was fun. Zheng Mingxiang pointed his finger. He shouted angrily, cutting off the conversation of the 3 brothers. Chanyang Xiang Tian, you're still alive? What did you say just now? That yours is better than mine? Xiang Tian suddenly smiled, a smile full of sarcasm. Better than you? Is that not reasonable? All the young ladies present, including Yu, were completely smitten. They covered their faces shyly and praised him. Wow, so domineering. I love it. Chanyang Xiang Tian, encouraged, pressed on. He pointed at the table currently filled with Zheng Mingxiang's accomplishments. Headmaster, please bring a large table here. Xiang Tian's eyes shot a sharp glance at Zheng Mingxiang. He said with a smile, I want to show someone what it means to have someone better than you out there. Zheng Mingxiang produced a giant wooden table as big as a bed and said, is this table big enough? I want to see how many magic cores you can bring out. Chanyang Xiang Tian tightly gripped the space pouch in his hand and said confidently, then watched closely. He raised his hand, and a white space appeared with something like a black hole inside. Electricity seemed to crackle around him as he said, "Don't be scared." Changyang Xiang Tian stood pointing at the space, and magic cores rained down one after another. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Zheng Mingxiang became flustered. What? Even the people standing there watching couldn't help but be astonished. They stared with their mouths agape. "No way, so many?" The man in the black cloak said, "Am I seeing things? Where did Changyang Xiang Tian get so many magic cores?" The pink-haired girl next to him also couldn't contain her surprise. Did he wipe out all those magic cores by himself? Besides the people lost in shock, there were also those who regretted that all his magic cores were in there. Changyang Xiang Tian crossed his arms arrogantly in front of Zheng Mingxiang and asked, "Are you convinced or not? Strength is a person's power, not a reason for them to look down on others." This statement received no small amount of praise. Praise from everyone. Well said. Yu said. That took the wind out of Zheng Mingxiang's sails. He was extremely angry. His frustration was evident in every word. "Stop lecturing me. So what if the quantity is large? Quality is the key." Zheng Mingxiang reached into the pile of magic cores, his mouth constantly saying, "Killing 100 low-level magic beasts is not as good as killing one high-level one." Zheng Mingxiang held a sparkling yellow magic core in his hand and said proudly, "A third-tier magic core. Do you have one?" Bayan's face was full of helplessness. "It's a low-grade, third-tier magic core." It seems Zheng Mingxiang has always been hiding his true strength. The headmaster replied, "After all, he is the young master of the Huayan sect. It's normal for him to have many trump cards." Zheng Mingxiang was excited. He let out a jeer. "What do you have to say now? Can this pile of trash of yours compare to me?" Changyang Xiang Tian gently called out, "Big brother." As soon as the words were out, Changyang, who grinned as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He didn't hesitate to toss the girl behind him. Zheng Mingxiang thought he was calling him Big Brother and didn't hesitate to say, "Want to ask for help now? It's too late to call me Big Brother." Changyang, who spoke up, cut it out. "Xiang Tian was calling me." The two of them smiled and high-fived. Xiang Tian said cheerfully, "This kind of showing off is still best left to Big Brother." Changyang, who replied, "Showing off is my specialty." Then Changyang, who held up a pink magic core that was even more sparkling than the yellow one. He became aggressive and told Zheng Mingxiang, "Look what this is." Zheng Mingxiang's face suddenly turned pale. He stammered, "This is a fourth-tier magic core?" Bayan, standing outside, was also startled. He was shocked. Could it be that fourth-tier magic beast? The headmaster next to him seemed not to believe it. "This is too terrifying." Changyang, who became arrogant. His head was held high, but his eyes didn't forget to glance at Zheng Mingxiang. "Well, you lose in quantity, and you don't even qualify in quality. What do you have to say now?" Impossible. In his somewhat humiliating situation, Zheng Mingxiang pointed at Changyang, who and shouted, "Headmaster, they're cheating. How could they possibly kill a fourth-tier magic beast? Even I don't have that kind of strength." Changyang, who became even more excited, repeatedly saying, "He's flustered. He's flustered." Flustered. Tai Tai jeered. "I feel embarrassed for him." Changyang Xiang Tian also joined the crowd laughing at Zheng Mingxiang. He even reminded him with a thick layer of sarcasm, "Remember, there are always people better than you out there. Don't ever get cocky and arrogant." Zheng Mingxiang couldn't swallow this anger and humiliation. He waved his hand and shouted, "You have no right to lecture me. Go to hell." Bayan sternly grabbed the wrist that was about to do evil and said, "This is the Zhajiasi Academy, not the Huayan sect. It's not your place to be reckless." At this moment, the headmaster suddenly said, "You three, come with me," which made them momentarily confused about what was happening. With that, the headmaster placed them in 3 positions around him. Then he disappeared before the bewildered eyes of the onlookers. "What's going on?" This is the first time I've seen such a serious expression on the headmaster. "That 4th-tier magic core. How on earth did they get it?" Yu had a thoughtful expression. She raised her head to look at the scenery and said, "In this secret forest. It seems a great secret is hidden." In another development, Yu's current image appeared in a mirror, and a voice was heard. "It seems the result is clear." The full view of the mirror showed 5 figures sitting on 5 chairs, with the middle chair being the largest and the others getting smaller. But it was unclear who they were. The person in the middle chair said, "Everyone, tomorrow is Yu's 16th birthday. Her marriage has also been decided. The person sitting on the right heard this and said, Your Majesty, which power are you preparing to form a marriage alliance with through Yu? They smiled when someone said, after this period of testing, compared to Zheng Mingxiang, Chanyang Xiang Tian is clearly much more outstanding. As soon as the words were out, he received her agreement. Someone even said, I didn't expect the declining Chanyang family to produce such a talent after so many years. The man sitting in the middle continued, If everyone agrees, then issue the decree. Red hair gradually appeared along with the words, Bestow the marriage to Chanyang Xiang Tan. The headmaster couldn't believe his ears and asked, You're saying? Mei Miao was in a daze, had turned into its physical form, and was accidentally stunned by Tai Ta, which is how you killed it. Chanyang, who laughed smugly and said, Headmaster, you know me. When it comes to making others hate me, I'm truly a top-tier expert. Chanyang Xiang Tian added, Yes, luckily we had Big Brother to make Mei Miao so ashamed and disheveled that it lost its reason. The headmaster sighed helplessly and replied, I have never seen a student more infuriating than you. But Mei Miao is still a fourth-tier magic beast. How could Tai Ta possibly touch it? Tai Ta asked angrily, Headmaster, you don't believe me? Or should I reenact it for you once? The headmaster raised his hand to stop him. All right, I believe you. The old things in this room of mine can't handle you. In his heart, he thought that Mei Miao couldn't have been defeated so simply. There must be more to this story. I can't believe that Mei Miao, which even the first headmaster couldn't kill and could only seal, was actually eliminated by you guys. Chanyang Xiang Tian replied politely, It was just luck. Tai Ta nodded in agreement. That's right, good luck. The headmaster pointed at Chanyang Xiang Tian and said, Whether it's luck or strength, since you're the one who killed Mei Miao, you're the champion of this hunt. From now on, it's you. This result is beyond doubt. Chanyang Xiang Tian looked at the headmaster and thought, I always feel like the headmaster knows the whole story that we didn't tell. Not mentioning it shows that the headmaster doesn't want to make a big deal out of it either. The headmaster smiled brightly and said, Thanks to you for helping me solve a big problem. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. 3 beams of light descended. The 3 of them were transported back to their original spot. After their conversation, they returned to the competition. The headmaster announced, In this beast hunt, Chanyang Xiang Tian is the champion. The competition ends here. Everyone is dismissed. The injured will be arranged for treatment immediately. Zheng Mingxiang was surprised by the result of the match. He said, Chanyang Xiang Tian clearly cheated. On what basis is he the champion? I'm not convinced. How could he possibly kill a 4th-tier magic beast? The headmaster looked at him with a murderous expression and said, Silence. Do you dare to question the Academy's judgment? If you have any questions, you can come to my office to find me. Dismissed. Zheng Mingxiang was sweating profusely and stammered, I understand. Bai-In shouted, Quickly treat the injured. Everyone else, return to your rooms. A student came to Tai Ta and said, Doctor, we have someone injured. Yu ran up to Chanyang Xiang Tian and said, I've been looking all over for you. Chanyang Xiang Tian turned to look at her and said, Your wounds are fine. That's good. Yu replied, I'm fine. I heard from my fellow students that you risked your life to save us in the secret forest. Thank you for saving my life. He smiled and said, No need for thanks. As long as we can clear up the misunderstanding between us from before, that's good enough. Yu said, In that situation, to be willing to sacrifice yourself to save others, you must be a good person. I was rude before. I hope you can forgive me. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Yu. The main character held out his hand and said, I'm Chanyang Xiang Tian. The 2 of them shook hands. Suddenly, a teacher appeared from nowhere and stood between the 2 of them. Yu was surprised and called out, Teacher. She turned to Chanyang Xiang Tian and said, Don't get too happy too soon. Your troubles are just beginning. She then turned back to Yu and said, Come with me. Something big has happened. Yu followed the teacher, but still looked back at Chanyang Xiang Tian with an apologetic expression. He waved his hand to dismiss it. He thought to himself, being mysterious again. Can't you just speak plainly? In the room, Tai Ta was eating and recounting. Damn it, that classmate doesn't remember anything after waking up. And here I thought I could make 2 more friends at the academy. Chanyang Xiang Tian comforted him. Don't worry. We still have the reward, right? Let's wait and see what rare item Big Brother will bring back. As soon as he finished speaking, Chanyang, who burst through the door and shouted, Ha. Good news. Good news. Changyang Xiang Tian smiled wryly and asked, Big brother, what are you so excited about? Could it be that the reward is a beautiful woman? Changyang, who said with an indescribable expression, I, already knew? Changyang Xiang Tian's mouth fell open. What? The main character's reward is a beautiful woman? Is this for real? In the room, Changyang Xiang Tian closed his eyes. His expression was unhappy. Changyang, who saw this and asked, Fourth brother, you don't seem very interested. Taita agreed, adding, That's right. You get to marry a princess. Aren't you happy? Changyang Xiang Tian turned his face away coldly and replied, I don't even know who this princess is, and you're telling me to marry her. I can't accept this. Changyang, who said angrily, Princess Jelen. She's the current king's only daughter. The main character just gave him a glance. Big brother looked like he didn't know what to say. He asked with a face colder than ice, and Changyang, who stammered, That's it. That's all I know. Princess Jelen has been very mysterious since she was young. Only the inner circle of the royal family knows her true identity. No one outside has ever seen her. Taita wondered, Hide her like that. She's not ugly, is she? Changyang, who immediately said, Even if she's extremely ugly, she's still a princess. Marry her, and in the future, you can inherit an entire kingdom. Changyang Xiang Tian replied, I'm not interested in being a king. Why should my affairs be decided by others? I'm going out for some peace and quiet. This arranged marriage is so annoying. Taita asked, Big brother, you don't think Xiang Tian is going to run away from the marriage, do you? Changyang, who replied fearfully, Run away from the marriage? It wouldn't go that far, would it? Openly defying an imperial edict is a capital offense. I have to talk some sense into him. With that, Big brother ran out, shouting, Fourth brother, don't be rash. But he was already gone. At a scenic pavilion, Yu, while eating melon, said, Teacher, I don't think Changyang Xiang Tian will agree to the arranged marriage. He doesn't know I'm Princess Jelen. The teacher calmly replied, The Changyang family will agree. After all, this is a good opportunity for the Changyang family to return to its former glory. As for Changyang Xiang Tian, I don't know. She continued, If he's a power-hungry fellow and agrees to the marriage, then I'll go to my royal father and cancel the engagement. The teacher asked, And what if he doesn't agree? Yu replied happily, If he doesn't agree, then he's truly special. I think I can consider it. The teacher sighed in exasperation. He agrees to the marriage, you cancel it. He doesn't agree, you don't cancel it. I really don't understand you young people. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiang Tian's figure drifted over from a distance. He walked along, annoyed, saying, In my past life, I wandered the world alone, free and unrestrained. Now I'm being forced into an arranged marriage for no reason. If I really have someone by my side in the future, I still haven't gotten used to it. A watermelon rind was thrown over. Xiang Tian turned his head to see which rude person it was. Suddenly, Yu appeared from nowhere and said, Student Xiang Tan, what a coincidence. Come over and have some watermelon. Changyang Xiang Tian saw her, scratched his head, and walked over. Why are you here? Didn't you have to leave for something? Yu replied, I finished my business and came here to enjoy the scenery. I heard you were betrothed by the king. Hearing that, he sat down unhappily and asked, How did you know? Yu smiled and replied, I get news fast. Congratulations on marrying the princess. Changyang Xiang Tian, eating the melon, said, What's there to congratulate? I've never even met the princess, and suddenly I'm engaged. Yu said in surprise, Marrying the princess means you can inherit an entire kingdom in the future. Many people dream of that. Changyang Xiang Tian replied bluntly, What I want, I will obtain through my own strength, not by relying on the charity of others. Yu turned to ask him, You want to break off the engagement? Changyang Xiang Tian replied irritably, The arranged marriage is a decision of the royal family. If I break it off, it will implicate my family and also disrespect Princess Jelen. I can't harm an innocent person. Yu looked at him and smiled. I didn't realize you were so considerate of others. He replied, I'm still young. I just want to cultivate and nothing else. In the future, when my strength has grown and I can negotiate with the royal family, I'll deal with this matter then. Yu asked, You seem very mature. You don't look young at all. Are you sure you're not lying about your age? Changyang Xiang Tian, having been seen through, immediately denied it. No way. I'm really just a child. Eat your melon. Eat your melon. Yu smiled and said, Xiang Tian, I find you very interesting. The teacher, observing the two of them talking from a distance, said to herself, I really can't understand the affairs of young people. The leaves under the afternoon sun were painted with many colors. At this moment, Zheng Mingxiang, as if possessed, was furiously beating Chanyang Hu. He asked, Tell me, where is Chanyang Xiang Tian? He threatened irritably, If you don't talk, you'll be the first to die. Two people were fighting. The one on his knees was big brother Chanyang Hu, and the one with purple hair was Zheng Mingxiang. Chanyang Hu, trying to endure the pain, asked Zheng Mingxiang. The arranged marriage was the king's decision. Do you really think you can marry the princess by killing Xiang Tian? Zheng Mingxiang shouted madly. I am the young master of the Huayan sect. My strength is outstanding. Princess Jelen can only marry me. The king was a fool to betroth her to Xiang Tian. Big brother Hu said angrily, Zheng Mingxiang, if you act so recklessly in the school, the headmaster will not let you off. Zheng Mingxiang said, My father has invited the headmaster and into the Huayan sect as guests. Right now, there's no one in the academy who can save you. With that, he struck at him. Big brother Hu, with a powerful aura, gathered his strength in both hands. I don't hope for others to save me. His eyes suddenly changed as he replied, Don't forget, my sacred power is of the earth a tribute. With that, he channeled his internal energy into the ground. The earth and rocks rose up with great force, heading straight for Zheng Mingxiang. Zheng Mingxiang lost his balance and struggled to stay upright. Seeing that Chanyang Hu had run far away, he summoned 3 bolts of lightning to pursue Big Brother Hu. His subordinates beside him also received the order to surround and capture him. Big Brother Hu was hit by the 3 lightning bolts and cried out in pain. He was on the verge of death, looking for a way to escape. Chanyang Hu was being chased by Zheng Mingxiang. He thought to himself, the campus is not a good place to hide. Running to the back mountain is my only hope of escape. Zheng Mingxiang saw this and ordered his subordinates, After him, don't let him escape. At this time, Yu and Xiang Tian were still chatting happily. She asked student Xiang Tian about the arranged marriage. Don't be so quick to refuse. Only melon rinds were left on the plate. Princess Jelen might be much better than you imagine. Chanyang Xiang Tian asked curiously, Could it be that you know Princess Jelen? Are you from the royal family? Yu smiled and said, You'll know in the future. She said cheerfully, I have to go now. Goodbye. Chanyang Xiang Tian watched her figure leave. He sighed and said, Whether it's my past life or this one, I still can't understand the hearts of girls. Suddenly, many bolts of lightning erupted from behind him. He turned around and thought, I can feel many tremors of sacred power. Someone is fighting nearby. Big Brother Hu was about to collapse. His body showed signs of exhaustion, his strength depleted. Zheng Mingxiang's face was filled with killing intent. He said, Chanyang Hu, the game of cat and mouse. Ends here, he shouted. He rushed forward, intending to strike Chanyang Hu. Suddenly, a technique shot out, interrupting his plan. Zheng Mingxiang said angrily, Who is it? Chanyang Xiang Tian ran over. He asked worriedly, Big brother, are you okay? Chanyang Hu said in a weak voice, Fourth brother, Zheng Mingxiang wants to kill me. Run. Go find the headmaster. With that, Big Brother Hu collapsed. Zheng Mingxiang saw Xiang Tian as if he had struck gold. He laughed loudly. Chanyang Xiang Tian, you actually came to me on your own. He became excited and shouted, You actually came to me on your own. Chanyang Xiang Tian looked at Chanyang Hu and said, My big brother, although his neurotic tendencies annoy others, he risked his life to hunt magic cores for me. He would always give me all the good things. In this world, besides my mother, the only one who has given me the warmth of a family is my big brother. This is my big brother's blood. The main character's eyes revealed a crazed look. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Daring to hurt him like this, you all deserve to die. Zheng Mingxiang, the one who must die today, is you. Zheng Mingxiang looked at his killing intent and thought to himself, I'm the dignified young master of the Huayan sect, the strongest in the Zhajiasi Academy. And I was scared into retreating by the gaze of a freshman. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the fear in his heart. Come on, let's see who dies in the end. Zheng Mingxiang rushed forward, shouting, Flowing shadow, pierce. Chanyang Xiang Tian looked at him and asked, You think you're the strongest in the Zhajiasi Academy? Let me show you what it means to have a heaven beyond the heavens. The two of them clashed fiercely. Zheng Mingxiang thought, such precise aim? He clearly just reached the saint level not long ago. How can he control his sacred power so delicately? While he was distracted, Chanyang Xiangtian approached and slashed him, taking him by surprise. Zheng Mingxiang retreated a few steps, unable to defend himself. The powerful sword intent cut through, splitting the tree by the road in two. If Zheng Mingxiang hadn't retreated, he would have been split in two as well. Zheng Mingxiang thought in fear. I'm injured? How can this be? No, absolutely impossible. It must have been a lucky shot. No, it can't be. I don't accept it. He continuously launched fatal attacks at Xiang Tian, only to have them easily dodged. Then, he was beaten into a daze by Chanyang Xiang Tian, clutching the gash on his back. Zheng Mingxiang was still unrepentant. He looked at him and thought, why does it feel like all my attacks have been predicted? I can't hit him. A murderous aura emanated from Chanyang Xiang Tian. He said, I've always held back against you, because I didn't want to kill you. But today is different. You want to harm my big brother, so your crime is unforgivable. With that, he unleashed hundreds of sword strikes, leaving Zheng Mingxiang no time to react. He was sent flying by the powerful sword intent and crashed to the ground. He sat slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. Chanyang Xiangtian said coldly, the so-called young master of the Huayan sect, the so-called strongest in the Zhajiasi Academy, can't even withstand a single, easy blow. Sengming Xiang is tamared. No, this must be fake. He remembered when he was a child, his teacher had said, this sword technique takes a normal person a month to learn, yet the young master learned it in a day. Truly a once-in-a-generation genius. He looked down on everyone around him as a bunch of trash. He lived in a world of praise, believing he was a prodigy with a boundless future. With the Huayan sect in his hands, it would become more prosperous and successful. He was praised by his father, who said that in the future, he would not only be the sect master of the Huayan sect, but also the king of an entire country. He believed that all good things should belong to him. Returning to the present, he gritted his teeth in anger and said, I am the future sect master of the Huayan sect and the future king. I am a genius. I will not lose. All of you attack. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of one person? Kill him, and I will reward you handsomely. Countless assassins rushed toward Chanyang Xiangtian. He said disdainfully, lacking in strength. Can't be compensated for with numbers. In less than a second, all of Zheng Mingxiang's subordinates had been defeated by him. He was unwilling to accept it and roared, Chanyang Xiangtian, you are indeed powerful, but it ends here. You care a lot about your big brother, don't you? If you don't want your big brother to die, then cut off your own right hand. Xiangtian turned his head, his eyes dangerous. Hurry up, or I'll drag your big brother down with me. A sword intent flashed past. Zheng Mingxiang was stunned. Chanyang Xiangtian said nothing, but with a single sword strike, he nearly crippled Zheng Mingxiang's arm. He screamed in fear, my arm. Chanyang Xiangtian's expression turned ugly. He said, cripple an arm? Fine. But it will be your arm. Zheng Mingxiang looked at him and shouted, Chanyang Xiangtian, you dare to hurt me? My father will not let you go. I will have your Chanyang family exterminated. Chanyang Xiangtian said coldly, as long as I kill you, no one will know what I've done. His attitude made Zheng Mingxiang tremble. He ran away in fear, shouting as he ran, don't kill me. Help! Chanyang Xiangtian wanted to chase after him and finish the job, but suddenly a voice came from behind. Who is fighting in the back mountain? Do you have no regard for the rules? Zheng Mingxiang saw the person coming as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He shouted, Teacher, save me. Chanyang Xiangtian wants to kill me. Two teachers ran over and asked, What's going on? Hurry, save him. Chanyang Xiangtian thought to himself, It seems I can't kill Zheng Mingxiang to silence him now. Oh well, I'll take Big Brother to a safe place first. In some cave. Chanyang, who groggily realized he was in a cave. He turned to his side and saw Chanyang Xiangtian, calling out with difficulty, Fourth brother. It seems both fourth brother and I have died tragically. Could this be the underworld? Poor fourth brother, so young and yet died by Zheng Mingxiang's treacherous hands. I cannot rest in peace. I must become a vengeful ghost and seek revenge on Zheng Mingxiang. Chanyang Xiang Tian rubbed his eyes and said, "Big brother, can you not be so dramatic? Zhang Mingxiang was beaten by me and ran away long ago." Chanyang, who heard this and asked, "What did you say? You're not dead. Then what's with all this blood?" Chanyang Xiang Tian replied, "This is a fruit I found in the forest. Its juice can stop bleeding. When I applied it to you, it got on your clothes." Chanyang, who said in amazement, "It's that magical? Then how did you manage to beat Zhang Mingxiang and make him run?" Chanyang Xiang Tian calmly replied, "I crippled his arm. I originally wanted to kill him to silence him, but I ran into a patrolling teacher and he got away. What a pity." Chanyang, who asked in fear, "You crippled Zhang Mingxiang's arm?" "Zhang Mingxiang is the only son. The Huayin sect will not let you go. Fourth brother, you must run. If the Huayin sect catches you, you will surely die." Chanyang Xiang Tian shook his head and replied, "If I run, the Huayin sect will not let the Chanyang family go. I can't implicate them." Chanyang, who gritted his teeth and said, "Unfortunately, the headmaster and the others were invited to the Huayin sect. Right now, there's no one in the academy who can stand up for us." Hearing this, Chanyang Xiang Tian had an idea. The headmaster is at the Huayin sect? It seems I can take a gamble. At a villa of the Huayin sect. Inside, the elders were discussing matters. The headmaster asked, "Sect Master Zheng, did you specially invite us here just to drink and have fun?" "Bayanadif. If there's nothing else, we'll be heading back. There are many matters at the academy." Sect Master Zheng replied, "It's rare for you to visit. Please wait a little longer. Nothing will happen at the academy. Even if something does happen, it won't have anything to do with you." The two of them looked at each other without a word. The headmaster then whispered, "Could it be that Zhang Mingxiang wants to cause trouble for Xiang Tian?" Bayan asked, "They wouldn't dare to cause such a commotion in the academy, would they?" Sect Master Zheng said loudly, "Headmaster, Vice Headmaster, thank you for taking care of my son Xianger at the academy all these years. I toast you both." Suddenly, a subordinate ran in and said, Sect Master, it's not good." Sect Master Zheng asked, "What's with the panic?" The subordinate stammered, reporting to the Sect Master. The young Sect Master's arm was crippled at the academy by Chanyang Xiangtian. He's severely injured and on the verge of death. The headmaster and Bai-in spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect Master Zheng's face darkened. He couldn't believe his ears and asked, "What?" Night fell, and the scenery was shrouded in silence. But inside the female teacher's room, the light of an oil lamp still shone, illuminating the entire room. Yu held a half-eaten steam bun in her hand. She asked in surprise, "Xiang Tian crippled Zheng Mingxiang's arm?" The female teacher crossed her arms. Her expression said, "Unless they can invite a 7th-tier light saint. Otherwise, Zheng Mingxiang's arm is crippled for good." Yu replied with some concern, "But in this entire kingdom, there are no 7th-tier light saint masters." The female teacher sighed helplessly and replied, "Sect Master Zheng has already submitted a petition to His Majesty, requesting that Chanyang Xiang Tian be punished. His Majesty is currently pondering this matter." Hearing this, Yu became extremely flustered. She slammed her hand on the table and said firmly, "I must go see the Emperor. I will ask him to pardon Xiang Tian." The female teacher hurriedly tried to stop Yu. "Don't be rash." Yu clenched her fists, flustered. She asserted, "Xiang Tian is not the type to cause trouble. If he injured Zheng Mingxiang, there must be a hidden reason for it." The female teacher replied sadly, "Whether there's a hidden reason or not is no longer important." She explained, "The Huayin sect is the #1 sect in the kingdom, and Chanyang Xiang Tian is merely a genius from a fallen family. It's clear which side holds more weight." Yu asked sadly, "Does that mean my royal father has to sacrifice Xiang Tian?" Then Yu turned her face away. The female teacher replied, "He is the king. He must think for the entire nation. This is the reality." Yu's heart was filled with sorrow. She went to the window. She looked toward the distant sky. A day later, it was a beautiful day with a clear blue sky, and the flowers on the branches were beginning to bloom. In the grand hall of the royal court, a meeting was being held between the officials and the king. The king asked sternly, "A day has passed. Have you still not found Chanyang Xiang Tian?" Sect Master Zheng asserted loudly, "Chanyang Xiang Tian is most likely hiding in the academy. I implore your majesty to grant me permission to search inside." The headmaster, standing nearby, firmly disagreed. He replied, "In your dreams. The academy is not a place where you can do as you please." Sect Master Zheng was furious. He glared and questioned, I had just received intelligence. Not long ago, Chanyang Ba rushed to the Zhajiasi Academy. Headmaster, how do you explain this? At this moment, the headmaster was sweating profusely from fear. He tried to explain. Chanyang Ba came to the academy. This matter. Before the headmaster could finish his sentence, Sect Master Zheng quickly clasped his hands and said, I implore your majesty to allow me to lead my men to the academy to make the arrest, to prevent the father and son, Chanyang Ba, from escaping. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. There's no need for Sect Master Zheng to trouble himself. I have brought Xiang Tian back. Chanyang Ba strode into the grand hall. Behind him was Chanyang Xiang Tian, bound in chains. Sect Master Zheng exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? As soon as Chanyang Ba arrived, he bowed his head and admitted his guilt before the king. Chanyang Ba has failed in his duty to discipline his son. To let Xiang Tian commit such a grave mistake. I implore your majesty to punish me. With that, he prostrated himself on the ground. Sect Master Zheng saw this and cleared his throat, asking Chanyang Ba, what's this act? Don't you want to plead for clemency for Chanyang Xiang Tian? Chanyang Ba grabbed his hand. He showed a remorseful expression and said, Sect Master Zheng, I am sorry. Xiang Tian has committed a great offense and should be punished according to reason. I will take him to the Huayun sect and hand him over to you for judgment. Seeing Chanyang Ba's strange behavior, Sect Master Zheng felt extremely fearful. He pulled his hand back and stammered, Let go. Don't touch me. Seeing this, Chanyang Ba looked up with a puzzled expression. Chanyang Xiang Tian said loudly, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I was the one who cut off your son's arm. If you have a problem, direct it at me. Don't involve the Chanyang family. The king then walked over and reminded Sect Master Zheng. If the Chanyang family head is willing to uphold justice over personal ties, then you should also act with the grace of Sect Master. Sect Master Zheng began to feel suspicious. He thought to himself, no matter what scheme you have, if you dare to come to the Huayun sect, then you're just seeking your own death. With that thought, he turned and agreed to Chanyang Xiang Tian's proposal. All right, then I will settle the score with Chanyang Xiang Tian alone. I will not hold it against the Chanyang family. With that, Sect Master Zheng pointed straight at him and ordered his lackeys. Men, escort Chanyang Xiang Tian to the dungeon in the back mountain. Bayan watched as Chanyang Xiang Tian was taken away, unable to do anything. He was trembling with anger. The headmaster could only glance at him with a worried expression. Bayan was about to step forward to protect Chanyang Xiang Tian, but was stopped by the headmaster's outstretched arm. He spoke, restraining him. Calm down. Don't be rash. Just wait and see what happens. The headmaster whispered to Bayan, perhaps Xiang Tian will bring us another surprise. Chanyang Ba had ridden his giant eagle to find Chanyang Xiang Tian. As soon as he saw him, he quickly jumped off the eagle. He worriedly took his hand and asked, I received the news and rushed here. Are you injured? Chanyang Xiang Tian was puzzled. Father, you're not blaming me for causing such a huge disaster? Chanyang Ba not only didn't blame his son, he took all the blame upon himself. He said, if anyone's to blame, it's me. I wasn't able to protect you properly. You punished the wicked, and now you have to worry about retaliation. I've already made all the arrangements. I'll send you away from the Jessin kingdom immediately. Chanyang Xiangtian turned his head and replied, if I just leave like this, the Huayun sect will never let the Chanyang clan go. Tears streamed down Chanyang Ba's face. He praised his son emotionally. My good son, to think you're already thinking about the family. Chanyang Xiangtian thought to himself, I'm doing this for mother. It has nothing to do with the clan. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He said, I have a plan. I'm preparing to make a big move. Chanyang Xiangtian wrapped himself in chains, as if he had just been captured. Then he walked up to Chanyang Ba. He thought to himself, Huayun sect. Let's see what you can do to me. As dusk began to fall, Chanyang Xiangtian was led away in chains by two of Sect Master Cheng's guards. He scanned his surroundings, his face devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, Chanyang Xiangtian spoke up. Isn't this the path to the back mountain of your sect? His words startled one of the guards. Cheng Mingxiang approached, his arm bandaged. He was flanked by two burly guards armed with weapons, and he shouted at Chanyang Xiangtian. You crippled my arm. I'll take your life to make up for it. Changyang Xiangtian, however, remained perfectly calm. He replied nonchalantly, "So you did come, just as I expected." He looked at him with sharp eyes and said softly, "It's been raining for a long time, hasn't it? One day earlier." After hearing Changyang Xiangtian's plan, Changyang Ba's jaw dropped in shock. He asked, "You want me to take you to the Huayun sect to turn yourself in?" "Xiangtian, are you insane?" Changyang Xiangtian calmly reassured his father. "I've already made inquiries. The king and the headmaster are both at the Huayun sect. With them there, the Huayun sect won't dare to do anything to me directly. Cheng Mingxiang is the type to hold a grudge. If I willingly walk into his grasp, he'll definitely want to get his revenge on me. This is my chance." Changyang Ba grabbed his son's shoulders and said worriedly, "But you'll be on the Huayun sect's territory. What you're doing is too risky." Changyang Xiangtian raised his arm, which was crackling with lightning, and said resolutely, "If I want to protect our family, I must take this risk." As he spoke, he released his hand, and thousands of sparks erupted before Changyang Ba's astonished eyes. The sparks filled the air everywhere. It forced him to look up in awe. In just a short moment, a tree was sliced in two. It fell right in front of them. Changyang Ba broke out in a cold sweat. He exclaimed, "This is—" Changyang Xiangtian said with conviction, "Father, with my current strength, as long as I don't run into an elder-level expert, no one in the Huayun sect can stop me." A look of pride spread across Changyang Ba's face. He was overjoyed. It's only been a few days. The boy has matured so much. Finally, he decided to trust Changyang Xiangtian's decision. He slapped his chest and said loudly, "All right, I'll bet everything on you this time." Back in the present, Cheng Mingxiang pointed at Changyang Xiangtian and ordered his two guards. "Go on, kill him for me." They followed the order and charged forward in unison. A fierce energy began to surge around Changyang Xiangtian's body. He said softly, "With just you two?" Changyang Xiangtian easily shattered the chains binding him. He got into a fighting stance. He raised his hand, which was crackling with lightning. A confident smile played on his lips as he threatened, "Young Master Cheng, I'm afraid you're the one who's going to die today." With that, he gripped his sword and dashed toward Cheng Mingxiang. The ground cracked and dust flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the main hall was quiet and tense. The king sat on his throne, resting his chin on his hand, and asked Sect Master Cheng, "How do you plan to deal with Changyang Xiangtian?" The truth behind Cheng Mingxiang's injury is still unclear. Are you using this as an opportunity for revenge? Sect Master Cheng immediately replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will definitely investigate the truth thoroughly. I will handle this with fairness and justice. I will give everyone a satisfactory answer." Just as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in to report, "Sect Master, it's terrible." He knelt on the ground and reported, "Changyang Xiangtian threatened the young master and escaped from the sect." Everyone in the room was utterly shocked. The headmaster's eyes widened as he asked, "What?" Sect Master Cheng gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. He hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Before he could finish, the guard fainted and collapsed on the floor. Another guard recounted, "The young master took us to kill Changyang Xiangtian. Unexpectedly, he killed us instead." At that moment, Changyang Xiangtian held his sword to Cheng Mingxiang's neck and said, "If you don't want to die, get me out of here." After Changyang Xiangtian escaped, he gave the young master a brutal beating. Then he swaggered away. He had shouted loudly, "Get lost! Chaining you up would only dirty my hands." When Changyang Ba heard this, he pointed his finger straight at Sect Master Zheng's face and then questioned him, "Sect Master Zheng, you dared to condone your son's attempt to kill Xiangtian?" The headmaster was furious. The Huayun sect is too unreasonable. The king, sitting on his throne, also appeared extremely angry. He asked Sect Master Zheng, "Is this what you call handling things with fairness?" Sect Master Zheng was so scared his face turned purple. He covered his mouth and stammered, Damn it." Then he immediately turned and punched the soldier who had just reported. He only cursed, "A bunch of trash." When Changyang Ba saw this, he was very pleased. He softly exclaimed, "Good." Then he pretended to kneel on the ground, showing sincerity. "Your Majesty, since Xiangtian has escaped, I will now go and capture him. I implore your Majesty not to blame the Changyang family." The king gave a decisive order. The Changyang family head has upheld justice over personal ties. His attitude is commendable. Pass down the order. This matter has nothing to do with the Chanyang family. No one is allowed to blame the Chanyang family. He replied, a great deed has been accomplished. The king made another decision. Chanyang Xiang Tian has fled to escape punishment. His behavior is deplorable. Issue a nationwide arrest warrant. Everyone below the dais bowed their heads and shouted in unison. 5 days later, at the border city of the Gisan Kingdom, White Cloud City, a man named Wu De was urging anxiously, hurry up and pack the goods. The caravan is setting out today to leave the Gisan Kingdom. A strange man holding a piece of paper approached and asked, Uncle. Hello, Uncle. I'm the guard sent by the Mercenary Guild. Looking at the paper in his hand, Wu De replied, little brother, you look quite young. What's your name? The person pulled down his hood, smiled softly, and replied, me? Giani Shan. He began to remove the cloth covering his face. From a distance, under the cloth, it was Chanyang Xiang Tian in disguise. Gisan Kingdom. The scene was extremely quiet. At this moment, a voice rang out, Your Majesty. An official reported, the Huayan sect continues to submit petitions, imploring Your Majesty to bestow Princess Jelen upon Zheng Mingxiang. The king, resting his chin on his hand, replied, Tell them. Princess Jelen has gone out on a tour. The matter of the marriage is postponed indefinitely. An official nearby asked doubtfully, Your Majesty, has Princess Jelen really left? The other person wondered, the sudden postponement of the marriage. Isn't it like a play? The king slammed his hand on the table forcefully and swept it. The betrothal to Chanyang Xiang Tian was because of his outstanding talent. He could have been the one to resolve the kingdom's crisis in the future. But now Chanyang Xiang Tian is missing. In the kingdom, who else is worthy of Princess Jelen? An official replied worriedly, but if we don't give an explanation to the Huayan sect, I'm afraid. The king ordered, issue a decree. Grant the Huayan sect a large amount of gold and silver as compensation. As for the marriage, let it be. Then the king turned and walked out, saying, I am tired. That's all for today. In the meeting room, all the officials were whispering among themselves. As soon as he reached the door, the female teacher was already waiting. She immediately approached and called out, Your Majesty. The king asked lightly, Have the arrangements been made? The female teacher bowed her head sadly and replied, Yu is already set out. In a few days, she will leave the kingdom. The king quickly turned and left. The female teacher called after him, Are you not going to tell Yu about the difficulties the kingdom is facing? The king asked in return, If I tell her, will she not go? If the destruction of the kingdom is unavoidable, having the king accompany it in death is enough. From now on, I entrust Yu's care to you. The female teacher knelt down, clasped her hands respectfully, and said, I vow to be loyal to the king. He pointed upward and replied, The one you are loyal to is not me. It is this nation. The female teacher looked up at the king. After he left, she stood there in thought for a moment. Then she wondered to herself, Is this country about to face the disaster of annihilation? As night gradually fell, Chanyang Xiang Tian had also reached the city gate. Looking at the scene ahead, he thought happily to himself, I'm about to leave the Gisan Kingdom. Father sent a message. He said the family has severed all ties. I can leave with peace of mind now. The current situation reminds me of the days when I first left the mountain to venture into the world alone. Suddenly, a crowd of people rushed over, startling him. Standing there, riding on a giant beast, they shouted, Get out of the way. Wherever they went, dust billowed. The oxen pulling Wuda's goods were also frightened. They jumped up, causing the crates to fly off the cart. The merchant said in a panic, Huh? A crate was flying toward him. Chanyang Xiang Tian quickly pulled him out of danger. Wuda replied joyfully, Thank you, Brother Giani Shan. Chanyang Xiang Tian smiled softly and replied, I am a guard for the caravan. This is my duty. He looked toward the group of soldiers who were posting a piece of paper on the city wall. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the paper. On the paper they were posting was his own image. The soldiers announced a large gold reward for anyone who captured Chanyang Xiang Tian. Even providing a clue would earn a large reward. As expected of the number one sect in the kingdom, the Huayan sect, my horse has been on the road non-stop, and yet they are only a little behind me. With a wanted poster out, if I don't disguise myself, I will definitely be discovered. With that thought, he immediately pulled his hood up to cover his head. He blended in with the merchants to pass through the city gate. Suddenly, A soldier from a distance noticed him. As soon as Changyang Xiang Tian approached, the soldier held out his hand and demanded, "You take off your hood." He sighed but still had no intention of taking it off. The soldier quickly informed the other soldiers. "There's someone suspicious here." Changyang Xiang Tian glanced at the soldier with sharp eyes filled with lightning. The soldiers pointed their spears at Changyang Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian pulled his hood down, covering his face completely. He gritted his teeth. His eyes began to spark with electricity. Wuda stood in front of him. He laughed fakely. He said, "Commander Lin, please hold your hand. We're all on the same side here." When the officer heard this, he asked, "Big brother Wuda, do you know this person?" "Wuda pated xiang tian shuldi," he said with a laugh. "This is my wife's younger brother. He insisted on coming out with me for the experience. He's not an escaped convict." Wuda whispered to the officer. "He had smallpox before. His face is covered in pimples. He's very ugly. That's why he has to wear a cloak." When the officer heard this, his face turned pale. "Really?" Wuda took the officer's hand. He laughed perfunctorily and said, "You know I'm a coward. I wouldn't dare to hide an escaped convict." Hearing this, the officer let the two of them go. Wuda sat on the horse-drawn carriage. He waved his hand and said to the officer, "When I get back, I'll treat Commander Lin and the brothers to a drink." Xiang Tian sat beside him, his head bowed, completely silent. Xiang Tian watched the crowded procession being inspected by the soldiers. "Search, Veu de glinched over." He smiled and said, "They won't chase after us. And you don't have to worry about the people in the caravan snitching. They only listen to me." Xiang Tian asked with a serious face, "Why did you help me? If you turn me in, you'll get a large sum of money." Wuda said, confidently, "If you're a bad person, I would definitely turn you in for the reward. But you're a good person." Xiang Tian looked down and asked, "You believe I'm a good person?" Wuda said, "After all, I've been in this business for many years. I can still tell the difference between good and bad people." Then Wuda said, "Besides, didn't you save my life? To me, you were a good person." As he spoke, he remembered the moment Xiang Tian had saved him. Xiang Tian said nonchalantly, "Then we're even. Let's part ways here. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Hearing this, Wuda was startled. Wuda quickly grabbed Xiang Tian's cloak. He said, "Who said you could go?" This startled Xiang Tian. He held out the contract and said, "Xiang Tian is currently a hire guard for my caravan. I spent money to hire him. He has to escort us safely to the Fenglan Kingdom." Xiang Tian just smiled wryly. He said, "Right? I almost forgot." Xiang Tian held his chin and thought, "Well, I don't know where to go anyway." He lay down with his legs crossed on a crate. He smiled and said, "Then I'll continue to escort them." Wuda said, "Brother Giani Shan, our safety on this journey depends on you." At the caravan's encampment, the sun was beginning to set behind the mountains. Everyone set up tents to rest for the night. Someone introduced, "This place is an encampment for all the caravans. If everyone stays together, it will be safer." Xiang Tian stood and observed. He said, "There are quite a lot of people here." Wuda was checking the tent ropes. He said, "It's not just caravans here. There are also adventurers and soldiers from all over. Of course it's crowded." He continued, "This is the encampment our caravan usually stays at." At this moment, a person completely covered in a cloak was sitting cross-legged in front of a rock. A merchant bringing a tent saw this person and said, "Move it." The other merchant patted his shoulder and advised, "It's fine. We're all staying in this encampment together. As long as we're safe, that's all that matters." Xiang Tian looked at the person completely covered up, sitting there. He didn't say anything either. Xiang Tian said to Wuda, "Being on the outermost edge like this, Eve Donjis Taik, we'll be the first ones to get hurt." Wuda smiled and said, "I know, but there's nothing we can do. Who's to blame for us having few people and being weak? We only deserve a spot on the outskirts." He continued, "We can only hope that nothing happens tonight." He sighed. "Every time we stay at this encampment, I worry so much I can't sleep." Night quickly fell over the encampment. The moon high in the sky illuminated the entire forest. At this time, everyone was asleep in their tents. However, Xiang Tian was still sitting on a sack of goods, observing his surroundings. He frowned and thought, who is it that said they worry so much they can't sleep, seeing Wuda sleeping so soundly? The night wind rustled the leaves. The guard for the caravan were all still awake, standing watch in front of the tents. Suddenly, Countless arrows flew over with great speed. Very quickly, 2 arrows hit the 2 guards standing watch. Another arrow flew straight towards Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian closed his eyes. He remained silent and motionless. Then, very easily, he used one palm to knock the arrow away. Xiang Tian shouted, "Everyone wake up! We're under attack." This quickly woke up the people in the tents. Xiang Tian held the sword in his hand, ready in a defensive stance. A large man swung his blade down at Xiang Tian's position. He said, "So there's still someone awake." Xiang Tian was calm. He held the sword tightly in his hand. At this moment, the attacker frantically charged. He attacked Xiang Tian relentlessly. The merchants, on the other hand, were shouting, "What? We're under attack." Xiang Tian, while defending, thought, "So strong. He's a mid-stage Saint Master. 1 level higher than me." As he thought, he squeezed one eye shut. Wuda held a knife and said to everyone, "Be careful. We've been ambushed." He was shocked. Laughter echoed everywhere. The attacker said, "The Kangmang bandits are here. You're all dead." Along with his words was a horde of huge, ferocious men. The merchants said fearfully, "Oh no, it's the Kangmang bandits." These bandits laughed loudly. They held their blades and threatened, "If you don't want to die, then come out and fight for your lives." Cries for mercy rang out everywhere. "I don't want to die. Help!" A man laughed as he threw an axe at a merchant. Wuda quickly dodged to the side. The axe whizzed past him with the speed of a tearing wind. It flew behind him. Xiang Tian was fighting a bandit in the air. He said, "Brother Wuda, get everyone out of here quickly." Xiang Tian continued, "Let me cover the rear." Meanwhile, the bandit also raised his blade, preparing to attack Xiang Tian. Wuda quickly packed up his things. He guided everyone. "Go, quickly," the bandit said angrily. "Trying to escape from the Kangmang bandits?" As he spoke, he swung his blade, slashing towards Xiang Tian. But he quickly leaned over and dodged the blow. Ferociously, he laughed loudly and said, "Too naive," and he thrust the tip of his blade straight forward. Xiang Tian was surprised to realize, "That's the purple azure sword art." Then he quickly used his lightness skill. Drifting cloud steps. This left the bandit bewildered when he saw him disappear. He still saw Xiang Tian dodge the blow. He thought, "This kid is clearly a mid-tier saint. Why can't I hit him?" At this moment, Xiang Tian flew backward. He attacked the bandit standing on the ground from above. He said, "There's an opening." Then, Xiang Tian thrust straight at the bandit. But he also quickly dodged this dangerous blow. He thought, "Such a fast sword." He also quickly jumped back to avoid the blow. Xiang Tian held his sword tightly, pointing it at the bandit. He thought, "This is a wind attribute sacred power." Xiang Tian thought silently. My fastest sword strike couldn't even injure him. The bandit gritted his teeth. He thought, "Who on earth is this kid?" He shouted, "What was that sword strike just now?" He said, "How can a saint deliver such a fast sword strike?" Xiang Tian gave a faint smile. He said confidently, "That already surprised you? Do you think my sword can get even faster?" The bandit asked in surprise. "You can swing your sword even faster?" Xiang Tian shouted. "Watch this." The bandit saw the serious expression on Xiang Tian's face. He panicked and quickly turned to flee. Xiang Tian grinned mischievously. "Just kidding." This made the bandit stop in his tracks. He was furious, his face turning red as he cursed. "You bastard! You dare to trick me!" He would chop Xiang Tian into 100 pieces. He ferociously chanted, "Sacred weapon, condense." A brilliant light radiated from around him. He chased after Xiang Tian with all his might. Xiang Tian, while running, thought, "This person is the strongest enemy I've faced since I transmigrated. He's too difficult to deal with. It's best to run." As he ran, Xiang Tian observed and muttered, "Where did Big Brother Wuda and the others go?" Then, Xiang Tian suddenly noticed something. His eyes widened in surprise. The person in the completely covered cloak from the afternoon was looting the corpses on the ground. Xiang Tian saw this person pulling a bag of money from a corpse. He was extremely surprised. He held the bag of money he had just stolen in his hand. He smiled with satisfaction. Xiang Tian immediately grabbed his hand. He said, "So you're a thief." This startled the person, who panicked. However, under the cloak was a beautiful girl with jade green eyes. Xiang Tian was shocked. He stammered, Hey, girl." The girl, on the other hand, trembled when she was caught red-handed. The girl forcefully pulled her hand away from Xiang Tian. She shouted, "Let go! I'm a man." At this moment, the bandit had caught up to them. He shouted, "You brat! Let's see where you can run." He swung his blade quickly and powerfully towards Xiang Tian and the girl. The force of this blow was so strong that it shattered the ground. But Xiang Tian and the girl both managed to dodge to the side. He continued to swing his blade at the girl. This caused her to fall to the ground. The girl pleaded fearfully, "I was just passing by. Can you please let me go?" The bandit was ferocious. He glared and said, "Today you all must die. No one gets to escape." The girl said angrily, "What bad luck today, to run into a bunch of lunatics." At the same time, she also began to use her martial arts. A stream of light appeared from her fingertips. She held her blade and plunged it forcefully into the ground. She declared majestically, "You brought this upon yourselves." In midair, a person was descending, speaking. "Take this." A man with a red eye smiled brightly and said, "Another one comes to die." The man leaped up with his blade. Mu Yun thought to herself, "A mid-tier Saint Master." The man rushed forward and said, "Then I'll take care of you." Mu Yun had blocked the downward slash of the man's blade. Mu Yun tried her best to endure. Xiang Tian, standing to the side, shouted, "Hey, let's team up to deal with him." Mu Yun replied, "Who wants to team up with you?" Suddenly, the man spoke up. "So what if you both attack at once?" "I'm not afraid." At this moment, Xiang Tian said to Mu Yun, "If we can't handle him, I'm afraid neither of us will be able to leave today. Let's team up." Mu Yun crossed her arms and replied, "Since you're asking me to team up, I'll reluctantly agree." Wood was being chased by a man with an axe. He called out, "Giani Shan, help! Someone save us!" Xiang Tian, while running away, said, "You hold him off. I'll be back in a bit." Mu Yun was a little angry now and said, "That bastard tricked me into teaming up to fight the enemy, but it turns out he just wanted a chance to escape." The man rushed forward at this moment and said, "Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll kill him to vent your anger." Mu Yun said softly, "I originally didn't want to reveal my true strength." With that, Mu Yun took off her cloak. She held a blade in her hand. Mu Yun leaped up. She shouted, "Take this." Then she landed and plunged her blade into the ground. A surge of spiritual power appeared. The man glanced over and said, "This is a battle skill." He stood there watching everything. A surge of power was released. Mu Yun gave a cunning smile and said, "You still want to kill me?" The man laughed and replied, "I didn't expect you to know a battle skill. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. If you were a Saint Master, I would be dead. This is getting interesting. Hand over the battle skill, and I'll spare your life." Mu Yun stuck out her tongue and gave him the middle finger in reply. "In your dreams," the man then said, "then I'll chop off your legs." With that, he held the blade in his hand. Mu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. The blade came chopping down. Xiang Tian appeared from nowhere and blocked it. Mu Yun then spoke up. "Didn't you want to run away?" At this moment, Wu Da and another person replied, "Nonsense. Brother Giani Shan wanted to help us." "That's right." Xiang Tian spoke up. "I said we would team up to deal with him. I won't go back on my word. Your job is done. Leave the rest to me." Xiang Tian was still blocking the man's blade. The man stomped his foot angrily. Then he gripped the blade in his hand and said, "This kid's strength is too great." Suddenly, he shouted, "I'll tear you two apart." Battle skill, Raging Wind Annihilation. Many surges of power attacked. Mu Yun was panicked, but Xiang Tian was still holding his sword in a fighting stance. A ray of power slashed across. The power in the blade was gradually being released. The blade was plunged into the ground, and the power grew even stronger. Mu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. The power was gradually gathering in midair. That power flew straight at Xiang Tian. Mu Yun's eyes widened as she spoke. "You!" Xiang Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest to block it. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xiang Tian spoke. "It's over." With that, a fiery, round object flew straight at the man. The man gritted his teeth and said, "It was that one strike. Damn it, I was careless." After saying that, he fell down. Xiang Tian sighed and said, "It was all or nothing. Luckily it worked." A golden ray flashed across. Xiang Tian cried out, "Ugh." Then he spat out blood. Mu Yun went over and supported Xiang Tian. At this moment, Mu Yun spoke up. You force yourself to level up to use that move and then endured so many wind attacks. Both your internal and external injuries are very serious. What kind of hero are you? You almost got yourself killed. Xiang Tian smiled and replied, if I hadn't taken a risk, we would have been dead for sure. Muyin asked again, why did you save me just now? Xiang Tian replied, I said I would take care of the rest. Of course, that includes keeping you safe. Muyin slapped Xiang Tian across the face and said, smooth talker, it seems you're not hurt at all. Xiang Tian held his face and replied, I'm telling the truth. Somewhere in the forest, a few people were talking. The second in command is dead. Big brother is dead. What? Impossible. Those men were mourning for their big brother. Xiang Tian thought to himself. So this guy was their leader. No wonder he was so powerful. With that, Xiang Tian gave a smile. Then he said loudly, your leader has been killed by me. Next, it's your turn. When those men heard this, they said, damn it, my own life is more important. The leader is dead. We're no match for him. Let's run. Seeing them run away, voices were heard. They're running. We're saved. Wuda then spoke up. Everyone, although we've driven back the bandits. There were only a small group. The main force of the Kangmang bandits has yet to appear. To avoid their revenge, we must leave this place quickly. We'll travel through the night to reach the Fenglan Kingdom. Voices were heard in reply. Right, let's go quickly. I don't want to die here. Xiang Tian then looked at Mu Yun and asked, I have to go with them to the Fenglan Kingdom. What about you? Mu Yun stared at the money bag and replied, coincidentally, I have to go there too, so I'll go with you guys. Xiang Tian continued, you have a battle skill. Everyone here saw it. If it gets out, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for you. Mu Yun replied, it's fine. Who's afraid of whom? All right. Mu Yun held out her hand. Xiang Tian let out a humph. Then he put his hand on his chin and thought about something. Xiang Tian then smiled brightly and shook Mu Yun's hand, saying, my name is Giani Shan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mu Yun pulled her hand back and said, who wants to shake hands with you? If it weren't for you, my cloak wouldn't have been torn. I'll have to make you pay for it. Xiang Tian replied, you're not going to hold a grudge, are you? Fine, I'll accept it. But I need to know your name. With that, Xiang Tian gave a smile. Mu Yun sighed and replied, remember, my name is Mu Yun. In the Fenglan Kingdom, Mu Yun spoke up. Your cultivation method is quite special. Teach me. Xiang Tian smiled and replied, it's a family secret, not to be shared with outsiders. At this moment, Xiang Tian was looking at the pictures posted on the wall. The Fenglan Kingdom is a kingdom of mercenaries. As expected, there are a lot of bounties. Mu Yun replied, the people posted here are worth a lot of money. Xiang Tian replied, no way. Xiang Tian's eyes were still fixed ahead. There were 3 figures posted on the board. Among them was the solitary old freak in a house. Inside, Mu Yun spoke up. What are you looking at that's so shocking? Xiang Tian then pointed at a picture and said, do you know who that person is? Mu Yun replied, of course. Isn't that the solitary old freak? Xiang Tian replied, it really is him. With that, Xiang Tian held Mu Yun back and asked, where is he? Mu Yun then pushed Xiang Tian's face away and replied, we're both men. Don't get handsy. If I knew where the solitary old freak was, I would have already gone to provide a clue and claim the reward. Tempted by the huge reward, are you? I advise you to give up. The difference in our strength is too great. Xiang Tian asked again, what do you know about him? Mu Yun smiled and replied, if you want information, you have to pay. Xiang Tian asked again, is this enough? Talk quickly. Mu Yun was now holding a bag of money in her hand. Mu Yun smiled and said, the solitary old freak is a powerful expert who suddenly appeared in the Fenglan Kingdom a dozen or so years ago. His strength is tyrannical, and he loves to kill. He very quickly became the #1 bounty in the Fenglan Kingdom. At this moment, Xiang Tian thought to himself, a dozen or so years ago matches the time I transmigrated. He and I transmigrated together. I turned into a child. Why is he still in his original form? Mu Yun continued. Then he suddenly disappeared without a trace. All information related to him was classified as top secret by the mercenary guilds, but the bounty still exists. He must still be alive. Xiang Tian asked again, top secret? Only members of the mercenary guilds can see it. Mu Yun replied with a no. Then she continued, only high-level mercenaries can see it. Xiang Tian asked again, If I want to see the information on the solitary old freak, I must become a high-level mercenary? Muyun replied. That's right. I also heard a rumor that the solitary old freak is always looking for someone named Giani Shan. With that, Muyun happily hugged the bag of money and said, My cute little money. At this moment, Xiang Tian thought to himself, Giani Shan, the solitary old freak is looking for me. I must find the solitary old freak. Perhaps I can learn the secret of transmigration from him and help me return to my original time. Outside the mansion, a blue sky with white clouds. At the city gate, Wu De cupped his fists and said, Brother Giani Shan, Brother Muyun, I'm taking the caravan to the merchant guild now. I'll take my leave here. We'll meet again if fate allows. Xiang Tian replied, Big Brother Wu De, we'll meet again if fate allows. Muyun then spoke up, We should go too. Bye-bye. Xiang Tian was surprised. He grabbed Muyun's hand and said, Don't go. I have something to ask you. This made Muyun a little angry. Then Muyun asked again, If you want me to do something, you have to pay. Do you still have money? Xiang Tian replied, It's all gone, but I know where to find a big score. Muyun replied, A big score, in front of a large tavern. A voice was heard. We're here, inside the tavern. A man with black eyes was holding a wine cup in his hand. Muyun spoke up. Isn't this your first time in the Fenglan Kingdom? How do you know about this tavern? I heard from the locals that this is the favorite place for fugitives and criminals in the city. You sit here and have a drink. I'll be right back. With that, Xiang Tian gave a smile and walked away. Muyun then went to the owner and said, A glass of water. The owner replied, All right. In a corner of the tavern, two men were drinking and voices were heard. Ha ha ha. Come on, bottoms up. A bounty of 100 gold coins. Xiang Tian replied, 150 gold coins. The two men said angrily, Kid, who are you? What do you want with us? Get out of my sight before I get angry. Xiang Tian smiled and replied, What do I want with you? You're my big score. With that, Xiang Tian laughed loudly. Many voices were heard. Xiang Tian walked out, carrying a person on his shoulder. When he reached the hall, Xiang Tian threw the person to the ground. Then he spoke up, The bounty's on the city wall. I only found these two here. Is their reward money enough? If it's not enough, two men gritted their teeth angrily and said, Damn it, no way. Many voices were heard. I don't have a bounty on me. Spare me. I'll be a good person from now on. Muyun then laughed and said, Give me another glass of wine. I need a drink to calm my nerves. The owner replied fearfully, All right. Muyun spoke up. Complete high-level mercenary missions and accumulate enough merit points, and you can get promoted. Xiang Tian took a sip of beer and replied, What if I want to accumulate merit points quickly? Muyun replied, Going to the Magic Beast Mountain Range is a good choice. There are many missions to do there. It's also the place where the solitary old freak first appeared. The wine glass was placed on the table. Xiang Tian wiped the beer from his mouth and said, Let's go there then. The sound of footsteps was heard. Muyun and Xiang Tian were standing on a high rock. Xiang Tian spoke up. So this is the Magic Beast Mountain Range? It's truly magnificent. Muyun replied. It's only impressive because you've never seen it before. After a while, it's nothing special. Let's be clear. I'm only responsible for showing you the way and providing information. You'll hunt the magic beast yourself. If you want me to help you, you'll have to pay. Xiang Tian replied. No problem. I just need someone who knows about magic beasts to guide me. Muyun opened a piece of paper and said, Among the mercenary missions related to the Magic Beast Mountain Range, the most valuable one is the gold-threaded silver-line snake, but it's rare and not worth the risk. Xiang Tian sighed and replied, I came here to complete missions, not to get myself killed. Muyun pointed at a bat 5 years later and said, For you to complete this mission, killing 10 phantom bats is difficult, but the reward is generous and the merit points are high. Xiang Tian replied, All right, I'll listen to you, the professional. Muyun burst out laughing and said, Of course, listen to me and you'll definitely be fine. At this moment, the two of them were walking under the sun. Muyun spoke up. This is the area where phantom bats always appear. The body of Night Shadow Bat is almost transparent, so you have to use a special method to detect it. Want to know? Xiang Tian replied with a hum. Muyun then smiled brightly and said, This costs extra. Xiang Tian asked, You suggested I complete this mission, so you could actually make some extra money? Muyun smiled brightly and replied, These are all business opportunities. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Xiang Tan drew his sword and slashed at the approaching bat, asking, "What was that?" This made Mu Yun's eyes widen in surprise. She asked, "Huh? How did you do that?" Xiang Tian smiled brightly and replied, "Want to know? This costs extra." With that, Xiang Tian laughed, "Ha." Mu Yun was a little angry now and replied, "I'm not interested in knowing." With that, Mu Yun went to a rock and sat down, saying, "Since you have a way to hunt phantom bats, then hurry up and complete the mission. I don't have the patience to wait for you." Xiang Tian leaped up and swung his sword, slashing at the bats flying in the sky. Mu Yun thought to herself, Jian Shan's techniques are special, and he's so interested in the solitary old freak. Could they be related in some way? Could it be? Her eyes widened. Mu Yun whispered to herself, "No way. Jian Shan is the son of the solitary old freak." So that's it. No wonder he was so insistent on coming to the Magic Beast mountain range. It turns out he was looking for his father. At this moment, Xiang Tian looked at Mu Yun. Then he thought to himself, what is that guy muttering about? Xiang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Mu Yun heard a sound. The sword plunged into the rock. Mu Yun said fearfully, "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to silence me? I won't tell your secret, I promise." "Hey!" Xiang Tian held his sword and ran over quickly. He swung his sword forcefully into the air. The bat had already launched an attack. Xiang Tian continued to charge forward, saying, "Such a strong attack." Suddenly, a magic beast with a sharp head and a long body flew over. Mu Yun cried out, "Damn it!" Then she swung her blade down. Mu Yun spoke up, "Can you see clearly what it is?" Xiang Tian replied, "It's too fast, I can't see clearly." Both of them were holding weapons in their hands. Suddenly, a yellow magic beast flew past. Mu Yun and Xiang Tian were surprised when they saw it. Mu Yun then spoke up, "This is a gold-threaded, silver-lined snake." The magic beast with the sharp head and long body flew around Mu Yun and Xiang Tian. The gold-threaded, silver-lined snake stared straight at the two of them. Mu Yun looked up and said, "To actually encounter a gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. I don't know whether to call this lucky or unlucky." Xiang Tian replied, "Judging by its length, this is a second-tier gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. The thing I knocked away just now was its snake head." Mu Yun asked again, "Then what was the thing I knocked away? Could it be that there's another gold-threaded, silver-lined snake?" Xiang Tian, with his eyes half closed, replied, "If there's another one, we wouldn't have enough lives to die. We had to find a way to get out of here." Mu Yun asked again, "What's your plan?" Xiang Tian ran forward quickly and said, "Let me draw its attention. You use your battle skills to open a path for us to get out." Mu Yun replied, "I asked for your plan, not for you to give me orders." The gold-threaded, silver-lined snake appeared. It flew in front of Xiang Tian. At this moment, Xiang Tian leaped up and used his sword to block its mouth. He tried his best to endure, thinking, its scales are so hard. I can't even cut through them. The gold-threaded, silver-lined snake then opened its mouth, sending Xiang Tian flying. A jet of water shot up, separating Xiang Tian and the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. The gold-threaded, silver-lined snake had now split apart. Xiang Tian said in surprise, "It split." Many streams of spiritual power flew towards Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian tried to block the spiritual power. Then he shouted, "Mu Yun, now's your chance." Mu Yun then replied, "Understood." Then she held her blade and ran forward quickly. The gold-threaded, silver-lined snake then flew toward Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked back and said in surprise, "The snake's tail." Mu Yun had been tightly bound by the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. She then shouted, "Jian Shan, the thing that attacked me just now was the snake's tail. I'm tied up." Mu Yun cried out in pain. Xiang Tian, on this side, cried out in surprise, "Mu Yun." He held his sword and flew over. Xiang Tian threw his sword. Now Xiang Tian had been swallowed by the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. It bit down on Xiang Tian's body, causing blood to spurt out, but Xiang Tian still gritted his teeth and endured. A surge of power flew straight into the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. The sword had plunged into the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake's body. Mu Yun spoke up, "Why did you save me? Now we're both going to die." Xiang Tian, on this side, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, replied, "We're a team. I won't let you die in front of me." The gold-threaded, silver-lined snake then cried out loudly, sending Xiang Tian flying. Then he returned to the mouth of the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. At this moment, Xiang Tian thought to himself, I didn't expect the snake venom to have already seeped into my body. To die just like this. Xiang Tian closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something and cried out, huh? A black image appeared, with something in the middle. Xiang Tian thought, what is this? I can see everything around me without using my eyes. Xiang Tian didn't open his eyes, but he could still sense the outside world. Xiang Tian smiled and continued to think, it's not seeing but sensing. My spiritual sense has become stronger. Purple lightning erupted. The flash of lightning lit up the entire forest. This terrifying lightning, which was enough to make one jump just by looking at it, was unexpectedly coming from the body of a young man. Giani Shan was hovering in midair, and terrifying lightning, like a flood, burst forth from his body. Muyin looked in shock at the magnificent scene before her. His power. As he broken through, the sword embedded in the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake's body vibrated. Purple lightning wrapped around the sword's body. The sword suddenly shot out. It flew through the air with the speed of a tearing wind. Muyin was startled as she watched the sword, like an arrow, shoot straight toward the head of the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. Is that Giani Shan's sword? The sword, trailing a purple aura, shot forward. Controlling the sword with spirit, the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake's eyes widened, as if it could sense the approaching aura of death. It struggled, trying to escape, but it was too late. The sword's body plunged straight into the snake's neck. Red blood spurted from the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake's neck. It cried out in pain, its eagle-like beak open, its legs almost giving out. Her face was pale as she watched the sword cut across the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake's neck. Great! The sword of the gods can injure it. Giani Shan channeled his power again. He was determined to fight this rotten snake to the death. Even if I die, I have to drag this rotten snake down with me. The sword, following Giani Shan's control, circled around the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake's neck. Wherever the sword went, red blood flowed. The gold-threaded, silver-lined snake cried out in agony. Its huge body was covered in countless wounds from the sword's path. Muyin stared blankly at the sword flying before her eyes. The sword can fly on its own? Isn't this? Giani Shan looked at the large snake struggling in front of him. With a shout, Giani Shan's body suddenly shot up into the air. He hovered in front of the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. The sword, controlled by Giani Shan, flew from behind. Even if your whole body is as hard as a rock. What about this place? The sword before him had already flown over. It plunged straight into the snake's mouth. The snake struggled violently. Red blood spurted from the side. Finally, it spat out a mouthful of dark red blood right in front of Giani Shan. Giani Shan's face was pale. The veins on his forehead were clearly visible. He let out a tired breath. I won. Muyin, standing on the ground, held her injured arm and smiled, having survived the disaster. Great, we won. Muyin's gaze suddenly focused on the situation ahead. Giani Shan was in free fall from the sky, causing Muyin to scream in panic. Giani Shan, a moment later, in the dense, overgrown forest. Giani Shan lay on a small mat, breathing weakly. When Muyin saw Giani Shan wake up, she said joyfully, Giani Shan, you're finally awake. Giani Shan sat up. He looked at Muyin in a daze. I'm actually okay. Muyin smiled and nodded. Muyin took out an orange inner core that glowed like a flame and explained, the snake's inner core can neutralize its venom. As Muyin spoke, her eyes lit up as she looked at Giani Shan. You're really amazing. To be able to kill that snake. What was that move called? Giani Shan smiled smugly and pointed a thumb at himself. That's my trump card. I hope you can keep it a secret from me. Muyin immediately raised 3 fingers and swore an oath. I know. You don't want to reveal that you're the son of the solitary old freak. The expression on Giani Shan's face suddenly changed as if he had just swallowed a fly. Wait, what are you talking about? How did I become the son of that lonely old man? Muyin giggled with a knowing look at Giani Shan. Hee, I already guessed it. You are the son of the solitary old freak. Don't try to hide it from me anymore. The solitary old freak's famous move is the flying sword. And you still say you're not his son? The more Giani Shan heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. What? Giani Shan suddenly understood. He couldn't help but marvel to himself. After that old scoundrel, the solitary old freak, transmigrated, he actually knows that controlling the sword with spirit technique? Mu Yun, on the other side, was staring at the corpse of the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. Her eyes clearly showed the word money. Since you're okay now, let's split this golden snake. It's a valuable treasure. Giani Shan was speechless as he looked at the money-grubbing girl in front of him. Suddenly, a faint aura was transmitted, causing both of them to stop their movements. Giani Shan's face turned serious. He looked in the direction the aura was coming from. Along with it came a voice. I sensed a fluctuation of sacred energy here. I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. And it's even a gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. I've struck it rich this time. Giani Shan's face darkened as he looked in the direction the voice came from and shouted. Who's there? The person, seeing that he had been discovered, decisively revealed himself. A middle-aged man with a long, ferocious scar on his face walked out. He smiled menacingly at the two of them and said, You two, this snake belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, several of the scar-faced man's accomplices in black also walked out from the forest and stood behind him. Giani Shan and Mu Yun silently looked at the group of people who had just arrived and were already trying to rob them. Giani Shan suddenly burst out, laughing, and asked, The snake belongs to you? Then what about us? How do you plan to deal with us? The scar-faced man smiled smugly and spread his arms, saying, The mountains and rivers around here are beautiful. It would be great to die here. What do you think? The men in black behind him heard this and also bared their teeth, laughing along. The corners of Giani Shan's and Mu Yun's mouths twitched downwards. They opened their mouths almost at the same time. Why do all villains talk in the same cliched way? The two of them unexpectedly said the same thing. They surprisingly turned and pointed at each other. They said another sentence in unison. Such good chemistry. Mu Yun pointed at the corpse of the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. She looked coldly at the group and warned, If we were able to take care of the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake, aren't you afraid we can take care of you too? But the scar-faced man was not afraid. He even pointed at each of them and said clearly, One of you seems to have exhausted your sacred power, and the other is not lightly injured. How do you plan to deal with us like that? You want to scare us? You're still too young. You two kids, don't try to act all tough like adults. The scar-faced man said and then burst out laughing. He completely disregarded the two of them. Then the scar-faced man channeled his spiritual energy and condensed a weapon in his hand. He smiled sinisterly. Thank you for risking your lives to help us deal with the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. Now it's your turn to die. As soon as the thunderous voice fell, a long sword appeared in the scar-faced man's hand. He was preparing to kill them and steal the snake. Mu Yun raised the blade in her hand. She signaled to Giani Shan. I'll hold them off. You find a way to escape. Giani Shan looked worriedly at Mu Yun. Then how will you escape? Mu Yun smiled slightly and looked straight into Giani Shan's eyes. Don't worry, I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Without a useless person like you holding me back, it will be even easier for me to escape. Giani Shan hadn't even had a chance to express his gratitude to Mu Yun before he was cut off by her last sentence. He growled, Who are you calling useless? Mu Yun rarely had the chance to push her advantage and mock Giani Shan. Right now, your sacred power is almost depleted. If that's not useless, what is? I listened to you just now. Now you have to listen to me. Giani Shan was so angry he gritted his teeth. But he quickly calmed down and returned to the matter at hand. It wasn't easy to kill the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. How can we just hand it over to them? Giani Shan said, and then condensed a weapon in his hand. Mu Yun was startled for a moment. Could it be that you want to? Giani Shan held the short sword tightly in his hand. He looked at the group opposite him with a murderous aura. Only that middle-aged man among them is powerful. The others are not to be feared. Let's just kill them on the spot to cut off any future trouble. Mu Yun looked at the ridiculously short sword in someone's hand. She gave Giani Shan a look that said she was speechless. Your sacred power is only enough to condense one weapon. How can you fight them? Giani Shan replied nonchalantly. You'll know once we fight. The two of them stood back to back. Giani Shan proposed a battle plan. Then you deal with that leader. As for the others, leave them to me. Mu Yun understood. A fiery red vital energy erupted from Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun held a large blade in her hand. She slashed forcefully, aiming for the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man channeled his spiritual energy into his sword. He bared his teeth in a ferocious smile. You foolish thing that doesn't know your own strength. Can't you just die obediently? The light of the blade and the light of the sword flashed at the same time. The two weapons clashed with a clang. On the other side, several men in black with large axes faced Giani Shan, looking at the tiny short sword. They couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh, with just that weapon, you're pretty pathetic. With just that, you want to challenge all of us alone. Giani Shan ignored their taunts. He closed his eyes and quietly channeled his spiritual power, gathering it into the short sword. The men in black in front of him laughed mockingly. What? Are you so scared you squeeze your eyes shut? Giani Shan kept his eyes closed. He used his senses to determine the positions of the men in black, and then slowly raised his short sword. After my strength increased, my perception of everything around me has become much stronger. Controlling the sword with spirit probably won't consume sacred power. A horizontal slash with spirit sword control, dealing with these small fries, is not difficult at all. The men in black looked at the powerful force shooting toward them. They suddenly froze. Their pupils widened as they stared at the dazzlingly bright light shooting toward them like lightning. It transformed into countless intertwining sword winds. The men in black were like chopped vegetables. One by one, they fell in a pool of blood before Giani Shan. In a flash, the Scar-Faced Man and Mu Yun separated at the same time and retreated. The Scar-Faced Man looked in horror at the gruesome battlefield on the other side. Impossible. You've clearly exhausted your sacred power. How could you attack? Mu Yun, seeing that her side had the upper hand, laughed with even more delight. Huh, Giani Shan, well done. After dealing with the men in black, the short sword automatically returned to Giani Shan's hand. Giani Shan opened his mouth and repeated the Scar-Faced Man's earlier words. The mountains and rivers around here are beautiful. It's also wonderful to die here. What do you think? Giani Shan said, and then glanced over indifferently. Although the Scar-Faced Man was tense, he still said without worry, I really underestimated you. Luckily, I was careful and left myself a way out. Attack. As soon as he finished speaking, two fiery red arrows suddenly shot out from the forest, splitting into two directions and flying toward Giani Shan and his companion. Mu Yun hurriedly swung her sword up to block. She knocked the arrow far away. The Scar-Faced Man also took this opportunity to turn and flee. Giani Shan raised his short sword to block the blow. He shouted, There's another Saint Master expert hiding in the dark. Giani Shan turned around and found that the Scar-Faced Man was running away. He hurriedly shouted and signaled to Mu Yun. After him, Mu Yun raised her precious blade. She chased after him with a fierce momentum, scaring the Scar-Faced Man out of his wits. He sped up even more and fled for his life. Giani Shan, who was chasing, suddenly stopped. He felt a darkness before his eyes. Mu Yun, having run for a while without seeing Giani Shan, turned back impatiently and urged, What are you dawdling back there for? Don't let that guy get away. Mu Yun had only said half of it, when she suddenly looked behind her in horror. She saw Giani Shan, who had somehow fallen face down. On the ground, Giani Shan. The space was silent. Mu Yun ran over anxiously and asked Changyang Xiang Tian, Giani Shan, what's wrong with you? Changyang Xiang Tian replied wearily, I don't know. It's just that my vision suddenly went black. My head is very dizzy. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately looked around warily. Could it be the work of that hiding Saint Master? Changyang Xiang Tian stood up and said, It's my own problem. It must be because my sacred power is depleted. Changyang Xiang Tian gently rubbed his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mu Yun asked doubtfully, Are you sure you're okay? Suddenly, Changyang Xiang Tian's mind cleared. I get it. Although controlling the sword with spirit doesn't consume sacred power, it consumes my mental energy. Changyang Xiang Tian sighed wearily. My mental energy was depleted just now. That's why I felt so dizzy. It seems that from now on, I can't use controlling the sword with spirit carelessly. Then Changyang Xiang Tian turned to Mu Yun and said, It seems we can't catch up. Mu Yun crossed her arms and exclaimed, I can't believe there's another Saint Master hiding. He's too cunning. Luckily, we scare them all away. But Changyang Xiang Tian said cautiously, All those mercenaries have escaped. The news about the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake will definitely get out. Changyang Xiang Tian was full of worries. I'm afraid we're about to be hunted. But Mu Yun was nonchalant. The Magic Beast Mountain Range is so big. It's big enough for us to escape. With me as your guide, I guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about. At the same time, a magic orb suddenly appeared on Mu Yun's chest. The orb suddenly flew out from Mu Yun's chest, making Mu Yun a little stunned. Changyang Xiang Tian asked curiously about it. What's that? Mu Yun had no intention of telling Changyang Xiang Tian. She said hastily, sorry, I have to go now. Let's part ways here. Changyang Xiang Tian still tried to ask, what happened? But Mu Yun still had some time to take out a pen and paper and scribble a long note. Even if it was just a brief explanation. It's an emergency. It's not convenient to disclose. Let's settle the debt now. Changyang Xiang Tian asked blankly. Where did you get the pen and paper from? Mu Yun immediately quoted a price like a sales representative. The gold-threaded silver-lined snake is too big. It's not easy to divide. It's all yours. My share is compensation for the discount. I'll charge you 50,000 purple gold coins. Plus hiring me as a guide. Providing intelligence. Helping you fight. These fees add up to 60,000 purple gold coins. This price is definitely not a loss. Changyang Xiang Tian was speechless. You're really suited to be a merchant. Mu Yun excitedly held up the huge bill. Blood brothers don't need a detailed bill, right? Changyang Xiang Tian took the bill and gave Mu Yun a ring. You're truly my good brother. All my savings are in this spatial ring. As for the rest, I'll give it to you when I have money. Needless to say, the look on Mu Yun's face at this moment. Mu Yun immediately affirmed with certainty, I'll remember the debt you owe me. Goodbye then. With that, Mu Yun grabbed the magic orb, and then she suddenly disappeared. Changyang Xiang Tian hurriedly called out, but it was too late. Hey, wait. Changyang Xiang Tian was so angry his whole body trembled. At least leave a way to contact you. Otherwise, how am I supposed to find you? Aren't you afraid I'll default on the debt? Putting that aside, Changyang Xiang Tian had a headache over how to deal with the snake. Now, how should I deal with this thing? It's obviously impossible to transport. Suddenly, Changyang Xiang Tian remembered. That's right. I once read in the Academy's library that refining a gold-threaded silver-lined snake can create a body impervious to all poisons. Changyang Xiang Tian muttered to himself. Although this cultivation method has risks, even being invaded by the snake clan, I can't worry about that much right now. Then Changyang Xiang Tian placed his hand on the snake's body. While the mercenaries haven't returned yet, I'll seize the time to refine this snake. Transform the snake's body into my own. Changyang Xiang Tian began to channel his power. Replace flesh and blood. Impervious to all poisons. A terrifying power erupted. Changyang Xiang Tian gritted his teeth and endured. This refining process is too painful. Several loud noises began to come from the snake's body. Then the snake's flesh began to gradually disappear. Only Changyang Xiang Tian was left standing there, having almost completely absorbed the snake. Changyang Xiang Tian stood still. His entire body still faintly radiated several streams of spiritual power. Suddenly, Changyang Xiang Tian vomited blood. This is bad. Changyang Xiang Tian suddenly knelt down. What Changyang Xiang Tian had worried about had happened. Changyang Xiang Tian screamed, holding his head, trying to stabilize himself. This is bad. I'm about to be invaded. Starting from his hands. Snake scales had appeared on his face. Changyang Xiang Tian screamed as if his power was about to explode. Even though his body was about to turn into a snake person, Changyang Xiang Tian still had some reason left. This is bad. If this continues, I'll lose myself and become a snake person. Suddenly, Changyang Xiang Tian remembered. That's right. I have the purple azure sword art. His eyes showed clear determination. Changyang Xiang Tian told himself, at this point, I can only take a gamble. Then Changyang Xiang Tian tried his best to summon it, but his body trembled with fear. Purple azure sword art. Please, it has to work. Slay the heart demon. A great surge of power burst forth. The snake's consciousness immediately left Changyang Xiang Tian's body. Changyang Xiang Tian was changing back. As soon as it was over, Changyang Xiang Tian was greatly relieved. Great. It worked. Changyang Xiang Tian collapsed to the ground. Luckily, I have the purple azure sword art. Otherwise, I would have been done for. This body impervious to all poisons is too difficult to cultivate. Changyang Xiang Tian wearily thought about his newly achieved accomplishment. The energy of the gold-threaded silver-lined snake has been completely absorbed into my body. I've completed the first step in cultivating a body impervious to all kinds of poisons. In the future, as the energy continues to merge with my body, the body impervious to all poisons will become more and more complete. Then Chanyang Xiang Tian sat up abruptly. It's not safe to stay here for long. I need to quickly go wash this sweaty body. When night fell, that group of people returned to this place. They must have been very frustrated not to find anyone. Damn it, he got away. The mysteriously dressed person suddenly spoke up before the dazed eyes of the other man. This was to be expected. It would be strange if they didn't run. That man hurriedly bowed 90 degrees and asked hastily, "Commander, what should we do?" "Issue a bounty notice. Spread the news about the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. Those who try to kill me won't leave the magical Beast Mountain range alive." The subordinates immediately took the order. Yes, at the waterfall, Chanyang Xiang Tian stripped off his clothes and left them on the bank. Chanyang Xiang Tian thoroughly enjoyed the cool water. Down, diving into the water, Chanyang Xiang Tian realized, after cultivating the body impervious to 10,000 poisons, my perception of everything around me has become even sharper. Chanyang Xiang Tian lay on his back, floating on the water to relax. It feels like I'm a part of them. I feel like the river water, and I have merged into one. I am the river water. I am the swimming fish. I am the rock. Chanyang Xiang Tian let himself drift with the current down the waterfall. Then Chanyang Xiang Tian smiled with satisfaction. I am the myriad things of time. Chanyang Xiang Tian shouted in delight, even though he was still naked. Luckily, there's no one here. Otherwise, I die of embarrassment. Chanyang Xiang Tian drifted rapidly downwards. Chanyang Xiang Tian excitedly prepared to jump down, but this soaring feeling was quickly extinguished. Chanyang Xiang Tian opened his eyes wide in surprise. A beautiful young lady, wearing only a thin bath towel. Chanyang Xiang Tian was stark naked, legs spread as he fell. It looked like he was showing off his cucumber to harass someone. Chanyang Xiang Tian was stunned for a few seconds. In the water, there's a woman, and Luaner had her eyes defiled by that thing. Damn it! Chanyang Xiang Tian dropped a boot. Luaner immediately screamed. Chanyang Xiang Tian waved his limbs frantically. Wait, don't scream. Luaner blushed with embarrassment. Chanyang Xiang Tian frantically tried to explain. Miss, I swear I didn't know there was someone here. Do you believe me? Luene clenched her fists. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Misunderstanding my ass. Luaner furiously unleashed a palm strike with a loud bang. Rock shattered. Water splashed everywhere. Go to hell, you pervert. Chanyang Xiang Tian took the hit and wanted to pass out immediately. This girl is strong, too strong. Chanyang Xiang Tian fell freely. Then he crashed into the water. Chanyang Xiang Tian looked at the red handprint on his chest and silently exclaimed, "This girl looks about the same age as me, yet she's already a great Saint Master." Then, unexpectedly, Chanyang Xiang Tian paddled back up, still thinking in his head. Cargath Academy is known as a gathering place for geniuses, but no one there can compare to her. Chanyang Xiang Tian struggled for a while longer, and he told himself that this girl must have an extraordinary background. I have to explain clearly to her. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have another enemy. Finally surfacing, Chanyang Xiang Tian knew the first thing was to get his clothes back. After getting dressed properly, Chanyang Xiang Tian looked around for Luaner. That is the young lady from just now. Where's that girl? Luaner shouted. Pervert. Chanyang Xiang Tian immediately turned his head. Luaner had also put her clothes back on, holding a sword in her hand, and she was fuming with anger. I'm going to kill you. Without wasting words, Luaner swung her sword to launch a move. First move, water control. It was truly a sight to behold. Water shot up like rain. Water Dragon Strike. A dragon made of water was created and lunged towards Chanyang Xiang Tian. Chanyang Xiang Tian only jumped and dodged without fighting back. Chanyang Xiang Tian tried to shout, "Miss, listen to my explanation." It was all just a misunderstanding. Luaner appeared behind him in a rage. Not caring about right or wrong, she acted as she pleased. I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. Peeping at this lady bathing is a capital offense. Luaner attacked continuously. Go to hell. Old Freak Phone was still happily drinking and dancing on the shore. Yin saw Old Freak Feng acting like that and trembled with anger. Yin immediately gave Old Freak Feng a slap. Old Freak Feng, why are you just standing there? How dare you let an outsider pass through the waterfall and approach the young miss? Old Freak Feng rubbed his face, dazed. I don't know either. I was clearly using Saint Force to monitor the waterfall. How did that guy slip through my control? Yin was still furious. It must be because you were drunk and careless. You let your guard down. Old Freak Feng nonchalantly sat down to enjoy his wine again. Probably. Luckily, nothing happened. Wait for the young miss to kill him and vent her anger. Then she won't blame us anymore. Yin seriously warned. That young man is not that simple. Old Freak Feng still looked down on him. The young miss is considered invincible among her peers. How could that guy be a match for the young miss? The two of them chased each other up and down. Rocks shattered everywhere. Changyang Xiang Tian patiently explained. Miss, I've been holding back to apologize. Don't push your luck. Luan retorted stubbornly. I'm pushing my luck. What can you do to me? Then she stabbed straight at Changyang Xiang Tian. Perverts should all die. Changyang Xiang Tian was stabbed in the shoulder. Yet he still held back. Luan smiled viciously and tried to stab the sword deeper. Changyang Xiang Tian realized. This girl has used a vicious move. If I don't fight back. Thinking this, Changyang Xiang Tian gripped his weapon tightly. Then he grabbed Luaner's collar. A second later, he turned the tables. Changyang Xiang Tian pinned Luaner beneath him. Luaner was naturally unwilling to accept this. She gritted her teeth and glared at Changyang Xiang Tian. Then Changyang Xiang Tian hit the ground with a thud. The dust gradually settled. The two remained in the same position as before. Changyang Xiang Tian warned. Miss, although your strength is higher than mine, your combat experience is weak. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I have already apologized. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, Luaner, being difficult, wouldn't accept it. She screamed and questioned. You dare threaten me? Suddenly, Changyang Xiang Tian's vision blurred. Like he was dizzy, Luaner gently escaped Changyang Xiang Tian's control. Changyang Xiang Tian was stunned. What kind of battle skill is this? After using the battle skill, Luaner jumped far away, creating a safe distance from Xiang Tian. Luaner looked at Xiang Tian wearily. She saw that he was probably not an ordinary pervert since he forced her to use her battle skill. Then I definitely cannot spare you. Saying that, Luaner summoned his sword. The sword suddenly glowed. Then an aura appeared surrounding it. Streams of water emerged from the sword and formed water dragons. The water dragons immediately rushed towards Xiang Tian. Seeing this, Xiang Tian shouted angrily. Miss, I intended to spare you just now, yet you show no mercy. Then don't blame me for destroying a flower. Xiang Tian immediately prepared to counterattack. Just as he said, this time he didn't go easy on Luaner. He unleashed a very powerful move towards her. Xiang Tian's sword dispersed the water dragons and rushed straight at Luaner. Luaner's heart skipped a beat at this moment. The speed of the sword was too fast for her to dodge. Just as the sword was about to stab Luaner, a hand appeared from nowhere. It turned out to be Old Freak Yin. He immediately flicked the sword away. Luaner had a heart-stopping moment. Xiang Tian was astonished to see the old man knock away his move. This old man is too strong. Old Freak Yin angrily scolded him. Audacious brat, you dare to hurt the young miss. Old Freak Feng was also behind Xiang Tian at some point. He praised him. That move just now was pretty good. What a pity. Xiang Tian was startled and turned around. He almost didn't notice Old Freak Feng's presence. When did another one appear behind me? Without letting Xiang Tian react, Old Freak Feng gathered energy into his fist. He immediately gave Xiang Tian a punch, daring to watch a girl bathe. Truly a brat deserving of death. That punch was so powerful it made Xiang Tian cough up blood. Not only that, he was sent flying straight into the air. Xiang Tian's consciousness was blurry at this moment. Then he crashed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, Old Freak Feng smiled and flashed a V sign to Luaner. Luaner was very happy to see Xiang Tian taken down. Xiang Tian was beaten until he had no strength left. He tried to struggle up, but failed. Old Freak Feng was very surprised to see him still alive after taking his punch. He saw that the boy had some skill. Suddenly, Old Freak Feng realized something. He looked at his hand in astonishment. Seeing Xiang Tian still alive, Luaner hurriedly urged Old Freak Feng to kill him for her. Old Freak Feng smiled and replied, forget it. He's already critically injured. Just leave him here to fend for himself. But Luana insisted on not sparing Xiang Tian. She angrily said, Uncle Foam, that pervert peeped at me bathing. We can't let him go. Old freak Yin seemed to sense something as well. He immediately advised, Young miss, the main business is important. If those people catch up, we'll be in big trouble. Luana finally listened to old freak Yin and left. She jumped onto the back of the dragon, then turned back to look at Xiang Tian. She said with a bit of anger, you just stay here and die slowly. Then the three of them rode the dragon and flew away. The night sky before dawn. The dragon spread its wings freely in the dawning sky. A moment later, old freak Yin asked old freak Feng if he had discovered something about Xiang Tian. Old freak Feng laughed loudly. So you found out too, huh? Old freak Yin sighed and said, I've been friends with you for years. There's nothing you can hide from me. Luana, sitting behind, didn't know what the two were talking about. She asked curiously. Old freak Feng showed her his hand. He said that when he gave Xiang Tian a palm strike just now, his palm was injured. He wondered how the boy did it. Luana was very confused seeing old freak Feng injured. As far as she could see, Xiang Tian was even weaker than her. How could he hurt him? Old freak Yin also couldn't believe his eyes. How is that possible? That kid's strength is at most a saint. Yet he could injure you. But then old freak Yin immediately changed his attitude. He noticed something very strange about Xiang Tian's saint weapon. It seemed to be controlled by his consciousness. Not only that, old freak Yin saw that Xiang Tian could evade his saint force detection to approach Luana. Hearing this, old freak Feng concluded that Xiang Tian's background was not simple. He also feared that there was a powerful force hidden behind the boy, so he spared his life. Luana didn't think so. She felt no force could compare to their family. It was just old freak Feng being too cowardly. Seeing her arrogance, old freak Yin gently reminded her, Young miss, do not be arrogant. This is a sensitive time. We cannot provoke more enemies against the family. But Luana refused to listen. She raised her middle finger at him. Old freak Yin sensed Luana's defiance and turned around sharply. She panicked and said, Understood. Luana understands. Seeing her say that, he turned away. Luana finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that was really dangerous just now. But Luana still felt angry that she didn't kill Xiang Tian with her own hands. Then she thought he probably wouldn't survive anyway. As for Xiang Tian, he gradually regained consciousness. He was heavily injured and couldn't move his whole body. His bones seemed broken, if not for the violet azure sword Qi protecting his body. I'm afraid that strike just now would have killed him instantly. Xiang Tian clenched his fist. Although not killed on the spot, he could only helplessly wait for death. He had some regrets that he had just improved his strength only to die like this. Truly unwilling. Suddenly, a source of saint force appeared. What is this? Xiang Tian felt it seemed to be some form of saint force. He wondered if after his perception improved, he could detect new things. Then Xiang Tian felt this source of saint force seemed quite familiar. Suddenly he realized, right? This is the light saint force that Mother used to heal others. Radiant Saint Masters rely on the surrounding light saint force to heal injuries. If I can use it to heal, then Xiang Tian used all his strength to reach for that source of saint force. Then Xiang Tian touched the source of saint force. He'd rather try a little than die painfully here. As soon as Xiang Tian touched it, the source of saint force shattered. It immediately flooded into his body. While Xiang Tian was enduring the pain to heal, 3 magical beasts flew over in the sky. A person sitting on a magical beast detected a royal aura at the waterfall. The leader immediately ordered, Chase them. Kill anyone there. The 3 immediately rode their magical beasts to the waterfall. They went down to inspect the surroundings. After checking once and seeing no one, they assumed they had arrived late. One thought they had hidden somewhere. Xiang Tian was hiding underwater watching them. He saw these guys seemed to be bad people. Luckily, his aura had merged with the environment. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. Above, the leader didn't believe the people had left. He slashed at the waterfall. Rocks immediately fell down. After seeing no anomaly underwater, the leader believed they had really escaped. He ordered to continue the chase. Then they rode their magical beasts and flew away. Xiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief underwater. Luckily, my mind was steady. My aura wasn't chaotic. Just as he felt safe for less than a second, a large rock suddenly fell towards him. Xiang Tian was terrified and immediately fled. But due to the vigorous movement, his newly healed bone fracture broke again. Everything before his eyes spun around, failing right at the moment of highest confidence. Unexpectedly, in the end, I'm going to drown to death. A while later, suddenly warm voices rang out. He's awake. That's great. Xiang Tian felt this atmosphere was really comfortable. Before his eyes was the image of 3 beautiful sisters rejoicing that he had woken up. Xiang Tian felt like he had just wandered into a fairyland that every man dreams of. Suddenly a man's voice rang out. Almost drowned to death. This guy is really heavy. Xiang Tian startled awake. Before his eyes were 3 burly men with sly smiles. Awake? Great, we saved him. Xiang Tian sat up in fear and asked who they were. The blonde guy replied annoyedly. We were nearby and heard a noise, so we came to check. Just in time to save you. Who are you? Why were you drowning? What happened here just now? Did experts fight here? And also, the tall man stopped the blonde guy from speaking further. He saw Xiang Tian had just woken up and didn't want the blonde guy to talk so much. Xiang Tian recalled the dream just now. He felt he really shouldn't have read Yang Hu's books. The man turned to tell Xiang Tian not to mind what just happened because the blonde guy talks a lot. The blonde guy scratched his head and laughed loudly. Haha, I just can't control my mouth. The fat guy next to him asked why Xiang Tian drowned. He looked at the wounds on his body and saw they weren't light. Xiang Tian feigned exhaustion and said, I was splashing water to catch fish in the pool. Suddenly, the water's surface exploded. Countless rocks fell onto the water. I got hit. I wasn't careful, so I drowned. Hearing this, the blonde guy was even more certain that a fight had occurred here to cause the cliff to look like this. Xiang Tian now noticed the waterfall had been destroyed like this. He wondered who those people were. Could it be related to that woman from before? Suddenly, the blonde guy asked for his name. Are you interested in joining our flame mercenaries? He said although there are only 3 people, in the future, it will become the largest mercenary corps in the Fenglan Kingdom. Xiang Tian wondered what the flame mercenaries were. The man panicked and covered the blonde guy's mouth. He smiled awkwardly and said, Little brother, sorry. Xiao Dao was just joking. The fat guy also told him to treat the blonde guy's words as nonsense. Xiang Tian looked at them and pondered. These 3 don't look like bad people. Currently, my injuries haven't healed. Being unfamiliar with this foreign land, joining their group might not be a bad idea. After thinking, he happily said, It just so happens I have nowhere to go. If you big brothers agree to accept me, that would be great. The man was very surprised that he agreed to join their group. The blonde guy was smug because the flame mercenaries got stronger again. Then the 3 of them started introducing themselves to Xiang Tian. The man is Kendall. He is the commander of the flame mercenaries. The fat guy is Uba. He is the vice commander. And the blonde guy is Xiao Dao. He is the representative for the commander of the flame mercenaries. Xiang Tian also introduced himself as Giani Shan. Kendall shook his hand. Welcome to the flame mercenaries. Xiao Dao beside him said with shining eyes. Giani Shan, from now on, you're the representative for the vice commander. Hu Ba felt Xiang Tian was more reliable than Xiao Dao, so he suggested letting Xiao Dao be the representative for the vice commander instead. Hearing this, Xiao Dao immediately retorted, My experience is deeper than Giani Shan's, so he definitely has to be the deputy. Kendall smiled and said, Then let brother Giani Shan be the second vice commander. Seeing this scene, Xiang Tian felt happy for a moment. These 3 reminded Xiang Tian of his friends when he first formed a group before transmigrating. At that time, he rode on the back of a magical beast, chatting happily with everyone. Senior brother Giani Shan. In the future, when you become the sect leader, can I be the vice sect leader? Stop dreaming. You're swollen too? The vice sect leader position is definitely mine. Huh. Those memories gave Xiang Tian more determination to find Dugu Qiubai, investigate the truth of his transmigration, and return to the sect one day. A while later, Kendall said, To celebrate junior brother Giani Shan joining us, we will go to the mercenary market to buy things. Hearing this, Xiao Dao and Hu Ba's eyes lit up. Really? Great. Hearing about the mercenary market, Xiang Tian felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. In the forest, there was a giant rock with a strange shape. Its top looked like a plate. It turned out to be the mercenary market. Xiang Tian looked around and exclaimed that this place was huge. He didn't think there would be a place like this in the mountains. Kendall saw that Xiang Tian didn't seem to know this place, so he enthusiastically introduced it. This place is the mercenary market. It was originally a place for soldiers to exchange with each other. Later, it became a market. The four of them were walking around when they suddenly stopped. Something had caught their attention. On the notice board, there was a picture of Xiang Tian. Xiao Dao wondered why the person on the wanted poster looked so much like Xiang Tian. Kendall had to agree with Xiao Dao. Indeed, quite similar. The wanted poster also said this person killed a Class 2 gold-threaded silver-lined snake. Huba said only a Saint Master level expert could do that. Xiang Tian stood beside them, worried. He didn't expect the news to spread so fast. He racked his brain thinking of a way to distract the three of them. Suddenly, Xiang Tian noticed them looking at him with suspicion, fearing his identity was about to be exposed. He frantically said, "I only have the strength of a saint. How could I possibly kill a gold-threaded silver-lined snake?" The three of them thought for a moment. Then they realized Xiang Tian made sense. They thought, how could an expert who killed a gold-threaded silver-lined snake drown? Looks like they just look alike. Xiang Tian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly Xiao Dao sighed. He wished if only such an expert joined their mercenary corps, it would be great. Kendall told him to stop hallucinating. Such an expert wouldn't look at their mercenary corps. Their words made Xiang Tian feel he had successfully distracted them. Then Kendall kindly reminded Xiang Tian, "Brother Giani Shan, to avoid trouble, you should disguise yourself a bit. Being mistaken for the person on the wanted poster would be bad." Xiang Tian followed his advice and thanked him for the reminder. Then Kendall became excited again. "Come, I'll take you to buy things." Hearing about spending money, Xiao Dao shouted excitedly. Huba reminded Xiao Dao not to spend money recklessly. Saying that, the four of them immediately swept through the market. There were many unique things here, like newly released cultivation methods, buy one, get two free. Over here, clearance clothes at half price. Even grilled meat was discounted by half. Xiao Dao held two big drumsticks, chewing and saying, "Commander, the money you saved for so long can finally buy things for sister-in-law and Mila." Mentioning his wife and daughter, Kendall revealed a face full of longing and replied, "Haven't been home for half a year. I wonder if Mila knows how to call father yet." Then Kendall turned to tell Xiang Tian to buy whatever he liked. If he didn't have enough money, he would lend him some. Xiang Tian smiled and replied, "Thank you, big brother Kendall. I don't want to buy anything." Xiao Dao saw Kendall offering to lend money to Xiang Tian and felt a bit jealous. "Commander is too biased. You won't even lend me money." Huba, holding a drumstick and a bag of bread, said giving money to Xiao Dao who only knows how to buy food is a waste. Xiao Dao shouted angrily, "Aren't you the same?" Kendall agreed with Huba that they couldn't lend money to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao grumbled on the side. Xiang Tian felt the bond between them was really good. Suddenly Xiang Tian discovered a problem with his body. His hand emitted purple electricity. Why is the violet azure sword chi erupting automatically like this? I feel them. Seem very happy. Could it be the violet azure sword chi has its own consciousness? How is that possible? Xiang Tian stared worriedly at his hand. Then he looked around searching for the item, causing the violet azure sword chi to agitate like this. Suddenly Xiang Tian noticed a roadside gem stall. A purple stone caught his attention. Xiang Tian looked warily at the stone. "It's not this thing, is it?" Suddenly the violet azure sword chi became more intense. The purple stone also emitted a powerful aura. Xiang Tian panicked. The violet azure sword chi in his body moved again. He felt more and more that this stone was strange. Then he grabbed the stone. Xiang Tian tried to pick it up but found the stone was too heavy. The other three saw Xiang Tian at the roadside gem stall and wondered what he was doing. Xiang Tian struggled to lift the stone. He used all his strength but couldn't move the stone. The aura from the stone radiated again. The violet azure sword chi in Xiang Tian's body erupted automatically again. The merchant saw Xiang Tian wanted the stone and asked if he wanted to buy it. He put on a sly face, saying he got this stone from the magical Beast Mountain range. Xiang Tian heard him mention the magical Beast Mountain range and suspected if this thing was related to Dugu Chiobai. At the mercenary market, after hearing the merchant, Xiang Tian glanced at the stone suspiciously. "I don't know what effect this stone has. Why is it treasure?" The merchant said he didn't know. He only knew it was very heavy, extremely hard. Saint Force couldn't destroy it either, so it must be a treasure. Xiang Tian clicked his tongue. "So you don't know either." The merchant smiled. "A veiled beauty is the most beautiful. Not knowing what a treasure does makes it the most powerful, right? Isn't that the logic? Xiang Tian helplessly listened to him. He saw that this stone could activate the violet azure sword chi. Even if it's not related to Dugu Chiobai, it's definitely related to the violet azure sword art, so he must buy it. Suddenly, Xiang Tian's face darkened. But my money was taken by Mu Yun. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Suddenly, Kindle walked over. He stared at the stone and asked if Xiang Tian wanted to buy it. Xiao Dao poked the stone and thought what's good about this broken stone. Not as good as buying meat to eat. Huba scolded Xiao Dao for only knowing how to eat. Xiang Tian smiled politely, saying he indeed wanted to buy it, but had no money. Seeing this, Kindle said, "No problem. I'll buy it for you as a joining gift." Then Kindle told the merchant he would buy it and asked for the price. The merchant smiled and replied, "Not much, not much. 1,000 gold coins." As soon as he finished speaking, all four dropped their jaws in shock. Kindle couldn't believe it and stammered. Xiao Dao and Huba also took turns scolding the merchant. "This broken stone sells for 1,000 gold coins. Why don't you just go rob someone? You didn't raise the price on purpose because you saw us wanting to buy it, did you?" The merchant saw they were tough customers and started haggling. "Gentlemen, harmony brings wealth. The price is negotiable." Xiang Tian saw it was too expensive and told Kindle to forget it. But he wouldn't listen. He said he keeps his word. Then Kindle slammed a bag of money down and said aggressively, "Here is 830 gold coins. One price. Sell or not." Huba saw this and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Commander, that's your entire fortune you worked so hard to save." The merchant's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the money. He immediately grabbed the money bag and said, "Sold. Of course sold. Thank you for your patronage," Kindle said cheerfully. "Deal." Xiang Tian's eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. He thought he would definitely get the money back from this unscrupulous merchant for Kindle. The merchant was startled by Xiang Tian's gaze. He fearfully guessed this money wouldn't be easy to earn. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Since you gentlemen supported my business, let's add some benefits." Kindle asked what benefits. He took out a piece of paper and said nervously, "Seeing that you're all mercenaries, I happen to have intel on a two-headed mountain cat. Why don't I give it to you?" Kindle was startled hearing that. Two-headed cat? A class 4 magical beast. Xiang Tian saw that intel was so important, yet this merchant gave it to them. He couldn't help but be suspicious. He hurriedly explained that because many people knew this intel, selling it would only get a few hundred gold coins. He sweated and continued, "I didn't expect you guys to want to buy that stone. Just consider it buying intel and getting the stone for free." Hearing him say that, Xiang Tian's expression changed instantly. He snatched the paper and said happily, "You're quite a guy." The merchant breathed a sigh of relief seeing them finally leave. But he couldn't help but be afraid. "Looks like I escaped a disaster." After buying the stone, they ran out of money. Kindle said they would stop strolling for today. Xiao Dao was a bit regretful. Xiang Tian felt guilty seeing this. "It's all my fault that everyone can't go strolling." But Kindle didn't blame him at all, only gently telling him not to be polite. That was the gift he bought for him. Then Xiang Tian seriously said, "We just need to hunt the two-headed cat to have money." Xiao Dao retorted from the side, "Easier said than done. A class 4 magical beast. It's not something we can deal with." Xiang Tian pointed at the paper hanging on the tree and said, "Stop pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am the person on the wanted poster. I hunted the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake." The three were a bit unbelieving. "Impossible. You clearly denied it just now. Then how do you explain drowning?" Xiang Tian smirked slightly. Then he unleashed a palm strike hitting the tree trunk hard, making the three drop their jaws. He smiled and asked, "Do you believe me now?" While the four were talking, someone was watching them from a tree in the distance. He looked at them and smiled slyly. He found them. Somewhere else. A guy wearing a wizard hat, with a swollen cheek and bleeding mouth, was crying and speaking. "I speak the truth. It's true. I only sold them a stone and the intel on the two-headed mountain cat." Suddenly, he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up by the person opposite him, terrifying him. The person grabbing him was sect leader Chung. "Repeat that. Hand over the intel on the two-headed mountain cat, and I'll spare you." Grasping at a straw, he agreed. "Okay, I happen to want to keep a copy for myself anyway." After getting the intel, he released the rat and reported, "Commander, that kid and the flame mercenaries went to hunt the two-headed cat." Commander Kellitz was taking a bath at this moment. A moment later, he stood up, revealing a muscular body. He reached for the towel the servant handed him and asked, "That androgynous person isn't here?" Sect leader Chung replied, "When I received the intel from the secret gathering, I only saw that kid." Kelletz continued, "Looks like they split up. Not stupid." Sect leader Chung fearfully pressed his face against the paper and asked, "Commander, what should we do now?" Kelletz took the towel and walked out of the bath, saying, "Years ago, old freak Dugu once said, magical beasts usually hunt humans from behind. This kid and the two-headed mountain cat. I'll take them all." Sect leader Chung asked further, "Commander, what about this deal?" He lowered his eyelids, coldly replied, "Useless now. Kill him." Then Kelletz put on a battle robe. Ordered, "Gather the men." As for that rat, he was dragged away to be killed. He walked to the throne and sat down. At his feet was a chained female slave, and below were men in black battle robes awaiting orders. Kelletz said, "This time, absolutely do not let him escape." "Yes," his subordinates replied. In another place, a bear had been killed by Giani Shan. The three, Kendall, Xiao Dao, Hu Ba were hiding behind a tree. Seeing Xiang Tian kill the bear, they praised, "Brother Giani Shan, well done. Is this the feeling of winning easily, Brother Giani Shan? You should become a commander in the future." The three of them were completely considered a trio of cheerleaders. Giani Shan was speechless. "Are you guys just going to be useless bystanders?" They replied in turn, "Brother Giani Shan is so powerful. Of course, there's no room for us to perform with senior brother Giani Shan here." The Flame Mercenaries are one step closer to becoming the largest mercenary corps in the Fonlan Kingdom. Xiao Dao spoke up. "Before, we didn't dare dream of hunting class 4 magical beasts. Now I just want to ask, where is the two-headed cat?" Kendall continued, "That's right. This is the area marked on the intel. Could it be those merchants tricked us?" Huba said, "This is the area marked on the intel. Could it be that merchant deceived us?" Giani Shan smiled. "Perhaps the two-headed cat is quite cautious. Let's keep looking." At this moment, Xiao Dao's stomach rumbled, seeming hungry. Xiao Dao scratched his head shyly. Cheering also takes a lot of energy. "Why don't we eat first?" Huba heard this and criticized. Xiao Dao really knows how to hold people back. "Only active when eating." Giani Shan said, "I'm also a bit hungry." Just in time, there's food right here. The sky began to darken. At this moment, bear meat was being roasted on the campfire. As if detecting something, Giani Shan turned his head to look. A loud noise occurred in the forest, shaking the trees violently. Giani Shan warned, "Something is coming. Could it be the two-headed mountain cat?" Someone asked. Everyone stopped eating, all entering combat stance. "It's coming," all four said. Something orange shot out from the bushes. All four were stunned seeing it. Kendall was curious. "What is this?" The small creature ran past them, then rushed to devour the large piece of meat. Seeing the meat mostly eaten, Huba spoke up. "Brain only has eating. Could this be the Xiao Dao of magical beasts?" Xiao Dao froze. "Big brother Hu, your words hurt me." Giani Shan was astonished seeing the creature. "This is..." He spoke up to tell everyone. "I once saw it in the Academy's library. This is the cub of the golden fur tiger king. When it grows up, it will directly become a class 5 magical beast." The other three's eyes lit up. After growing up, it could become a class 5 magical beast. Giani Shan understood. No wonder we didn't see the two-headed mountain cat. The golden fur tiger king is the natural predator of the two-headed mountain cat. The big tiger must be nearby. So the mountain cat hid. Giani Shan picked up the small cat and smiled. "Caught and still won't stop eating, truly a gluttonous cat." Kendall was so happy he teared up. This is a baby class 5 magical beast. If we can tame it as a pet, that would be a huge fortune. Suddenly a voice spoke. "Correct. I think so too." While speaking, that person approached. Kendall panicked, slightly hearing this voice, and glanced over. Kelletz approached the 4 of them. They shouted in surprise, "Commander Kelletz." Giani Shan looked a bit stunned and said, "This person is a great Saint Master. Unexpectedly, I couldn't sense anything." Birds in the forest flew away. The other 3 looked in panic mixed with fear. All 3 said in unison, "Commander Kelletz." The cat seemed to sense danger. Mouth full of food, but its eyes showed fierceness. Giani Shan asked, "Big brother Kendall, do you know this person?" Kendall replied, "He is Commander Kelletz, of the Zhou Mercenaries, 2nd in Wake City." Kelletz then spoke, "Kid, you don't know me, but I know you." Giani Shan was surprised. He recounted, You snatched the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake from my subordinates. Until now, no one has dared to rob the Zhou mercenaries. You are the first, Giani Shan recalled and replied. Those guys were your subordinates? You came to rob the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake back? Cargath sneered. You underestimate me too much. Forget about the gold-threaded, silver-lined snake. It's just a Class 2 magical beast. He continued. How can it be worth a Class 5 magical beast in your hands? Just as he finished speaking, his subordinates surrounded Giani Shan's group. At this moment, behind the four, someone was aiming a bow at them. An arrow was fired. The arrow rushed toward Xiao Dao. Seeing this, Kindle panicked. He shouted and pulled Xiao Dao aside to dodge. Xiao Dao, careful. Kindle and Hu Ba cursed angrily. Despicable, harming people with hidden arrows. If you have skills, come here and fight one-on-one. Xiao Dao was scared out of his wits. Almost died. Giani Shan frowned. Sorry, I involve you brothers. This matter is unrelated to everyone. I'll block them, you guys run. Kindle roared. Brother Giani Shan, what the hell are you saying? You are a member of our flame mercenaries. We live and die together. Xiao Dao also added. That's right. Today we fight them to the death together. Hu Ba chimed in. Right? Fight them to the death. Kindle glanced back. Flame mercenaries. He asked everyone. What do we do when a brother is bullied? Xiao Dao said, fight, of course. Giani Shan curled his lips in a smile, then directed everyone. Leave Cargath to me. You guys deal with the rest. The group responded. Cargath smiled wickedly. Attack. He pointed at the four and shouted. Kill these foolish madmen. The three rushed up to attack. Giani Shan alone stood still. His eyes gradually became sharp. After getting ready, Giani Shan rushed to slaughter the minions, then headed straight for Cargath. Giani Shan saw Cargath standing still and couldn't help wondering. This guy, not dodging at all? Cargath still stood there calmly smiling. Don't look down on others. Giani Shan felt annoyed. He slashed a strike towards him. The destructive power of Xiang Tian's slash was so great it sent surrounding rocks flying. Cargath, unharmed, asked, Is this all the strength you have? The sword slashed down. It couldn't pierce Cargath's skin, nor did it even scratch him. Black energy gradually appeared on his body. Giani Shan was a bit bewildered. Saint Force armor? He asked in panic. Cargath smirked and praised. Not bad. My Saint weapon is different from others. My whole body is armor. His body was gradually covered by a hard black armor. Full body Saint Force armor. Giani Shan slowly said. Looks like defeating you won't be easy. He frowned slightly, then smiled faintly and said, Looks like I can only use that method. After Cargath used the full body Saint Force armor. Hearing Giani Shan still had a way to deal with him, he laughed loudly. Ha ha, you still have a second plan? Finished speaking, he punched his fist together, turning around, emitting a gloomy aura. Disdainfully asked, bowing down to admit defeat? Or do you want to abandon those trash and run for your life? Giani Shan on this side picked up the little cat by the scruff of its neck. Looking at it, he said, Little cat, you'll have to suffer a bit, making it not understand what was about to happen. Immediately after, he shouted loudly while swinging the little cat. Cargath, you want to kill us? At this moment, the little cat was thrown towards him mercilessly. Giving him a start, he spoke up and asked, Where do you want this tiger cub? While the little cat was thrown, tears streaming, only able to scream frantically. Cargath immediately shouted furiously, then hurriedly chased after that little cat. Wait until I catch that tiger cub. Then I'll come back to settle the score with you later. Seeing him leave, Giani Shan's face sharpened as he spoke. Without Cargath, these mercenaries are just ants. On this side, the tiger cub was extremely terrified, running while making noises. Roar, 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 roar. Cargath used all his strength to chase. He laughed and spoke when about to grab the little cat. Little tiger runs pretty fast. Just then, a voice echoed through the mountains. Stop! Ahead was the corpse of a huge bear. Blood splattered everywhere. It turned out the Tiger King was tearing it apart, eyes glowing in the dark night, seeming to sense something. The Tiger King turned its head to look up at the night sky. Then it let out a roar, shaking the whole forest, making Giani Shan's group freeze for a moment. Hearing that sound, Xiao Dao also trembled and spoke. That roar is too scary. What monster is coming? Giani Shan was equally panicked. Fangs bared. Just finished speaking On this side, the Tiger King rushed forward like an arrow. Roar! At this moment, a magical beast appeared, immediately killing one person, making Xiao Dao panic, unable to close his mouth. Then, the magical beast aimed towards the approaching group, making everyone terrified and run headlong. At this moment, a person looked at the corpse under his feet. Puppet. It's a magical beast controlled by the golden fur Tiger King. These words successfully made Kindle's trio widen their eyes, astonished to the point of not being able to close their mouths. Sweat flowing continuously, not letting them be astonished for long. On this side, the Tiger King had arrived. Everyone immediately shouted, "The Tiger King is here. Not good. Retreat quickly." On this side, Kindle couldn't outrun the magical beasts and shouted, "Help! Brother Giani Shan." Seeing this, he replied worriedly, "Coming." He moved fast as lightning, making a path. Only a flash of light was seen, making those magical beasts fall. Just finish the move. Holding the sword in hand, he spoke, "The Tiger King is here. We must flee quickly." Kindle's group replied hurriedly, "No problem." Everyone listened to him. Giani Shan looked in that direction, gloomily spoke, "There are many magical beasts heading this way. Looks like the Tiger King, to save a child, is truly extremely anxious." Hearing him say that, Kindle and Xiao Dao said in unison, "The little tiger isn't in our hands. Can we be safe?" Giani Shan pointed, glancing towards the cute-looking magical beasts hiding over there. He replied, "According to my senses, that side has the fewest magical beasts. We break through the encirclement from there." Everyone heard and responded, "A crescent moon in the starry night sky." At this moment, Cargath had stopped, his shadow printed on the ground. He carried the little tiger, tears streaming down its face, in his hand. That direction has relatively few magical beasts, quite safe. Before he could finish calculating, he felt a cold wind from behind. He had a bad premonition. Trembling, he slowly turned his head. Just then, the Tiger King, with eyes emitting fire, looked down at him, with the little tiger squirming in his hand, while the night sky was extremely clear and breezy. Down here, Cargath was extremely panicked. No wonder there were no magical beasts nearby. He looked at the huge Tiger King heading toward him. So the Tiger King is here. Seeing this, he gripped the little tiger tightly and shouted, "Don't come any closer, otherwise I'll kill it." The Tiger King saw the little tiger looking extremely pitiful in his hand. Its eyes emitted fire. Snorting once, observing the situation, Cargath thought, "If this continues, I won't be able to escape. Must think of a way to escape." Then, noises came from the cave beside him. Cargath saw this and rejoiced. Someone is coming. It turned out to be Giani Shan's group approaching. Suddenly, he saw the scene before him like a thunderbolt. He quickly shouted, "Stop quickly! The Tiger King is nearby." No wonder there were fewer and fewer magical beasts on the way here. Everyone heard and was astonished. "What?" Then Cargath flew down from the sky shouting, "Give me you guys this good stuff." Saying that, he threw the little tiger towards them, shouting loudly, "Catch!" The wrapped little tiger landed in Xiao Dao's hands. He didn't know and asked, "What is this?" Cargath hid aside, laughing wickedly. "You guys stay here and be scapegoats." On this side, Xiao Dao still didn't understand why the little tiger was in his hands. Giani Shan, standing next to him, was extremely panicked. "The little tiger." Then, he shouted, "Xiao Dao, throw it away quickly." The guy didn't even understand what was happening, when a murderous Tiger King was already behind his back. Huba saw the Tiger King baring its teeth at Xiao Dao and pushed the bewildered guy away, shouting, "Xiao Dao, careful." Immediately after, only Huba's blood was seen splattering. Huba's blood splattered onto Xiao Dao's face, making him unable to react. Giani Shan also stood frozen before what was happening. Kindle was also extremely astonished at the situation. Immediately after, everyone shouted loudly, "Huba!" Seeing him seemingly being swallowed by the Tiger King. Everyone stood frozen before the terrifying scene. After a series of cracking sounds rang out, Xiao Dao seemed frozen looking at Huba below. He gasped for breath in a pool of blood, trying to say each word. "Run!" Xiao Dao saw this, tears filling his eyes, shouting, Then, anger along with grief. He burned with spirit, tears streaming down, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death." Finished speaking, he drew his blade and rushed towards the Tiger King. Everyone shouted to stop him. "Xiao Dao, come back here quickly." He seemed not to hear. still stubbornly rushing forward. At this moment, Giani Shan quickly drew his sword, his eyes emitting an aura. Then only a flash of light was seen. He rushed up to block a move from the Tiger King. Xiao Dao saw this and panicked, unable to close his mouth. Giani Shan shouted at this moment, "Ah!" then unleashed a sword strike towards the Tiger King. Then, he landed safely on the ground. Xiao Dao hurriedly called, "Giani Shan." Giani Shan gritted his teeth, looking at the spirited Tiger King in front. Attack power is too strong. Immediately after, a massive energy source appeared from the Tiger King's mouth. That power immediately spread far away, as if wanting to destroy everything. Giani Shan, thanks to his strength, was fine. But Xiao Dao beside him was covered in blood. He saw him like that and called out, "Xiao Dao!" Xiao Dao could no longer stay conscious. His words seemed stained with blood. Grinding out each word, "I must kill you. Avenge big brother Huba." Under the dim moonlight, a huge tiger with sharp teeth was growling fiercely, eyes flashing with angry fire, footsteps shaking the ground. Xiao Dao, blood flowing ceaselessly from his head and eyes, still looked at the creature with resentful eyes, grinding his teeth. "I want to kill you. Avenge big brother Huba." Xiang Tian saw Xiao Dao trying to hold on and reminded him, "Xiao Dao, your injuries are too severe, don't move." But he himself was only slightly less battered than Xiao Dao. Realizing Xiao Dao's condition would only worsen, Xiang Tian made a bold decision. "Big brother Kindle, take Xiao Dao away. I will hold off the Tiger King." Kindle remained silent and motionless. He pondered carefully. "You take Xiao Dao away. Let me hold off the Tiger King." Xiang Tian vehemently opposed his decision, roaring, "Big brother Kindle, you are not its match." Kindle smiled faintly. "Could it be that you are?" Xiang Tian asserted decisively, "But I can hold it off for everyone to escape." Kindle said nothing more, turning to leave. He stood facing the beast in its rage, his attitude very calm. "The Tiger King controls the entire forest. Unless we can escape this forest, we will never escape." He emphasized to Xiang Tian, who was losing his composure. "Among us, you are the strongest. Only you have a chance to escape." Kindle faced the Tiger King, not rushing to act immediately. Kindle took a breath and shouted loudly, "In the name of the commander of the Flame Mercenaries, I order you to take Xiao Dao and leave." Xiang Tian stood dazed, staring unblinkingly at Kindle. Finally, he had to concede. "Yes, commander." He followed Kindle's words. Xiang Tian quickly carried Xiao Dao on his shoulder and left. "Big brother Kindle, take care." Xiao Dao on his shoulder struggled ceaselessly in despair. "I'm not going. I want to stay with the commander." Kindle didn't look back. Xiang Tian was Kindle's last hope. "Junior brother Giani Shan, remember to avenge us." Blood from Xiao Dao's wounds kept oozing out, soaking his clothes, but he still looked towards Kindle, finally managing to call out 2 words. "Commander." Xiang Tian's shadow also gradually disappeared into the night. Xiang Tian ran with all his might, running and running, finally finding a safe place in the forest. Xiang Tian put Xiao Dao down and started healing him, constantly encouraging him. "Xiao Dao, hang in there. You must live." Xiao Dao had no strength left to lift even a finger. Xiao Dao's consciousness also gradually faded. "Am I about to die?" Xiang Tian definitely wouldn't let Xiao Dao die. "I can use light saint force to heal. You will be fine." Xiao Dao looked at Xiang Tian, trying hard to prolong his life, and suddenly smiled. "Giani Shan, you are really amazing. Knowing everything, unlike me, just a useless guy." Xiao Dao's voice gradually became quieter. Xiang Tian suppressed the pain inside and forced a smile at Xiao Dao. "Don't talk anymore. I will definitely cure you." Despite trying to hold back, Xiang Tian's tears still couldn't be stopped. Xiao Dao used his last remaining breath to speak to Xiang Tian one last time. "The Flame Mercenaries only remain." Xiao Dao's voice broke off at the end. "It's raining." Xiao Dao finally closed his eyes and rested in peace. Xiang Tian looked at his comrades, leaving one by one in his arms, trembling uncontrollably, unable to accept the truth. Under the mystical light of the moon, only a lonely figure remained. Xiang Tian gritted his teeth. "Zhou mercenaries." Tears raced down Xiang Tian's face. In the dark night, Xiang Tian seemed drowned in a swamp of despair, roaring. Bastards! Pain, rage, hatred were tearing apart the young man's heart. A growling sound echoing very close woke Xiang Tian up. Xiang Tian threw aside his grief and realized the current situation. The Tiger King has chased here. Xiang Tian was sitting on fire. Currently, I am not the Tiger King's match. He kept trembling, telling himself, I cannot let Big Brother kindle and the other's sacrifice be in vain. Xiang Tian pulled himself together. He decided to face reality. Xiang Tian swore to himself, Xiao Dao, I will definitely return and kill the Tiger King with my own hands to avenge everyone. Then he turned and left without looking back. Xiang Tian accelerated, jumping up when realizing the growling sound was getting closer. He ran while considering everything. The Tiger King's speed is too fast. In a race, I'm not its match. Xiang Tian took a deep breath. I can only gamble once. I will hide my aura, hoping to escape. He looked at the large branch in front, then rushed towards it, fast as the wind. Before his eyes, he was already behind the Tiger King. The Tiger King aggressively pounced forward to find prey. Xiang Tian hid in the bushes. It's here, nervously watching the large creature move. Every time its claws brushed past, like knives moving, the ground was marked with long streaks. Xiang Tian silently observed every move of the Tiger King. Suddenly, it stopped to sniff the air. The Tiger King turned its red, glowing eyes towards a suspicious tree in front. It growled in its throat, preparing to pounce on the tree where it thought the prey was. The Tiger King opened its mouth full of the smell of blood, creating a massive energy beam. Xiang Tian saw he had been discovered and had no way out. The Tiger King spewed a massive energy beam towards the prey, splitting trees in half and burning leaves. Xiang Tian had to use all his strength to withstand a surprise attack from the Tiger King. He gritted his teeth and blurted out a curse. Bastard! After escaping a disaster, Xiang Tian seized the opportunity while the creature was distracted and rushed straight like an arrow towards the Tiger King, preparing to counterattack. From midair, he took out his sword, putting all his strength into his arm muscles, transferring it to the sword carrying all his resentment. He unleashed a strike at the Tiger King using spirit sword control. The Tiger King still carried the demeanor of a game master, glancing at Xiang Tian without fear. It roared loudly, knocking Xiang Tian back. It opened its mouth wide about to snap at him, but Xiang Tian quickly flipped in the air, changing direction to dodge. Xiang Tian gripped the sword in his hand tightly, looking at the Tiger King. Full power attack didn't even hurt it. A light gradually formed in the Tiger King's mouth. Xiang Tian knew it was preparing a move like just now, but this time it seemed more intense. The Tiger King unleashed a massive energy beam towards Xiang Tian, large enough to blast through a patch of trees, until the energy beam was blocked by a large mountain. Both collided. On the path the energy beam took, the ground cracked, trees were ignited by fire. Then a huge explosion occurred, fire piercing the clouds, turning the mountain into rubble instantly. Xiang Tian was stunned witnessing the scene just now. Luckily I escaped. He still couldn't compose himself. Xiang Tian suddenly froze. Where's the Tiger King? A sense of danger approached Xiang Tian, rooting him to the spot as he realized sharp claws were already behind his back. The Tiger King delivered a surprise blow to Xiang Tian's back. Too sudden, he couldn't defend in time and was hit hard from behind by the Tiger King. His whole body slammed hard into the ground, causing Xiang Tian to spray blood, eyes rolling back. Xiang Tian lay sprawled on the ground. Then, the Tiger King, certain of victory, slowly approached its prey. The Tiger King raised its claw, determining Xiang Tian was unconscious. Suddenly, Xiang Tian's body unexpectedly emitted powerful shockwaves, forcing the Tiger King to hastily retract its claw. The Tiger King hesitated as it watched Xiang Tian emit another strange pitch-black shockwave. It only growled in its throat, not attacking. The shockwaves gathered in one spot before the Tiger King's eyes. From within the shockwave brightening the dark night, a sword hilt gradually appeared. It was Xiang Tian's sword. Now it became shiny and stronger than ever. The Tiger King looked angrily at the object. Roaring, preparing to attack, Xiang Tian's sword pointed its sharp tip straight at the Tiger King. The sword emitted a brilliant light, creating powerful shockwaves attacking the Tiger King. The Tiger King's pupils watched those shockwaves, then roared in pain as the shockwaves injured it to the point of bleeding. The creature, fierce just moments ago, now had to turn tail and run to avoid those strong shockwaves. The shockwaves were so numerous they were like a raging tornado. Xiang Tian lay motionless despite the raging shockwaves. Suddenly, blue smoke emanated around Xiang Tian's body, forming soft white petals covering his body. Everything seemed to end. Before Xiang Tian lost consciousness, he saw himself lying in a field full of white petals under the moonlight, a rain of white flowers pouring down, blue smoke floating everywhere like bubbles. Then only pitch blackness remained. A scene appeared before his eyes, a clear blue sky full of golden sunlight, a brown-haired guy with a high bun standing on a wall, clothes fluttering in the wind, laughing heartily. Sure enough, you also came to this world. Only, he seemed to have lost his right arm. The guy smirked and called him Giani Shan. Behind the brown-haired man, the shadow of a man with a large beard and black hair, swept back, was faintly visible. Morning sunlight spread across every corner of the capital. Taking advantage of the suitable weather, Luana decided to go shopping for clothes. She freely spent money buying everything she liked. Seeing this, a guard reminded her, "Young miss, we should move on. We shouldn't stroll for too long." But the colleague beside him confidently replied, "What are you afraid of? It's crowded and noisy here. Even if that guy chases us, he won't find us." Suddenly, a guy covered from head to toe abruptly appeared next to Luana, startling everyone. He uttered, "She has a sin on her." The young lady wondered, "What are you saying?" The two guards behind immediately rushed up to protect their master, running and shouting, "Who is it?" Without hesitation, both combined swords to attack the mysterious person, not forgetting to warn, "Stay away from young miss." However, beneath the cloak, there was nothing. This surprised the two guards. Ran away? Who exactly was that? They wondered, ignoring their trembling mistress behind them. It turned out that because they focused on the stranger, both had messed up the stall, ruining Luana's morning shopping efforts. She turned angrily to scold her guards. In another corner, after escaping Luana's group, the mysterious person from just now revealed himself. He laughed triumphantly. "Sure enough, you also came to this world. None other than old thief Dugu." He muttered his old enemy's name, Giani Shan. Scene changed to the magical Beast Mountain range. Dense, platinum-colored canopy covered the ground. Gasping for air, Chanyang Xiang Tian suddenly surfaced. Face pale, still lingering with fear, bewilderedly looking at a whole patch of forest around him cut down jaggedly. He wondered, where is this place? Xiang Tian panicked, looking at his hands, wondering. These are all wood fragments. Witnessing the desolate scene, countless questions appeared. Could it be the trees around here are all? Was this done by the Tiger King? But then he denied it. No, if it were it, with his terrible destructive power, how could I not be injured? Xiang Tian was astonished to discover. The wounds caused by the Tiger King have also healed. What exactly is going on? Not having time to rejoice, he choked up. If the Tiger King has disappeared, then Big Brother Kindle and the others. A moment later, the former sword god was seen standing in a place with many newly built graves, looking at each name carved on the stone tablets. Chanyang Xiang Tian stood silent, unable to speak. Memories flooded back. He recalled Kindle's words. "Haven't been home for half a year. I wonder if Mila knows how to call father yet." The scene of Xiao Dao laughing appeared. The Flame Mercenaries will definitely become the strongest mercenary corps in the Fenglan Kingdom. Recalling what he himself said, "Everyone gives me the feeling of long-lost relatives. Now everything is just the past." Xiang Tian muttered, "I didn't expect." The image of Hu Ba dying, but still reminding him. Run quickly. Then the scene of Kindle roaring. "In the name of the commander of the Flame Mercenaries, I order you to take Xiao Dao and leave." But in the end, Xiao Dao still unfortunately died, leaving only a few last words. The Flame Mercenaries only remain. Chanyang Xiang Tian at this moment could only cry helplessly, constantly blaming himself. "It's all because I was too weak. Couldn't protect everyone." Then he stopped crying. His face hardened, showing determination. Xiang Tian immediately took out a knife and cut his palm. Fresh blood flowed down. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth and said, "I swear here with my blood, I will definitely kill the Tiger King and the Zhou mercenaries with my own hands. Avenge everyone." Far away, a shimmering rainbow appeared as proof of his words. After that, Xiang Tian set off across the forest, thinking, "I didn't expect so many things to happen in the magical Beast Mountain range. I will come back here." He planned for himself. First, return to Wake City. Arrange things properly for Big Brother Kindle's wife and daughter. Then investigate news of the Zhou mercenaries. Step. A group of people gradually appeared. None other than Tian Xiongkong and his minions. Xiang Tian intended to quietly pass them. But unfortunately, Tian Xiongkong still noticed him. He ordered, "Wait. You stop right there." The young sword god worriedly thought. "What is it? Could it be this person has seen my wanted poster? Cannot let myself be discovered." He pretended nothing happened and coldly replied, "Did you just call me?" Tian Xiongkong and a group of subordinates surrounded Xiang Tian, arrogantly lifting his chin, asking, "Nonsense. If not calling you, then who? Did you just come out of the magical Beast Mountain range?" Facing the whole group, Xiang Tian remained very calm. He glared and questioned back. "So what?" He boasted. "This young master wants to go in there to cultivate. You look quite sharp. Be my guide. There will be plenty of benefits for you." The subordinate next to him smugly added, "Following the young master, you will definitely earn more than being a mercenary. This is your luck. Don't miss it." Hearing this, Xiang Tian showed open disdain. Turns out to be a useless, rich young master with more money than sense. Xiang Tian turned his head and walked away, ignoring him. Not interested. Tian Xiongkong shouted angrily, "This young master is willing to accept you. It's your great honor. Yet you dare to refuse." He pointed and ordered his subordinates, "Arrest him for me. I must teach him a lesson." The subordinates received the order and rushed to attack. Xiang Tian frowned in annoyance as they rushed over. He threw a punch, causing one guy to have a nosebleed, then punched another one in just a second. All of them collapsed on the ground. Tian Xiongkong and the subordinate next to him dropped their jaws in shock witnessing this scene. He scolded angrily. "Where did this bastard come from? Daring to hit my people? Don't you know who I am?" Xiang Tian glared at him with eyes full of murderous intent. Tian Xiongkong continued to brag, "I am," before he could finish his sentence. Xiang Tian had rushed over fast as lightning. His hand was right next to his face. Immediately after, Xiang Tian slapped him, sending him flying with a scream. After slapping, Xiang Tian muttered a reminder, "Keep your mouth clean." The subordinates saw this and picked up their weapons. Then there was no then anymore. They were all beaten senseless by Xiang Tian. A while later, Xiang Tian angrily said, "You have no right to order me. I'm in a bad mood. Don't force me to kill." Tian Xiongkong bowed his head, crying and begging, "Sir, I just came from home. Wanted to go to the magical Beast Mountain for a trip. Unfortunately offended you. Please don't kill me." He offered his belt with both hands. "This is my belt. There is money inside. I give it all to you. Just spare my life." Xiang Tian took it and said, "I'll let you off this time." He walked away while reminding, "Behave yourself in the future. Don't think just because you're rich you can do whatever you want." Tian Xiongkong bowed and replied. But as soon as Xiang Tian left, he looked up. A while later in Wake City, Kendall's wife asked in confusion, "You are Kendall's friend? Where is he?" Xiang Tian smiled and replied, "Big brother Kendall and the other brothers accepted a commission to go to the Gasong Kingdom. It was an urgent mission, so they only sent me to deliver money to everyone." Saying that, he turned to joke with the child. "Are you Mila? Big brother Kendall mentioned you constantly." Xiang Tian continued, "Inside the belt is 10,000 for living expenses Big brother Kendall sent to everyone." She asked in surprise, "Where did he get so much money?" She got more worried as she asked, "Did something happen to Kendall?" Seeing this, Xiang Tian hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, don't overthink. The mission Big Brother accepted this time is a big one." The employer paid a generous sum. While speaking, Xiang Tian opened his eyes wide as he sensed something. It's Tian Xiongkong again. He clearly ignored Xiang Tian's earlier warning and came looking. Shouting loudly, "Come out here, stinkin' brat." Xiang Tian stepped out to deal with this guy. Before leaving, he specially reassured, "Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you." Tian Xiongkong laughed smugly. "We meet again. Are you happy?" Xiang Tian glared and asked him, "How did you know my whereabouts? Could it be this belt? But I checked it. There was nothing unusual." He boasted, "That is the secret technique of the Tianxiong family. It's normal that you don't know." Hearing this, Xiang Tian was a bit angry. "I truly underestimated you." Tian Xiongkong shifted his gaze to the two people over there. He smiled slyly and asked, "This is your daughter, right? Wait until I kill you. I will help you take care of them." Xiang Tian gradually got angry at his words. He told them to move. "Sister-in-law, take Mila inside. Let me handle this." Xiang Tian looked at Tian Xiongkong with murderous intent. He gradually formed a sword, seeking her own death. You're the first. Xiang Tian's face clearly showed anger at this moment. Sunlight shone through the houses. Tianxiong Kong smiled smugly, still talking arrogantly at this point. This time I brought experts from my family. You're dead. Xiang Tian pondered. 2 saint masters. One is a great saint. One is a low-level great saint master. Indeed not weak. Tianxiong Kong pointed and laughed. Ha! Too late to be afraid now. After killing you, mother and daughter will be mine. Mature woman or young girl. I like them all. Xiang Tian pondered silently. In a magical beast mountain range, I couldn't protect everyone. Could only watch them die before my eyes. Thinking of this, Xiang Tian's determination surged. I will protect Big Brother's wife and daughter. Won't let anyone harm them. Tianxiong Kong shouted orders for his subordinates to attack. Arrest him for me. I want to understand. In Wake City, the sky belongs to the Tianxiong family. I don't believe you can deal with this many people. 3 guys rushed towards Xiang Tian aggressively. He calmly emitted an aura surrounding his body, then finished them off fast as lightning. Every slash was a unique killing move. As soon as Xiang Tian landed, they bled and died instantly. Their bodies fell to the ground. Xiang Tian coldly said, "Whether you believe it or not is unimportant." Tianxiong Kong was horrified and in disbelief. How? How is this possible? The subordinate next to him was also very surprised and exclaimed, "This young man is too powerful. How can he be this strong at such a young age?" Tianxiong Kang's subordinate stepped out. He asked politely, "I wonder where you come from? Why become enemies with the Tianxiong family? Is there some misunderstanding?" Xiang Tian asked coldly, "Seeing that I'm powerful, you want to probe my identity? I am a wandering mercenary with no backing." He angrily questioned, "Moreover, where did this talk of being enemies come from? Clearly someone has no self-respect. Came looking for trouble with me himself." Tianxiong Kong shouted angrily, "Why talk so much with him? Don't forget the Tianxiong family feeds you. Attack him together. Kill him." He had to accept and said to Xiang Tian, "Then I must offend you." Xiang Tian didn't want to waste more words, so he picked up his dagger and said, "No need for words." He rushed forward with very high speed. The man also quickly drew his sword to block. Xiang Tian silently stabbed harder, then unexpectedly slashed at his head, but he nimbly dodged. Xiang Tian slashed at him many times. Xiang Tian's relentless attacks made him breathless. Movements are too fast. The attack stance is truly dangerous. Seeing he couldn't hold on, he turned to tell the 2 teammates standing there, "What are you standing there for? Come help me." The 2 quickly ran over, then attacked Xiang Tian simultaneously, but he quickly used his dagger to slash a path, causing them some difficulty. Tianxiong Kong looked at this scene with frustration. A bunch of useless trash. What kind of experts are you? 3 people can't beat one of him. While fuming inside, he sensed something and turned back to look. It was the mother and daughter inside the house, looking out worriedly. Seeing them, Tianxiong Kong smiled slyly, as if he had a wicked idea about the 2. On this side, Xiang Tian was enthusiastically beating them up when he suddenly heard a scream. "Help! Let me go!" Xiang Tian turned to look and growled, "Let go of Mila." Tianxiong Kong was holding a knife close to the girl's neck. He had knocked Mila's mother unconscious and smugly ordered Xiang Tian, "If you don't want this girl to die, kneel down quickly." Seeing this scene made Xiang Tian extremely furious, shouting loudly, "You dare touch her? I will kill your whole family." Tianxiong Kong clamped Mila tight on one side. On the other side, he asked smugly, "Kill my whole family? Let's see how stubborn you are." Saying that, he clamped the girl even tighter. Xiang Tian looked worried, seeing that his aura exploded outwards due to extreme anger. Xiang Tian shouted loudly, "Let go of Mila." Seeing this, Tianxiong Kong went even further and ordered, "Throw away your weapon. Kneel down and beg." Seeing him tightening his grip on the girl, Xiang Tian anxiously yielded. "Fine, I'll throw it." Hearing this, Tianxiong Kong became extremely smug and said, "Hurry up." Xiang Tian stabbed his sword into the ground. He shouted, "You still have one in your hand. Throw it." Xiang Tian glared at him, but then he had to throw the dagger away too. Seeing this, Tianxiong Kong became extremely excited and asked, "Ha, without weapons, let's see how you fight me." He ordered his subordinates again. "Kill him for me." Xiang Tian coldly said, "The one who wants to die is you. Mila, close your eyes." The little girl obediently closed her eyes. Something suddenly rushed from behind his back. Only now did he gradually notice, asking in confusion, "What is that?" That thing suddenly protruded a sharp tip. He gradually became terrified seeing it. Immediately, that thing turned him into a mangled corpse. Blood splattered everywhere. The three subordinates on this side worriedly called Young Master, but realized that the Young Master is dead. Xiang Tian gradually retrieved his weapon. He coldly declared, "Next is you guys." The muscular guy saw this and worriedly asked the guy next to him, "What do we do now?" He asked back in confusion. Did this guy just use some battle technique? The one-eyed guy quickly corrected the other two. "Don't panic. The Young Master was ambushed due to carelessness. Our strength is superior." Everyone attacked together. They quickly agreed. "Let's go." Xiang Tian prepared his stance to attack, seeing them like that. He coldly used the Violet Azure Sword Art secret technique, then created a large sphere right on his sword. From the sphere, countless sword tips shot out. That was Xiang Tian's sword range strike. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the one-eyed guy shouted, "This guy's strength is unfathomable. You guys hold him off. I'll go back and report to the clan head." Hearing this, the other two couldn't help but be indignant. "You betrayed us. Too shameless." Regardless of what they thought, the one-eyed guy quickly fled, leaving the two of them to take the hit. Xiang Tian was a bit worried seeing this. "Damn it, let him escape. This time there's trouble." He thought to himself, "It's not hard for me to escape alone, but what about Big Brother Kendall's wife and daughter?" That guy quickly flew back with reinforcements. They rushed over aggressively. "Clan head, it was him who killed the Young Master." Xiang Tian coldly said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He thought determinedly, "I must buy time for sister-in-law to take Mila and escape." Tianxiong Lai glared and asked, "Do you know Younger was my only son? The only heir of the Tianxiong family? He was full of murderous intent, and you killed him." Xiang Tian replied bluntly, "Your son was arrogant and violent, bullying people with his power. I just acted on behalf of heaven." Hearing this, Tianxiong Lai frowned in anger. Acted on behalf of heaven? He rushed forward angrily with a powerful fist. "In Wake City, I am heaven." Xiang Tian faced him calmly. He raised his sword to block this blow. But as soon as they clashed, Xiang Tian was shocked to realize his strength. "High Great Saint Master." Tianxiong Lai roared angrily. "You are just a high saint. How could you kill Yang?" He angrily asked his subordinate, "How exactly did Yang die?" The one-eyed guy quickly replied, "Clan head, he knows some battle technique. Before I understood what happened, the Young Master was already dead." Hearing this, Tianxiong Lai turned to order Xiang Tian, "Hand over the battle technique. I can give you a comfortable death." Xiang Tian was speechless and asked, "As a villain, can you say something new?" He angrily took out a large hammer and shouted, "Then go to hell." Tianxiong Lai used the hammer to attack Xiang Tian directly, but he dodged very quickly with his superb reflexes. Xiang Tian smiled weirdly and said, "Not playing with you anymore. Farewell." He activated the Violet Azure Sword Art secret technique again. Cloud steps. Xiang Tian suddenly jumped and sped away. Seeing this, Tianxiong Lai quickly ordered his subordinates, "Chase him." He planned in his heart. Sister-in-law took Mila out of the city towards the west. I must lead the pursuers to the east so they will be safe. While flying, beams of light attacked Xiang Tian from below. He quickly blocked the attacks and worried silently. Chasing too fast, Tianxiong Lai rushed forward angrily. "I want to see how you escaped today." Seeing him chasing closely like that, Xiang Tian quickly ran away. He rushed past a wall, then landed straight on the ground. Xiang Tian smiled smugly at the wall. Just at this moment, the wall suddenly cracked. Tianxiong Lai smashed through the wall like a fierce beast. He roared asking, "Where are you running?" Xiang Tian quickly threw his sword. He used the hammer to lightly swat it away. Disdainfully asked, "Is this your battle technique?" "I was already prepared." Tianxiong Lai shouted excitedly. "Without a weapon? Let's see what you do." Xiang Tian smiled mysteriously. "Who said I don't have a weapon?" The sword that was knocked away was now flying back. He realized in panic. The sword flew right next to him. Tianxiong Lai turned his head to look. He was confused inside. Saint weapons cannot be controlled by anyone, yet can fly in the air by itself? How is this possible? Auras flew past like lightning. Tianxiong Lai quickly caught the sword. He exclaimed in horror. So Younger was killed like this. Xiang Tian suddenly ambushed from behind. "Go meet your son." Tianxiong Lai quickly channeled his energy. Auras immediately appeared around him. Xiang Tian's dagger stabbed Tianxiong Lai, but couldn't penetrate. Seeing this, he became very panicked. Can't pierce it. Tianxiong Lai smiled smugly and said, I have Earth Attribute Saint Force, possessing the strongest defense. He suddenly swung his hammer to attack. The one to die is you. Tianxiong Lai fiercely swung the hammer against Xiang Tian. He glared, gritted his teeth, and raised the hammer, then smashed it straight down onto the ground, shattering it. Seeing this, Xiang Tian's eyes widened in surprise. He fearfully crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect himself. Damn it, miscalculated. Tianxiong Lai is stronger than I expected. Xiang Tian frowned. Suddenly, Tianxiong Lai looked at the glowing sword in his hand and discovered something strange. Does this sword have its own mind? Suddenly, the sword slipped out of his hand and flew away, making Tianxiong Lai drop his jaw in horror. Eyes wide, mouth open, looking at the hand bleeding from the sharp object. He was angry and couldn't believe his eyes. Unexpectedly, it could break the protective saint force and injure me. That sword flew up and landed right in Xiang Tian's hand, making Tianxiong Lai furious. He shouted, asking the brat what battle technique this is. How about this? I won't calculate Yonger's death anymore. Just now, every sentence was about avenging your son. Why flip-flopping now? Xiang Tian was smug. Hearing that, Tianxiong Lai exploded with emotion. He gripped the hammer tightly, telling the brat not to be glib. As long as I catch you, I have ways to make you talk. Seeing this, Xiang Tian became serious. Looks like if I don't kill you today, I won't have a peaceful day in the future. Being touched on his pride, Tianxiong Lai panted and ran towards him with the hammer, knowing clearly you're not my match but still want to fight to the end. Kid, you're quite something. Let's talk. He swung the hammer up, intending to send Xiang Tian to meet his ancestors, but he dodged, surprising Tianxiong Lai. He turned around and saw Xiang Tian behind him. Turning to the other side, he saw him vanish. Xiang Tian kept appearing and disappearing, circling Tianxiong Lai. He cursed furiously. Petty tricks. So what if you make dust everywhere here? I just need to sense your breath. Tianxiong Lai closed his eyes tight to sense, but it seemed Xiang Tian was on another level. Even his breath disappeared with him, making Tianxiong Lai open his eyes in surprise. Can't sense his breath. How is that possible? Then he picked up his glowing hammer, then smashed it hard onto the ground. When the dust gradually settled, Tianxiong Lai stood alone amidst the white smoke, looking around in confusion. No one to be seen. Ran away, putting on an act of fighting to the death, then seizing the opportunity to escape. This kid is cunning and crafty, must be eliminated. Tianxiong Lai resented, speaking with a voice full of anger. The soldiers following behind also panicked and ran to ask the clan head, Where's that kid? Go back and pass my order. Gather the group and follow me into the magical Beast Mountain Range to find him. At the magical Beast Mountain Range, a soldier stood on a high cliff ordering. That kid was injured by the clan head. Can't run far. Search carefully for me. Do you think that kid can escape? The clan head sent over 30 Saint Masters this time. Over 200 Saints. That kid couldn't escape even if he grew wings. A few soldiers walked into the forest, laughing and talking as they walked. Xiang Tian saw this from a tree. He frowned in anger. Since you want to hunt me down to the end, then don't blame me for being cruel. He rushed down from the branch. Something happened. A nearby soldier was startled and turned to the source of the noise. He walked over and was horrified to witness his comrades dead miserably, lying in pools of blood everywhere. A few nearby soldiers looked back worriedly. Tianxiong Lai stood on the highest cliff looking at the forest. Behind was a soldier kneeling. Hearing that, he was furious. Not only did they not catch him, but he also killed over a dozen of my men. The nearby soldier fearfully said that person seemed to know how to hide his aura. Once our people separate, they will be ambushed. Hearing that, Tianxiong Lai waved his hand. Forget it. The enemy is in the dark. I am in the light. No need to sacrifice in vain. Retreat. Then he turned back to order. Issue a bounty. Let the mercenaries deal with him. I don't believe he can still escape. Many people were curious in front of dozens of bounty posters pasted all over a cracked wall. Who is this guy? To make the Zhou mercenaries and the Tianxiong family issue a bounty at the same time. Among the curious crowd, in a corner, there was someone covered up. It was Mu Yun. Her eyes lit up with interest, saying she would make this even more interesting. Xiang Tian soaked in a lake in the forest. He enjoyed himself while laughing and saying, "Ha ha ha. This Tianxiong Lai is truly my minister of logistics. Sending so many people, knowing I don't have money to spend. Ha ha." He used a sponge to scrub his body, eyes closed tight in happiness. Pity I'm not interested in robbing. Oh well. A leaf gently fell onto the water surface. A spiritual beast appeared, looking like an armored beast. Xiang Tian was startled seeing it. Oh no! It pounced on him. Luckily, Xiang Tian managed to run out of the water, holding his clothes, running for his life, looking back and saying, "Armored beast, class 3. Then he drew his sword, a purple light covering the sword, rushed towards it. Stones flew everywhere, giving it an angry look, disturbing my enjoyment. He jumped into the air, his whole body filled with the light from just now. Xiang Tian shouted, "Take this." He swung the sword. A bright light appeared and slashed straight down on it. Xiang Tian frowned and thought, defense is really hard. On the other side of the forest, 3 strangers were listening to the situation. One suddenly spoke up. "Did you see clearly?" The one on the tree replied, "Correct. Medium build. Weapon is a long silver sword. Sword speed is very fast. It is Giani Shan on the bounty." A guy with slanted eyes smiled and asked, "How about it, Commander Shang Mo?" "That is Giani Shan on the bounty." The bearded guy next to him laughed loudly and said, "Regardless of who he is, just one person, barely over 20. We have so many people." Shang Mo smirked and turned back. "Wait for him to defeat the class 3 magical beast. We will attack him together." The slanted-eyed guy held his blade ready. "Ha, 10,000 purple coins. We can slowly enjoy it." Suddenly a stranger appeared, completely covered in a black cloak. 10,000 purple coins. I want them too." They heard and questioned. She smiled eerily. "Who I am is not important. Important is..." Then she unleashed power, flames erupting in her hand, rushing straight at them shouting, "The money is mine." Back to Xiang Tian, he was still struggling against it. The purple light flashed again. That light shone straight onto its face. Xiang Tian swung his sword and thought, "Damn it, whole body covered in scales. Basically unbreakable." His eyes flashed red. "Can only be." Finally he uttered, "Come again." Purple light trailed a long streak accompanied by small lightning bolts. The beast struggled in the water. Xiang Tian, meanwhile, threw the sword up and retreated. The sword spun towards it. He seized the opportunity and cast a spell. Right now, the sword tip pointed straight, surrounded by water streams around it. He shouted, "Go." Then a series of lights surrounded the beast. Spirit sword control, flying dance slash, then shouted again, "Open for me." Immediately its mouth opened, light piercing straight through the mouth. Strangely, a shiny golden lump appeared. So the beast was defeated and fell down. Xiang Tian panted, "Great Saint cultivation is indeed not enough. Even a class 3 magical beast takes this much effort." On the other side of the forest, an explosion sounded, making him curious. On this side, all the people from just now were beaten by a stranger until covered in injuries, lying on the ground screaming. "Ouch!" That guy stood aside watching, trembling all over. Warrior. No, Hito. Hero, spare my life. Don't kill me." He looked at her fearfully. Right. Hero, spare my life. Spare my life." She turned around, holding 2 pills, smiling enchantingly. I'm too lazy to kill you guys. Take these 2 pills. Go spread the news all over the city. Come back here in a month to get the antidote." She threw the 2 pills to them. The guy clasped his hands and asked, "What information does the hero want?" She leisurely said, "Giani Shan is in the magical beast mountain range. Moreover, he is critically injured." Afraid they would forget, she emphasized, "Remember well, I want all of Wake City to know Giani Shan is here." "Understood?" The 2 obeyed. Understood. Then she snapped, "Get lost." Xiang Tian, hiding behind a tree, heard them talking and thought, "I'm critically injured? What kind of trick is this?" After the 2 guys left, she spoke up. "They're all gone. Aren't you coming out to meet me, Giani Shan?" The last sentence from her mouth surprised him a bit. Xiang Tian spoke from behind the tree. "Why did you find so many people to deal with me? Do we have a grudge?" A masked person outside said, "No gadai, just that you owe me money." Then the girl took off her hat. Xiang Tian recognized an acquaintance and shouted, Muyun Gigel." Surprised? Unexpected? Xiang Tian grabbed Mu Yun's collar and interrogated. Speak. Why find so many people to deal with me? Mu Yun was helpless. Let go. Asking for advice with such an attitude. Huh, bastard. Mu Yun was angry. Ahem. Do you know you are very valuable right now? Xiang Tian wondered. Valuable how? Mu Yun replied. Now the Tianxiong family and Zhou mercenaries are offering 10,000 purple coins to catch you. You are so valuable. Mercenaries coming to catch you must be numerous. Mu Yun's eyes lit up as she continued. The more mercenaries. We rob them together. Compared to 20,000 purple coins, it's much sweeter. Old rule, you want cores, I want money. How about it? Beautiful? Xiang Tian put his arm around Mu Yun's shoulder and smiled happily. This is possible. Mu Yun immediately turned 180 degrees. Talk is talk, don't touch. The next few days, Léopard Mercenary Corps intercepted and killed 4 Royal Army squads. Killed 67 mercenaries. Mu Yun and Xiang Tian appeared. Brutiesti Mercenary Corps. Half a month ago, killed villagers for no reason. Killed 240 people. Mu Yun and Xiang Tian took them all down in just a few moves. Mu Yun cursed while fighting. All of them are people deserving of death. Mu Yun and Xiang Tian finished dealing with the mercenaries. Just like that, a few days passed. Mu Yun was grilling food when a group of people arrived, aggressively saying, Hey kid, seen any trace of Giani Shan? Mu Yun pointed behind. Are you talking about him? The group turned around and turned pale, seeing Xiang Tian behind. Hello, brothers. Xiang Tian said goodbye, and with just a few moves, they were scattered. The leader's blade shattered. Xiang Tian and Mu Yun coordinated well, acting on behalf of heaven. Next was the segment of dividing the money they robbed from the mercenaries. Mu Yun happily counted. Yours, mine. Yours, mine. Haha, rich. Xiang Tian sat aside cultivating. He suddenly realized something. His eyes lit up. This is Saint Master level. Xiang Tian's power was immense. After cultivating, Xiang Tian panted. Mu Yun praised. Not bad. You advanced to Saint Master so quickly. Xiang Tian laughed gloatingly. Very surprised? In the distance, 2 people were stalking them. One said, so many purple coins. Another said, truly an unexpected joy. The leader ordered, start the hunt. He shouted, Giani Shan, hand over your life. Xiang Tian picked his ear. These words again. My ears are calloused from hearing it. 10,000. Eyes glowing. Today this young master is in a good mood. I'll spare your lives. Leave the space ring and you can get lost. The mercenaries were furious. Screw you, he said. In front of my Zhou mercenaries, you dare? Xiang Tian suddenly asked. You said you are Zhou mercenaries? As he spoke, Xiang Tian turned around. The soldiers thought he was afraid. Huh, how about it? Scared? Scared, then lick my shoes. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact. Just finish speaking, boom, slash. The mercenary's shoulder was slashed and bleeding. Xiang Tian said, Zhou mercenaries. Almost die. Xiang Tian dealt with them in a few slashes. The mercenaries were all killed. Blood flowed in pools. And Xiang Tian laughed loudly. Huh. Xiang Tian tied them up and hung them on the tree. Mu Yun was astonished. Hanging upside down to bleed to death? You are really cruel. Xiang Tian replied. Death is too good for these people. Mu Yun asked further. How big is this grudge? Before he could answer, Xiang Tian discovered something. He pulled Mu Yun to dodge a move. Careful, Xiang Tian shouted. Who is it? A figure appeared saying. 2 little dolls robbed so many purple coins. Not a waste for this old man to act once. Xiang Tian and Mu Yun were both surprised. That is a high great Saint Master. Xiang Tian stepped out to protect Mu Yun. A great Saint Master fighting for a small bounty? The great Saint Master drew his knife. You don't just have a little money on you. Rob quite a few cores these days, huh? Mu Yun angrily swung her sword, creating a large flame. Damn, old man. Dreaming of touching my money. The Saint Master laughed. Go. Mu Yun was slashed on the shoulder by the Saint Master's knife. She panicked. Move more, die faster. Mu Yun kollapset kulachin her shoulder. Ouch. Xiang Tian panicked. Poisoned. So sinister. The great Saint Master smiled sinisterly. Ha ha ha, he said. Surrender now. This old man is making his move. Xiang Tian retorted. A dignified great Saint Master dealing with a Saint Master using poison? Don't eat face anymore. Xiang Tian stepped forward and slashed. The great Saint Master said. "Huh, making money needs no face." The two fought. Two swords clashed. The collision created a huge tremor. The great Saint Master stood firm, while Xiang Tian flew back a distance. He was outmatched. Cough, cough. Damn it. The gap between Saint Master and Great Saint Master is this big? Completely can't win. The Great Saint Master smiled arrogantly. Little doll. D. The Great Saint Master unleashed a move. He said, "Let's see how hard your skull is." Xiang Tian was surprised. So fast. He raised his leg. Hiya. The Great Saint Master intended to kick Xiang Tian's head. The Great Saint Master's power was indeed much greater. He laughed loudly, haha. Xiang Tian was too surprised. Not good. Two forces clashed. Meanwhile, Mu Yun was cultivating to force the poison out. He panted, spat out blood. Xiang Tian asked, "How is it?" Mu Yun said, "This poison is very strange. Basically can't force it out." The Great Saint Master laughed arrogantly. "Little doll poisoned by me. Let's see how long you can hop around." Xiang Tian suggested to Mu Yun, "I'll block him. You run quickly." Mu Yun hesitated. "But you," Xiang Tian said. "No buts. Go quickly." Then he and the Great Saint Master fought again. Mu Yun took out something green, thinking, no other way. Really unwilling, he crushed the green item. Immediately a figure appeared. That person asked Mu Yun, "Poisoned?" Mu Yun sat on the ground panting. Phew phew. Mu Yun looked up, sincerely said, "Help, help me. Save me." That man asked, "Friend?" Mu Yun had fainted on the ground. That person still tried to call Mu Yun. "Friend?" Then he raised his hand and waved. He shouted, "Go down." A power descended from above. His eyes glowed, and he jumped down to the ground. The great power confused the Great Saint Master. Such strong pressure. Arrived since when? And I didn't detect it at all. Xiang Tian threw the sword. Whoosh. The Great Saint Master dodged once and gloated. Petty trick. But Xiang Tian's sword continued to attack him. The Great Saint Master panicked, unable to dodge anymore. He was hit by the sword. The Great Saint Master's neck bled. He didn't know when the second strike was launched. After clashing with a cunning Great Saint Master, Xiang Tian struggled to defeat this old fox with his cultivation sword, then collapsed, making him run back there with a worried look. Mu Yun. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted, quickly spreading in space. A giant sphere crystallized by Saint Force prevented Xiang Tian from entering, to his astonishment. This is the person inside. Break. A terrifying power made even Xiang Tian unable to stand firm with a surprised look. Space Force. A barrier gate separating two spaces opened. The person on the other side took Mu Yun, but before leaving turned back to instruct Xiang Tian. Just entering Saint Master yet can surpass a realm to kill a Great Saint Master. Aptitude, not bad. Cultivate diligently. This person paused a beat, then continued. Can become a strong expert. Then this person disappeared in a flash after stepping into the gate with a final promise. You two will meet again in the future. While Xiang Tian stood there stunned for a long time. After the two disappeared, Xiang Tian began to evaluate the potential of that stranger with a serious eye. Unexpectedly able to freely use Space Force, at least the Saint King realm. Mu Yun. He continued to suspect this mysterious person. Not simple. On the ground now were items Xiang Tian had looted from that old thief disguised as a Great Saint Master. 700 class 4 cores, 1,000 class 3 cores, over 1,000 class 2 cores, and over 10,000 purple coins. Standing before the Great Saint Master lying motionless and the items found on him, Xiang Tian couldn't help but admire this person's ability. Busy for a whole month, not as much as this one time. In the old man's pocket, a strange blue light suddenly emitted, attracting Xiang Tian's attention. Huh, what is this? It was a white fur with an enchanting light that Xiang Tian seemed to recognize in time. White beast fur. Xiang Tian began to recall a distant memory with his mother's advice. Xiang Tian, this is our family heirloom passed down for hundreds of years. Mother stroked the white fur while recalling the pain in her family's past. Our family was exterminated overnight because of this treasure. Carry it on you. Look at it when you miss mother. Remembering his mother made Xiang Tian constantly emotional and touched. He reminded himself, your son will definitely return safely. Holding the family heirloom, Xiang Tian felt puzzled and constantly asked questions in his head. Identical to mother's, why does this old man have this treasure? What exactly is this beast fur? He began to imagine the use of this mysterious fur. Fireproof, swordproof, treasure map, martial arts manual? Doesn't look like it. Xiang Tian helplessly tried to guess the use of the treasure. Strange. Important is there's nothing on it. Xiang Tian closed his eyes and sighed, deciding to temporarily give up finding the use of the glowing tail. Forget it. Thinking won't help. Better use the time to improve strength. The place Xiang Tian cultivated was a cave leading to a vast green forest, and it had been a whole year later. In the cave at this moment, purple lights burned fiercely, surrounding Xiang Tian. He focused tensely on the saint force he was channeling to tame it. This was indeed not easy. Flames began to surround the surrounding rocks, slowly lifting them with willpower. A power erupted from within, shooting straight out with terrible destructive force, beginning the advancement stage to High Saint Master. Xiang Tian panted after channeling Saint Force due to exhaustion, pressing his hand hard on the ground with a satisfied tone. Finally advanced. Xiang Tian's eyes revealed clear, murderous intent, as if wanting to wipe out a whole group, holding a burning scroll, coldly swearing. Zhou mercenaries, Tianxiong family, the time for you to pay blood with blood has come. Xiang Tian quickly left the cultivation place to perform his mission when suddenly there were signs of cracking rocks at the cave entrance. Something suspicious jumped wildly from the cave entrance, its whereabouts unclear due to its lightning speed. It turned out to be a magical beast with the appearance of a dog and white fur with saint force surrounding it like lightning. It had fierce eyes and was ready to rush at anyone. Roar! Xiang Tian recognized this familiar magical beast. This is the class 5 magical beast, Swift Cloud Beast. Not only that, above that wolf magical beast was the sudden appearance of another magical beast carrying even more terrible power, appearing human-shaped but with a bull head and wings, making savage sounds. Xiang Tian hadn't recovered from the surprise of this confrontation. There's even a heavenly wing bull. He hid by the cave entrance to assess the current situation and felt wary of this terrible force. Too strong. With my current strength, I can only run. Two forces collided with great destructive power, causing lightning bolts carrying shockwaves to spread across the sky. That power hit the ground with a strong tremor that couldn't be underestimated. The winged bull began to roar and hunt down its opponent, the swift cloud beast, slamming heavy blows onto the ground, causing the place to shake. Swift Cloud, true to its name, moved with extraordinary speed, gliding past the large creature in front, then exploiting a gap to rush in and attack. Then Swift Cloud mercilessly gave that monster a fatal scratch to the eye. The winged bull roared in pain, its eyes becoming fiercer, aiming straight at Swift Cloud to unleash a move. Swift Cloud, with agile speed, still dodged easily while the winged bull showed no signs of losing strength. Xiang Tian, on this side, analyzed every movement of the two sides with astonishment. One has extreme speed, one has maximum defense and power. Class 5 magical beasts are indeed freaks. Swift Cloud showed signs of exhaustion under Xiang Tian's observation. Speed suddenly slowed down, strength also weakened significantly. It fell down with a cry. Magic swirls fought back and forth. Then suddenly Swift Cloud collapsed heavily on the ground, right into Xiang Tian's view. Looks like stamina is running out. The winged bull hadn't stopped, eyes fierce, as if wanting to tear apart the enemy in front, panting and straining. Observing for a long time, Xiang Tian also realized the fatal weaknesses of the two magical beasts. One heavily injured, one blinded. He didn't hide anymore, but decided to face the two powerful magical beasts above as a test for his ability, climbing up with 2 magic swords. The cores are running out of energy. 2 cores can help me reach the Great Saint Master Realm. Xiang Tian began to unleash moves with his signature purple flame aiming straight at the fierce winged bull, attacking wildly. Using my extreme speed to execute, he waited for the opportunity, then directly delivered the finishing blow. First kill one. The sword tip rushed like an arrow straight at the prey, in front with unstoppable magic power. Xiang Tian began calculating his moves before attacking the fierce winged bull in front, his eyes becoming sharp and carrying a strange determination, calmly reminding himself, "Phew, dealing with a blind one, the chance of winning is huge." The red-haired demon chased with all speed, running while grunting. Then the red-haired demon leaped up, unleashing a savage palm strike. But it seemed the demon missed Xiang Tian. only seeing the demon clutching dirt and rocks, lying prone. Turns out Xiang Tian smartly jumped up to dodge, immediately swinging the sword to counterattack the demon. The power emitted blew up the whole area. Must be high damage. White hair observed from afar. Arms crossed, pondering, swift cloud beast. Finally found you. Then white hair turned to instruct the snake. Target appeared. Leave this kid to us. So long and still haven't taken down a mid-level Saint Master. White hair loudly ordered the subordinates below, giving you half an incense stick of time. Quickly take him down. They said yes, yes. They started threatening to suppress Xiang Tian's spirit. Bastard. Quickly surrender. We'll leave your corpse intact. Xiang Tian's sharp tongue wasn't lacking either, cursing them as bastards. Suddenly, they launched an attack, sending Xiang Tian flying. Xiang Tian landed panting from exhaustion and stress. Xiang Tian wiped the sweat soaking him and challenged them. Want to kill me? Then Xiang Tian seemed buffed with overwhelming power. You guys aren't qualified yet. Then rushed up to attack. A subordinate was dizzy from his power. Really fast speed. All subordinates were sent flying. You are actually a Wind Saint Master. Suddenly Xiang Tian was knocked back. Xiang Tian propped himself up with the sword as he was exhausted. Turns out the sneak attacker was the red-haired demon. Xiang Tian got up again, rushed directly to attack. Xiang Tian focused magic into his legs, then jumped high to continue fighting. Xiang Tian gripped the sword tightly with a clang, then spun in the sky like a bamboo copter. The other hand made a seal. I don't believe I can't break your defense. The sword swung down, flashing with pink energy light. Ultimate move. Spirit sword control. Great wheel rotation. The red-haired demon saw this and screamed endlessly, but ended up beaten into smoke. When Xiang Tian landed, was also when the demon's body was torn apart. Xiang Tian sighed in relief because it was finally over. Xiang Tian grabbed the purple gem on the chest, laughing haha, exclaiming, Class 5 Magical Beast Core is indeed full of power. With these 2 cores, just need to intensify cultivation, I can advance to Great Saint Master soon. Turning to leave, telling himself to quickly get the Swift Cloud Beast Core and scram. Class 5 Magical Beasts indeed start awakening intelligence, moreover like to gather in groups. If another one comes, then it's dangerous. Xiang Tian was walking happily when he saw a strange phenomenon. A green snake wrapped around a dead weasel, even hissing threateningly. Ouch! Where did this venomous snake come from? At this moment, Xiang Tian realized the core needed was missing from the white weasel's head. Xiang Tian panicked, not knowing where the core was. Looking around searching. Suddenly, white hair popped out from somewhere, walking from behind, tossing the core up and down like a toy, asking, "Looking for this, young man?" With keen intuition, Xiang Tian immediately realized this was an Earth Saint Master. In a vast forest, the male lead Xiang Tian was negotiating with a strange white-haired old man. That old man was holding Xiang Tian's Class 5 core. Turns out that Swift Cloud Beast core was very important to the old man's family. The white-haired old man had tracked the stone for a long time, but didn't expect Xiang Tian to get there first. The old man only agreed to return it to Xiang Tian if he took out a battle skill to exchange. Xiang Tian was extremely surprised hearing that. He replied that he didn't carry any battle skills now. The old man seemed not to believe that. Then he said the sword technique Xiang Tian used to finish the wing bowl just now had fast speed and great power. Absolutely not the level of a high Saint Master. If not a battle skill, then what? Xiang Tian wisely replied, even if he had it and gave it to the old man, would he let Xiang Tian live? The kind old man from before suddenly became extremely angry. He seemed to become very dangerous and unpredictable. He couldn't hold back and curse Xiang Tian as a little bastard. People are handsome and human, yet called an inanimate object. So angry. Then he moved fast as lightning, making Xiang Tian unable to react. The white-haired old man suddenly closed in and touched Xiang Tian's left chest with one hand, saying being too smart isn't a good thing. With just a light touch, Xiang Tian was sent flying backward meters away. The dangerous old man returned to his original stance, glancing at the pitiful, inexperienced male lead lying defeated. Then he jumped up, flying towards the male lead, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to take down Xiang Tian. But Xiang Tian quickly grabbed the venomous snake used to wrap the winged corpse. After grabbing the snake, Xiang Tian held it out before the old man and said, "Don't move." Immediately, he was held back. He angrily asked what exactly the brat in front meant. Xiang Tian stood up and replied, "Snake's shadow 100 miles combined with special medicinal powder. No matter where the prey runs, it cannot escape. Training such a special snake is very difficult. Few people know about it. If I kill it, even if you get the Swift Cloud Bee's core and return to the family, it won't be easy to explain." The old man suddenly realized he had underestimated the young Xiang Tian and asked what he wanted to decide. Xiang Tian immediately created a vacuum barrier, a small purple spherical space with lightning surrounding the venomous snake. Xiang Tian replied with satisfaction. After a quarter of an incense stick, the vacuum barrier surrounding the snake will explode. Does the old man in front still have time to think about returning the core to Xiang Tian and letting him go? The old man seemed dissatisfied with Xiang Tian's wish and had no intention of letting him go. Unhappily, he pushed the core back to Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian happily accepted it and didn't forget to say thank you. Then he raised the vacuum barrier sphere containing the snake. Xiang Tian kicked it hard back to the old man. That kick is called the strategy, relieve Wei to rescue Zhao. The kick was so strong it sent the barrier flying to the horizon. The old man couldn't catch it and immediately turned to chase. He left not forgetting to promise to return to settle the score with Xiang Tian someday. Xiang Tian also quickly escaped, otherwise with that Earth Saint Master speed, who knows what would happen. The male lead prepared himself as he could catch up any time. At a cliff, a boy was surrounded by a group of people. The boy seemed exhausted after a chase. He angrily cursed, then ran away with godlike speed before they could react. He was determined not to die at their hands. But while running, he suddenly encountered something. It turned out Xiang Tian was in front, blocking the boy's way. Xiang Tian and the red-clothed boy crashed into each other. The people chasing used light body skills and caught up with the red-clothed boy. They didn't think the boy still had strength to run so far. Hearing those people demanding his life so frantically, the red-clothed boy thought he was done for this time. But right then, a figure flashed forward with dizzying speed. It was Xiang Tian executing moves to take down the troublesome group. It took only a few seconds for our male lead to deal with that motley crew. The red-clothed boy silently observed the whole time. He couldn't help but admire Xiang Tian's speed and skills. Xiang Tian said nothing and quickly left, making the boy run after him, warning Xiang Tian not to run anymore. Turns out in front of them was a cliff. Hearing that, Xiang Tian immediately stopped. Fast as lightning, Xiang Tian appeared before the red-haired boy who was dizzy from Xiang Tian's ghost-like speed. Xiang Tian asked if the boy chased him just to say that. The boy panted and said no. Xiang Tian thanked the boy, but the boy politely said no need to thank because he was saved by Xiang Tian once. While they were talking, a strange wind blew, attracting Xiang Tian's attention. So that old guy caught up already? Speed is truly impressive. He rushed like a meteor toward Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian couldn't help but be surprised by his speed. The Earth Saint Master caught up. He said, "Kid, you're not dead yet." Ming Dong said, "Old fogey, your dog legs are still weak." This master is living very well. Giani Shan asked, "What's the situation?" Ming Dong explained, "I was chased by them because of a few class 4 cores. This guy is the leader." The Earth Saint Master said, "Two brats who don't know good from bad. Originally handing it over could have kept your dog lives. Now neither of you hope to survive." He spun, gathering power to create 2 huge vortexes. Giani Shan pushed Ming Dong away. "Split up and run." The Earth Saint Master continued, using his hands to control the power. 2 vortexes chased closely at Giani Shan and Ming Dong's heels. The Earth Saint Master laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, can you run?" Then he shouted, "Kill for me." Giani Shan was hit and screamed. Both Giani Shan and Ming Dong were knocked off the cliff. The Earth Saint Master was surprised. "Damn it, my battle skill." Luckily, there was a lake under the cliff, so Giani Shan and Ming Dong didn't die. Ming Dong surfaced coughing. Cough, cough. Giani Shan had crawled ashore. Huff, huff. Giani Shan was angry. Stinking old man. Giani Shan survived a great disaster. "One day I will find your family and humiliate you." Ming Dong was surprised. "Huh, Giani Shan?" Ming Dong asked. "You're Giani Shan?" Giani Shan replied. "Correct." Ming Dong introduced. "I am Ming Dong. Thank you for saving me last time." Giani Shan replied. "Unintentional help. No need to thank." Ming Dong took out 2 cores and gave them to Giani Shan. Take this. Giani Shan wondered. What is the meaning of this? Ming Dong said, no meaning. You saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. I only have 4 class 4 cores on me. Giving you 2. Don't think it's too little. Giani Shan thought of his friends. He laughed, haha. Really alike. Giani Shan said, Goodies. I don't need them. Have you joined a mercenary corps? Ming Dong replied. No, I'm used to wandering alone. Can't stand all kinds of restrictions. Giani Shan proposed. Ming Dong, I have an unreasonable request. Ming Dong said, what? As long as you don't want my life. Anything else, just say it. Giani Shan happily said, I want to invite you to join my Flame Mercenary Corps. Although my Flame Corps is currently small in scale, but I have confidence to make it the #1 mercenary corps on the Tian Yuan continent. Ming Dong asked, so how small is the scale? He suddenly thought, if the scale is too big, that's difficult. All kinds of rules. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Giani Shan replied, just me alone. Adding you makes 2. Ming Dong fell over. Holy crap. In the forest. Ming Dong said to Giani Shan, I say, Commander, as the Vice Commander of the Flame Mercenaries, can I ask a bit about our next plan? Giani Shan replied, cultivate. Ming Dong asked further, not accepting mercenary missions? Killing magical beasts for cores? Giani Shan threw a bag to Ming Dong and said, here are 8 class 4 cores. Ming Dong's eyes lit up. Giani Shan continued, in this half month, you quickly improve your strength. Ming Dong asked, so what about after half a month? Giani Shan replied, after half a month, destroy a family. And a mercenary corps. Ming Dong agreed. Oh, okay. But he thought, just 2 people destroy what? Are you crazy? Half a month later, Ming Dong cursed Giani Shan. Freakish brother. Are you still human? Merely half a month and advanced to Great Saint Master Realm. Giani Shan sighed. What's so surprising? Didn't you also advance to Middle Saint Master? Ming Dong was sad. Can it be the same? I advanced 1 small realm. You advanced a whole major realm. Giani Shan discovered something. Giani Shan immediately cultivated. Ming Dong asked, what's wrong with you? Giani Shan shouted, stay away from me. Increase the distance a bit. Giani Shan focused his immense power. Ugh. Boom. Unlimited. Shooting straight up high. Visible even from thousands of miles away. An old man saw it and wondered. Such powerful aura. What exactly is this? The old man stroked his beard and guessed. Could it be a top-tier expert was born in this place? A massive aura was gathering in the sky. A person farming far away also saw Giani Shan's aura. This is sword intent. Such powerful sword chi. I wonder who has such high attainment in the way of the sword. Could it be during the years I was in seclusion? The Tian Yuan continent has produced a peerless expert, so Giani Shan had cultivated sword intent. The sword flew around Giani Shan, constantly calling Master. Master. Little Ing and Little Qing appeared. They happily flew to Giani Shan. Little Ing cried, ah, Master, we can finally talk to you. Giani Shan was surprised. This is too lowless? Little Ing flew to hug Giani Shan. She rejoiced. Master hug. Giani Shan was surprised. Hey, Giani Shan asked. Who are you? Little Ing introduced. We are the sword spirits of the Violet Azure Swords. I am the Violet Ing Sword Spirit. Master can call me Violet Ing or Little Ing. Then Little Qing introduced. I am the Azure Suaw Sword Spirit. Master can call me Little Suaw or Little Qing. Giani Shan asked in surprise. Violet Azure Sword Spirits? Could it be the Violet Azure swords I cultivated gave birth to sword spirits? Little Ing said, not like that. Little Qing said, we are like Master. Came from another world to the Tian Yuan continent. Years ago, Violet Ing and I were severely damaged because the sword bodies broke. Drifted to the world Master lived in. Fell into a deep sleep. Awakened by Master cultivating the Violet Azure sword chi. Didn't expect that in this place where the origin energy of heaven and earth is thin, you could rely on the incomplete Violet Azure sword. To achieve such astonishing attainment in the way of the sword, Master is truly a genius. Little Qing added, unfortunately, in the end, Master fell. Died? Until Master died, we decided to escort Master through space and time to the world we lived in before. With Master's talent in the way of the sword, in our world, you would definitely become famous. Little Qing sighed. Unfortunately, while crossing space, Our power was consumed extremely fast. Couldn't hold on for long. Finally had no choice but to bring Master to the Tian Yuan continent. Giani Shan was moved. So it was you who saved me. Then why didn't you come out to meet me sooner? Little Ing replied. We wanted to as well. Just that crossing space depleted our power. Fell into a deep sleep. Slept for several years before waking up. Moreover, after we woke up, Master's divine consciousness was too weak, basically couldn't communicate. Until just now, when Master's divine consciousness got a bit stronger. We quickly came out to meet Master. Giani Shan breathed a sigh of relief. So it was because I just broke through to the great Saint Master realm. Divine consciousness got a bit stronger. Little Ing said, correct. Little Qing added. Moreover, Master's realm increased. Can use our power. Giani Shan said, I used Violet Azure Sword Chi before too. Little Ing smiled happily and said, hee, can't say it like that. Giani Shan's eyes lit up and said, really? Little Ing said, Master will know if you try it. Giani Shan flew up and said, okay, let me see the power of the Violet Azure Sword Spirits. Exactly how it is. Giani Shan danced a few sword moves. 1/cut in half. Even a huge rock. Giani Shan said, killing power is really strong. Little Qing said, ouch ouch, tiring baby to death. And Little Ing panted heavily. Giani Shan asked, what's wrong with you? Little Ing replied helplessly, releasing sword chi is very tiring. Little Qing yawned. Master, our energy consumption is too great. Let's go back to the sword body to sleep. Giani Shan asked. Then, how can I replenish your energy? Little Ing yawned and said, silly Master, absorbing lots of high-grade cores will do. Giani Shan took out a handful of cores. Absorb cores. I have plenty of cores. At this moment, Ming Dong arrived. He asked Giani Shan, are you okay? Giani Shan turned back and invited Ming Dong. Let's go. Come with me to Wake City. Ming Dong followed and asked, to do what? Giani Shan replied innocently, to kill people. Half a month later, Giani Shan and Ming Dong arrived at Wake City. Phew, finally arrived. Ming Dong said, this Wake City is really big. Giani Shan was thinking, strange, why is the atmosphere in the city so weird? Could be something big happened? Ming Dong asked, who are we here to kill, Commander? Giani Shan said, you'll know in a moment. Suddenly Giani Shan heard noise. Someone spoke very loudly. Damn it, you dare interfere with my Zhou mercenaries' business? There was a large crowd in front. Seems like a dispute occurred. Someone said, do you not want to live here anymore? Another person said, in broad daylight, you still want to rob a woman after failing? It's you guys. Little Mila was crying in her mother's arms. Mommy, Mila is scared. Her mother comforted her. Mila, don't be scared. Mila, don't be scared. A fat guy acted aggressively. Little sister, don't be scared. Big brother loves you. Ha! Mila's family cursed him. Truly scum. One guy discovered something that made him freeze. What? One guy had his throat slit and died. It was Giani Shan who acted. He cursed, scum. All dead. Giani Shan only swung his sword once to deal with them. One guy stared in surprise. Sword is so fast. Mila ran out happily. Uncle Giani Shan. Uncle Giani Shan. Her mother ran after her. Mila, run slowly. Mila was very happy to see Giani Shan. Uncle Giani Shan was so handsome just now. Giani Shan patted her head. Mila, be good. Tell Uncle where the Zhou mercenary headquarters is. Mila pointed. Over there. Giani Shan looked. At the Zhou mercenary building. A voice rang out. With the participation of the Zhou mercenaries, Wake City's defensive power against this beast tide has increased a lot. The commander worries for Wake City's safety. Duo Li thanks you in advance. The orange-haired guy replied. Commander Duo Li is too polite. Wake City is also the foundation of my Zhou clan. It should be so. Suddenly the door was smashed open. A voice outside shouted. Who dares to barge into the Zhou clan? Chanyang Xiang Tian rushed in, unleashed a sword strike, injuring people. He called, orange-haired guy, come accept your death. There was a cackling laugh. The orange-haired guy. I wondered who ate a leopard's gall to dare barge into my Zhou clan. Turns out to be the fish that slipped through the net. Even brought a helper. What? Is your life not worth much? Ming Dong said, you have a grudge against him? Xiang Tian replied, yes. Then Ming Dong said, fierce face. One look and you know he's not good. A hand unleashed a move. Then a voice rang out. Let me try. The orange-haired guy said. How much weight your helper carries. Ming Dong thought. Such powerful aura. This person's combat power is absolutely not inferior to Kellett's. If we can use him, the beast hide this time will have extra help. The orange-haired guy said. Also a high Saint Master. Stronger than you a bit, not bad. But strength has limits. Today, neither of you hope to leave the Zhou clan alive. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Wait, don't attack yet. Xiang Tian asked. Who are you? That man introduced himself. I am Duo Li, commander of the Wake City Imperial Guards. Gentlemen, listen to me. The beast tide that happens once every few decades is coming. Wake City is in danger. Your grudges can be settled later. Wait for the beast tide? Xiang Tian was angry. No, today I absolutely must kill Kellett's. The orange-haired guy said furiously. Gumande Duoli. I don't allow anyone to survive after hitting my Zhou clan's people. They must die. Ming Dong asked, should I go? Xiang Tian was eager. No need. Saying that, Xiang Tian flew up. The battle between the two was fierce. Xiang Tian said, dog thief. Take this. Then swung his blade at the orange-haired guy. This fiery battle. Winner, undecided. The orange-haired guy was knocked down, creating a crater. Cough, cough. Great Saint Master. You actually reached Great Saint Master. Commander Duo Li said. Little brother. Both are Great Saint Master experts. Future achievements are limitless. Just that now is a critical moment for Wake City. Why not form a good relationship and turn war into peace? Xiang Tian said. Commander Duo Li. You are not me. You haven't experienced what I endured. Saying that, Xiang Tian continued to attack, making the orange-haired guy cough blood. He rolled on the ground. Then Xiang Tian continued. You have no standing to advise me to be kind. The orange-haired guy wiped the blood. Even if you were a great Saint Master. Today you must die. Then he caused an explosion on the building. Duoli Panika. This is Zhou clan's Tiger Wolf Guards. Duoli said, little brother, wait a moment. I'll go invite the city lord to preside over the situation. The orange-haired guy said, Zhou clan's Tiger Wolf Guards. Following orders to kill the enemy. Even if the city lord comes, he can only collect your corpses. Ha 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 ha. 30 high Saint Masters. Enough to crush you to death. Ming Dong panicked. Damn. Xiang Tian stood still waiting for the Tiger Wolf Guards to set up formation. Xiang Tian began to unleash moves to defend. Giani Shan jumped up and swung 2 large sword strikes. A dazzling purple-white light. Immediately the mercenaries couldn't hold on and were blown away. They screamed in pain. Giani Shan continued to swing many large strikes forward, shouting loudly, leave it to me, then jumped into mid-air, continuing to dance with the sword, knocking away the remaining few. Giani Shan scolded in disgust. Trash. Only know how to scream loudly. The whole group fell from the sky like rain. Thud thud. Lying on the ground, only groans of pain remained. Ming Dong gracefully dodged back and forth. Unexpectedly while dodging, a mercenary's head hit his leg. Ming Dong cursed. Son of AB *TCH. Then kicked him straight like a ball flying through dust circles. Just in time for that guy to land right in front of Kellett's. At this moment, Giani Shan also prepared to finish the people on the ground. Kellett's was scared to the point of sweating, gritting his teeth in panic. The sword in Giani Shan's hand was held firmly, while under his feet was a corpse in a pool of blood. Kellett's and his cohorts stepped back, the young man's eyes full of murderous intent. He asked gloomily, anyone else? Kellett's group? Some scared, some worried. No one answered. Suddenly Kellett's took out a large cloth bag from behind his back. Threw the bag onto the ground in front. Giani Shan and Ming Dong. Many gold coins fell out from it. Kellett's then waved his hand and shouted at his soldiers. Their Saint Force consumption is huge. They're already at the end of their rope. A smile of delight appeared on Kellett's lips. Full of arrogance, he ordered, injure the 2 of them. Reward 1,000 purple coins. Not only that, kill 1 person, reward 10,000 purple coins. As soon as he finished speaking, those greedy guys learned nothing from the dead ones. Wanting to rush straight ahead, shouting in unison. Giani Shan gripped the sword tightly, preparing to unleash a move. Standing on the ground, he screamed, trash, then continued to dance a few sword moves, swinging many slashes with purple light all around. The mercenaries instantly took a hit each, and only screams of pain remained. Not stopping there, Giani Shan danced a few more moves. making his whole body surrounded by that purple-white light. A small explosion occurred. Many bodies fell freely from the sky again. These guys' mouths could only emit grunts, because of taking too much force, even cursing. Damn money. However, Giani Shan had no intention of stopping. Holding the sword, he approached to physically impact each one. The blade was merciless, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Ming Dong, standing aside, watching, also had to struggle to dodge from here to there, panting heavily from exhaustion. Kellitz wasn't worried at all, but laughed, even very smugly thinking in his heart, haha, let's see how long you can hold on. When your Saint Force runs out, that is when you die. Seeing his friend having to fight continuously with the small fry, Ming Dong raised his voice to suggest, if I help you hold off these hunting dogs for 10 breaths, can you deal with that trash? Giani Shan replied while fighting. Possible. Hearing that, Ming Dong clicked his tongue, gritting his teeth to hold on with a satisfied attitude. Just finished speaking, he pointed to the sky. A huge pillar of light shot up, making wind and dust seem to roll into a tornado. Ming Dong waved his hand, preparing to cast a spell. Eyes like an assassin, he spoke gloomily. Prepare. Just like that, Ming Dong shouted. Right now. Many explosive whirlwind slashes were used, leaving dozens of mercenaries paralyzed on the yard. Kellitz on this side also urged orders. Attack! Attack! Just as the whirlwind slash approached, Kellitz tried to use his hands to block it. Giani Shan quickly seized the advantage and danced forward with his sword, calling the opponent's name loudly. Kellitz, accept your death. A loud explosion rang out with beautiful light. The people couldn't help but be curious. This is what happened. From within that loud explosion, something rushed out quickly, making the onlookers startled watching its flight path. Kellitz was beaten battered, lying spread eagle on the floor coughing. Everyone gathered around, cheering in panic. This is the commander of the Zhou mercenaries. Why was he beaten like this? The people looked towards the explosion, causing rocks to fall everywhere. From within, the silhouette of a young man was walking out through the dust. Giani Shan stood not far away, interrogating Kellitz. Bastard, have you thought about how you want to die? This Kellitz finally knew fear, immediately assuming a cowardly stance to beg. Cough, cough. Spare my life. I'll give you all my money. However, Giani Shan didn't care about material things, only looking at the opponent with disdain and asking, spare your life? Without saying a word, Giani Shan lifted his foot and kicked him in the face. Kellitz took a full hit, sending him flying meters away. Giani Shan said furiously, go ask Uba. Painful memories of that day seemed to be recalled, when Xiao Dao willingly used his body to fight the monster, not forgetting to instruct Giani Shan. Among us at that time, your strength was the greatest. Only you had a chance to escape. When Kindle, despite being covered in injuries, still tried to order, in the name of the commander of the Flame mercenaries, I request you to take Xiao Dao and run. Thinking of this, the anger boiled over. Giani Shan, full of murderous intent, ground out each word. Ask Xiao Dao. His fist was clenched tight and surrounded by his Saint Force. Giani Shan shouted, ask Commander Kindle. Right then, he gave a punch to the opponent's face, leaving him lying on the cold stone floor. Not stopping, Giani Shan grabbed Kellitz's ankle, then lightly threw this big guy towards the sign above the gate. The sign cracked from the heavy impact, under Giani Shan's witness. It fell to the ground. The young man muttered, Hu Ba, Xiao Dao, Commander, then looked up at the deep blue sky to ask, did everyone see that? Ming Dong approached from behind, curious about the next journey. Where to next? Giani Shan exhaled, said next. However, before finishing the sentence, he heard loud shouting from afar. Make way, make way. Soon behind Giani Shan were rows of soldiers in armor. The city lord is working. Unrelated people move aside. Their master stepped forward to inquire about Giani Shan's identity. Is the little brother in front Giani Shan? In Giani Shan's eyes, he seemed to realize something. His face sank as he whispered to Ming Dong. Next, looks like we have a guest inviting us for a drink. Ming Dong didn't understand and spoke up bewilderedly. What? The city lord stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Haha, little brother Giani Shan is indeed a rare talent. Truly an honor to meet you. Giani Shan also politely bowed. Giani Shan greets the city lord. Hearing that, the opponent smiled in surprise. Oh, little brother knows me? Giani Shan didn't lower his hands. bowed his head explaining. In Wake City, the person who can make Commander Duo least so respectful. Only the City Lord. The City Lord couldn't help but praise. Haha, little brother is indeed smart. He clasped his hands behind his back looking at Kellet stuck on the sign. Awkwardly continued. I still arrived late. Hearing that, Giani Shan secretly glanced and probed. Looks like the City Lord came to assign blame. The City Lord revealed a sly face and smiled. This made Giani Shan silent, carefully observing this person. The City Lord laughed ha-ha and patted Giani Shan's shoulder saying, little brother jokes. He signaled to invite both young men. How about going into the mansion to talk? Giani Shan wasn't in a hurry, so he agreed. According to the City Lord's arrangement, at the City Lord's mansion, lights were bright. Everyone sat chatting in the garden. The City Lord spoke frankly. To be honest, couldn't persuade them to be good. Truly a pity. The Zhou mercenaries being destroyed. That is their fate. But I'm truly worried about the upcoming beast tide. The overall strategy of Wake City. Giani Shan enjoyed tea while reassuring. City Lord, rest assured. The strategic loss of the Zhou mercenaries being destroyed. We two brothers are enough to make up for it. The City Lord was stunned hearing that. Immediately warned carefully. These words cannot be spoken lightly. Otherwise, the Zhou mercenaries wouldn't have been destroyed. Just that, Giani Shan slowly put the teacup down on the marble table. Calmly continued, not lying to the City Lord. Between a table of food for three, Giani Shan's voice slowly rang out. Giani Shan still has to make a trip to the Tianxiong clan tomorrow. The City Lord stammered hearing that. Tianxiong clan. He seemed scared to the point of sweating on his forehead and panicked. Brother, this Tianxiong clan is the top strategic clan in Wake City. However, Giani Shan looked not the least bit afraid, but rather interested, continuing to recount his plan. The strategic loss of the two families after the job is done, I will have an explanation. Before that, City Lord, please do not obstruct me. Finished speaking, Saint Force covered Giani Shan's whole body, even radiating around. Under the starless night sky, Ming Dong yawned. Ming Dong rubbed his belly asking, where to next? Giani Shan chose to go eat noodles. Ming Dong asked further. Ah, you were full just now? Giani Shan immediately retorted. I'm not like others, starving like that. Ming Dong understood immediately others meant him and rubbed his round belly, putting on a craving look and praising. Who told the City Lord's mansion to prepare so many delicious dishes? He. From afar, someone was secretly observing. A person respectfully wondered. City Lord, must I stand and watch them and the Tianxiong clan fight each other? The City Lord watched the two youths drifting away before replying. We wait and see. Just relying on the two of them. Impossible to annihilate the Zhou mercenaries in such a short time. Surely there is an Earth Saint Master behind helping. His face was gloomy and unpredictable. Calculating carefully, look at his tone and words when speaking. Half likely there is a huge power supporting him from behind. If we can rope them in, our strength will definitely be a few parts stronger than the Tianxiong clan and the Zhou mercenaries. The subordinate listened silently. The City Lord calmly continued. Moreover, Tianxiong Lai and Tianxiong Daoyan have rampaged in Wake City for a long time. It's time to lower their spirits a bit. The next morning at the mansion, voices were loud. I say, Tianxiong Lai, what is this about? Calling everyone here so early in the morning. In the room, discussing official business. Many people were sitting there discussing. The guy who just shouted continued to question. That's right. Our clan has had a lot of things happen. Our friendship has been over 10 years. If there's something, just say it. Why must we come to your clan to discuss? The 10th City Lord spoke up at this moment. The matter cannot be underestimated. The kid who destroyed the Zhou mercenaries yesterday is the one the Tianxiong family hunted a year ago, called Giani Shan. Summoning brothers here this time. Is wanting to. The guy understood and interrupted. Is wanting us to help you kill that kid, right? The City Lord gritted his teeth, objecting. No need. Then with eyes full of fear. Continued. Everyone help me block him. His strength is only a Saint Master. But his speed is very fast. Even I can't keep up. The City Lord angrily slapped the chair. Ressens plus l'attitude. Just hold him tight. I will definitely skin him alive. Two gatekeepers were also gossiping at this moment. What does the clan head want to do? Calling all famous people in Wake City here. The guy on the other side replied. He seems related to the Zhou mercenaries being destroyed yesterday. This matter has stirred up the whole city for 2 days. Suddenly a pancake flew straight into a gatekeeper's face. Seeing his friend fall in pain, the guy next to him shouted angrily, "Damn it, who threw stuff randomly?" Giani Shan stood not far away, hand not yet retracting Saint Force, replying, "Your grandfather." The very next second both were blown away by Giani Shan's Saint Force. Giani Shan gripped his weapon with both hands, advancing to kick down the mansion gate. Ming Dong hugged a bag of pancakes behind, eating and criticizing. Such delicious pancakes, yet you take them to hit people. Too wasteful. However, Giani Shan seemed not to care, answering perfunctorily, "After fighting, I'll treat you to a full meal." Ming Dong was annoyed to the point of rolling his eyes at this attitude. Before his companion turned and left, Ming Dong waved his hand using Saint Force while eating pancakes and recounting, "My commander, I like eating pancakes, not the big pie in the sky you draw." Both walked into the mansion. Seeing not a soul stepping out, Brother Dong wondered greatly. "However, there isn't even a shadow here. Why are you so tense?" Giani Shan immediately reminded, "Who said there's no one?" "They." The teenager paused a bit, then announced, "Have arrived." The surroundings were suddenly besieged by red light from many strangers jumping down to the ground. Loot laughter rang everywhere. Both Ming Dong and Giani Shan held weapons ready for battle, and Ming Dong also recognized the opponent's strength. Worriedly cried out, "Why are there so many great Saint Master experts?" Giani Shan's whole body fell into silence. Tianxiong Lai held a hammer, slowly walking over and calling, "Bastard!" He leaped into the air shouting, "I will sacrifice you to my son." Immediately a circle of dust rolled on the ground. Giani Shan was provoked, whole body wrapped in his own power. Said old man. The opponent gripped the hammer handle tightly, whole body emitting energy. Giani Shan, not to be outdone, swung his sword. It quickly flew in this direction. Both moves clashed earth-shatteringly. People nearby were terrified. Rocks flew everywhere, and the collision created friction. At the Tianxiong clan's backyard at this moment, skeletons piled up. Tianxiong Daoyan witnessed everything, unable to avoid hatred. Muttering, "Who dares fight at the Tianxiong clan?" He quickly rushed from the pile of skulls in the mournful atmosphere, grinding each word. Seeking death. Back to the battle. Due to the attack power of both sides being equal, rocks fell everywhere, even to Giani Shan's position. Dust and rocks fell everywhere like rain. Someone raised their voice wondering, "What the hell is this?" Giani Shan looked up at a figure wrapped in aura and pondered for a long time. Tianxiong Daoyan rushed to this place. Orange Saint Force wrapped his whole body in weapon. Rumbling sounds echoed through the yard. Tianxiong Daoyan flew a path, then stopped behind his brother. He raised his voice asking, "Big brother, who dares cause trouble at the Tianxiong clan?" Tianxiong Lai was surprised by his brother's appearance and accused, "Daoyan, you came just in time. The dog thief who killed your nephew has arrived." Tianxiong Daoyan's face was cold as he spoke to Giani Shan and Ming Dong, standing on the ground. "Is that so? Then you guys..." He roared, "Grind your bones to dust," then delivered a terrifying blow to the ground. His Saint Force created a targeted explosion, but Giani Shan quickly dodged. Giani Shan seemed to understand the opponent's strength well. His whole face was extremely tense, drops of sweat falling. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Inside, thick smoke rose. Tianxiong Lai laughed loudly. "Great! Ha! Ha! Kangya! The one who killed you has been ground to meat paste. Your revenge." Suddenly from that crater, piles of rocks merged to form a high rock protruding up. Daoyan was stunned. Cried out. Immediately the rock block was sliced from behind. The cut was very clean, no hesitation. Along with that, a voice rang out. "Your son was arrogant and violent, killing people without reason." The rock block was split in half in an instant. That voice continued to ring out majestically. "Deserves such an end." Tianxiong Lai covered his face due to the tremor from the attack just now. Tianxiong Daoyan quickly stood in front to protect him. Hung Lai was still surprised. Cried out, "How is it possible?" He stared wide-eyed. "Merely 1 year. You actually advanced to Great Saint Master." Giani Shan continued to unleash moves. "Yeah, back then, I was being hunted. It was a miserable time. I dared to return." The young master uses the divine sword control technique. "Great wheel," he shouted. He had enough power to kill, but just as the blade was about to touch Tianxiong Lai's face, Tianxiong Yundao instantly blocked it. He roared, "Get lost," and knocked the sword away. Roar. Tianxiong Yundao leaped high into the air, activating his ability. He challenged, "If this is all you've got." A blinding light erupted along with his threat. "Then the one who dies today can only be you." From that source of light, a ferocious monster appeared. It roared, roar. The beast's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Ming Dong was terrified. "What is this thing?" He jumped back and exclaimed, "Why does it have such a heavy, malevolent aura?" Giani Shan, though a bit wary, spoke boldly. "No matter what he does." He prepared to strike. "We just have to kill it," he declared. His power quickly repelled the other guy. Immediately after, Tianxiong Yundao unleashed another move. He wielded a giant axe. Seeing this, Giani Shan said, "Let's see what tricks you're really up to." Then, from a distance, Tianxiong Lai moved forward to attack, but he was violently knocked back by the previous rock. Giani Shan's face turned pale as he saw the situation become critical. "This is bad," he shouted. "That rock has become a spirit." It was enormous. Its body was covered in raging flames. It stomped its foot hard on the ground. Then it turned towards Giani Shan and laughed loudly. "Ah, Giani Shan, you little brat. This is the violent flame beast." The rock's face became ferocious. "Die," it roared. From where it stood, a massive explosion was triggered. An onlooker exclaimed in awe. "What a powerful strategy." Another person was shocked. "Tianxiong Lai is actually this strong?" he stammered. Tianxiong Yundao stood on the rock golem. He looked down at them and shouted, "What are you all waiting for?" He commanded, "Stop them." The crowd cried out in confusion, but they still followed the order. Moving quickly, they looked at the two young men in the sky and threatened, "Don't even think about running." Ming Dong blocked them with one hand. "Get lost." He quickly landed with Giani Shan. He shouted, "Today, I only came to settle a score with the Tianxiong clan. If you don't want to die, stay out of it." The men's blood boiled. They charged at them with weapons ready. "Such an arrogant brat." Giani Shan sighed. Honestly, in the blink of an eye, he and Ming Dong had defeated them all. "You don't know your place," he roared. The men screamed in pain. Giani Shan landed after finishing the job. His expression was serious. He called out, "Tianxiong Lai." Giani Shan uttered a threat. "You're next." Two swords were unleashed. They merged into one. Divine sword control. Azure and Violet twin strike. It shot straight towards the rock golem. It seemed to have no effect. The golem said, "A petty trick. Before my absolute defense, you are nothing." Suddenly, its arm took the full brunt of the attack and shattered before its master's astonished eyes. "How was this possible?" the golem cried. Half of its face had been blown away, while its mouth was still stammering. "How could this be?" Tianxiong Yundao called out in panic. "Big brother." Flames raged on the distant mountain peak. Thick smoke billowed up, covering the entire sky. A man shouted and rushed down. "Big brother." Below, a burning body was in free fall towards the base of the mountain. Tianxiong Yundao caught the body. Tianxiong Lai struggled to say a few words. "Kill Giani Shan. 4. Avenge my son." Tears streamed down Tianxiong Yundao's face as he called out, "Big brother." Suddenly, a cold voice spoke up. "Tianxiong Yundao, put away your disgusting tears." Giani Shan continued, "You've killed so many people. All of them had relatives, friends, brothers, sisters. For scum like you, even your tears are filthy." Hearing this, he looked up, flames crackling around him, and laughed. "Scum, what a fine thing to call me." He roared with fury. "Giani Shan, I will make you regret ever being born into this world." Wind swirled around his body, turning the area a terrifying, fiery red. Ming Dong, standing nearby, was utterly shocked and stammered. His aura, such powerful, demonic energy." Giani Shan's face hardened, and he snorted lightly. Tianxiong Yundao, holding his brother's corpse, slowly stood up and approached them. The demonic energy grew stronger, making the air suffocating. From within the demonic energy, he laughed with great satisfaction. Outside, the wind grew stronger and stronger, as if a hurricane was about to sweep everything away. The skulls, infused with demonic energy, emitted a strange red light from their eye sockets. They formed long lines, moving towards the battle below. Behind Tianxiong Yundao now were countless gruesome skulls. He laughed darkly and said, "You provoked the Tianxiong clan. Don't expect to leave here alive." He flew high into the air with the skulls, causing some concern among those below. Ming Dong, seeing the scene before him, cried out in fear. They're all skulls. Just how many people did he kill? Giani Shan, beside him, was also pale and speechless. From within the demonic energy, a massive skeleton emerged, wreathed in blazing red flames. No wonder thousands of people go missing from Wuka City every year. They're never found. That Tianxiong lie. And Tianxiong Yundao treat human lives like dirt. They're worse than beasts. The two nearby onlookers gritted their teeth, filled with hatred for the Tianxiong clan. The monster's hand rose high. At the same time, Tianxiong Yundao roared. The arm swung down with immense force. The surroundings shattered. Flames raged fiercely. Giani Shan and Ming Dong quickly leaped to safety. Outside, the city lord was receiving 2 envoys. He said, "Honored envoys, your arrival to help Wuka City is a great honor. Yunli was unable to greet you from afar. I hope the honored envoys will forgive me." The 2 envoys heard him and quickly replied, "City Lord Yunli, there's no need for such formalities. Every time the beast tide attacks, the probability of a level 5 magical beast appearing is very low. You should be able to handle it yourselves." The 2 of them removed their hoods. Katata smiled and said, "You request aid from the royal city every time. We come here, eat and drink, and take everything without lifting a finger. To be honest, it doesn't feel right." The city lord heard this and replied cheerfully, "Honored envoy, you are too modest. With the 2 of you presiding, Yunli can finally rest easy." The blue-haired great Earth Saint Master continued, Of course. However, you notified us a bit early this time. The beast tide attack is still a few days away." He replied, "Not early at all. Not early. I won't hide it from you. Yunli invited you to Wuka City early this time because I wish for you to help me deal with a junior." Katata was extremely surprised by this, his mouth agape as he asked, "Could it be that in these past few decades, Wuka City has produced a heaven-defying figure?" The city lord slowly replied, "In the past year, a young expert has suddenly appeared. Moreover, I am unable to discern his true strength." As the 3 of them approached, they felt the demonic energy enveloping the area. Katata turned and said, "Such dense demonic energy. Could a level 5 magical beast have appeared in the city?" Ahead, the massive beast was still fiercely attacking the 2 people inside the fiery area. Giani Shan thought as he dodged the attack, "This is too strange. The energy of this attack is no less than that of a level 5 magical beast." Ming Dong moved behind him and said, "Damn it, this demonic energy is so bizarre. It can disrupt one's mind. I can barely move. How are we supposed to fight?" Tianxiong Yundao laughed loudly and said, "Under my annihilation demonic energy, you cannot escape." Giani Shan turned back and said, "Buy me 3 breaths time." The other guy heard him and immediately replied. Ming Dong looked up and shouted, "If you don't want to die, come with me. Hold him off for 3 breaths." The creature he called out to quickly responded, "Got it." Ming Dong and the creature flew up towards the monster, shouting to draw its attention. "Let's go together. Get over here. The only end for scum is death." He knocked Ming Dong to the ground, laughing triumphantly. At the same time, Giani Shan had already flown up with his sword. He roared, raising his sword to strike the monster before him. "Take this. Azure and Violet Universal Sword Chi." He swung his sword, slashing straight at the monster. With a wound on his chest, he fell unwillingly, muttering, "How could this be?" Blood splattered as he let out a huge scream of pain. The monster exploded in the sky. Giani Shan was flying in the sky, lost in thought, when a voice suddenly spoke. "It seems this is the new rising star of Wuka City." Hearing the voice, his face hardened, and he turned to look. The newcomer had managed to approach without making a sound. Giani Shan was a bit unfamiliar. He asked the city lord, "Honored city lord, these 2 are?" The city lord replied cheerfully, "Let me make an introduction. These 2 are." Katata quickly stepped forward, stopping the city lord with his hand. He said, "Who I am is not important. I heard a young genius has appeared in Wuka City." Katata opened his eyes. He released his aura and said, "I am very interested." Katata's intense aura shot towards Giani Shan. With immense power, he said loudly, "I would very much like to spar with you." Feeling the pressure, all the cultivators present were shaken at the very least. The more severely affected even had blood gushing from their noses. Ming Dong struggled to speak. Damn it, this pressure is terrifying. My body is completely frozen. Katata's aura also affected Giani Shan to some extent. Giani Shan found it hard to breathe. He was sweating profusely. He thought, the pressure from a great Earth Saint Master is truly astonishing. But Giani Shan couldn't just stand there and take it. A violet flame appeared in his eyes. Giani Shan drew his sword. He unleashed the azure and violet sword chi technique, shouting, Ka! Giani Shan's sword chi clashed with the red-haired great Earth Saint Master's pressure. At this moment, Giani Shan's power surged, to the point where his eyes were nothing but violet flames. The two powers collided, creating a massive explosion around Giani Shan. Giani Shan stood in the center, shining brightly. The blast of wind from the explosion made the red-haired Great Earth Saint Master's cloak flutter. Great Earth Saint Master Katata's eyes widened in astonishment. He pointed towards the explosion and said, This is Great Earth Saint Master Katata put his hand forward, executing a defensive maneuver. Giani Shan's sword chi continuously swept across the shield. But the fragile shield soon couldn't withstand the pressure of the sword chi. It cracked. Great Earth Saint Master Katata also showed a look of fear. The defensive shield shattered into pieces. Great Earth Saint Master Katata was also knocked far back. Fortunately, the blue-haired Great Earth Saint Master managed to stop the red-haired one in time. His expression was a little displeased. Great Earth Saint Master Katata was still terrified. Sweating, he panted and said, Phew, you're so strong. The blue-haired Great Earth Saint Master said nothing, while the City Lord was already used to Giani Shan's ways. Great Earth Saint Master Katata's move had also drained a lot of Giani Shan's strength. He replied, panting, You flatter me. Great Earth Saint Master Katata immediately became modest. I am ashamed. The two Great Earth Saint Masters clasped their hands in a salute to Giani Shan. Katata said, Little brother, to use the realm of a great Saint Master, to break the full-powered pressure of a Great Earth Saint Master. You truly are a young hero, unrivaled in your generation. Katata is extremely impressed. Truly impressed, the blue-haired one added. Impressive. Giani Shan also politely clasped his hands in return. You two are too kind. Katata, a bit curious, raised his hand and asked, It's just that the powerful energy you just unleashed didn't seem to be Saint Force. May I ask? Giani Shan, a bit troubled, replied. To be honest, I can't fully control this power. If your pressure hadn't been so strong. The blue-haired Great Earth Saint Master patted Katata's back. He means it's not convenient to say. Don't be so thick-skinned. Katata also laughed it off. Katata said cheerfully, It was my loss. City Lord Yunli. With little brother Giani Shan here, plus the two of us. This time with the beast tide attack. Wuka City has nothing to worry about. Yunli was extremely grateful. Yes. The honored envoy is right. Yunli is truly fortunate to have the help of the three of you. Before Yunli could finish, the sound of skulls clattering arrived. Countless skulls, looking very miserable. The City Lord was a bit panicked. Why are there so many skulls? Katata explained it. Tianxiong Yundao cultivates a demonic art. These skulls all belong to people whose lifeblood was drained by him. The City Lord's expression was filled with anger. His brows furrowed. No wonder thousands of people go missing from Wuka City every year without a reason. What a Tianxiong clan! Yunli bowed to Giani Shan. Brother Giani Shan, for executing Tianxiong Yundao and ridding Wuka City of this scourge. Yunli is eternally grateful. I will launch a thorough investigation. All those involved will be expelled. His words made the people there turn pale with fear. Giani Shan was also polite. Thank you, City Lord. Yunli added. Little brother, when you have a moment, please come to the City Lord's manor. This case will be handled according to your opinion, little brother. Giani Shan saw Yunli off. Take care, City Lord. After Yunli left, Ming Dong threw an arm around Giani Shan's shoulders. He winked teasingly. This case will be handled according to your opinion, little brother. What does that mean? This is, Giani Shan replied cheerfully. It means that in this case, who is involved, who is innocent, and who gets expelled, is up to me. Giani Shan turned his head. He said those last 4 words loudly and clearly, so everyone there could hear his authority. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. They began to panic. They started making excuses. I was just invited as a guest. We truly knew nothing about Tianxiong Yundao's evil deeds. I hope Brother Giani Shan will consider this. Yes. Please consider it, Brother Giani Shan. Ming Dong's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. He pointed at the crowd of sycophants. So now it's Brother Giani Shan, is it? And you all fought pretty hard just now, didn't you? Everyone was terrified. Giani Shan found this scare tactic amusing and couldn't help but laugh. But Giani Shan and Ming Dong didn't expect these people to be so shameless in their desire to live. They rushed forward in a crowd. Brother Giani Shan, great hero Giani Shan. We were deceived by that scoundrel Tianxiong before. We were blind and failed to see Mount Tai. A great man like you wouldn't hold a grudge against a petty person. That's right. As soon as we realized Tianxiong Yundao was up to no good, we immediately switched sides. Great hero. That's right. In killing Tianxiong Yundao, we also did our part. Ming Dong stood in front to protect Giani Shan. What are you doing? Back off. You want to fight? Ming Dong's threat was very effective. The crowd didn't dare take another step forward. We wouldn't dare. Giani Shan smirked and said, "Stop arguing." Giani Shan stepped forward, arms crossed, and spoke. Ming Dong also stood beside him with his arms crossed. I don't intend to make things difficult for you, but the fact that you were invited as guests proves you have deep ties with the Tianxiong clan. I'll give you two choices. The crowd didn't dare to object. They were extremely nervous. We are willing to hear the details. Giani Shan raised one finger. His expression showed he wasn't joking. 1. Be investigated. All related forces will be expelled. You've all worked hard to become the top forces in Wuka City. I'm sure you don't want to be investigated, right? Giani Shan made his offer. 2. From now on, submit to me. Join my mercenary group. Everyone, of course, knew which choice was better for them. They quickly bowed. I agree to submit. But some were still curious. I wonder, what is the great hero's mercenary group called? Giani Shan said, my mercenary group will become the #1 mercenary group on the Tianyuan continent in the future. The name of the group is the Flame Mercenaries. At the Kai Manor, a man said, I have a small house. Let this place serve as the temporary headquarters for our Flame Mercenaries. I hope it's not too shabby for the group. Ming Dong, walking and eating a candy skewer, said, You call this small? Hee, this is great. Giani Shan heard this and replied, This place is very nice. Thank you for your kindness. The man, walking timidly behind, immediately spoke up. Not at all. Subordinate has a matter to ask the captain. Giani Shan calmly replied, Speak. The man bowed and reported. Right now, the 5 of them are disbanding their own mercenary groups. But my Kai clan and the Duoer clan are business-oriented. If we disband hastily, the losses will be immense. This matter, the captain looked at the man cowering before him and said, Then your 2 families will maintain your original mercenary groups. Focus all your efforts on making money. Giani Shan continued. Strive to take over the mercenary market and the Tianxiong clan's business in Wuka City in the shortest time possible. Wherever you need force to maintain order, come find me. The Flame Mercenaries will clear any obstacles for you. Ming Dong was still eating his candy, but didn't forget to listen in. The man was overjoyed to hear Giani Shan's answer and said loudly, Yes, Captain. Suddenly, a servant ran over, shouting, Master, this is bad. The man shouted in displeasure, reprimanding him. Have you no manners? Can't you see the captain is here? What's with all the shouting? The servant was out of breath. He spoke in a rushed tone. Duo Kong and the 5 mercenary leaders have brought their men and forced their way in. They're acting aggressively, saying they want to see what the new captain is made of. The man turned and said hesitantly, Captain, this. Giani Shan understood the situation. It's fine. His face held a faint smile as he continued. Arrange for them to go to the training grounds. A powerful voice echoed across the training grounds. Zai Si, former leader of the Raging Blood Mercenaries. Duo Kong, former leader of the Golden Dragon Mercenaries. Chot Urge, former leader of the Mercenaries. On the field, with many people watching from below, the announcer continued. Former leader of the Sky Demon Mercenaries. Former leader of the Light Wind Mercenaries. The 5 men spoke in unison, We greet the captain. The captain's face showed excitement as he replied cheerfully. 5 brothers, you act decisively. Very good. I, Giani Shan, will not treat you unfairly. Before long, you will all know that joining the Flame Mercenaries was the right decision. Giani Shan continued to speak, but I see you brought your brothers. It seems you're not entirely sincere, are you? A man holding a large saber stepped forward arrogantly. Well said. A pretty-faced, soft-skinned little brat. What makes you qualified to be my master? The men behind him chimed in with jeers. That's right. He's quite handsome. He'd be better off as a boy toy. Huh. Ming Dong couldn't hold back his anger when he heard the taunts. He said while eating. Haha, you got a foul mouth. Giani Shan chuckled lightly from behind. Oomph. After finishing his candied haw skewer, Ming Dong rushed towards the man with a large saber. He gave him a slap across the face. Shut your mouth. The man didn't have time to react and took the painful slap, rendered speechless. Seeing their comrade get hit, the men behind him charged forward. Take my blade, they shouted. Despicable. A sneak attack. Seeing this, Ming Dong couldn't help but curse. You mother asterisk curs. You want to gang up on me? The 3 men were simultaneously struck on the hand by Ming Dong, a painful blow. Their hands went numb, unable to hold their sabers. One of them cried out, Ack! Something flashed past the 3 men. It was a sword. It immediately sent them into a panic. Ouch! Ming Dong's half-eaten candy skewer fell to the ground. At the same time, the 3 sneak attackers all fell down. Giani Shan said seriously, Stop! You've already died once. The 3 men sat up and asked in fear, You? What do you mean? Giani Shan smiled and said, Touch your necks. One of them heard this and touched his neck. His eyes widened in shock. When he saw blood flowing from it, Giani Shan confidently raised his hand and asked, Tell me, am I qualified to lead you? The 3 men's eyes widened in unison, their jaws dropping. They thought to themselves, How? How is this possible? He only cut a sliver of skin from our necks, without harming us. Such divine skill and control of force. Is he even human? Giani Shan asked impatiently. Do you submit? They immediately knelt on one knee. Their faces showed complete submission as they said, The captain is mighty. I swear to follow you to the death. Giani Shan smugly asked Ming Dong. How was that? Ming Dong smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Ming Dong, not knowing what was happening, asked, What? What's going on? A signal flare suddenly shot up. Someone shouted loudly. That's the summoning signal. The magical beasts are about to attack the city. Giani Shan shouted loudly. Everyone, to the city walls, to battle. A magical beast roared, scaring a flock of birds into a frenzy. Magical deer, magical leopards, magical elephants charged forward. Someone cried out in alarm. What's happening? Previous attacks were all on the city walls. The city lord couldn't help but worry. Why is their formation so orderly this time? It seems like someone is controlling them from behind. Giani Shan's eyes widened as if he had realized something. He exclaimed, Could it be? The claws of a beast slammed down on the ground. The beasts had gathered in large numbers. Someone cried out in alarm. A level 5 magical beast has appeared this time. Below the city was a desolate, empty field. Dust was swirling and approaching. A massive, muscular ape. With 2 horns on its forehead, it roared fiercely, emerging from behind the trees and heading towards the city. The city lord and Changyang Giani Shan, standing on the wall, were horrified by the sight. The city lord shouted, This is a level 5 magical beast, the 6-armed demonic ape. There! It's signaling the attack. Seeing the situation was not good. The city lord turned around and gave an order. Brothers of the entire city, hear my command. Kill the magical beasts. Carve the left hand of a magical beast. And you can claim a reward at the city lord's manor. As soon as he finished speaking, many people immediately rushed down from the city wall, determined to kill the magical beasts. They fought even as it continued to roar ferociously. From all sides, they were focused on injuring the beast. Some attacked its arms. Some kicked its stomach. Shouts echoed all around. The magical beast was no pushover. It was fighting back with all its might. Ming Dong also flew down. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He thought to himself, I can't beat the 6-armed demonic ape. But if those low-level magical beasts dare to come here, Ming Dong channeled his strength into his arm and slashed at the pack of low-level beasts, sending them flying. He shouted, "I'll kill them." Ming Dong glared at the beasts and cursed. "You animals!" As if his anger wasn't vented, he continued to charge, slashing at the beasts with a powerful force that sent wooden logs flying. Amidst the deafening noise, a powerful voice was heard. "Keep the left hands." The experts on the city wall saw this and shouted excitedly towards Ming Dong. "The vice captain is amazing. I am truly impressed." The city lord was just as excited. He leaned on the city wall and roared his praise. "Brother Ming Dong, taking them on all by yourself. Incredible." Before he could celebrate for long, another roar from the distance made the city lord's face suddenly turn pale. From afar, another group of magical beasts was approaching. The city lord immediately shouted a warning. "This is bad. The level 4 magical beasts are attacking. There are too many of them." Ming Dong saw this and cursed angrily. "Damn it, they all seem to be level 4. He immediately turned to the side and instructed everyone. "I'll scatter them first. We'll form teams of 2. From near to far. Advance step by step." Ming Dong focused his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his move, Extreme Wind Violent Gale. He shouted, "Break!" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 large tornadoes appeared on either side. The storm created by Ming Dong had destructive power, blowing away all the dirt and sand. It was gradually approaching the level 5 magical beast. The level 5 beast, of course, would not give up. It charged towards the storm, roaring loudly, creating a sound that shook the heavens and earth. The battle was not over yet, but something started to appear in the distance, putting the city lord on alert. From within the trees, a shape like a crocodile, but with a back full of sharp spikes, was rushing forward. As soon as it appeared, it reared up, revealing its terrifying body with sharp spikes all over its back and a long tail, then growled fiercely. The city lord saw this and stammered in fear. "Why is there another level 5 sword alligator?" The blue-haired Great Earth Saint Master was equally surprised. He said, "The 2 of us can at most fight one of them." Katata looked down below and spoke hesitantly. "2 of them? We can't win." Giani Shan, beside them, frowned as he observed, then spoke coldly. "Not just 2. He continued, "There's another one, even more formidable than the 6-armed demonic ape and the sword alligator." Katata was very surprised by this. He asked doubtfully, "Really? Why can't I feel it?" Suddenly, the sky turned a dark purple. Thunder and lightning crackled across the sky, startling Ming Dong below and putting him on high alert. From within the lightning, a 4-legged magical beast appeared. Its skin was like iron. Its eyes glowed like 2 flames. Its back was covered in pitch-black fur. Its presence was overwhelming. Giani Shan's expression immediately changed upon seeing it. He gritted his teeth and said, "The golden-furred Lion King." As soon as he saw it appear, Giani Shan, who was standing on the wall, jumped down to prepare for battle. "Give me back my brother's lives." The Great Earth Saint Master saw this and reminded him, "Little brother, don't be rash. The 2 of us are pinned down by the 6-armed demonic ape. You can't beat it alone." Below, the 6-armed demonic ape and the sword alligator teamed up, charging forward to attack the city. Ming Dong stood in front of the magical beast, blocking it with a sword strike and shouting. The 6-armed demonic ape seemed unfazed by Ming Dong's sword. It beat its chest and let out a roar. Over there, the 2 Great Earth Saint Masters and Giani Shan also quickly rushed down. The 3 of them flew towards the furiously growling level 5 magical beast. The 6-armed demonic ape raised its hand and punched towards the Great Earth Saint Masters, sending them flying and crying out in pain. Giani Shan, on the other hand, focused his power, preparing to strike the sword alligator. He growled, "How dare you stand in my way?" Giani Shan, wielding his weapon, slashed repeatedly at the sword alligator. Every one of his moves was a deadly blow. His techniques were agile. His power was fierce. Giani Shan shouted, "Azure and Violet Sword Chi, help me break the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, the power shot towards the sword alligator, slamming it hard into the ground. The city lord's face turned pale as he watched the scene below. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Giani Shan, surrounded by a great flame of power, stood high above, looking down at the ground where his attack had created a large crater. The 2 Great Earth Saint Masters were astonished. The blue-haired one spoke with a trembling voice. To slay a level 5 beast in one move. Chanyang Jianshan stood opposite the golden-furred Lion King, his hand holding a glowing longsword as he called out. Golden-furred Lion King. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. His eyes were filled with hatred. Jianshan gritted his teeth and shouted. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. An eye for an eye. The golden-furred Lion King was not afraid. It roared loudly. A great power enveloped it. Its eyes flashed with fire. The six-armed demonic ape stood in front of Jianshan to protect the golden-furred Lion King. It raised its large hand, preparing to crush Jianshan, who was caught off guard. He glared at it, on high alert. The six-armed demonic ape leaped up to catch Jianshan, who was high in the air. Ming Dong, seeing this from below, shouted a warning. Jianshan, be careful. Suddenly, Ming Dong also flew up, standing in front of Jianshan, taking a blow from the six-armed demonic ape for him. Jianshan, seeing this, called out in panic. Ming Dong. After taking such a blow, Ming Dong fell straight to the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. In a cloud of flying dirt and sand, Jianshan, supporting Ming Dong from behind, was knocked back. Jianshan asked worriedly, How are you? Ming Dong wiped the blood from his mouth and replied with difficulty. I'm not dead yet. You need to be more careful. You were almost killed by that giant ape. Before they could say more, the golden-furred Lion King began to advance towards them. Its mouth started to gather the power of fire, preparing to spew it at Jianshan and Ming Dong. The great Earth Saint Master looked up at the magical beast, which was casting a spell that turned the world upside down, and exclaimed in amazement. What powerful momentum! Is this the peak level 5 Lion King? Jianshan slowly stood up, his voice cold. Ming Dong, in a moment, you go help them kill the six-armed demonic ape. If you can't kill it, just hold it off. Ming Dong heard this and asked in alarm, Are you planning to? Chanyang Jianshan was filled with killing intent. He frowned and replied, I want. He immediately executed his sword technique, leaping up to face the golden-furred Lion King, and continued in a growl. Get revenge! Jianshan used all his strength to slash at the magical beast. Hiya! Over here, the six-armed demonic ape also slammed its two large hands on the ground, shattering it. Rocks flew everywhere, injuring the fighting experts. Jianshan's sword strike hit the top of the golden-furred Lion King's head, making it growl. Jianshan looked at the magical beast, which seemed completely unharmed, and thought in fear. Without the power of the azure and violet sword spirits, I can't even injure its outer skin. Before he could regain his senses, the golden-furred Lion King once again raised its sharp claws towards Jianshan. Jianshan couldn't react in time. He had just turned his back when he saw the danger approaching. He told himself, this is bad. He was immediately hit by the golden-furred Lion King's claws. He was sent flying and screamed in pain. Jianshan was slammed hard into the back of the six-armed demonic ape opposite him. The six-armed demonic ape felt something hit it and reached behind its back in confusion, but fortunately, Jianshan had already jumped to the ground in time. As soon as Jianshan landed, he gasped for breath with difficulty. He let out a cough. He thought angrily, Damn it, I just used the power of the azure and violet sword spirits. It needs time to recover. I can't use it again for a short while. The six-armed demonic ape was now searching for Jianshan on the ground. It slammed its hands on the ground, making the whole earth tremble. The golden-furred Lion King was also eyeing Jianshan in front of it. Caught between the two magical beasts, he considered his options. A pincer attack from 2 level 5 magical beasts. The golden-furred Lion King behind him began to gather fire energy again, forming a giant fireball, preparing to attack. Jianshan was lucky to have dodged the golden-furred Lion King's attack, causing the fireball to crash straight into the ground. But just as he dodged, the six-armed demonic ape behind him spotted Jianshan. It focused its power into its arm and roared fiercely. Jianshan heard it and immediately turned around. His face turned pale as he told himself, It's over. I can't dodge this. Before the six-armed demonic ape could bring its hand down, it was bound by spiritual energy. Its 2 hands were held fast on either side by the 2 great Earth Saint Masters' magic. Ming Dong, from below, also shouted towards the six-armed demonic ape. Hey, big ape, your opponent is over here. Ming Dong flew up and slashed at the six-armed demon ape's back, distracting it from Xiangtian. Nearby, the golden-haired Lion King let out a majestic roar. Giani Shan used all his strength to slash at the golden-haired Lion King. He shouted, "Go! Break for me!" But Giani Shan was also hit by a palm strike from the golden-haired Lion King, sending him staggering. His face turned pale. At that moment, the six-armed demon ape broke free from the Earth Saint Master's restraints, sending them flying. All three of them were thrown far away by the six-armed demon ape, skidding across the ground. An Earth Saint Master clutched his injured arm and said to Ming Dong, who was struggling to sit up, "It's too strong. We can't do it." Suddenly, Ming Dong noticed someone else falling from the sky. Giani Shan was thrown down with such force that it caused a small earthquake. The dust cloud that billowed out knocked Ming Dong, who had just managed to sit up, back onto the ground. Giani Shan was leaning against a rock, coughing. What the Ming Dong was stunned. He's still alive? Giani Shan slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. He suddenly noticed something strange. Giani Shan held his long sword tightly as it radiated immense power. He exclaimed in surprise. The power of the violet and azure sword spirits has finally recovered. Giani Shan leaped up. He didn't forget to shout, "Ming Dong, help me force them into a straight line." Hearing this, Ming Dong quickly agreed. Ming Dong spread his legs wide. He assumed a battle stance. He yelled, "Explosion!" A powerful gust of wind swirled around him. Ming Dong continued his attack. He slammed his hand on the ground. He shouted, "Gale!" Powerful winds coiled like a tornado. They appeared fiercely, surrounding the beast. It roared tch. Giani Shan leaped behind the beast. His hand held a sharp sword enveloped in a blinding light. The beast, unaware, continued to roar at the tornadoes in front of it. "Gah! No!" Giani Shan swung his sword forcefully. It created a straight line of light that shot forward. He shouted, "Violet azure sword glow. Heaven-splitting sword." The beast's eyes were blood red. It growled, looking at the extremely destructive attack before it. It was getting closer and closer. Boom! A massive explosion occurred as the attack made contact with the beast. It grew larger and larger. It spread to the surrounding areas, blinding those standing nearby. A moment later, the smoke began to dissipate into the air. Giani Shan remained hovering in the air, watching the beast. The azure-robed master looked on, his face pale. He asked, "Is it dead?" A large figure emerged from the thick dust. The beast, with its blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, appeared. It stood there roaring. Giani Shan frowned. He was deep in thought. The beast put one foot behind it. It was slowly backing away, its eyes still fixed on Giani Shan. Ming Dong's face paled. He stammered, "Is it trying to?" "Do what?" The beast leaped backward. It ran away, much to Giani Shan's astonishment. Everyone on the city wall shouted in surprise. "It's retreating! It's retreating!" Ming Dong collapsed onto the ground. He let out a long sigh and said, "Damn it, they finally retreated." The red-haired Earth Saint Master was also relieved. The Beast King actually ran away in fear. This has never happened in the history of Jesson City. Giani Shan didn't seem very happy. He gritted his teeth and said, You're not getting away." As he spoke, he swung his arms. He created sharp, glowing sword slashes. Giani Shan roared. The fleeing beast suddenly looked back. A blinding sword slash was heading straight for it. It let out a loud roar. It was in great pain. After a few seconds, it fell to the ground with a thud, a pathetic sight. The blue-haired Earth Saint Master stared in disbelief. He stammered, "It's dead." Ming Dong grinned and announced, We won." Everyone on the city wall cheered. "We won! We won!" Everyone was jumping for joy. The cheers continued to echo. "We won!" Giani Shan stood there silently. The people around him were still celebrating loudly. "We won!" Giani Shan coughed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ming Dong, who was standing nearby, rushed over in a panic. He shouted, Giani Shan! Giani Shan, are you okay? Giani Shan! Giani Shan, wake up! Giani Shan! His voice seemed to echo from a distant place. At that moment, Giani Shan drifted into a dream. A man appeared and said to him, "Well done, Giani Shan." He said hesitantly, "Captain." The people in his dream began to praise him. We weren't wrong about you. Giani Shan, you're amazing. Great, great. Huba Slai Bozali. He held up a half-eaten chicken leg and said to him, Have this chicken leg. The person next to him said, come on, you should at least give him a leg you haven't bitten. Huba Ziplit, we're all brothers here. Giani Shan won't mind. Huba still held out the chicken leg to Giani Shan and asked, right, Giani Shan? He reached out to take it and replied, yeah, I don't mind. He reached out to take it, but strangely, he couldn't pick it up. Giani Shan's face turned pale with surprise. The man in the green robe, with his hands on his hips, said to him, the flame mercenaries are in your hands now. Giani Shan. As he spoke, he vanished into thin air. The voices around him still echoed in the space. The flame mercenaries, number 1 under the heavens. Long live the flame mercenaries. Giani Shan sat still, saying nothing. His hand clutched his chest, which was tightening. Giani Shan's voice was full of determination as he said loudly, the flame mercenaries, long may they live. In a well-furnished room, a voice called out, Giani Shan, Giani Shan. Giani Shan opened his eyes. He let out a sigh. The people in the house saw Giani Shan wake up and shouted, he's awake. He's awake. Giani Shan is awake. Io, you're finally awake. Giani Shan's head ached a little from sleeping so much. He grimaced slightly. Ow, how long was I asleep? Ming Dong smiled and announced, exactly 2 days and 2 nights. You kid, you sure can sleep. Giani Shan was more awake now. He quickly asked, are the 2 honored sirs still here? Has the beast tide retreated? The red-haired great Earth Saint Master laughed and said, huh, it has retreated. Brother Giani Shan, you killed 2 level 5 magical beasts with 1 sword strike. Without a leader, the magical beasts fell into chaos and were driven back by everyone. He sat on the bed, relieved to hear this, and let out a sigh. He said, that's good. A moment later, everyone was sitting and talking. The red-haired great Earth Saint Master said, in this beast tide, Brother Giani Shan performed a great service. By slaying the 3 great magical beasts, we were able to overcome the crisis. He smiled and continued, this is what City Lord Yin Li asked us to bring. The spoils of war that belong to Brother Giani Shan. Inside these space rings are some of the spoils from the brave warriors of the flame, mercenaries, and the corpses of the magical beasts. Little brother, take a look. Giani Shan said politely, the 2 honored sirs are too kind. Ahem. His hand touched a sparkling purple gem. He said, to be able to slay the level 5 magical beast this time. If it weren't for the help of the 2 honored sirs, Giani Shan would not have been able to defeat them. He picked up the gem and said, Giani Shan will take 1 Lion King monster core. That's enough. The other 2 belong to the 2 honored sirs. The red-haired great Earth Saint Master said, in surprise. The 2 of us contributed very little. Brother Giani Shan. Ming Dong, sitting there, smiled and said, ahem, Giani Shan is being sincere. If the 2 honored sirs refuse, you'll be looking down on our flame mercenaries. The blue-haired great Earth Saint Master said cheerfully, in that case, thank you, 2 brothers. In the future, if the flame mercenaries need us, we will definitely not stand by and watch. We are willing to go through fire and water. Giani Shan raised his hand in thanks and said, in the future, the flame mercenaries will rely on your care. Giani Shan thanks you in advance. The great Earth Saint Master remembered something. He quickly announced, tell the mercenary group that in half a year, it will be the gathering of the mercenaries held once every 50 years. With your skills, 2 brothers, you must not miss it. Giani Shan was confused and asked, the gathering of the mercenaries? Ming Dong quickly asked, what's that? The red-haired great Earth Saint Master was surprised. You don't know about the gathering of the mercenaries? Giani Shan and the other were a bit puzzled. Ming Dong said, we don't. The red-haired great Earth Saint Master told them. He said excitedly, the super event, the gathering of the mercenaries, is a grand competition held by Mercenary City once every 50 years. Participants must be under 50 years old. As long as you make it into the top 100, you can receive a large cash prize and a Medal of Honor issued by the Alliance. If you can make it into the top 10, you can choose a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Giani Shan's eyes lit up. Avant-tier cultivation technique. Ming Dong said excitedly, is it that good? The evil art that scoundrel Tianxiong Yundao cultivated was probably just a human-tier cultivation technique. Then the red-haired great Earth Saint Master added, that's not all. If you make it into the top 3, not only can you choose a heaven-tier cultivation technique, you can also choose a heaven-tier battle skill. Ming Dong shouted, A heaven-tier battle skill, Giani Shan explained. That's a combat skill from a cultivation technique. Mercenary City is so generous, Ming Dong said with determination. With the strength of you two great Earth Saint Masters, what rank could you get in the competition? The two great Earth Saint Masters thought about it awkwardly. The blue-haired great Earth Saint Master coughed in embarrassment. Ahem. Well, this is embarrassing. The last competition was 50 years ago, and we were still kids then. The red-haired one scratched his head and hesitated. We were too old. We're no longer eligible for the competition. Giani Shan thought to himself. That's actually a bit tragic. A while later, Giani Shan and Ming Dong were on their way, riding beasts. Giani Shan said loudly, after we cross this mountain peak and run a bit more, these two magical beasts will probably be exhausted. Let's try to get to the next big city and get new mounts. There's only half a year left, and tens of thousands of miles to go. We can't stop. Giani Shan asked. It's admirable that you're in such a hurry, but with one of us being an intermediate Saint Master, and the other a great Saint Master, isn't participating in a competition with this level of strength just asking for trouble? Ming Dong replied. That place is where all the elite mercenaries of the Tian Yuan continent gather. Giani Shan said. Do you know the difference between a great person and a mediocre one? Ming Dong said, confused. What is it? Giani Shan smiled and replied. One dares to think and act. The other is a frog in a well, only daring to stay in a well, not daring to jump out and break their own limits. He continued, we are low-level experts, but low-level experts have nothing to lose. We're already barefoot. Why should we be afraid of those who wear shoes? Ming Dong behind him grunted. He seemed to realize something. It seems we really have nothing to lose. Ming Dong seemed to have thought of something. He said loudly, hey, who are you calling mediocre? You're the mediocre one. Your whole family is mediocre. Giani Shan laughed loudly. Ah. The two took a short break. Giani Shan held up a large leg of meat and said, come, have a chicken leg. Ming Dong crossed his arms and said sulkily, I'm not eating. I'm mediocre. I'm not worthy of a chicken leg. Giani Shan laughed loudly. Huh, mediocre people can eat chicken legs too. You are what you eat. Your brain is slow. A little agility in your limbs will do. Ming Dong waved his hands angrily and said, screw you. You're the ignorant one. Giani Shan laughed cheerfully. Huh. As the two were having fun, a loud voice suddenly called out. Move. Get out of the way. A group of people behind them said as they walked. Don't block the road. Get out of my way. Giani Shan said, confused. This is... He hesitated. People from the Fonlan Kingdom. Ming Dong beside him asked, what's wrong? Do you know them? Giani Shan explained. The elite troops of the Fonlan Kingdom. They're always fighting against the kingdom I live in. His face turned pale as he looked at the group and said, why are they here? In the evening, a group of people were grilling meat and talking amongst themselves. This time, the Jessan Kingdom is completely finished. The chatter echoed everywhere. Although they are very strong, they can't withstand the siege from our four great kingdoms. I'm just afraid that old monster from the Chanyang Manor will suddenly return. That's a character infinitely close to the Saint King realm. Why should we be afraid of him? A very imposing-looking man said. That old man has been away from the Chanyang Manor for many years. He's most likely dead. This time, the Jessan Kingdom is done for, a guard said. Even if that old man doesn't return, they still have nearly 10 Heaven Saint Masters. That's still a tough nut to crack. Another man continued. Our four great kingdoms combined have over 30 Heaven Saint Masters. 3 against 1, even a cornered rat will fight back. Besides, we've been preparing for so long. They're being forced into this war. What do they have to fight us with? They'll use their women to wear us down. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted everywhere. Ming Dong and Giani Shan stood in a corner, saying nothing. Ming Dong asked, is the Jessan Kingdom your homeland? Giani Shan's face hardened as he said, yes, and not only that. The Chanyang Manor they're talking about is mine. Ming Dong was surprised. He said hesitantly, this. Suddenly, a soldier spotted the two of them. The soldier shouted, who are you? Someone's here. Ambush. Before the soldier could finish, a blade was pressed against him. The imposing man said loudly, damn it, who's so tired of living? The soldier who had just given the warning was beheaded. He fell to the ground with a thud. Giani Shan leaped up and said, The ones tired of living are you. Ming Dong followed him, leaping up from behind. At this moment, Giani Shan began to fly high, pulling off his cloak. He held his sword, pointing it straight down at the ground. From the sword in Giani Shan's hand, a blue light shot out and pierced straight through a soldier below. The soldier quickly lost his life. He collapsed on the ground. The surrounding soldiers began to panic. They all turned towards Giani Shan and Ming Dong and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quick, protect him!" Then, Giani Shan and Ming Dong began to move down to the ground. Now they had to face the elite troops of the Fenglan Kingdom, who were as numerous as ants. Looking at the army with weapons in hand, ready to capture him, Ming Dong thought, no wonder they're the elite troops brother Jian mentioned. Even after a surprise attack, they're not panicking at all. At this moment, the leader appeared. He asked Giani Shan and Ming Dong, "Who are you?" Giani Shan, holding his sword, rushed towards the commander and replied, "Me? I'm your father." The soldiers, seeing their commander in danger, shouted, "Commander, be careful!" As fast as lightning, Giani Shan brought his sword close to the commander. The commander was no less skilled, quickly drawing his green glowing sword and giving an order. "Attack! These two are definitely spies from the Jessan Kingdom. We can't let them escape from here alive." The commander was no ordinary person. He quickly swung his sword, pushing Giani Shan away. Giani Shan and Ming Dong were surrounded by the enemy, with seemingly no way out. But then Giani Shan, with his sharp eyes, raised his sword and began to unleash his power. The sword emitted strange, colorful lights. And then Giani Shan swung the sword at the soldiers, splitting one of them in two. The commander was extremely surprised and shouted, "Be careful of his weapon. The energy on his weapon is very unusual." With that, the commander leaped up, approaching Giani Shan, and raised his sword, his eyes glowing red, about to strike Giani Shan. He said, "Witness my raging flame sword technique." Not only the commander, but also a soldier charged straight at Giani Shan and said, "Witness my frozen spear." Ming Dong, fighting another soldier from a distance, saw this and shouted a warning. "Brother Jian, be careful." At that moment, Giani Shan was still fighting the commander. It was unclear if he noticed he was being ganged up on, even though he was being attacked from multiple sides. Giani Shan just lightly glided past, causing the soldier to kill his own comrade. Giani Shan spun around. Then he kicked the saber that was about to fall to the ground. The saber, propelled by the force of Giani Shan's kick, flew straight and slashed the soldier's neck, killing him on the spot. The commander, standing to the side, watched his soldiers being killed one by one and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This person's strength cannot be underestimated. I never expected the Jessan Kingdom to have such a strong youth." Seeing this, the commander prepared to execute his escape plan. He thought, "I absolutely cannot die here so quietly. I must report this to His Majesty the King." And so he fled, leaving behind his entire army in Giani Shan's surprise gaze. But then, Giani Shan quickly took out his sword and unleashed a strange power. The sword was now covered in tiny pink lightning bolts. It also had a strangely brilliant glow. It was the azure and violet flying star sword. Giani Shan said, "Did I say you could leave?" A few seconds later, a powerful light shot out, heading straight for the commander. A single sword strike pierced through him. He cried out in extreme pain. His eyes widened with tiny blood vessels as he thought, "No, impossible." Half an hour later, on a mountainside, Giani Shan collected all the monster cores from the soldiers and began to absorb them. A pile of monster cores with a wondrous light was placed in front of Giani Shan for him to absorb. He sat on a large rock, closing his eyes to concentrate. These monster cores helped Giani Shan absorb a large amount of power. Before long, his entire body was radiating a powerful purple light. It seemed that this pile of monster cores was already huge and enough for Giani Shan. But on the contrary, he thought, it seems that to restore the azure and violet sword spirits, the number of monster cores needed is beyond my imagination. Then, Ming Dong spoke up from behind the rock. "Brother Jian, how was the quality of the monster cores from the Fenglan Kingdom's soldiers?" Giani Shan quickly replied, "They're all right." Hearing his answer, Ming Dong couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "Big brother, do you have any idea how many monster cores you've absorbed? If an ordinary person absorbed this amount, they would definitely explode and die." Then Ming Dong stretched, yawned, and asked Giani Shan, "What's next?" Should we go back to the Jesson kingdom to inform them, or... Before he could finish, Giani Shan replied, "No need. Let's continue to the great mercenary gathering. Our strength is too weak right now. Even if we go back, we won't be able to change anything." Ming Dong agreed and replied, "All right, I'll listen to you, Brother Jian." The next morning, the two continued on their journey. Giani Shan said to Ming Dong, "Ming Dong, let's go in and buy some fast magical beasts. That way, our journey will be a bit more comfortable." Ming Dong heard this and replied with a smile, "Whatever you say, Brother Jian." Just as he finished speaking, a horse seller passed by. The horse seller said to Giani Shan, "Sir, if you want a fast magical beast, take a look at this level 3 magical beast." Giani Shan looked over and replied, "The one I'm riding now is already level 3. Don't you have anything better?" The seller continued, "A high-level magical beast." As for the price, before he could finish, Giani Shan threw a bag of money into his hand. His eyes lit up and widened. Giani Shan then asked, "Is this enough?" With the money in hand, he immediately led Giani Shan and Ming Dong to a tent. He opened the curtain to reveal a Kamila. He said, "Certainly, no problem. Take a look at this level 4 Kamila. It's extremely fast." As soon as Giani Shan saw it, he approved and said, "This one then." Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Wait, it was Qin Xiao, who leaped off his horse with a panicked expression and shouted, "Brother, wait a moment. Can you listen to me for a second?" This Qin Xiao was no simple character. He leaped over the high steps in front of the house in a single bound. Qin Xiao quickly approached Giani Shan and Ming Dong, despite his horse having tumbled over. Qin Xiao said, "This brother, could you let me have this Kamila? I'm willing to pay double the price." Giani Shan heard this, but didn't agree, waving his hand and saying, "I'm sorry, it's not for sale." Qin Xiao continued to plead with a very pitiful expression. "Brother, don't be so hasty. Listen to me first. My family has 2 level 4 Kamilas. Moreover, one of them is already a 2-star. Please cut me some slack. How about I pay triple?" Hearing this, Giani Shan turned back and said, "If you really want it, it's not impossible. There's just one condition." Qin Xiao heard this and quickly replied, "Brother, please speak." Giani Shan began to state his condition. "As long as you can withstand 3 of my sword strikes, this Kamila is yours. If you can't withstand 3 of my sword strikes, then you give me both of the Kamilas from your home. How about it?" At this, the man standing next to Qin Xiao shouted, "How dare you?" Qin Xiao saw this and said, "Is this any place for you to speak? Shut your mouth for me." The man obediently replied, "Yes, young master." After hearing Giani Shan's condition, Qin Xiao was overjoyed, his eyes shining as he smiled and replied, "All right, brother. I'm sure to win this bet. Come on, hit me. I can't wait any longer." A tense atmosphere enveloped everything around them. Only the sound of the wind blowing gently could be heard. The 4 of them were facing each other. Ming Dong from behind said, "Brother Jian, you can do it." Giani Shan's eyes were tightly shut, revealing the majesty hidden within. On the other side, Qin Xiao's servant also cheered him on. He shouted, "Young master, you can do it." Qin Xiao cracked his neck and warmed up a bit. Then he shouted with a smug expression, "Come on, brothers." On Giani Shan's side, he thought to himself, "Azure and violet sword chi." Then he said, "Be careful." Magical energy enveloped his body. He was tightly gripping the sword in his hand. His eyes were fixed decisively on his opponent. Giani Shan focused his magic and then pointed his sword straight at the sky. A powerful surge of energy emanated from him. A mystical light enveloped the area where Giani Shan was standing. He shouted with a pained expression, "Huh!" His eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. Seeing what was happening before him, Qin Xiao was somewhat bewildered. He thought to himself, "What a powerful aura." Giani Shan shouted from a distance, "Be careful." Then he immediately rushed towards his opponent. The sword in his hand was pointed straight at his target. His speed was truly astonishing. Qin Xiao saw this and shouted, "Perfect timing." As he spoke, his foot stomped hard on the ground. The shock caused the ground beneath to crack. Heavenly hidden earth armor. Break! Giani Shan rushed towards his opponent. The 2 of them clashed head-on. The magic they unleashed seemed to shatter everything around them. Qin Xiao threw up a shield. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Don't even think about it." The shield was continuously cracked by the tip of the sword. Giani Shan tried to break through the sturdy shield. His eyes suddenly widened. Qin Xiao was immediately sent flying. He shouted in pain. "Oomph." Qin Xiao's servant saw this and ran over worriedly. He exclaimed, "Young master, I yield," he said. He spun the sword in the air and then brought it down. Qin Xiao saw this and burst out laughing. "Haha, my brother, you are indeed very strong." Qin Xiao admit defeat. The two of them began to talk back and forth. Giani Shan spoke up. "Brother Qin, you're too kind. This was just a match of strength, not a matter of winning or losing." Hearing this, the other person laughed loudly and replied, "A loss is a loss. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I, Qin Xiao, am not someone who can't handle a loss. I wonder what this brother's name is." Hearing the question, he clasped his hands and replied, "I am Giani Shan, from the Jessan Kingdom." Seeing this, Qin Xiao replied, "Then I shall call you Brother Giani Shan, since I've lost, according to our bet." Giani Shan asked. Seeing this, Qin Xiao smiled brightly and replied, "Brother Giani Shan, don't worry. I'll have someone bring those two Kamilas over." His eyes glanced at the servant beside him. Seeing this, the servant immediately obeyed and replied, "Yes. You scoundrel. That damn brat Qin Xiao. He's really acting recklessly. Where is that brat now?" The Tianqin clan head slammed his hand on the table and shouted. The servant beside him bowed low and replied, "Reporting. Reporting to the clan head. The young master is currently in the living room, drinking and chatting with young Master Jian and young Master Jian's friend." Hearing him say this, the Tianqin clan head exclaimed with a displeased expression, "Someone, go with me tonight to see what that brat is made of." From above, a mysterious person in black leaped down and replied, "Yes." Countless eye-catching dishes were served on the table. Qin Xiao raised his wine cup and said loudly, "Brother Giani Shan, today I, Qin Xiao, have been thoroughly convinced of my defeat." Giani Shan's expression was somewhat helpless. He thought to himself, half an hour ago, we were fighting with all our might. Now we're sitting and drinking in his house. Qin Xiao put his wine cup down and said, "Brother Giani Shan, in the future, we must spar again if we have the chance." Hearing this, he thought to himself, it seems this Qin Xiao is also a man of honor. He then replied, "Brother Qin Xiao, of course, no problem. It's just, does Brother Giani Shan have some difficulty?" Qin Xiao asked with a confused tone. "My friend Ming Dong and I were just passing through. We were heading to Mercenary City to participate in the gathering of the mercenaries. We originally planned to rest in Whaler City, restock, and then continue on our way. I didn't expect to get into a fight and become acquainted with Brother Xiao as soon as I entered the city," Giani Shan said with a somewhat forced smile. Hearing him say this, Qin Xiao smiled lightly and replied, "It seems that Brother Giani Shan and I are fated to meet." Seeing this, Giani Shan asked with confusion, "Brother Qin Xiao, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Brother Qin Xiao is also going to the gathering of the mercenaries?" The other person heard this and laughed. "Ha, that's right. In that case, Brother Qin Xiao should come with us even more. Otherwise, we won't make it in time." Hearing him say this, the person beside him immediately replied, "Ha, Brother Giani Shan, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Have you heard of a space gate?" Hearing this, he asked with confusion, "Could it be that Brother Qin Xiao's family has a space gate, completely constructed from space? One step through and you can cross thousands of miles. One step and you can cross to the other side of the Tian Yuan continent. It's very magical and wondrous, the only magical gate that can transport over long distances. Brother Giani Shan, you think too highly of my Qin clan. Although my clan is a major power here, we don't have a space gate." Qin Xiao said, shaking his head to indicate no. He immediately added, "But in the Ming kingdom of our Zhuya kingdom, there is a space gate. So we can borrow this space gate to get to Mercenary City. Brother Giani Shan, why don't you stay in my Tianqin clan for a while? Wait 2 months, and then go with us to Mercenary City." Hearing these words, he thought to himself, if that's the case, I can peacefully cultivate here for 2 months. My strength will definitely increase, and then I can win the championship at the gathering of the mercenaries. Then, Giani Shan clasped his hands and replied happily, "Then, thank you, Brother Qin Xiao." At night, in a room, he was sitting on the bed, practicing his cultivation. Magic flowed around Giani Shan's body. At this moment on the roof, a mysterious man in black immediately approached. He gently lifted a roof tile. Peeking inside, In his hand, he held a dagger. He threw the dagger in his hand through the hole he had made. The dagger immediately shot towards the sitting Giani Shan. It flew with great speed. Giani Shan sensed that someone was trying to assassinate him. He smiled lightly and thought to himself, so they finally couldn't hold back and made a move. His eyes suddenly snapped open. His eyes stared straight ahead. The spiritual energy surged violently. Giani Shan's body was completely enveloped in magic. Giani Shan's magical energy immediately became frantic. It rushed out and deflected the dagger's attack. Clang, clang, clang. The dagger was immediately sent flying back towards the roof, where its owner was standing. The assassin saw this and was terrified, thinking, what? His face showed clear fear. Giani Shan's magic shot straight up into the sky. The assassin was knocked down. He jumped down into the room and shouted, "Who in the world are you?" Hearing this, Giani Shan immediately brought his hands together to cast a spell. A purple light appeared on his palms. He exclaimed with a somewhat angry tone, "That's what I want to ask you." The attack immediately shot towards the assassin. He was shocked by what was happening. He used the staff in his hand to block the attack. His eyes became fearful as his body slammed hard against the wall. He was shocked and thought to himself, this brat can actually beat me. This person's strength is at least a third revolution great Saint Master. As he was thinking, Giani Shan's hand drew his sword. He thought to himself, I must find out this person's background. He then immediately swung his sword, unleashing the azure and violet sword chi technique straight at his opponent. The sharp attack seemed to cut through the air itself. The assassin's eyes widened in astonishment. He blocked the attack with a staff. His face was filled with fear. Suddenly, the staff was cut in two. Boom! He was thrown out of the window frame. His body was sent flying 100 meters away. Giani Shan approached the window. As for the assassin, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He then turned and ran away quickly. He thought fearfully, run. I have to tell the clan head that this brat is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Seeing him run, Giani Shan exclaimed, Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Ming Dong's voice came from behind. Brother Giani Shan, are you okay? He turned to look at the other person. He exclaimed in surprise, Ming Dong, what happened to you? At this point, Ming Dong's body was covered in blood. He raised the sword in his hand and said, Someone just ambushed me. I stabbed him right in the ass. Damn it, brother Giani Shan. You were ambushed too? But we've never offended anyone in Whaler City. Who on earth is doing this? Ming Dong scratched his head in confusion and exclaimed. Hearing this, Giani Shan replied, I caused such a big commotion. The guards in Brother Qin Zhao's courtyard sure sleep soundly. Hearing this, Ming Dong exclaimed in alarm, Brother Giani Shan, are you saying that Qin Zhao sent someone to kill us tonight? He replied, It probably wasn't Brother Qin Zhao's idea. He is an upright and honorable person. And the person who came wasn't here to take our lives, just to test our strength. I didn't expect the Qin clan to be such a dirty family. Ming Dong exclaimed angrily. Hearing this, Giani Shan just walked over and patted his shoulder a few times, then replied, What family in this world doesn't have a dark side? All right, it's getting late. Let's see what Brother Qin Zhao has to say tomorrow. Ming Dong replied softly, Well, I guess I'll listen to you then. Early in the morning, Qin Zhao's voice rang out loudly. Brother Giani Shan, you're awake. Qin Zhao immediately pushed the door open forcefully and rushed inside with a smiling face. He said, Brother Giani Shan, let me tell you, last night I thought of a move that could. Qin Zhao's gaze was drawn to the hole in the ceiling. He asked, Brother Giani Shan, why is there a hole in your ceiling? Could it be that some female rogue was peeping on you last night? He replied with a smile. Last night, a mysterious person in black came to kill me. Whether it was a woman or not, I don't know. Hearing this, Qin Zhao was both angry and shocked, shouting, What? How could this be? Are all those guards useless? The Tianqin clan head's voice suddenly rang out. Zhao, what are you shouting about so early in the morning? Seeing this, Qin Zhao said angrily, Father, you've come at the right time. I have something to tell you. Hearing this, the Tianqin clan head replied, What's all this shouting about? This is my sworn brother from yesterday, Giani Shan. He bowed and said, Greetings, Tianqin clan head. He heard this and replied, Yes. Little brother Giani Shan is indeed a talent. Father, listen to me. This is what happened. Qin Zhao spoke up. The Tianqin clan head exclaimed with a surprised tone. He said, "How could this be? Someone dares to cause trouble in our Tianqin clan?" The two guards behind him immediately knelt down, trembling, and exclaimed, "Clan head, please calm your anger. We will definitely do our best to capture the culprit. Please give us a chance to redeem ourselves." The Tianqin clan head heard this and said, "I'll give you 7 days to catch the culprit. Otherwise, don't stay in our Qin clan anymore." The two of them heard this and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, clan head. Thank you, clan head." He extended his hand and continued, "Little brother Giani Shan, I'm very sorry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Seeing him speak so resolutely, he also clasped his hands and replied, "Clan head Qin, you're too kind. This treasure pavilion is..." Qin Shao walked over, patted his shoulder, and said with a bright smile, "Brother Giani Shan, I know, let me tell you. This treasure pavilion is where they sell rare antiques." The two of them walked and talked. On the Tianqin clan head side, he felt uneasy and thought to himself, to be able to survive an attack from a third revolution great Saint Master. This brat is no simple character. At a large, magnificent building, it turned out this place was the treasure pavilion. The three of them, Ming Dong, Qin Shao, and Chanyang Jianshan, were now standing right in front of the pavilion's entrance. Qin Shao turned to introduce the place to Giani Shan, brother Giani Shan. This is the largest treasure pavilion in Whaler City. You can find many rare and exotic treasures inside. As the three of them had just stepped inside, a girl with a hot figure walked over and linked arms with Qin Shao. She even smiled and struck up a conversation with him. "Welcome, young Master Qin Shao, to our humble establishment. I wonder what young Master Qin is looking for today." And it seemed Qin Shao was used to this. Even though the girl had her hand inside his shirt, he could still put on an amused expression. He touched the girl's butt and replied, "This is my brother, Giani Shan. Today, I brought my brother here to look around, to see if we can buy any good items." Giani Shan, being introduced, politely bowed. The girl saw this and smiled brightly. She greeted him warmly. "Greetings, young Master Giani Shan. Would you like me to call a few sisters to show you around?" But before he could even answer, on the other side, his friend Ming Dong was already happily hugging another girl. He even tried to get his friend to join in. "Brother Giani Shan, you should also find a sister to show you around." However, Giani Shan decided to refuse them. "You guys go ahead. I can go by myself." Hearing this, Qin Shao didn't press him further. He replied cheerfully, "Then come find me when you're done." After that, he turned and walked up to the second floor of the treasure pavilion. At this moment, he was thinking to himself, "The azure and violet sword spirits in my body are constantly trembling. It seems there must be a treasure upstairs." As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, a large door appeared. Giani Shan pushed the door open and stepped inside. He walked around the room. Everywhere here displayed rare treasures. Seeing this, he couldn't help but marvel at it, as expected of the largest treasure pavilion in Whaler City. So many treasures. The more he walked and the more treasures he passed, the stronger Giani Shan's feeling became. He wondered what on earth could make the azure and violet sword spirits tremble like this. Suddenly, he turned around. It seemed he had just spotted something among the items. He exclaimed, "That's..." He then picked up a treasure. It was a gold ring. He observed it carefully to see if it was what he needed, but after looking for a while, he realized it was just an ordinary item, not the thing that had made the azure and violet sword spirits tremble. He put the ring down. He let out a disappointed sigh. "It's not this one." Suddenly, someone spoke from behind, startling Giani Shan. He quickly turned to look. "Young master, you have a good eye." The person who had just spoken was an old man with white hair and a beard. From his words, he was probably the owner of this place. At this moment, he added, "The ring in the young master's hand is called the paralysis ring. It is a true treasure in my treasure pavilion. Just by wearing this ring, you can activate a paralyzing effect." Then the old man raised a finger. He smiled cheerfully and said, "Right now, this ring is only selling for 10,000 purple gold coins." But Giani Shan on the other side, hearing this number, showed a judgmental expression. Even the people standing around couldn't hide their surprise at the price of 10,000 purple gold coins. A young master nearby exclaimed, "Damn, a broken ring for 10,000 purple gold coins. That's faster than robbing someone." But next to him, a man refuted this opinion. "Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you hear about the ring's ability? Just a moment ago, he had quoted a sky-high price. Suddenly, he said, "If the young master wants it, I'll give you a 99% discount right now. All you need is—" But before he could finish, Giani Shan immediately replied, "No need." The old man heard his words like a bolt from the blue. He was surprised that someone would refuse such a good deal. As for Giani Shan, he had already turned his back. He continued to look at the treasures displayed on the shelf. The old man saw this and tried to hold on to his customer. "Young master, please listen to me." Suddenly, something successfully caught Giani Shan's attention. It was a stone placed in a corner of the cabinet. It didn't look special at all. It looked useless. But as soon as he picked it up, it emitted a significant amount of spiritual energy. It was worth the search. "This is it," he thought with a smile. Immediately after, Giani Shan brought it to the old man and asked, "Old sir, how much is this?" But when the old man saw that he only wanted to buy an ordinary stone, his attitude changed. He immediately turned away. He replied coldly, "That broken stone is not for sale. If you really want it, just buy something else, and I'll give it to you as a gift." He said that, but in his heart, he was thinking ill of this customer. "I thought he was a young master with good taste. Turns out he's just a poor devil with no eye for things." Hearing this, Giani Shan could only sigh. Then he picked up another treasure and said, "All right then, I'll buy this jade pendant. You can give me this stone as a gift." Unexpectedly, the old man showed a displeased expression. He raised 2 fingers. "The jade pendant costs 20,000 purple gold coins. No discount." The other customers couldn't help but buzz with discussion after hearing this. A blond man said indignantly, 20,000? That's twice as expensive as the ring just now." Another person also spoke up. "That broken jade pendant is worth 8 to 9,000 at most, in my opinion. Perhaps this young master just offended this old man. Now he's taking personal revenge." But the old man couldn't stand being accused like that. He immediately unleashed a powerful spiritual energy, startling the others. The old man said angrily, without any sense of reason, "My treasure pavilion does business with integrity. I say this jade pendant is worth 20,000, so it's 20,000. However, despite being blatantly cheated, Giani Shan was not angry. On the contrary, he cheerfully accepted the price and handed over the money. 20,000 it is. But you promised to give me this stone as a gift." Hearing this, the old man's attitude changed 180 degrees. He smiled and replied, "Don't worry. My treasure pavilion keeps its word." As soon as he got the treasure in his hands, he immediately channeled his energy into it. From within the stone, a purple aura emanated. Seeing this, Giani Shan smiled confidently. He thought, "As expected, I was right." Immediately after, a powerful 5-colored light suddenly erupted from within the treasure pavilion. The old man from before couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment when he saw this scene. A 5-colored divine stone? That broken stone was actually the legendary 5-color divine stone. Unexpectedly, after being refined, the stone took on a beautiful jade green color. It looked more precious than all the treasures displayed on the shelves. Everyone saw this and began to buzz with discussion. Could it be the legendary 5-color divine stone that brings good fortune to its bearer? Another person spoke up. "If you use the divine stone as jewelry, it can help the wearer become invulnerable to harm." Another person said in surprise, "This kid has struck it rich. A single 5-color divine stone is worth at least several tens of millions of purple gold coins." The person on the other side exclaimed, "I must be blind to have missed such a treasure." As for Giani Shan, he quickly put the treasure away and said to the old pavilion master, "Old sir, you just said you'd give me this item as a gift. You can't go back on your word." Although he did take personal revenge, he did not break his promise. He replied, "It seems this old man's eyes still need more training. Young master, rest assured, my treasure pavilion does business with integrity. Since I said I'd give it to you, I will." Giani Shan clasped his hands and replied, "Thank you, senior." He was thinking to himself, "I must leave this place quickly. Otherwise, I'll definitely be targeted by others." Before he could leave, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop!" The person who had just spoken was named Tian K. He approached Giani Shan and started a conversation with him. "Kid, I want this 5-color divine stone. Name your price." But how could he possibly hand over the treasure he had searched for so long to find? Of course not. He glared at him and replied, "And what if I don't sell?" Tian K immediately put on a terrifying expression. He threatened the other party. Then I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this room alive. The people around saw this situation and began to discuss it. I didn't expect young Master Tian-K of the Tian-Shin clan to be here too. It seems this little brother is in for some bad luck today. And this Tian-K, relying on his large clan, spoke with great arrogance. You don't want to live anymore? Obediently hand over the 5-colored divine stone. Of course, Giani Shan was not foolish enough to voluntarily give the treasure to this arrogant person. Not only that, but he also replied with a disdainful tone, without any hesitation. A good dog doesn't block the way. Move. Being called a dog, he angrily shouted. What? Who are you calling a dog? Fine. It seems you brat prefer the hard way. Immediately after, he pointed at Giani Shan and ordered his bodyguard. Old Chung, break this brat's legs for me. I want him to be able to only crawl on his knees for the rest of his life. The bodyguard put on a fierce expression. Yes, young master. Next. Like a professional, he quickly lunged towards Giani Shan. And then, he threw a powerful punch, but at this speed, it was no challenge for Giani Shan. He could easily dodge the punch, not letting this mediocre person act presumptuously any longer. At this moment, Giani Shan raised his hand and cast a spell. A stream of spiritual energy emanated from his hand. Very quickly, the divine sword appeared under his summons. First, Giani Shan kicked the bodyguard straight in the chest, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the floor immediately after. The divine sword spun a few times. It flew over and landed straight in its master's hand. Without any hesitation, as soon as he had the sword in his hand, Giani Shan immediately plunged it into the floor, right next to the bodyguard's face, causing him to gasp in fear. And that guy who looked so fierce was already so scared that he fainted, despite being stepped on by his opponent. Seeing this, Tian-K, who was standing on the other side, also stumbled back in alarm. He was thinking to himself, where on earth did this brat come from, to be so formidable? Then he said in surprise, Who in the world are you? How dare you be disrespectful to my Tian-Shin clan? Let me tell you, my Tian-Shin clan is... But before he could finish, another angry voice suddenly rang out. Damn you, you've provoked me. As he spoke, he gave Tian-K a punch right in his arrogant face. He was hit just once, but he fell head over heels to the ground. Just looking at him was a pathetic sight. Then he angrily turned around. He shouted, Which damn dog dared to sneak attack me? Now, as soon as he looked over, he stammered. No, big brother Qin Shao. In front of him now was the young man Qin Shao, his fist clenched tightly. He looked at him with a fierce expression. A red aura flashed in Qin Shao's eyes. He said angrily, Tian-Ke, are you looking for a beating? How dare you provoke my Qin Shao's brother? Hearing this, he looked around. He asked blankly, Your brother? Then Qin Shao pointed at Giani Shan and said, Giani Shan, but he didn't stop there. He continued to say, Damn it, I see you're itching for a beating again. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? As soon as these words were spoken, Tian-K was silenced. His whole body trembled with fear, a far cry from his previous arrogance. Seeing the brothers fighting so fiercely, Giani Shan just stood to the side, thinking idly. I was wondering before, why the Tian-Shin clan surname isn't Tian. It seems this Tian-Shin clan is a clan formed by the two powerful families, Tian and Shin. And Tian-K, being beaten by his brother, could only cry and threaten to tell his father. Qin Shao, you just wait. When I get back, I'll definitely tell my father about this. You just wait to be punished. Hearing this, Qin Shao became even more annoyed. He raised his fist, ready to strike again. Damn it, you dare to threaten me with your father. I'll beat you up first. As he was about to strike, an arm suddenly grabbed his. To stop him, it was Giani Shan. He wasn't angry at all for being provoked. He even said calmly, Brother Qin Shao, let it go. Seeing his friend step in to help his foolish younger brother. Qin Shao finally stopped, only shouting loudly at Tian-K. Today, for my brother's sake, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'd break both your legs. Then he turned to pat Giani Shan's shoulder and asked, Brother Giani Shan, are you okay? Giani Shan replied. Luckily, Brother Qin Shao arrived in time. At this point, Giani Shan turned around. He said, Let's go. I've also bought what I needed. Qin Shao heard this and replied with a smile. I'll go get that brat Ming Dong. Then we'll go back. After the three of them had gathered, They walked out together, leaving this treasure pavilion. A moment later, Qin Shao had led the three of them to Whaler City, at the Tianqin clan's grand courtyard. As soon as they entered, the melodious sound of a zither played by a young lady could be heard. Qin Shao heard the zither and said to everyone, "Hearing the zither, I know my second sister is home. Come on, I'll take you to meet my second sister." Unexpectedly, before they could even enter the house, the Tianqin clan head was already standing at the door waiting for them. As soon as he saw his precious son return home, he shouted angrily, "You damn brat! How dare you hit Tianke?" Hearing this, Qin Shao pretended to be clueless and replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. But you can't fool an old fox." Before he knew it, the Tianqin clan head had grabbed Qin Shao by the collar and was dragging him away. He said, "His father already came to talk to me. You come over here." Seeing this, Qin Shao could only cry out, "Father, be gentle." But before being punished, he didn't forget to remind his friend, "Brother Giani Shan, go talk to my second sister first. I'll come find you all later." And so, Qin Shao was dragged away, leaving Giani Shan all alone. The scene changes to a place of scenic beauty. There are trees and leaves, and even a lotus pond. It turns out this place is also the garden of the Tianqin clan. Inside a resting pavilion is a young lady. This young lady is sitting and playing the zither. This must be Qin Zhao's second sister. Let's take a moment to admire the delicate beauty of this young lady. She is the one and only second young lady of the Tianqin clan. Her name is Qin Shan. While playing the zither, she suddenly stopped. She turned to ask the person behind her, "Who are you? Why have you come to my clan's gate?" It turned out the person who had just arrived was Giani Shan. He politely clasped his hands in greeting. He once again used the familiar name Giani Shan to introduce himself. "I am Giani Shan, a friend of Brother Qin Shao. I've disturbed the second young lady's peace. My apologies." Hearing this, she stood up. She asked with curiosity, "Where's my big brother?" Giani Shan was a bit flustered and replied, "He was dragged away by the clan head by the ear." Seeing this, she didn't say anything more. She sat back down on the stone bench. But suddenly, Qin Shan asked about a different topic. "Young Master Giani Shan, what do you think of my zither playing?" Giani Shan didn't need much time to think. He immediately replied, "For the second young lady to be able to play such a celestial melody, to be able to make the zither and the heart of the listener merge as one. I am truly impressed." She was happy to be praised and replied, "Hearing young Master Giani Shan say that, it seems young Master Giani Shan understands the sound of the zither." Giani Shan waved his hand politely and said, "Second young lady, you jest. I was just speaking from my feelings." At this moment, Qin Shan touched the strings of the zither again. She replied, "Thank you for your praise, young Master Giani Shan. It's just that I can play such a pleasant melody." Then she looked at the zither with a contemplative expression and said, "Perhaps it's all thanks to this zither, which contains the power of the zither saintess, the heavenly demoness." As soon as he heard this, Giani Shan thought in surprise, "The zither saintess, the heavenly demoness?" Inside the pavilion, Giani Shan asked Miss Qin, "Who is this zither saintess, the heavenly demoness?" Qin Shan heard this and gently explained, "Young Master Giani Shan comes from a distant kingdom. Of course, you wouldn't know of the zither saintess, the heavenly demoness." Remembering the image of that person playing the pipa seductively in the air, she continued to explain, "The zither saintess, the heavenly demoness, uses the sound of her zither to kill enemies, making it difficult to guard against. No one can last long under the sound of the heavenly demoness zither. Anyone who passes by her either loses themselves to the sound of the zither and falls into an illusion, or has their soul directly annihilated by the sound of the zither. Their spirit is destroyed, dying without a trace." Qin Shan's eyes held a hint of admiration as she looked into the distance and continued, "Decades ago, the heavenly demoness played a single piece and caused hundreds of thousands of soldiers to fall into a coma. They slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up." Giani Shan was surprised and thought, a single piece of music caused hundreds of thousands of soldiers to fall asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. How is that possible? After thinking, Giani Shan also exclaimed, "If I have the chance, I would like to meet this heavenly demoness." Qin Shan brushed her hair and turned her face to the side, saying, The heavenly demoness is already a divine being. How could you be so easy to meet? Giani Shan heard this and said, Miss Qin, you mean? Before Giani Shan could say more, Giani Shan changed the subject. That's right. I heard from the servants that you and my big brother are going to the mercenary gathering together. Giani Shan also went along with it and replied, That's right. Miss Qin said, Young Master Giani Shan. She was in the middle of speaking when a loud voice suddenly shouted, Brother Giani Shan. Second sister. I'm here. Giani Shan was quite surprised by Qin Zhao's appearance. Brother Qin Zhao, what happened to you? Qin Zhao pointed to his own face and explained. Sigh, don't even mention it. That brat Tianju went and tattled to my father. My dad gave me a beating, just to appease that guy. Giani Shan realized he had asked an inappropriate question and said, My apologies. Qin Zhao waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry about it. Even though I took a beating, I gave that Tianju a good thrashing myself just before. Giani Shan thought with a helpless expression, You deserve that beating. Seeing the two of them talking enthusiastically and ignoring her, Qin Zhao stood up and said, Big brother, since you're here, I'll be heading back to my room. Only then did Qin Zhao remember his sister and say, Second sister, you came back this time to join us for the mercenary competition? Qin Zhao held her zither. Without turning back, she replied, We'll talk about the departure time later. Giani Shan watched her leave, but his mind was on something else. Before the mercenary competition, I have to find a way to raise my strength to the level of an Earth Saint Master. After a moment of thought, Giani Shan turned to Qin Zhao and said, Brother Qin Zhao, when are we leaving for Mercenary City? Qin Zhao put his hands on his hips and replied, No ruse, no ruse. The mercenary competition is still 3 months away. We should wait another half a month before we set out. Giani Shan continued, In that case, I'll go to the nearby forest to train for a while. I'll see if I can achieve a breakthrough. Qin Zhao flexed his arm and pointed to it, saying, All right, I was planning to go into seclusion anyway. Let's meet in half a month. Giani Shan suddenly remembered his companion. He asked, Oh, right. Where's Ming Dong? Why isn't he with you? Qin Zhao made a suggestive gesture. I heard he's busy with the young ladies at the treasure pavilion. Giani Shan said helplessly, That kid. The beautiful morning sun shone on the soft leaves. Tianju sat before a chessboard, pouting. Uncle Wu, you have to help me. Uncle Wu reassured Tianju. Young Master Tian, rest assured. He's just some nobody with no status or background. For me, killing him is a trivial matter. However, Uncle Wu's expression suddenly darkened. He said menacingly, Young Master Tian, are you certain you weren't mistaken? That brat Giani Shan has a 5-color divine stone. Tianju stood up and said excitedly, How could I be wrong? Everyone at the treasure pavilion knows about it. Uncle Wu, do you think I'm lying to you? Uncle Wu, I just want to teach that kid a lesson and vent my anger. You can have a 5-color divine stone. It's useless to me anyway. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Uncle Wu said, Then I thank you, young Master Tian. As soon as that brat leaves the Qin clan's residence. As they were talking, a young servant ran in and said, Elder Wu, that brat has left the city. Uncle Wu thought, left the city? With the 5-color divine stone in his possession. How dare he venture outside a time like this? Then he gritted his teeth and said, Do you know where he went after leaving the city? The servant replied, Reporting to the elder, the boy said he was going to the forest east of the city. He wants to see if he can achieve a breakthrough before the mercenary competition. Uncle Wu turned to look at Tianju and said, Young Master Tian, wouldn't you say this is fate lending us a hand? Tianju clasped his hands together and said, Uncle Wu, I'll be counting on you. In a clearing in the forest, Giani Shan was sitting by a fire, warming himself. As he gnawed on a piece of roasted meat, he stared into the flames and thought, I spent the whole day fighting magical beasts. Tomorrow, I'll find a suitable place to absorb the energy of the 5-color divine stone and see if I can. As he was thinking, a sound made him glance over warily. A bright beam of energy shot toward where Giani Shan was sitting, forcing him to dodge. He looked at the spot where the light had struck the ground, leaving a small, scorched crater. Smoke rose from the charred earth. Giani Shan turned to look at the old man and said, Senior, who are you? Why did you suddenly ambush me? Uncle Wu held his sword and said, Kid, hand over the 5-color divine stone. Do that, and I might leave your corpse intact. Giani Shan clenched his fist and said, You're the one Tianju sent. Uncle Wu replied with a grim face. Since you already know, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. With that, he charged toward Giani Shan with his sword, moving with incredible speed. He thought in surprise, this old man is actually an Earth Saint Master. Then Giani Shan swung his sword and flew up to meet Uncle Wu's attack. The two of them fought fiercely. Bright blue lights flashed around them. As their swords clashed, their faces were close. Uncle Mo said, as expected of the five-colored divine stone, it actually allows you to fight on par with a great Earth Saint Master. Then he roared, Giani Shan, you have two paths to choose from now. 1. Leave the five-colored divine stone. I won't torture you and will give you a quick death. 2. I'll torture you to death first. Then take the five-colored divine stone from your body. Choose now. Giani Shan's face was half in shadow. He smiled slyly and said, are you sure you can beat me? Uncle Mo's face darkened. He said with a disdainful tone, ridiculous. You don't really think that just by relying on a stone, you can close the gap between a great Saint Master and a great Earth Saint Master, do you? Then, he leaped towards Giani Shan. He held his sword, which was enveloped in Saint Force, and shouted, D. Giani Shan frowned in annoyance. The powerful blade slashed down. Giani Shan dodged nimbly in the nick of time. Not only that, the young man quickly counterattacked. With one slash, he broke the other blade in two. The broken part of the blade flew far away. Uncle Mo's jaw dropped in astonishment. He screamed in his heart. What? It didn't stop there. Giani Shan, taking advantage of his opponent's opening, gathered Saint Force in his palm for the next attack. He took a terrifying blow and was sent flying. Boom! A huge cloud of dust appeared before Giani Shan. The surroundings also shook because of it. Old Mo clutched his side in pain. He exclaimed in his heart, this supreme treasure actually has such great power. Suddenly, he put on a terrifying expression. He shouted, Giani Shan, today the five-colored divine stone will be mine. However, Giani Shan was not worried at all by these words. He even asked nonchalantly, is it possible that my ability to beat you has nothing to do with the five-colored divine stone? Uncle Mo once again channeled his Saint Force. His arms were once again blazing with a blue light. He continued to threaten. Elegant brat, you were only able to break my saint weapon by relying on external force. Hearing these words, Giani Shan's brows furrowed tightly, and he said with an annoyed tone, external force? Then I'll let you see my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Giani Shan's body vanished before Uncle Mo's eyes. Just as he was looking around for him, Giani Shan suddenly appeared right behind him. His eyes were filled with killing intent and disdain. Mediocre. Before Uncle Mo could do anything, he was hit by Giani Shan's finishing blow. He was so shocked that his eyes rolled back. His mouth couldn't close. He couldn't believe that someone so young could be so strong. Giani Shan decisively cut through his enemy in one strike. Blood immediately sprayed out like rain. Uncle Mo died on the ground. Blood flowed out in a large pool, so much so that it reflected the image of the unfazed young Giani Shan. He turned his back. This is so boring. 7 days later, Giani Shan used the divine stone to cultivate in seclusion in the forest. His body was enveloped in a strange light. Giani Shan's eyes suddenly snapped open. From where he was sitting, a huge surge of Saint Force shot up into the sky, shaking the surroundings. Giani Shan's whole body was brimming with energy. He enjoyed it with great pleasure. As expected, after devouring the five-colored divine stone, I've successfully broken through to the realm of a great Earth Saint Master. A treasured sword slowly materialized in his hands. Giani Shan immediately grabbed it. Then he took it and made a few swings to test its quality. A sparkling slash flew out at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, the large rock in front of him was split in two with a clean cut. Giani Shan was very pleased with the result. He muttered to himself, it's time to go to the gathering of the mercenaries. Soon, he arrived at the guild hall. Qin Xiao was overjoyed at Giani Shan's appearance and said, Brother Giani Shan, you're finally back. You were gone for 10 days straight. You had me worried for a while. I was afraid you wouldn't make it back in time and miss this gathering. Ming Dong couldn't help but scold Giani Shan. You too, at least let me know where you're going. I didn't even know where to look for you. Hearing this, Giani Shan immediately teased Ming Dong. I think you were looking for the young ladies at the treasure pavilion, right? Brother Qin Xiao. Am I right? Qin Xiao laughed heartily. He didn't forget to chime in. That's right. Brother Giani Shan, you don't know, but he's a regular at the treasure pavilion now. Ming Dong was teased until he blushed and immediately cut in. All right. This is called mixing work with pleasure. Giani Shan stopped joking. He put his hand on his friend's shoulder and praised him. Not bad. You've already broken through to great Saint Master. Ming Dong, receiving the praise, replied smugly. Of course. You have no idea how hard I've worked. At this moment, Qin Xiao rubbed his chin. He looked at Giani Shan suggestively and probed. Brother Giani Shan, you're not like that brat Ming Dong, are you? It was the young man's turn to be embarrassed. His face immediately turned as red as a beet. He denied it. Nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. But Qin Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest. He winked. Brother Giani Shan. I was talking about breaking through. What did you think I was talking about? Afraid of being exposed, Giani Shan continued to explain. I also thought you were talking about breaking through. After chatting for a while, Giani Shan also got to the main topic. That's right. Shouldn't we be going to the gathering of the mercenaries now? Qin Xiao saw this and quickly agreed. We'll leave for the gathering of the mercenaries early tomorrow morning. Let's get a good rest tonight. That night in the bedroom, Giani Shan was sitting and cultivating, his vital energy flowing all around. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. As soon as Giani Shan opened the door, the Tianqin clan head walked in and asked for a favor. Brother Giani Shan, I have something I need help with. I hope you can agree to it. Giani Shan frowned at the Tianqin clan head. He was afraid of more trouble and thought to himself, he's not here to cause trouble for me again, is he? The Tianqin clan head then praised him. Little brother Giani Shan is truly a prodigy. To break through to great Earth Saint Master in just a few short days. Giani Shan's face showed a hint of annoyance, but he still said politely, Tianqin clan head, you flatter me. This young one was just a little lucky. I wonder what brings the Tianqin clan head here in the middle of the night. Hearing Giani Shan say this, he showed a few hints of awkwardness and then clasped his hands in reply. I have come to apologize for sending someone to test little brother Giani Shan in the middle of the night a few days ago. The Tianqin clan had quietly placed a book on the table and said, I still hope little brother Giani Shan can forgive me. Sitting down together at the tea table, he said to him, this is a cultivation technique for concealing one's aura. After cultivating it, not only can you hide the aura that has not yet dissipated after reaching Great Earth Saint Master, but you can also completely conceal your true strength. At this moment, Giani Shan continued to speak. Tianqin clan head, let's forget about the midnight ambush. After all, that person was too weak. But as for the matter of Elder Mo, I still hope you can give me an explanation. Hearing this, the Tianqin clan head was surprised. He asked loudly, Elder Montag, what happened to him? Seeing that he seemed to know nothing, Giani Shan immediately said, a few days ago, Elder Mo tried to rob me of my treasure in the deep forest. I killed him in self-defense. You didn't know? Hearing him say this, he replied with a clear look of surprise. I didn't know. Hearing this, Giani Shan was annoyed and thought to himself, it's over. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said it. After a while, the Tianqin clan head stood up. He clasped his hands and continued to speak. Little brother Giani Shan, I came here today, 1, to apologize, and 2, to hope that you can help Qin Xiao at the gathering of the mercenaries. He suddenly adopted a firm tone and said, Xiao's personality is too simple. If Qiner encounters any danger, I still hope little brother can lend a hand. To do your best to protect Qiner's life. He quickly stood up and stopped him from bowing. Clan head, rest assured. Brother Qin Xiao and I hit it off right away. Even if you didn't say it, I would still help him. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and replied, Good. I was right about you. Before his tone could soften, he seriously rubbed his chin and said, it's just, what about Elder Mo's matter? The Tianqin clan head suddenly turned around. He waved his hand and said, Little brother Giani Shan, you may not know this. Our Tianqin clan is formed by 2 clans with the surnames Qin and Tian, who joined together to form a clan. Neither side gets along with the other. He placed his hand on Giani Shan's shoulder. He smiled with a hint of cunning and continued, You killed Elder Mo. He was a member of the Tian family, not a member of the Qin family. So rest assured, I the clan head, will turn a blind eye to this. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Just as he was about to reach the door, Giani Shan spoke up again. The magnificent airship was still flying in the sky, weaving through the beautiful clouds. Ming Dong stood between Qin Xiao and Giani Shan. He couldn't help but shout with excitement. Wow, this airship is amazing. Giani Shan stood to the side. Contrary to Ming Dong's cheerful mood, he wore a sad expression, thinking about something. He was clearly thinking of his mother, remembering his big brother, remembering Yu Yu, and also Changyang Ba. Giani Shan couldn't hide his anger and thought to himself, Hua Yun sect. The day I return to the Changyang Manor is the day I make you pay for your blood debt. 1 month later, at the Mercenary Square, the atmosphere today was very lively. The square was also crowded with people. An old man with white hair and a beard was closing his eyes. He had been sitting on the floating rocks for quite some time. Below were the people standing in front of the realm gate. Ming Dong was a little impatient with this old man and spoke up. How long is this old man going to sleep? Hurry up and announce the start of the gathering. Qin Xiao was in a relaxed mood. He crossed his arms and said, Haha, Ming Dong is just like me. We both have no patience. Unlike the two of them, Giani Shan said, Patience. At that moment, the realm gate reacted. The old man then opened his eyes forcefully. He raised one arm. Cards appeared around the old man. He shouted loudly, The realm gate is open. I now declare, the gathering of the mercenaries, held once every 50 years, officially begins. The old man sat on the floating rocks in the sky. The cards now flew down in front of the people standing below. The old man explained about the cards. This is the order of entry. The first step of the elimination round will be held in an independent world. After entering the realm gate, you will be transported to a random location. The elimination period is 1 year. Giani Shan reached out his hand. He caught his floating card. The old man continued to explain the rules. The first 500 people to collect enough command tokens will advance. The rest will be eliminated. The three of them, Giani Shan, Ming Dong, Qin Xiao, and all the others were now enveloped in a circular object. It was like water bubbles that enveloped them and then gradually lifted them into the air. The bubbles containing all of them automatically flew into the realm gate one by one. A bright light suddenly appeared in the sky, as if something had fallen very hard. It was Giani Shan falling from above. He sat up after falling and coughed lightly. Ahem, where is this? He was about to move when suddenly, Giani Shan heard a sound that made him freeze for a few seconds. He turned his head to look into the bushes and said loudly, Who's there? Come out. Peeking out from the bushes was Ming Dong. He waved his hand loudly. Giani Shan. Giani Shan was relieved to see Ming Dong. He put his hands on his hips and said, You were transported next to me. Ming Dong couldn't help but be overjoyed and replied, Giani Shan. If we brothers team up, we can definitely get a good result in this competition. Ming Dong was very happy to see Giani Shan. However, he did not let his guard down and said seriously, Ming Dong, don't be careless. The competition. Before he could finish, Giani Shan shouted, Be careful. He immediately grabbed Ming Dong and jumped up, because something had just exploded under his feet. Immediately, under their feet was a very large python. It was called a python, but its appearance was quite strange. Giani Shan didn't hesitate to throw Ming Dong far away. He immediately drew a sword by teleporting it. You could also say he used spirit communication to draw the sword. Giani Shan said with a calm demeanor. Perfect timing. Giani Shan held the sword tightly and didn't hesitate to swing it at the python's wide-open mouth. He bent down, directly slashed once, and said, Humph! The slash, imbued with magic, created a shockwave that hit the large python. It seemed to be in great pain. Giani Shan landed lightly after his perfect slash with a very confident aura. The slash just now had probably injured it. The giant python was now truly enraged. Not only did it not leave, but it also lowered its head. It opened its mouth, intending to swallow Giani Shan whole. Feeling annoyed by the persistent creature before him, he frowned and said sternly, You beast, you don't know life from death. Then he gripped his sword tightly, preparing to swing. This sword is the Azure and Violet Infinite Sword Edge. Without any hesitation, he jumped up. With one powerful strike, he sent the python's head flying. Only then did it officially lose. Its head and body had now fallen. lying motionless on the ground. With the matter settled, Giani Shan relaxed. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Ming Dong, who had been thrown aside earlier, had now returned and called out. Giani Shan, I'm back. Ming Dong looked around and asked. Giani Shan, where's that snake? Giani Shan was calm. He smiled lightly and pointed at the motionless python behind him, replying. You mean this thing? Ming Dong was startled when he saw it. Ah, it's dead. At this moment, Giani Shan smiled and put his sword away somewhere using a technique, then said, All right, let's go explore the secret realm quickly. Let's not waste any more time here. Suddenly, Ming Dong grabbed his hand. He said excitedly, Wait, this giant python has a treasure. We can't just leave like this. Ming Dong then climbed onto the python's head. He picked up something from its head and held it up. Giani Shan, look, a level 3 monster core. Seeing it, Giani Shan didn't react much and just replied, You take it. This thing is useless to me. After saying that, he thought to himself, I'm already a great Earth Saint Master now. A level 3 monster core is no longer useful to me. The two of them continued on their way. They were standing at the foot of a range of small mountains. There was a lot of dust in this area. What was special was that it was a pink color. On the surface, it looked very colorful, sparkling. However, Giani Shan was very cautious. He thought to himself, poisonous smoke wouldn't appear here for no reason. This place must be extraordinary. There must be a secret treasure. Ming Dong took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and said, Giani Shan, I brought an antidote pill, but I don't know if it will be effective against this poisonous fog. Giani Shan also smiled, but he waved his hand and replied, I don't need this. You take it. Hearing Giani Shan say this, Ming Dong understood, but he still carefully reminded him, All right then, but if you don't feel well, you have to tell me right away. Ming Dong poured a pill from the bottle. He held it in his hand and smiled brightly. It really took no effort at all to get this. The atmosphere between the two of them was relaxed when suddenly, from behind them, someone approached and said, You two little brothers, this secret realm is very dangerous. If you don't want to die in vain, then hand over everything you have. Seeing this man, Ming Dong stepped in front of Giani Shan, drew his sword, and said to him, Giani Shan, this person is a great Earth Saint Master. Hearing this, the great Earth Saint Master also smiled slyly and replied, It seems you two little brothers have good eyes. So, are you going to obediently hand over your things now? Giani Shan still didn't feel flustered at all. He placed his hand on Ming Dong's shoulder and replied softly, Don't worry, a mere great Earth Saint Master. Just leave him to me. The great Earth Saint Master was very excited. He raised his index finger and said, Brat, such big words. Don't cry when I beat you up later. Giani Shan also smiled. He took his sword and said in a challenging tone, The thing's in my hand. Come and get them if you have the ability. He gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward, shouting, You're looking for death. He frowned. He secretly sensed it. Killing intent. A purple aura with a sharp image appeared with Giani Shan's sword swing. The sharp purple aura directly struck the weapon in front of the great Earth Saint Master's stomach, causing him to spit blood and grit his teeth. However, he was not defeated yet. Only his weapon was broken. The great Earth Saint Master was sent flying by the blow. He propped himself up with one hand to regain his balance. The great Earth Saint Master now frowned angrily. He glared and said to himself, This can't be. This is the truth. Giani Shan had now pointed the tip of his sword straight at his neck. This made the great Earth Saint Master's jaw drop as he said, You're so young. How can you be so strong? You're fighting dirty. The situation was now completely different for what he had expected. He said in a low voice, Hand over everything you have. That way, I might still give you a chance to live. Otherwise, I'll have to kill you now. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face. Then he offered a small ring with both hands and said, I was wrong. Spare my life. I won't do it again. Giani Shan used the tip of his sword to take the ring from his hand. He took the ring in his hand. He turned and said to Ming Dong, Let's go. The great Earth Saint Master was still staring after him in a daze of fear. Seeing that Giani Shan was really strong, Ming Dong asked excitedly, Giani Shan, when did you break through to great Earth Saint Master? Giani Shan replied, It was a few days before I left the Tianqin clan. He suddenly touched his chin. He looked up thoughtfully and then continued, If what Brother Qin Shao said is true, then you were also with the girls at the treasure pavilion, trying to break through, right? Feeling embarrassed, Ming Dong's face turned red, and he waved his hands, saying, "Don't say any more." After teasing him, Giani Shan also laughed happily. All right, let's hurry into the valley and see if there are any treasures. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, the same pink smoke from before began to appear at their feet. Giani Shan used one hand to shield Ming Dong and said in a somewhat loud voice, "Be careful. This isn't poisonous fog. This is an illusion." The two of them stood back to back. They raised their swords in a defensive stance against the thick pink smoke that was enveloping them. Suddenly, a voice spoke from somewhere. It echoed, startling them a little. 5,000 years. I have finally waited for you to come." In front of them was a mountain. It was floating, and on top of it was something that looked like a magnificent palace or castle. The clouds now gradually dispersed, allowing them to see the object in front of them more clearly. There was a door inside which countless blue lights appeared. A voice came from inside the door. "Enter." Ming Dong looked at Chanyang Jianshan and asked, "What should we do?" Jianshan said, "Let's go in and see what's going on." Ming Dong said, "All right." Then the two of them flew into a gate. Uncle Tian had been sitting there all along. Ming Dong and Chanyang Jianshan looked at Uncle Tian in unison and said, "Greetings, senior." Uncle Tian looked at the two of them and said, 5,000 years. Ming Dong looked up in surprise. "I've been searching for 5,000 years. Uncle Tian stood up and asked, "Child, are you a descendant of the Ming family?" "Ming family? Do you have an ancestor named Ming Yitian?" Ming Dong asked. "Ming Yitian is indeed the ancestor of my family. I wonder how Senior came to know my ancestor's name." Uncle Tian smiled and said, "Child, come here. I have something for you." Chanyang Jianshan looked at Ming Dong and thought, "I can't sense any killing intent from this old man. It seems he's not going to harm Ming Dong." Jianshan said, "Go on. The senior probably won't make things difficult for you." Ming Dong asked, "I wonder what guidance the senior has for me." Uncle Tian held a piece of jade and said, "This ancient jade was entrusted to me by that old fellow Ming Yitian. He asked me to give it to his descendants. This ancient jade not only records Ming Yitian's lifelong ultimate techniques, but it also resonates with his descendants." Ming Dong touched the jade. Uncle Tian said, "When you entered the main hall just now, this ancient jade kept trembling in my space ring. I knew then that perhaps a descendant of Brother Ming had arrived." Ming Dong took the jade and asked, "Senior, could it be that you knew my ancestor?" Uncle Tian said, 5,000 years ago, Brother Ming and I founded a mercenary group together. We traveled the world. It was a joyous time." He thought of the image of the two of them protecting each other. Uncle Tian said, "But when we were exploring the deathly, demonic forest, we were ambushed by a demonic curse. Your ancestor, Ming Yitian, saved me. He used himself to block the demonic curse for me. He sacrificed himself to protect me and ensure my safety." Uncle Tian thought of the image of the two of them about to part ways. Uncle Tian said, "Before Brother Ming passed away, he entrusted me with this jade pendant to give to his descendants. But when I went to the Ming family, I found that the Ming family had been wiped out by someone." Uncle Tian said, "I took the ancient jade. I traveled all over the Tian Yuan continent, searching for the culprit who wiped out the Ming family. Unfortunately, I still couldn't find any descendants of the Ming family." Uncle Tian said, "Later, in order to find the descendants of the Ming family, I established a palace here, hoping to find news of the Ming family's descendants through the people who came to the gathering of the mercenaries." Uncle Tian smiled and said, "A full 5,000 years. I've finally found you." Uncle Tian said, "Child, your ancestor and I were sworn brothers. You don't need to call me senior either. If you don't mind, then call me Uncle Tian." Ming Dong said, "Yes. Thank you, Uncle Tian." He smiled and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you and your friend came to participate in the gathering of the mercenaries, right?" Ming Dong said, "Uncle Tian is right. This is my good brother, Giani Shan." Chanyang Jianshan said, "Greetings, Senior Tian." Uncle Tian said, "Child, your strength is too weak right now. Stay here for a while. I will do my best to help you improve your strength." Ming Dong said, Uncle Tian, can my brother Jian Shan also cultivate with me?" Chanyang Jianshan smiled and said, "Ming Dong, this is a family inheritance. It's not appropriate for me to stay here. Besides, I have other things to do." Ming Dong asked, what things? Giani Shan smiled and said, the Qin clan head asked me to protect Qin Shao during this gathering of the mercenaries. I have to go find him. Ming Dong said, this. Chanyang Giani Shan smiled and placed his hand on Ming Dong's shoulder, saying, all right, you should take this time to improve your strength. Come find me when you've broken through to Great Earth Saint Master. Ming Dong said, all right. Giani Shan smiled and clasped his hands, saying to Uncle Tian, Senior Tian, I'll leave my brother Ming Dong in your care. Uncle Tian said, don't worry. This old man, guarantee he'll be completely transformed. Uncle Tian said, then this junior will take his leave. Then Chanyang Giani Shan walked toward the door. Uncle Tian smiled and said, good, good. It seems Ming Dong has found a good brother. Later, Chanyang Giani Shan was getting water from a stream. A sound in the forest caught Giani Shan's attention. He picked up his sword and said, who's there? Stop sneaking around and come out. Luana aimed her bow at Chanyang Giani Shan and said, you filthy rogue. Prepare to die. Giani Shan looked up and asked, Luana. Luana drew her bow and said, you filthy rogue. Is Luana a name you can call me? Chanyang Giani Shan held up his hands in surrender and said, Miss Luana. It was really a misunderstanding at first. Luana still gritted her teeth and drew her bow, saying, cut the crap. Today I must enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. A pink light radiated from her body. Luana said, I'll shoot you, you peeping Tom. There was a huge explosion in the middle of a large forest. Chanyang Giani Shan, with a purple face, was flying in the air. A voice came from the flames. You filthy rogue. Luana held her bow and aimed at Chanyang Giani Shan, shooting. She said, if you're still a man, then stop dodging. Yin Chen dodged Luan s arrows. He said with an annoyed face, do you take me for a fool? To stand still and be a target for you? A hee-hee laugh was heard. The person said, Luana, my little treasure. We meet again. Luana said, sure, Xiren. You still dare to show your face in front of me? Chanyang Giani Shan looked at Luana and thought, from the looks of it, he's an enemy of Miss Luana. She held her bow and a pink arrow firmly in her hand. Then Luana aimed and shot straight down. Sure, Xiren stood there, smiling and waving his hand up and down. Then an orange shield appeared in front of them, and a pink light struck the orange shield. Then a bright pink light shone in front of Luana. She covered her face with her hand. Xiren smirked and said, Luana, don't waste your energy. Your king's armament can't hurt me. Chanyang Giani Shan looked at the bow Luana was holding. Giani Shan thought, king's armament? What grade of weapon is that? Why have I never heard of it before? Luana said angrily, sure, Xiren. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, my Huang family will fight your Sure family to the death. Sure, Xiren laughed. Hee, don't worry. After I have your body, I will take responsibility for you. I'll immediately go to your Huang family to propose marriage. Luana said, sure, Xiren, you're disgusting. Then she aimed her bow, which radiated a pink light. Luana said, even if I die, I won't let you touch a single hair on my head. Then, only a pink light appeared in front of Luana. Luana looked at Chanyang Giani Shan and said, you filthy rogue. Help me deal with them, and I won't shoot you anymore. Xiren smiled and said, brat, this is a grudge between the Sure family and the Huang family. You better not meddle. Xiren smiled slyly and said, look, this is a guy who meddled before. He wanted to save this girl. In the end, we beat him half to death. He looked at the two of them and said, brat, you can still retreat now. Otherwise, Chanyang Giani Shan frowned and thought, Qin Shao. Countless pink lights appeared around Giani Shan's body. Luana looked at Chanyang Giani Shan's terrifying power and thought, such strong spiritual energy. Then, a purple light shone within the circle. A gray-haired man was standing amidst countless purple lights flashing past him. Then his mouth began to bleed, and he spat out blood. Chanyang Giani Shan held his sword and said, I don't want to waste time with you. Tell me, the owner of this belt. Giani Shan's face darkened as he asked, where is he now? Sure, Xiren said angrily, how dare you? To sneak attack while the Sure family's guards weren't paying attention. Wang Yue, kill this brat. Avenge Uncle Lu. The gray-bearded man said, but young master, Sure, Xiren said, what are you waiting for? Attack. Then he charged forward and said, die. Chanyang Giani Shan held his sword and slashed forward. The gray-bearded man gritted his teeth and fell forward. His fist glowed. He said, Watch me break your broken sword. His fist passed through the sword. Countless pink lights surrounded the gray-bearded man's body. The gray-bearded man had been stabbed by the blade. Giani Shan asked, "Why can't you just answer my question?" Luaner thought in surprise. How did his strength suddenly become so formidable? Could it be that he was holding back when he fought me? Giani glanced down at Ziren, who was sneaking away. A sword appeared in front of Ziren, making him sweat in fear and exclaim, "Hey!" Ziren said fearfully, "A little brat. You can kill my guards, that's fine. But if you dare to touch me, my family will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Giani frowned and said, "Answer my question." Giani held his sword and said, "Or end up like them." Then both Giani and Ziren lowered themselves. His face contorted in annoyance as he said, "Wow. Do you really think Ziren, am afraid of you?" Giani held his weapon and charged forward angrily. Golden lights surrounded Ziren. He said angrily, "Indestructible golden body." A golden ball surrounded Ziren's body, and a pink light was shooting towards Ziren. But it was protected by the orange ball. Giani Shan was holding a knife and charging towards Ziren. Ziren smiled as he looked at the arrow flying towards his golden shield. He smiled smugly and said, "Brat, keep walking. Come and cut me if you have the guts." A rope appeared in Ziren's hand. He said, "I was originally saving this to teach that damn girl a lesson, but it's also suitable for you." Then Ziren threw the rope forward and said, "Watch this." Giani used his sword to cut Ziren's rope. Countless pink lights surrounded Giani Shan's body. A pink light shot towards Ziren. It was the power of the azure and violet heaven-splitting sword. Then countless pink lights struck the ground. Luaner smiled and said, "Well done. You filthy rogue, cut that dog to pieces for me." She smiled and aimed her bow, saying, Ziren, "Watch me shoot you dead. You coward in a shell." Giani Shan had already jumped to sit next to Luaner. Giani said, "Don't move. His turtle shell is not easy to break." Ziren was floating in the air. Ziren said angrily, "I didn't want to use my secret treasure, but I have no other choice." He was cultivating some kind of golden box. Ziren said, "This is my family's king's armament. Its name is," Luaner asked in surprise, "the mountain seal? Why is the mountain seal in your possession?" Ziren said, "I didn't expect you to have some knowledge, to even recognize my family's mountain seal." Luaner ran and said, "You filthy rogue. Run." Ziren smiled and threw the box in his hand into the air. Ziren smiled and said, "Let's see where you can run." Ziren's angry hands emitted golden lights. He said, "Mountain seal. Suppress them for me." Then Luaner and Giani Shan ran hand in hand. Luaner thought angrily, "It's over. I can't escape. Am I going to die here today?" Giani Shan said, "Luaner, you run first." Luaner reached out her hand and said, "You filthy rogue." Then a large stone wall appeared in front of her. Luaner shed tears and said, "You filthy rogue. Who allowed you to push me?" "Sobi, didn't I tell you to run?" Ziren smiled smugly, standing on the square block, and said, "Humph. You dare to oppose me, Ziren? This is your end, to be crushed into mincemeat by me." Ziren smiled and said, "Luaner, your little lover has been crushed into mincemeat by me. If you obediently come over here and listen to me, I might consider it." Then a purple light shone from under the box. The purple light shot straight into Ziren's back, but it was blocked by his circle, and a pink light appeared. Luaner looked up with teary eyes. She looked at Giani Shan, while Ziren was very surprised, his mouth agape. Giani said, "Miss Luaner, the situation was urgent just now. I had to send you away in a hurry. Are you hurt?" Luaner asked, "You filthy rogue. You're okay." Giani asked, "I have a defensive treasure. This mountain seal can't kill me. Do you know how to break his turtle shell?" Ziren thought angrily, "This brat really has a treasure on him. Now it's 1 against 2. My protective barrier's energy is also running low. The mountain seal uses too much energy for a single use. There's no other way. I have to run first." Then Ziren flew into the air with the box. Ziren said, "Consider yourselves lucky. I'll find someone to deal with you 2 lovebirds later." Luaner looked up and said, "If you have the guts, don't run. If I don't shoot you full of holes like a porcupine." "My surname isn't Huang. Chanyang Jianshan placed his hand on Luaner's shoulder and said, Miss Luaner, don't pursue a cornered enemy. Then Jianshan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chanyang Jianshan, with blood on his mouth, said, Run. Luaner stood up and said, Hey, you filthy rogue. Chanyang Jianshan said, Don't scare me. In a very dark and eerie forest, Chanyang Jianshan was lying face down on the ground. Luaner held a bottle of water and looked at Jianshan, saying, Luckily, there's still some holy water left. She brought it to Chanyang Jianshan's mouth and said, Drink up. You'll be fine after you drink it. The water was poured into his mouth, but all of it trickled out. Luaner thought worriedly, What should I do? Then she looked at the bottle of water and poured it all into her mouth. Luaner intended to feed Chanyang Jianshan with her own mouth. Then her lips were about to touch Jianshan's. Luaner was sitting by the fire, warming herself. She thought, Are there really fools in this world who are willing to risk their lives to save others? Luaner crawled over to Chanyang Jianshan and said, I was just checking to see if this guy drank it. Then she went over to look at Jianshan's face. Chanyang Jianshan opened his eyes and asked, Miss Luaner, what are you looking at? Luaner looked up in surprise and said, Hey, consider yourself lucky. I just wanted to see how you could survive a direct hit from the mountain seal. Chanyang Jianshan asked, Where is this? Luaner said, That bastard surname sure ran away. I saw that your injuries were too severe, so I found a nearby cave. Jianshan asked, That's right. What is that mountain seal? It's so powerful. It's probably not your saint weapon, is it? Luaner picked up her bow and said, The mountain seal is like my sun and moon bow. They are both king's armaments. Chanyang Jianshan asked, King's armament? The parts of the bow were disassembled and laid on the ground. Luaner said, King's armaments are all saint weapons used by Saint King experts. After the Saint King experts passed away, these saint weapons did not dissipate into energy in the world, but were perfectly preserved. Chanyang Jianshan said, So that's how it is. I didn't expect a saint weapon to be formed from the condensed body of a Saint King expert. No wonder it's so powerful. Luaner turned her face away and said, Humph. If I had also reached the Second Revolution Great Earth Saint Master Realm, I could definitely use the sun and moon bow to shoot that dog surname sure full of holes like a porcupine. Chanyang Jianshan asked, The reason I couldn't cut him is also related to the king's armament. Luaner said, That's a barrier power left on him by a Saint King expert. Its defensive power is extremely strong. Chanyang Jianshan asked, Is there a way to break that barrier? Or make it disappear for a short time? Luaner said, When the attacking power exceeds the barrier's endurance, the barrier will naturally be broken. Also, when he uses up the barrier's power, it will also disappear. But how long his barrier's power can last? I'm not sure either, Chanyang Jianshan thought. It seems that when I meet him again, I'll have to find a way to continuously deplete his barrier's energy. Jianshan stood up and clasped his hands to Luaner, saying, Thank you for saving my life, Miss Luaner. I still have important matters to attend to. Then Chanyang Jianshan touched his hand and winced. Luaner said, You filthy rogue. The holy water only saved your life. Those injuries will take at least 3 days to heal. You should honestly stay here and recuperate. Chanyang Jianshan winced and said, I can't. I have to find someone. Luaner asked, You can barely walk now. Who are you looking for? Chanyang Jianshan said, The owner of this belt is my brother. I promised his father that I would protect him during the gathering of the mercenaries. Luaner watched Chanyang Jianshan leave and said, You've offended Shur Xiren. He won't let you go without me to help you. If you run into Shur Xiren, you'll be dead for sure. I won't let you take that risk. Jianshan looked at her angry face and asked, Miss Luaner, why do you care so much about me? Luaner said angrily, Who cares about you? I'm the only one who can deal with you. No one else is allowed. Chanyang Jianshan smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Miss Luaner. But I, Jianshan, cannot ignore the life and death of my brother and just lie here and recuperate. Luaner said, You stubborn fool. You're making me so angry. Then Jianshan still decided to leave. Chanyang Jianshan looked behind him and asked, Why are you following me? Luaner turned her face away and said, Who's following you? This forest is so big. I can go wherever I want. Jianshan asked, Are you afraid that Shur Xiren is coming to get you? Luaner raised her bow and said, If he dares to come, I'll shoot him full of holes like a porcupine. Besides, even if I can't beat him myself, I still have Uncle Feng and Uncle Yin to help me fight him. Suddenly, Chanyang Jian Chun covered Wanner's mouth. Jian Shan said, "Shoo, someone's coming." A shadow flashed quickly through a forest. Wanner and Chanyang Jianshan were hiding behind a tree, looking out at a person who had fallen to the ground. Jianshan thought, Qin Shao. A gray-haired man held a sword and smiled, saying, "You dare to oppose the Sure family? This is your end. If you don't want to die, you can still surrender now." Qin Shao said angrily, "Even if I, Qin Shao, die here today, I will never be a dog for that bastard." He said angrily, holding his sword, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Suddenly, a black light flashed past his face. He asked angrily, "Who's there?" Chanyang Jianshan said, "The one who will take your dog's life." Qin Shao said loudly, "Jianshan, he's a great Earth Saint Master. We don't stand a chance. I'll hold him off. You go." The gray-haired man smiled and said, "Jianshan, excellent. It was worth the search." Then something charged forward. He charged forward angrily, smiling, and said, "The Sure family is looking for you in the secret realm. Your head is worth a lot of money." Luana looked at Chanyang Jianshan and said, "Be careful." Then a blue light shot towards Jianshan. Then only blue lights appeared. Luana called out in surprise, "Jianshan." The gray-haired man was holding a sword and stabbing Chanyang Jianshan. But Jianshan's body was frozen in ice. "You laugh, huh?" He said, "This reward was as easy to get as turning my hand." Chanyang Jianshan asked, "A great Earth Saint Master? Is this all the strength you have?" Luana looked ahead in surprise. Pink flames radiated from Jianshan's body, and the ice shattered and flew out. A huge block of ice flew forward. The gray-haired man looked at the block of ice flying towards him. He smiled and said, "A petty trick." Chanyang Jianshan was jumping in the air, holding a large blade. The two swords clashed. He smiled and said, "Didn't expect that, did you? I have 2 saint weapons." The gray-haired man smiled dangerously and said, "Die." Then his mouth opened wide. Chanyang Jianshan held his blade forward and said, "Sorry, I also have 2 saint weapons." Jianshan walked over to Qin Shao and asked, "Qin Shao, are you all right?" Qin Shao smiled, blood trickling from his mouth, and said, "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet." Chanyang Jianshan held out his hand and said, "Take this pill to stabilize your injuries first." Qin Shao said, "Thanks." Then Qin Shao put the pill in his mouth. Then countless golden lights radiated from his body. Then the 3 of them, Chanyang Jianshan, Luana and Qin Shao, were all sitting around the fire. "Shanyang Tian est, Miss Luina. Why do you keep staring at me without saying anything? Is there something on my face?" Luana said, "You filthy rogue. You clearly have 2 saint weapons. Why didn't you take them out when you were fighting that Sure guy?" Chanyang Jianshan said, "Miss Luana, I couldn't break through Sure Xiren's defense. It wouldn't matter how many saint weapons I had." Luana said, "That's true." Jianshan offered the leg of meat to Luana and said, "Miss Luana, eat something to replenish your strength first." She took the leg of meat and said, "At least you have some conscience." Qin Shao smiled and said, "You have good taste." Chanyang Jianshan said, "Qin Shao, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Luana said, "You chicken head. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot you full of holes like a porcupine." Qin Shao was eating a giant leg of meat and said, all right. I'll shut up." Chanyang Jianshan asked, "Qin Shao, why did you offend the Sure family? Were you also dragged into this by someone else?" Luana looked at Jianshan and said, "You filthy rogue. What do you mean?" Qin Shao was chewing his food and said, "The reason I was being hunted is because," he said, "a heaven-tier battle skill." When Qin Shao finished speaking, both Chanyang Jianshan and Luana were surprised. Qin Shao spoke up. "I was first transported to a large mountain in the background." He remembered the time he was in the secret realm and said, "I continuously defeated several competitors in the background. Corpses were scattered everywhere. And thanks to these battles, I learned from a competitor that there is a reclusive expert's cave dwelling in the forest on the southern mountain peak." Qin Shao imagined and recounted. "I heard that in the expert's cave dwelling, there are not only many magical treasures and spiritual herbs, but also a powerful heaven-tier battle skill. Hearing this, he also asked in amazement, "A heaven-tier martial skill?" Qin Shao replied, "That's right. Do you two want to go take a look?" Qin Shao scratched his head, stood up, and said, "My strength is not enough to join in the fun." He spoke up, "Then you should stay here and recuperate." In his heart, he thought, "A heaven-tier battle skill. I must get it." The next morning, he and Luaner landed together. The two of them stood looking at the large gate. In front of them, he said, "This is the transport gate of the secret realm." The crowd in front was whispering. "The guardian beast of the cave dwelling isn't dead yet." "No, if this continues, I'm afraid that even when the competition time is over, we still won't be able to enter that cave dwelling. It seems we can only wait for the 5 great experts to arrive. Only then can we join forces to defeat the beast." Seeing this, he was puzzled and turned to ask Luaner, "Who are the 5 great experts they're talking about?" She replied, "Qin Ji, Dugu Feng, Tianma Ling, Jita Wukong, Shi Ziren." He was a little skeptical that Shi Ziren was also included. Luaner explained further to him. "He has a king's armament and a life-saving barrier. Why wouldn't he be included?" He was skeptical. Shi Ziren is also included? He has a king's armament and a life-saving barrier. Why wouldn't he be included? He smiled with amusement. "I was just wondering where to find him. I didn't expect him to deliver himself to my doorstep." The two of them walked on. Then he instructed the person beside him, "If we know Shi Ziren is coming, then we should prepare in advance." Suddenly, a blow came from somewhere, causing a crack in the ground. A man holding a saber walked over and asked, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Don't you know the rules? Is this a place you can just come to?" The crowd behind also whispered, "Who is that? The people from the Jita family are bullying people again." The person next to him immediately signaled for silence. "Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you." The man with the saber continued to shout, "Brat, are you deaf? If you don't want to die, then get lost." He held his sword and charged forward. With one slash, the man cried out in pain. He was slashed in the leg by him, and then he was kicked in the face. The man flew far away. He slammed into the tree behind him. He clutched his leg and said, "My leg? You actually dared to break my leg." The surrounding crowd, seeing that something big was happening, couldn't help but gossip. "Is this brat that awesome? He actually dared to kill someone from the Jita family. What is this brat's background?" He turned his head and called out, "Miss Luena." At this moment, a voice rang out. "Stop!" A man with long yellow hair. He held a spear and jumped towards them. "You dare to kill someone from the Jita family, and you still want to leave alive?" Luan shouted, "Be careful. That long spear is a king's armament." He blocked the spear and thought to himself, "A king's armament. Could he be one of 5 great experts Luaner just mentioned?" And the other guy also shouted, "D." The man leaped up and threw the spear down, saying, "Divine spear technique. Divine dragon swings its tail." He himself was unfazed and thought to himself, "I'd like to see just how hard this king's armament really is." The spear, with its dazzling golden light, clashed with a large sphere. The impact was so great that even lightning appeared, creating a terrifying explosion. The heavens and earth also trembled, and dust filled the air. Wukong pointed his spear at him and began to interrogate him. "The sword in your hand is also a king's armament. Which family are you from?" He smiled slowly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems these 5 great experts are just SOSO." This enraged Ged Wukong, who roared, "What did you say?" He raised his sword and said, "Don't worry. The sword in my hand may not be a ruler armament, but it's more than enough to kill you. You're courting death." Ged Wukong yelled. An arrow was shot. It flew past him and landed behind him. Ged Wukong turned to see Luo holding a bow and immediately recognized her identity. The sun and moon bow. Why is a prodigy from the royal family helping this brat? The gate in front of them suddenly lit up, and a spatial portal appeared. A figure leaped out, landing between the two of them and Ged Wukong. This person looked very young. He was probably around the same age as them. He scratched his head as he stepped out, calling to his brother. "Brother Qin, that thing's hide is too thick. I can't cut through it." Noticing the tense situation, he stopped talking. He looked at the two enemies glaring at each other with hatred. This confused him, and he asked, "Who are you two?" Looking a bit further, he saw Luoya. A dramatic story immediately formed in his mind. 2 men fighting over Luo. He exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, Am I interrupting a duel for love? The man he had called Brother Chin ran over. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Feng, your emotional intelligence is too low. There are some things you just can't say out loud. Realizing the conversation was getting out of hand, Giani Shan explained, brothers, please don't speak nonsense. Miss Luo'er and I are just friends. Luo'er blushed and said, that's right. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll turn you into a pincushion. The man called Fenger looked over at Ged Wukong. He grinned slyly. So you're the simp, huh? A vein throbbed on Ged Wukong's forehead. You're infuriating me. I, Ged Wukong, have never been so humiliated. I'll fight you all. Before things could escalate further, a new character appeared. A giggle came from behind Giani Shan. It's so lively here. He looked back to see a beautiful woman approaching his group. She greeted them. Hello, handsome. I'm Tiemu Ling. Seeing the way Tiemu Ling was smiling and talking to Giani Shan, Luo'er became jealous. She cursed the other girl for being so shameless. Tianmu Ling noticed Luo'er's strange glare. She smiled warmly. And what is this little sister's name? Little sister, you don't need to be jealous of me. I mean no harm. Luo'er had been called out. She was too embarrassed to admit it and shouted loudly. Stop talking nonsense. Who would be jealous of a shameless flirt like you? Seeing her strong reaction, Tiemu Ling was even more amused and continued to tease her. Little sister, getting angry isn't good for you. Good girls should be a little gentler. That's how you get men to like you. Luo'er was speechless. She stormed off in a huff. She stomped her feet like a child as she walked away. Tianmu Ling ignored Luo'er. She exuded the charm of a beautiful woman. She asked in a soft, gentle voice, you're so handsome, little brother. You've completely captivated me. May I know your name? He replied coldly, I am Giani Shan. After hearing his name, Tiemu Ling seemed a bit disappointed. She had thought he was one of the 5 great experts, which was why she had been so cheerful. She looked at the 3 men behind him, as if searching for the expert she was hoping to find. Then she asked, may I know the names of you 3 handsome gentlemen? One by one, they introduced themselves. Dugu Feng, Kvin Yi, and Ged Wukong. After hearing their names, Tiemu Ling's expression changed completely. She exclaimed excitedly, wow, to have 3 of the 5 great experts appear before me at once. I'm both thrilled and nervous. Qin Ji was quite composed. He responded to Tiemu Ling's praise. Miss Tianmu, you flatter us. When it comes to the 5 great experts, aren't you one of them as well, Miss Tiemu? Tiemu Ling acted shyly. I'm just a weak woman. How could I be as powerful as you gentlemen? So, 4 of the 5 experts were now present. Giani Shan, who had been the center of attention, was now sidelined. While the other 4 were praising each other, he noticed someone peeking from behind a bush. Without a second thought, he immediately grabbed his sword and charged forward. Whoosh! The sword spirit in his hand shot out. Shurziren had no idea what he was about to face, or what hit him. By the time he looked up, the sword was already right in front of his face. He only managed to lean back in sheer shock. That guy's sword force is too strong. Spiritual energy radiated across the entire area. The tree trunk behind Shurziren was blasted with a massive hole. If that hit him, this day next year would be the anniversary of his death. His arm trembled with pain. The wound seemed quite severe. Shurziren trembled. He gritted his teeth and glared furiously. That sword strike just now was terrifying. I was almost killed. Recalling that sword strike filled him with regret. He clicked his tongue. TCH. I was so close to killing him. Tiemu Ling heard this. She jumped in surprise, thinking to herself, what did he just say? Did I hear that right? Does he realize what he just did? At such a distance, he almost insta-killed Shurziren, one of the 5 great experts, and he nearly succeeded? Giani Shan's battle with Ged Wukong hadn't even finished yet, and now Shurziren had arrived. He grabbed the Treasure Mountain seal, preparing to throw it out. Under his control, the Treasure Mountain seal expanded, covering the entire sky, blocking out the light. Shurziren screamed, today it's a fight to the death. Shurziren used his rage skill, a berserk skill aimed right at him. I will crush you into meat paste. Giani Shan frowned, looking at the incoming attack, thinking to himself, I can only try to see if my strongest sword chi can cut through this ruler armament or not. Luo'er quickly ran over, raising her bow high. You stinking rogue, run quickly. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Contrary to Luo'er's fearful expression, Dugufeng confidently grabbed his sword hilt and spoke to everyone. Great timing. I couldn't cut that beast in the cave, but you think I can't cut you? He quickly activated his yellow cloud sword skill. Clouds gathered in the sky. Flames immediately engulfed the surroundings. Qinji and Jita Wukong also charged forward. Tianma Ling used her ultimate technique, scolding Shi Ziren. Shi Ziren, you have quite the temper. We didn't even offend you. Being attacked relentlessly from all sides, Shi Ziren was terrified. Damn it, that bastard tricked me. He made enemies for me everywhere. I can't retract it in time. The ruler armament hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. Shi Ziren flew down in fear. Everyone, Shi Ziren, didn't do that on purpose. Is everyone all right? Then he panicked. Like an arrow, Giani Shan shot straight toward Shi Ziren. Shi Ziren managed to use his shield to block the sword just in time. Giani Shan was surprised, then quickly retreated. He observed Shi Ziren, analyzing. I can feel his energy barrier weakening. 3 more hits. I can definitely destroy him. The sword strike Giani Shan delivered enraged Shi Ziren. He screamed, shameless little villain. You only know how to sneak attack. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? Ignoring Shi Ziren's words, Giani Shan gripped the dagger behind his back, secretly planning. I'll use the moment I get close to him to use the sword chi to shatter his energy barrier. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his sleeve. Surprising him, he turned around. Luan scolded, idiot. He says go and you just go? She took a step forward, using her body to block in front of him, challenging Shi Ziren. Shi Ziren, you spend your whole life hiding inside your energy barrier like a turtle. You have no right to lecture others. If you didn't have that barrier power, this lady would have shot you into a hedgehog already. Luaner's words seemed to hit a nerve. He frowned and shouted, you stinking woman. I'll send you wretched couple to hell together. Shi Ziren prepared to use his power, but was stopped. He looked at the hand, grabbing his wrist. Qinji simply smiled and reminded him. Brother Shi, can you listen to me for a moment? Before he could activate his skill, he was surrounded by high-level experts. Shi Ziren explained in fear. Everyone, just now I was momentarily agitated. I didn't mean to make enemies of you all. Qinji kept his crafty smile and let go of his hand. Don't worry. We all understand. Otherwise, you would be dead meat right now. Then he turned to make peace with everyone. Everyone, didn't we come here for the treasures in the cave? I just want to check it out with Brother Dugufeng. There are 2 magical beasts inside. Qinji continued to use his fake friendly face to propose an idea. Relying only on the 2 of us, I'm afraid we can't enter the cave dwelling. So, I have a proposal. Tianma Ling, Shi Ziren, and Jita Wukong listened silently as Qinji continued. I hope everyone can temporarily set aside personal grievances. Let's unite. How about we combine everyone's strength to defeat the beasts, then enter the cave to find the treasure? Dugufeng stood on the side, clapping in support. Right? Let's go together this time. I don't believe I can't cut down those animals. Tianma Ling also held her cheek, falling into thought. That's right. Isn't there a heaven-tier battle skill in the cave? Then Qinji flew down. He walked up to Giani Shan and said, Brother, wait until we get the treasure. It won't be too late for you to make your move then. Noticing Kvini's unpredictability, Giani Shan frowned, assessing him. This guy. Then he sheathed his sword into his spatial bag. Accepting, he said fine, since Brother Qin puts it that way. Still unable to swallow his anger, Shi Ziren could only shout, consider yourself lucky with that dogshit luck, kid. Facing his insults, Giani Shan calmly replied, Shi Ziren, you'd better pray that turtle shell of yours lasts forever. Otherwise, you will truly die. Tianma Ling coquettishly praised. Little brother, you are so interesting. To actually call the barrier power left by a Saint King in someone's body a turtle shell. Hee, how descriptive. Luaner, out of jealousy, kicked Giani Shan in the butt, angrily saying, you shameless fox. The sudden kick surprised him. Why did you kick me? To his question, Luaner simply replied, I felt like it. Putting that aside, Qinji calmly described the appearance of the 2 magical beasts. These are the guardian beasts Brother Dugufeng and I encountered inside. With a wave of his hand, images of the soaring sky spirit snake and the purple gold lightning lion appeared. Kvini spoke frankly. Let's split into teams. Qinji pointed at the spirit snake and said, this soaring sky spirit snake can not only fly, but is also covered in deadly poison. The other one has very thick scales. Normal attacks struggle to cause any damage. Moreover, its whole body is wrapped in lightning. Dugafeng immediately added, I don't care how you split up. Either way, I want to hack that stinking lion to death. That beast almost shocked me to death just now. I, Dugafeng, want revenge. Giani Shan remained extremely calm. Leave this soaring sky spirit snake to me and Miss Luaner. Immediately, Qin Ji interjected. Since Brother Giani Shan says so, he must have a plan. Dugafeng immediately changed his tone. Luaner's ruler armament is a bow. If the soaring sky spirit snake flies up, Miss Luaner can shoot it down. If it gets into close combat, I can keep it busy. I won't let it get near Miss Luaner. Luaner was now filled with shyness. Right. Exactly like that. Tian Ma Ling's face became unusually enchanting. Tian Ma Ling turned and smiled, saying, Little brother Giani Shan, this whip of mine can stop that snake from flying around. Can I join you to deal with the spirit snake? Luaner became furious. We don't need you, you vixen. Get lost. However, at this moment, Tian Ma Ling continued to circle around Giani Shan. Brother Giani Shan, she has such a hot temper. Usually, living with her must be miserable for you. Luaner couldn't control her emotions, raising her bow and aiming at Tian Ma Ling. I'll shoot you dead, you two-faced witch. Giani Shan finally spoke up. Miss Tian Ma, please don't provoke her anymore. Her mood hasn't been good lately. Hearing this, Tian Ma Ling laughed awkwardly. Oh ha, I know I was wrong. Little brother, seeming to realize things shouldn't go too far, Yin Chen immediately comforted Luaner. Miss Luaner, let Miss Tian Ma come with us. Her ruler armament can indeed help us restrict the soaring sky spirit snake's movements. Hearing this, Luaner didn't bother arguing anymore. Qin Ji then stepped forward. Then it's decided. Brother Giani Shan, the three of you deal with the soaring sky spirit snake. The four of us will handle that lion. Giani Shan was a bit confused. Brother Qin, this is... Qin Ji immediately explained. This is an antidote pill. The soaring sky spirit snake is highly venomous. Once poisoned, take this immediately. Giani Shan accepted it. Thanks. The soaring sky spirit snake was still in a deep slumber. Suddenly, its eyes turned glowing red. An arrow was flying straight toward it. The soaring sky spirit snake didn't hesitate and immediately used its magic. It spat out a beam of light to block the incoming arrow. Standing on the side, Luaner couldn't help but exclaim. That beast reacted so fast. The soaring sky spirit snake opened its massive mouth. Immediately, Giani Shan charged forward. Miss Tian Ma, seal the space above the snake. Luaner, keep your distance and shoot. Tian Ma Ling immediately used her whip. Got it. Giani Shan didn't hesitate, raising his sword and rushing at the soaring sky spirit snake. Take this. A beautiful slash created a cut on the snake's body. The spirit snake, having been hit, immediately fell backward. Its body sprayed out a deadly poison. Giani Shan finally realized the danger. Luaner screamed in extreme worry. Careful. Get out of there. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lion also woke up and prepared to attack. Dugafeng was trying his best to hold it off. Take this for shocking me earlier. Suddenly, at that moment, Qin Ji noticed something was wrong. Something was trying to attack Dugafeng. Right at that instant, Qin Ji rushed over, urging, Move! Something is falling from above. Luckily, all three of them managed to escape. Qin Ji turned back with a dark expression and said, Sure, Xiren, what is the meaning of this? Dugafeng became furious. You bastard! You attack without even barking first? Sure, Xiren's expression changed. In such a dangerous situation, if you two think I did wrong, then don't come with me. Hearing such words, Dugafeng became enraged. Qin Ji immediately intervened. Feng, don't be impulsive. We can't afford to offend Sure Xiren right now. Just endure it for now. Immediately after, Qin Ji smoothed things over. Sure Xiren, we admit defeat this time. Just be a bit more careful in the future. Sure Xiren picked up the items. He said arrogantly, Let's go. Let's see what's over there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luaner was still trying to find a position. Damn it. You two, get out of that poison mist quickly. I can't just shoot blindly right now. If I hit them, it'll be a disaster. Suddenly, a noise from behind surprised Luaner. She slowly flew towards Qin Ji with a pleading look. Kvinyi, come help me quickly. Seeing her anxious appearance, Qin Ji asked, Miss Luaner, Where are Giani Shan and Ling? Luan replied frantically. That stinking snake spat out a poison mist and trapped them both inside. Hearing this, Qin also panicked. What? How long have they been trapped in the mist? Luan said worriedly. Nearly half an hour. Qin gritted his teeth in frustration. This is bad. The toxicity of the soaring sky spirit snake is extremely potent. Even a radiant saint master couldn't last an hour in there. We have to save them quickly. Ling was also panicking inside. Giani Shan, my antidote pill is about to run out. We have to think of a way out fast. Giani Shan was still trying to fight the spirit snake. He was pushed back, feeling a bit dizzy. This beast's skin is too tough. I can only try using that move. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Giani Shan and pulled him outward. Ling urged him anxiously. Giani Shan, didn't I say we should leave quickly? Giani Shan immediately replied. Miss Tianma, you get out first. I'll try again to see if I can kill this beast. Suddenly, there was movement behind them. Giani Shan looked toward Ling and shouted. Miss Tianma, careful. The soaring sky spirit snake seized the opening to attack Ling. Ling immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Giani Shan caught her weak body, asking worriedly, Miss Tianma, are you okay? Ling trembled. Go quickly. The soaring sky spirit snake became increasingly aggressive. Giani Shan didn't hold back anymore. You asked for this. Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura. The sword, now seemingly sentient, shot forward. The soaring sky spirit snake immediately spat out a powerful poison mist to counterattack. But right then, the spirit snake was instantly struck down. Outside, Luan called out in panic. Giani Shan, Dugafeng was extremely confident. Luan, looks like your little boyfriend has become a snack for the flying snake. Luan immediately screamed. Shut up, you turtle. Dugafeng held a box, looking extremely smug. Originally, if a certain little girl had been a bit more obedient, I wouldn't have minded helping. After all, the great beauty Ling is in there. What a pity. However, a voice rang out, surprising everyone. A beam of light flew out of the poison mist, shooting straight into the sky. Dugafeng panicked and summoned his saint armor. At that moment, the object slammed straight into the protective shield created by Dugafeng. Dugafeng seemed to realize something and looked back. Giani Shan finally appeared with Ling. Your turtle shell is really hard, even harder than that beast inside. Dugafeng grimaced. Giani Shan. Qin looked happy to see everyone. Brother Giani Shan, you finally made it out. If you hadn't come out, I'm afraid Miss Luan, seeming to have her thoughts exposed, Luan got flustered. Kvinyi, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's worried about this stinking rogue? Ling immediately teased. I wonder which little girl was heartbroken just now? Calling out brother Giani Shan's name? Luan lose hit. I'll fight you. You shameless woman. Giani Shan immediately stepped in, holding Luan's hand tightly to soothe her. All right. The beast is dead. Let's go to the main gate of the secret realm. Luan acted annoyed. Get away. Who said you could hold my hand? At this time, everyone appeared at the main gate of the secret realm. Giani Shan observed the surroundings. Behind this door is probably the treasure cave. Dugafeng, extremely excited, raised his blade. Watch me smash this door. But then a powerful aura radiated from within. Giani Shan's group was startled. What? Dugafeng unleashed consecutive attacks on the stone door, but it didn't budge. He exclaimed, This stone door is even harder than that beast just now. Qin looked up at the stone door and said, If we break this door, we can enter the cave dwelling. He turned and said, Let us use our ruler armaments and attack at the same time. I don't believe this stone door can withstand our combined attack. Dugafeng said, Then let's do as Brother Qin says. Everyone, let's slash this stone door together. Ling spoke up. He. Then, little brothers, later, put some effort into it. Whether we can break this thick stone door depends entirely on you all. She turned to speak to Xiang Tian. Little brother Xiang Tian, do you want to give it a try? Xiang Tian replied, I don't have a ruler armament. Besides, the width of the passage here is limited, so I won't block the way. Hearing this, Ziren said disdainfully, If you have no skill, then get lost. Otherwise, when we get the treasure inside, it won't be your turn anyway. Xiang Tian simply replied. Later, when opening the door, be careful. Don't get killed by exploding rocks. Sure, Ziren said angrily. He thought to himself, this kid wants to ambush me while we break the door. I must be on guard. Qin Ji said, everyone attack. Hearing this, everyone combined their forces to unleash their moves on the stone door. Attacked by them, the stone door exploded. From inside the stone door, a bamboo scroll flew out. Wukong, Xiang Tian, and Sure Ziren all aimed for the bamboo scroll. They jumped up simultaneously to snatch it. Each of them grabbed a piece of the bamboo scroll with one hand. Grabbed by the three of them at the same time, the bamboo scroll split into three. Xiang Tian landed on the ground. Wukong and Sure Ziren immediately charged at Xiang Tian. They shouted loudly, Xiang Tian, D, a heaven tier battle skill? Is it something you deserve to hold? Luaner panicked and shouted a warning. Xiang Tian, careful. Xiang Tian gripped his sword and said, just in time, Sure Ziren unleashed a move aimed at Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian used his sword to block Sure Ziren's attack. Wukong also quickly circled behind Xiang Tian, preparing to strike. Suddenly, he saw something and flinched. A sword flew out of nowhere towards Wukong, but he quickly dodged it. Wukong stared blankly at the sword, thinking, what was with that sword? That sword then shot towards Sure Ziren's back. It grazed his face. Xiang Tian slashed at Sure Ziren's technique. He knocked Sure Ziren's move away. Xiang Tian then charged at Sure Ziren with his sword. A Godspeed slash. Sure Ziren was slashed in an instant. He trembled and said, no, impossible. Sure Ziren collapsed to the ground. Xiang Tian walked over and picked up his treasure. Everyone watching exclaimed in their hearts. Xiang Tian actually killed Sure Ziren. Holy crap, Xiang Tian is insane. This guy actually used a sword to pierce through Sure Ziren's ruler barrier. Luaner covered her mouth, thinking in surprise. He actually broke Sure Ziren's barrier. Xiang Tian put the two bamboo scroll pieces into his space ring, then turned to Wukong. Your turn, Wukong said in panic. Xiang Tian, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xiang Tian raised his sword and said decisively. Too late. Xiang Tian lunged at Wukong. Seeing this, Wukong fled in panic. He looked back. Xiang Tian unleashed a move that knocked him into a rock. Wukong looked at his body, still intact, and said, why am I unharmed? Could it be? Then he pointed his spear at Xiang Tian and said, Xiang Tian, I know now. You killing Sure Ziren was purely luck. Xiang Tian sheathed his sword and said, oh, why do you say that? Wukong said, that sword of yours didn't pierce Sure Ziren's ruler barrier at all. The energy of a ruler barrier was exhausted by that idiot Sure Ziren. That sword of yours was just a coincidence. Tian Mao Ling thought. So that's how it is. I was saying, how could Xiang Tian be that strong? He couldn't break a ruler barrier that easily. Wukong spun his spear and charged at Xiang Tian. He added, I'm not as stupid as that Sure Ziren. The ruler barrier energy on me is definitely enough for me to kill you. Wukong used his skill. Divine Dragon Spear. Flood Dragon exits the sea. His spear was engulfed in flames. Xiang Tian also charged at Wukong. Their moves clashed. One of Xiang Tian's swords flew behind Wukong's back. He spun his spear. Their sword and spear disengaged. Xiang Tian's sword attacked Wukong relentlessly, but he dodged it all. Xiang Tian recalled his sword. Wukong laughed triumphantly and said, ha, looks like I wasn't wrong. Xiang Tian, you're dead today. Saying that, he charged at Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian just smiled faintly. Gripping his sword tightly, he thought. He took the bait. His sword was wrapped in a purple aura. Xiang Tian thought, let's see if your turtle shell is harder or my blade is sharper. He unleashed his technique. Azure Violet Sword Chi. Duel Absolute Slash. 2 azure slashes shot out. Facing the attack, Wukong looked panicked. He screamed in fear, no. Xiang Tian's move hit Wukong, pinning him against a nearby rock. Xiang Tian said, killing Sure Ziren was indeed a coincidence because his ruler barrier energy ran out. But why were you so sure I couldn't break your turtle shell? Wukong's face was drained of blood. His clothes were tattered, pinned to the wall. He could only utter one word, you. A moment later, Xiang Tian walked over to Wukong's corpse to loot it. He stored the items in his space ring and turned to say, you all didn't kick me when I was down just now. Thank you. Dugafeng held his head, thinking in panic. Oh my god, luckily I didn't get involved. Otherwise, I'd be lying there too. Qin stepped forward, clasped his hands to Xiang Tian, and said, "We couldn't help you right then. I hope Brother Xiang Tian can forgive us." Tianma Ling also added, "Brother Xiang Tian, are you hurt?" Xiang Tian replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Tianma. I'm Fine." Wander kicked Xiang Tian's leg and shouted loudly, "Shameless hussy, have some shame." Tianma Ling covered her mouth, laughing and teasing Xiang Tian. He, Brother Xiang Tian's little lover is getting jealous. "I'm so scared," Xiang Tian had to say. "Ladies, we've entered the cave dwelling. I see the spiritual energy here is extremely abundant. Why don't we cultivate here?" Qin agreed. Brother Xiang Tian is right. The spiritual energy in this cave is incredibly rich. Anyway, there's still a long time before the trial ends. "Why don't we cultivate here for a bit to advance our cultivation?" Dugufeng said. "What are we waiting for then? Let's go." Entering the cave, Xiang Tian was arranging the bamboo scrolls he just looted. He thought happily, Heaven Usurping Fortune Art. The Heaven Usurping Fortune Art can allow one to unleash combat power 3 times, or even 10 times their own strength for a certain period. The consequence is consuming a lot of Saint Force. The consumption rate is equivalent to the increased combat power. Xiang Tian thought with joy, "I hit the jackpot this time." After the battle skill Seizing the World, Giani Shan's group cultivated in the spiritual energy-rich cave for a year. After a year of cultivation, Giani Shan woke up. He radiated a powerful spiritual force that covered the entire cave. Then he exhaled a refreshing breath. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in this cave, Giani Shan's strength increased by a whole level. Giani Shan walked out and saw everyone still cultivating. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Good dogs don't block the path." Then a man was thrown towards him. Giani Shan looked at the man in confusion. He wondered, did another expert arrive? Turns out, it was Ming Dong. He walked in carrying a sword, shouting, "Why can't I enter this cave? It's not like your family owns it." Giani Shan was very surprised to see Ming Dong. Ming Dong said happily, "Giani Shan, I finally found you." Giani Shan noticed at a glance that Ming Dong's strength had increased. He praised him. "Ming Dong, it seems under Uncle Tian's guidance, your strength has increased quite a bit, hasn't it?" Ming Dong cried, saying that for the past year, he thought Uncle Tian was going to torture him to death. Giani Shan was surprised to hear Ming Dong say he had been training for a year. Ming Dong replied, confused, "That's right. Haven't you guys been cultivating here the whole time?" Giani Shan turned to the 4 people cultivating and said in panic, "We're screwed. We were all in deep meditation. We almost forgot the time." Then he asked Ming Dong how long until the prelims ended. Ming Dong said about 3 days left. Giani Shan immediately checked how many tokens he had. Seeing he didn't have many, he worried, what if I get eliminated? At this moment, Ming Dong laughed smugly. He had over 2,000 tokens on him, so he offered to help Giani Shan. He said he picked up a lot of gold coins from others on the way here, so he'd share some with Giani Shan. Ming Dong then asked how many he had. Giani Shan replied, about 20,000. Ming Dong saw that Giani Shan had several times more than him and screamed in shock. "How many?" After that, to make it out in time, Giani Shan woke everyone up from their cultivation. After waking up, everyone found their cultivation results were not bad. Dugufeng laughed loudly. "Ha! My strength has increased again." Tianma Ling noticed her skin seemed better too. Luana saw her like that and showed her disgust. Shameless thing. A moment later, Qin noticed the person next to Giani Shan and asked who it was. Giani Shan introduced him to them. "Everyone, this is my brother, Ming Dong." Ming Dong also openly introduced himself. Suddenly, Ming Dong's sword hit a brick on the wall, causing it to fall out. The entire cave shook violently. Ming Dong panicked, not understanding what was happening. "What's wrong? What the hell did I touch?" A crack appeared on the cave ceiling. Then gold, silver, and jewels fell from the crack. Giani exclaimed. It seems Giani Shan's brother accidentally triggered the cave's mechanism, causing all the cave's treasures to fall out. Everyone grabbed them quickly. Everyone scrambled to grab the pile of treasures. Giani Shan jumped into the air and quickly stored everything in another dimension. Then he landed carefully. Suddenly, a crack appeared beneath his feet. Realizing the cave was about to collapse, he turned to warn everyone. Qin also shouted, "Listen to Giani Shan, run quickly. This cave can't hold on much longer." Then everyone followed Giani Shan out. Suddenly, A large rock fell, blocking the exit. Giani Shan immediately pulled a sword from his spatial storage. With one slash, he split the rock in two. Giani Shan's group safely exited the secret realm. Just as they got out, the gate began to crack. Finally, it completely turned into a pile of rubble. Giani Shan sighed in relief. Phew, finally made it out. Almost got buried alive. Then he turned to ask how everyone was. Kvinya replied gratefully. Thanks to brother Giani Shan. Dugu Feng added. That's right. Otherwise, we would have been buried in the ground like radishes. Then Qin Ji gave Giani Shan a jade pendant, saying if he had time, he should visit the Qin Huang kingdom. Just bring this to the palace, and someone will receive him. Giani Shan took the jade pendant and nodded. If there's a chance in the future, I will visit Brother Qin in the Qin Huang kingdom. Giani Shan looked at the characters carved on the jade pendant and wondered if Qin Ji was royalty. As Qin Ji and Dugu Feng left, Tianma Ling approached Giani Shan. She smiled and said, Brother Giani Shan, I should get going too. You definitely mustn't forget me, okay? Giani Shan replied. Miss Tianma, you're too kind. If there's a chance in the future, we will meet again. Saying that, Tianma Ling bid him farewell and left. Luaner saw Giani Shan staring after Tianma Ling and said annoyedly, She's already gone. What are you still looking at? If you want to look so badly, why don't you chase after her? Giani Shan didn't want to argue with her, so he gently asked what she planned to do next. Luaner told him to come with her, and she would tell him. Then the two flew off. Ming Dong, realizing Luaner liked Giani Shan, revealed a sly expression. As for Giani Shan, the two went to the riverbank to talk. He asked Luaner what was so important that she had to hide it. Luaner said worriedly, You killed Shiziren and Jiedo Wukong, and stole their ruler armaments. Those two clans won't let you off, so you must be more careful in the future. Luaner continued with some regret. Also, thank you for helping me kill Shiziren. Since he's dead, I should leave too. Giani Shan smiled and said she was being too polite. His oblivious attitude made Luaner angry. She blamed Giani Shan for being a pighead who didn't know how to ask her to stay. She angrily kicked him and shouted, You blockhead! I'm about to leave, and you don't even bother to ask for my name? Yin Shen panicked, dodging Luaner's kick. He stammered. I wouldn't dare. I was afraid if I said one wrong thing, you'd shoot me into a hedgehog. Seeing Giani Shan think so poorly of her, Luaner annoyedly kicked him repeatedly. What did you say? Could this lady be that petty? Then Luaner turned away. She said her name was Huang Wan and bid him farewell. Suddenly, Giani Shan called her back. She turned back, a bit delighted. He asked if she didn't have a ruler barrier on her. Huang Wan nodded and asked why. Giani Shan said since she had no protective barrier and carried a ruler armament, traveling alone wasn't safe. Then he suggested she travel with him. The prelims would end in 3 days. Giani Shan hoped nothing would happen to Huang Wan. Huang Wan was very happy that Giani Shan cared about her, but she tried to act coy. Since you insist, I'll stay then. Suddenly, she noticed someone watching her. She turned and saw Ming Dong hiding in a nearby bush. He smiled and gave her thumbs up. Embarrassed, Huang Wan drew her bow and aimed at Ming Dong. What are you laughing at? Ming Dong panicked and begged for mercy, but Huang Wan fired an arrow at him, causing a huge explosion. By nightfall, the three of them, along with Qin Shao, set up camp in the forest. When everyone gathered around the fire, Giani Shan said, Let's check the last item we got from the cave. He put away the coin and took it out. A golden human skeleton fell out. Ming Dong and Huang Wan saw it and shouted in surprise. A Saint King skeleton. Giani Shan didn't know what use this skeleton had to make them so surprised. Huang Wan was confused seeing he didn't know about the Saint King skeleton. Giani Shan blankly said he didn't know. He asked what it was used for. Huang Wan smiled slyly. Then let this lady explain the value of the Saint King skeleton to you. Huang Wan said, A Saint King expert. After death, the Saint force condensed from the energy in their body won't disappear into the world, but transforms into pure energy remaining in the body. Then it slowly enters the bones of the entire body, finally hiding within them. Therefore, the skeleton left behind by a Saint King after passing away is almost equivalent to the full power of an extremely precious Saint King. Once you obtain the skeleton left by a Saint King, it's equivalent to obtaining the full power of a Saint King expert. Giani Shan frowned and asked, Then what about the ruler armaments in your hands? Also, as I see it, If the energy of a Saint King expert's body merges into the bones, then the Saint weapon should lose its energy and dissipate. How can it still be preserved? Huang Luan replied, when a Saint King is approaching their limit, they will expel the Saint weapon from their body, then forcibly cut the connection between themselves and the Saint weapon. That way, their Saint weapon will preserve their lifelong power. And that is how ruler armaments are born. Giani Shan wondered why they would actively cut the connection with their Saint weapon when approaching death. Is it to benefit their descendants? Huang Luan said it was because of a mysterious legend. Giani Shan asked what it was. Huang Luan put on a mysterious face and said, Ruler Resurrection. Giani Shan was very surprised to hear that. Giani Shan asked, can a Saint King really resurrect using this? Huang Luan sighed and explained, it's just a legend. At least my Huang family has never heard of any Saint King resurrecting. Giani Shan guessed there was a hidden reason. He couldn't understand why those 9th heavenly layer Saint Kings would believe so deeply in a legend that had never been realized. Huang Luan agreed with him. She also wondered why all Saint Kings at their limit, without exception, chose to sever the connection with their Saint weapons. Giani Shan turned to ask Ming Dong if Uncle Tian had mentioned this to him. Ming Dong shook his head wearily. No, Uncle Tian only told me about the Saint King skeleton being able to resurrect. At this moment, everyone sighed helplessly. To break this gloomy atmosphere, Huang Luan changed the subject. She took out the jewels from the cave to show everyone. Suddenly, a wooden box fell out. A text scroll appeared in front of her. It turned out to be a water attribute heaven tier battle skill. Giani Shan thought it suited Huang Luan very well, but she just sighed and threw it towards him. She said the heaven tier battle skill she cultivated was even better than this one. Giani Shan caught the battle skill and said, isn't it good to practice it together? One can never have too many skills. Huang Luan said every heaven tier battle skill requires extreme mastery. Normal people can't comprehend them all. It's not that the more you cultivate, the better. Huang Luan continued, unless you have completely mastered one heaven tier battle skill. Otherwise, it's best not to waste time on other techniques. Not only is it a waste of energy, but you also won't achieve anything. Seeing her say that, Giani Shan just smiled and put the heaven tier skill away. Suddenly, Giani Shan remembered something. He asked if everyone had enough tokens to participate. Did they need to share some? Qin Shao immediately took out his money bag, saying he had over 500 and gave them all to Giani Shan. Giani Shan asked if Qin Shao wasn't participating in the competition. Qin Shao said, somewhat sadly, my strength is too lacking. I better go back to cultivating. Huang Luan then spoke up. If you want to qualify, you need at least nearly 5,000 tokens. Giani Shan and Ming Dong were shocked. 5,000 is needed? Huang Luan smiled smugly. She said she had 13,000. If someone was willing to beg, she wouldn't mind giving them 3,000. Giani Shan immediately told Ming Dong to beg Huang Luan, or he could give Ming Dong 5,000, but then he wouldn't know what his rank would be. Hearing that, Huang Luan got angry. She kicked him over and told him to go to sleep. Then she went back to her tent. Giani Shan said blankly, sleep then sleep. Why kick me? After everyone went to their tents, Giani Shan brought out the box he got from the cave. He wondered what kind of treasure this was. Giani Shan was very surprised to see the item inside the box. 3 days finally passed. The survival trial in the secret realm had ended. Contestants were continuously pushed out. The examiner was curious. I wonder who can enter the finals this year. Giani Shan wondered what that powerful force was just now. It could push everyone in that space out. Could it be a Saint King? Or a Saint Emperor? Or an existence like a Saint Sovereign? Then he started looking around for Huang Luan and Ming Dong. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Those with less than 5,000 tokens can leave. Turns out it was an elder. He said those with over 5,000 should come to him to register. Based on the amount, they would be ranked immediately. 2 men, seeing the requirement was so high, spoke up. You're asking for too many. Last time it was only 3,000. The elder shouted angrily. Silence. Then he waved his hand. The 2 men were immediately flattened. He said coldly, anyone else? If not, come here and register quickly. Giani Shan speculated that this elder's strength must be above a heaven Saint Master. The elder continued to explain the rules. The top 16 in total tokens can enter the finals. Then, people stepped up one by one to hand their tokens to the elder. Senior, I am Zhuge. Total is 8,400. The elder took the tokens and waved his hand. A brick on the floor popped up. Then it formed a stone stele. The elder used spiritual energy to write the first person's name on the stone stele. Then he called the next person. Finally, it was Giani Shan's turn. Senior, I am Giani Shan. Total is 21,000. The people below, seeing he had so much money, were in disbelief. Are you kidding? Over 20,000? How many people did he kill? Just bragging. I don't believe he has that many. The elder was somewhat interested in Giani Shan. He smiled and said, Giani Shan, right? This old man will remember you. Don't disappoint this old man in the finals. Then his name appeared on the stone stele. The people below stared at him wide-eyed. This guy really has 20,000. Oh my God. At Mercenary City, seeing Giani Shan take first place to enter the finals, Qin Xiao continuously praised him. Qin Xiao thought the champion of the mercenary gathering would definitely be him. Giani Shan said the people behind might not be weaker than him, so the result of the duel was still unpredictable. Ming Dong nodded and added, That's right. I thought I could make the top 8 with over 6,000. Who knew I'd be ranked second from the bottom? Giani Shan went to comfort Ming Dong. It's all right. The ranking doesn't matter. We have to fight in rounds anyway. Ming Dong scratched his head, agreeing with him. Then Giani Shan asked if they had seen Huang Luan and Qin Ji. Suddenly, Qin Xiao put his hand on his shoulder. He smiled slyly and said, Giani Shan, Miss Huang Luan is currently resting in the guest room on the ship. But brother, let me give you some advice. Then Qin Xiao gestured with his hands and said, Miss Huang Luan is indeed beautiful.